Chapter 1, The Black Bear Wants to Eat Corn on the Cob. Alas, since the great relocation of the immortal world, it's been hundreds of years since I've eaten mortal corn, so nostalgic for the days in Black Wind Mountain back then. One you looked at WeChat. A person named Black Bear sent a message. A little confused. He did not expect. He actually added a fairy as a friend. And this friend is actually once and the Monkey King fought the indistinguishable, and finally by the goddess of mercy received as the Luojia mountain guardian god of the black bear spirit. It goes back to the beginning. Just half an hour ago, the sun was shining. Wan Yu wearing a large straw hat walking in his family's cornfield, intending to water the ground to relieve the drought. Wang Yu's family lives in a small mountain village at the foot of Taishan Mountain. Although this year there are often torrential rains all over China, especially in the south, but for their land, it is dry as hell. If they don't water the land every day, I'm afraid that the sun will dry up all the crops in the middle of the day. Just graduated from the unemployed home. Wang Yu, afraid of their parents think they do not work for nothing, so automatically took the task of watering the ground at noon every day. Who expected the first watering today? The phone fell into the water. Wang Yu secretly said that it was bad. His cell phone is just an ordinary domestic machine, or it cannot stand the erosion of water. Picked up the phone from the water and checked. Well, nothing. Is secretly happy. Excitedly do not know what to point, but see WeChat actually began to update and upgrade. Holy, I can't afford to hurt my traffic. Wang Yu was just about to stop it when WeChat had already finished updating. Reopen WeChat, the page did not change much, only the contacts there was a red dot prompt, so Wang Yu clicked in. Black Bear requests that you be added as a friend. Access, address book. These days, online best nicknames are all kinds of strange. Wang Yu thought it was some junior high school classmate who had not been in contact for a long time wanted to add his own WeChat, so he passed without hesitation. Who expected that just through the other party came to such a sentence? Alas, since the great relocation of the immortal world, it's been hundreds of years since I've eaten mortal corn, so nostalgic for the days in Black Wind Mountain back then. Damn, that's inexplicable. Who the hell is this guy? Wang Yu did not reply immediately, but clicked on the other party's photo album. Wanted to see which old acquaintance was pretending with himself. Every day I eat the pesca pill. It doesn't have any flavor at all. I want to eat corn. I'm so envious of the good fortune child and the dragon lady, who can follow Guanyin everywhere every time. Sometimes when I think about it, I'm not even as good as Guanyin's mount. Golden hair roar. It's so lonely guarding this back mountain. Wang Yu looked at a dynamic. Are this black bears full of complaints? This girl is also a senior Journey to the West fan. Put himself really as a black bear not? Hell. I don't seem to have any classmates like that either. Anyway, it's weirdly boring. Wang Yu took a look at his family's cornfield and lightly laughed as he pressed down his voice to reply. Want to eat corn, don't you? There's a lot of it in my house. Is sitting on the Luojia mountain talking to himself. The black bear spirit heard the voice coming from the air, suddenly froze, nervous to look around, but the empty Luojia mountain in the back of the mountain. In addition to him there is no other gods. Dare I ask which immortal? Or don't joke, since the immortal realm sealed its boundaries. Except for the annual peach banquet, which immortal isn't living off of Lord Taishan's elixir? Black Bear Spirit wondered. A few hundred years ago, the boundary of the immortal realm suddenly produced a breakage, and a large amount of immortal chi overflowed, seriously interfering with the cultivation of the immortal realm. The Jade Emperor led a group of immortals, and Rulai and other Buddhist disciples together to repair the boundary, but the boundary was so badly damaged that, after discussion among all of them, they could only block off the boundary between the immortal realm and the other realms, and build their own circulatory system, and only then did they survive the crisis. It was just that this made the immortal world seem isolated. It had been hundreds of years, and although they were at peace with each other, the immortals were living too much of a miserable life, and they also felt that the entire immortal realm had been caught in an irregular drift since then, and might one day drift to some hellish place. Wang Yu listened to the other party's voice and did not retort, casually took a picture of a corncob and sent it over, but a scene that surprised him appeared. The corncob that he had just photographed had disappeared out of thin air. Luojia Mountain Black Bear looked at the sudden appearance of corn in the hand. Two bear eyes burst out of the green light. Actually really have corn, but he didn't dare to eat it right away. It was precious. The black bear trembled as he held the corncob in his hand and looked up into the sky. I don't know which one of you is so powerful that you can obtain such a valuable item. Please also show yourself. Old bear, I want to personally thank you for a second. Holy, surprisingly, it's true. Wang Yu looked at the small video sent over on the screen, but saw a tall bare-faced human monster nodding at himself, and what he was holding in his hand was not the corncob he had just photographed. Luckily, he had just photographed the corn stalks instead of the whole corn forest, or else all of his family's corn would have disappeared, and he would have lost a lot of money. However, on second thought, this thing is also too evil. Wang Yu shot another corncob and sent it over. and got. The cob in front of him once again reached the black bear's hands, and the black bear of the Luojia mountain looked at the hands and more corn cobs, moved to tears. This is his desire for hundreds of years and cannot eat the corn. Also please Decien show up. The old bear what you want, as long as the old bear can do, will definitely help Decien 1 or 2. Wang Yu forcibly pressed down his inner excitement, suddenly saw the black bears back in the video. What is that if not a purple bamboo forest? Ah, the legendary canon purple bamboo forest. Not only can purple bamboo be used for viewing, but it can also be made into musical instruments, walking sticks, furniture, etc., which is worth a lot of money. Moreover, this is the purple bamboo of the immortal world, so if you sell it, you will definitely get a good price. Wang Yu pressed his voice and said, it doesn't matter who this immortal is, I just see that you can't eat the corn poorly. If you really want to be thankful, just cut 1 or 2 bamboos for this immortal and send them to me. The black bear heard, look at the back of the purple bamboo forest, and look to the sky, for is this purple bamboo forest by the goddess of mercy under the ban. The old bear I do not dare to randomly cut off. The big fairy still have other things you want? The old bear, with you to change. Wang Yu heard this, thought Guanyin is also too stingy. Even the purple bamboo forest is managed so much, but I don't know since the immortal realm sealed the boundary, can be said to be a lack of resources, regardless of not work. Only, the problem also came, even if this black bear wants to give himself something, how can he give himself He had just taken a picture and given it to him, but he didn't have a camera either. Wang Yu stroked his chin and pressed his voice, this immortal didn't want anything from you in the first place. He just happened to pass by this place and saw your sad face before giving you the corn. Since it's a bit difficult for the bamboo to give it to me, just grab a handful of dirt at random and give it to me as a souvenir. The black bear nodded at his words, thinking that this godman's request was really oddly tight. Chapter 2, This is Guanin's soil. In the blink of an eye, Wang Yu's hand had a handful of soil, which was black in color, sticky and moist in texture, and very fertile. Wang Yu gave a startled leap. How did you give it to me? The black bear was puzzled, thinking how this great immortal asked such a low-level question, but the great immortal had given him a heavenly gift, and he didn't dare to slack off, and truthfully said, of course it's through divine sense. Wang Yu nodded and didn't care what the hell the so-called divine sense was, as long as he could get something from the immortal realm, then he was relieved, only to see Black Bear post another little video. The great immortal has a large amount of money, but I can't take a gift empty-handed. Old Bear doesn't have any treasures on his body, and even if he did, I'm sure they wouldn't count for much in great immortal's eyes. This is the God refining pill and the Peiyuan pill that I have saved up for Old Bear, as well as a book of body forging techniques that Old Bear himself has comprehended, so I hope that great immortal will never leave it behind. The small video had just ended, and there were 2 more small porcelain vases and a book on the empty space in front of Wang Yu. Holy, this is a legendary immortal elixir and immortal cultivation technique. Moreover, this black bear spirit could have been an indistinguishable opponent from the Monkey King. How powerful that must be. Wang Yu was so excited that he directly threw the dirt in his hands and picked up the porcelain vase and body forging technique. Opening a porcelain bottle labeled as God refining pill, a fresh fragrance hit his nose and Wang Yu's entire body was energized. It's really a miracle medicine. It has a refreshing effect on the mind after just one sniff. But immortals and our mortal flesh is different. Wang Yu, afraid of the body, cannot stand. Hard to resist the temptation, did not eat. He opened the book of body forging technique again, on which a black bear was drawn, evolving various moves. Wang Yu looked curious, and even followed a little bit. Not to mention, after practicing a page a little bit like a cat and a tiger, he actually felt a sense of relief, as if the strength of his arms had increased a lot. Holy, that's a lot of money. You've traded 2 corn cobs for such a fortune yourself. It's like an empty glove. He was in the middle of his surprise when he heard a creak and something seemed to have fallen. Wang Yu looked at the sound and was dumbfounded. The cornstalks that were originally hanging their heads suddenly straightened up and seemed to have grown a large section. The cornstalks hanging on the branches also swelled a big circle, presumably too heavy, even fell to the ground. And wasn't the place where the corn fell exactly where he had just thrown the black dirt? Wang Yu picked up one of the cornstalks, peeled the skin to see. Hey, the corn particles are full and round, as if a white jade inlaid. This is Wang Yu's own fruit corn. Not only the growth cycle is short, diverse flavors, and can be directly eaten raw, it is easy to sell money. But this year caught up with the drought, did not grow much, thought of digesting it at home, but encountered this shocking change. Wang Yu snapped off a grain and put it in his mouth and chewed it. The rich sweet juice flowed out at once, and the grain was full and chewy. This is going to be hairy. Wang Yu chewed a few more grains, and then looked at the other corn cobs that fell on the ground. All one and the same, His whole body was so excited that he was about to forget to breathe. Their village next to Mount Tai is very close. There are tourists coming from all over the world all year round. And there are also a lot of farms around. If this corn is taken out to sell, there are definitely people who want it. Wang Yu pressed his voice again and said to the black bear, "Does this corn taste good?" The black bear, who was looking at 2 corn cobs he couldn't bring himself to eat, sniffed. That I haven't eaten yet. Wang Yu said, "Why don't you eat?" The black bear licked his lips and stammered, "To tell you the truth, I haven't eaten this treasure for hundreds of years, so I'm afraid that I can't help but eat all of it once I open my mouth. And then I don't know when the next time I'll encounter this treasure will be." Wang Yu couldn't help but laugh at his words. "Don't worry, I have plenty of this stuff. You should at least try it." The black bear rolled his eyes, looking at the corn in his hand really want to eat tight, and thinking that Xian should not lie to him, gritted his teeth, directly plowed open the skin, nibbled a bite. "Wow, that's delicious. It's delicious. This tastes different from what I used to eat. Why is it so sweet?" Looking at this black bear's naive appearance, Wang Yu couldn't help but laugh out loud. This is this immortal's improved corn, and there are so many flavors. The black bear had an admiring look on his face. The great immortal is truly powerful. While talking, the black bear didn't hold back and took another bite, and within a few seconds, the corn cobs were all swallowed. The black bear couldn't get enough of it, and his 2 green eyes went back to the last corn cob in his hand. Looking at the way the black bear wanted to eat but couldn't bear to eat, Wang Yu couldn't imagine that this was an opponent that was once on the same level as the Monkey King, so he immediately said, "I see that you do like to eat. It just so happens that this immortal wants to hang around here recently. How about this? From now on, you can take a handful of dirt and exchange it with me for a corn cob every time. How's that?" The black bear obviously didn't expect something so good. Is Xian sure he's not joking? Of course not. Then, black bear licked his mouth. "I can't take advantage of the old bear." Saying that, the guy took out many bottles of pills out of thin air and said, "In the future, I'll take 2 bottles of pills for one of Xian's rods, and as for this earth, Xian wants as much as he can get." As soon as the elixir was mentioned, Wang Yu could not help but ask, "What will happen if you mortals eat this elixir?" Mortals? The black bear froze. The immortal realm is all out of contact with mortals. Why is the great immortal asking about this? Oh, this immortal wants to do some research and documentation on these pills. Wang Yu casually found a reason to excuse himself. The black bear did not think too much. This medicine is very pure. Mortals are afraid that if they eat it, they will burst and die. But if mortals want to eat it, they can grind these pills and eat them. Wang Yu listened to the heart relieved. Thanks to their own just did not impulse, or early to see the king of hell. At that moment, Wang Yu used 2 more corn cobs to get 2 handfuls of black soil and some elixirs from the black bear. He hid the elixir and those black soil was sprinkled in the vegetable field next to the cornfield. He wanted to try if there was any change in the efficacy of this immortal realm's black soil in terms of vegetables. When a grain of black soil was sprinkled on a vegetable patch full of cucumbers and tomatoes, the miracle happened again. Cucumbers that were wilted come back to life and not only grow long and thick, but they are tempting to look at and gag on. As for the tomatoes, although they have not become larger, but both the shape and color, completely up a notch. This black earth is simply divine. No, gotta come up with a lofty name. Let's call it Cannon Earth. Wang Yu laughed loudly, looking at his own cornfield and vegetable garden, and had a feeling that WeChat is in his hand. The world is mine. After praising himself for a while, Wang Yu took a few bamboo baskets from home and put all the corn cobs and vegetables that had been moisturized by the guanine soil into the frames. Chapter 3, Taste Before You Buy. Wang Yu grew up at the foot of Mount Tai since childhood, very familiar with Mount Tai. Carrying a basket, carrying a small homemade stove, Wang Yu will be able to climb to the waist of Mount Tai with a strong body. At this time just in the afternoon, many people have come to Mount Tai, ready to first stroll around the mountainside, and so on 11 or 12 o'clock in the evening when you start climbing. Climb to the top of the mountain just in time for the sunrise. Wang Yu casually found a location, put the stove and frame on the ground, first lit the stove, then ran to the same village Wang Dazhou, who specializes in selling military coats and tents, borrowed a bucket of water, and put fresh corn into the pot to cook. Vegetables for sale. Vegetables for sale. Fresh cucumbers and tomatoes. Clean, sanitary and purely green growth. Don't miss it. It's cheap. It's cheap. Everything, all $10. Passing tourists were shocked at the news. The price was purely to kill. The vendor sitting next to Wang Yu shook his head. Young man, which village? First time selling vegetables, right? I'm from the Wang village. First time. No wonder. That peddler grinned, revealing a row of big yellow teeth. Although the price on this Taishan mountain is expensive, it can't be too outrageous. Look at me. I am selling by the caddy. You kid came up to sell by the piece. Who dares to buy Wang Yu smiled without saying anything, thinking that my dishes have been moisturized by the guanine soil. Especially your oddly shaped mortal products can be compared. Not a moment later, a young man wearing sunglasses came over, and next to it stood a beautiful woman with a slender figure, and the woman was holding a little girl, apparently a family of 3. Wang Yu looked at what seemed to be a game, and quickly said, "This is pure natural and nutritious green food, absolutely only this one. The boss is not too expensive. Do not believe you try this." Saying that, Wang Yu took out a peeled corn cob and handed it to the woman next to the young man. "It's okay to taste it, but it's expensive, so you can only taste a bite." The woman frowned, thinking that the vendor was too cheap, but then she stretched and snapped off a kernel of corn on the cob and tasted it, and her face changed color. "Ha, it tastes good. Hubby, try it. It seems to taste very different." The woman excitedly handed the corn to the young man. "What's different? It's not just farmhouse corn." "Well," the young man said while also put a grain into his mouth. Slightly chewed. Immediately changed the accent. "The flesh is full. The juice is rich. TSK, this is indeed not general." The young man and woman looked at each other, both seeing each other's surprise and joy. "Boss, how do you sell this corn?" This boss is an honorific title for Wang Yu. "Hey, all the ones here are $10 apiece, 20 if it's boiled corn." Wang Yu hemmed and hawed. "Mom, I want tomatoes." The little girl, at some point, had stood in front of the frame where the tomatoes were kept, crouching her body down and eyeing the crystal clear red fruit. "Are these tomatoes $10 apiece too?" the woman asked, pointing to the tomatoes. Then, well, tomatoes, cucumbers, and corn. Give us 3 of the same." The youth took out his wallet from his pocket and handed Wang Yu a $100 super. "Hey, good, come on." Wang Yu took the money and quickly loaded the fruits and vegetables. "Boss, don't you want to try the boiled corn? The flavor is not ordinary." The youth looked at his wife and daughter, and said, "All right, then, 3 more boiled corn. You watch and take some of the rest." With that, he handed Wang Yu another red bill. The vendor next to him watched Wang Yu sell $200 in a minute, his jaw dropping in surprise. "That boss, come and try my family's vegetables too. Mine is $5 a caddy. It's cheap, it's also pure green." The peddler thought that Wang Yu stepped on the luck and hit the big money. At that moment also nodded his head and rushed to that family to sell. They are all fruits and vegetables grown in the soil and water at the foot of Taishan Mountain, and he didn't believe that his own was much worse than Wang Yu's. The young man took a look at the tomatoes in his box and shook his head. But unexpectedly that youth took a look at the tomatoes in his box, shook his head, and left with the family. Holy come on, a little bit of bad luck. The peddler watched the rich man leave, and then darkened his face, looking at Wang Yu's little money look. He couldn't help but be annoyed. "Kid, are you here to rob the business?" Wang Yu is also not polite. "We are all out to do business, which has what rob business. Not to mention my price is so expensive people are still willing to buy. It is also not my say." The peddler stared at both eyes and thought to himself. He also said, "Could it be that all the tourists who came today are big spenders who like to buy expensive things?" Taking a look at Wang Yu's stall, the vendor's heart was hardened and he also wrote $10 apiece on the price tag, then gave Wang Yu a proud look. Perhaps it was a coincidence that someone came up to ask for the price just after the vendor had changed it. "Boss, you don't mind the price. This is all homegrown pure green food. Rest assured it's delicious. If you don't believe me, you can taste it first." The hawkers also copied Wang Yu's method in a similar fashion. The tourist tasted it and shook his head helplessly, clearly thinking it wasn't worth the price. Then, walking back to Wang Yu's stall, the crystal clear tomatoes immediately caught his eye. The tourist marveled, actually squatted down and touched the tomatoes and cucumbers in the basket. "Boss, how do you sell them?" Wang Yu smiled. $10 apiece. "Can I taste it before I buy it?" the tourist asked. "You can only taste 1 bite of corn." Wang Yu took out the remaining corn cobs from earlier and said, "Oh." The visitor broke off a kernel of corn and put it into his mouth, and for a moment that refreshing and delicious, full and juicy feeling filled his mouth, which was simply a divine enjoyment. "Wow, it's so delicious. Boss, give me one of the same." "Good, come on." Wang Yu smiled and sold another cucumber, tomato, corn, and boiled corn each. Visitors just paid for their tomatoes and couldn't wait to try them. The first bite was amazing, the second was refreshing, and the third went straight down the drain and was gone. Wow! The tomatoes were worth the price of admission. The tourists were satisfied with Wang Yu's fruits and vegetables, and when they passed by the vendor's stall, they couldn't help but stop and show off Wang Yu's fruits and vegetables, and said to the vendor, "Look at other people's goods. This kind of food, not to mention $10 a piece, or $100 a piece of food. I'll buy it too. And then look at your stuff. Don't say $10 a piece. Is $3 a caddy I don't want." The peddler sniffed, and his entire person became completely bad. "Are the same products? Are the same price?" How Wang Yu's minutes to sell and customers still face enjoy the appearance, but their own but one cannot sell. Ah, damn, that's not fair. Chapter 4, all sold out. Compared to the peddler, Wang Yu's heart is happy. From going up the mountain to now but an hour, has earned, damn, this fine calculation, cannot get half a day was 250. Ah, Wang Yu shook his head helplessly, thinking that selling like this won't work. He rubbed his chin and crossed out the numbers on the price list again, writing $50 a piece right on top. Boiled corn was 100 a piece. The vendor next to him kept looking at Wang Yu and thought he was blind as he watched him raise the price to 50. If $10 a piece before was not understanding the market, then now 51 is simply crazy. Yes, at this time, Wang Yu in the eyes of the vendors, is completely a madman. Ah, he took another look at his price list, which was still $10 a pop, and hesitated for a moment without change. Wang Yu's hawking started again. Don't miss it, don't miss it. Pure natural fruits and vegetables. Ah, women eat skin lubrication. Men eat better than kidney treasure. Ah, holy, that works too. The vendor next to him was completely defeated by Wang Yu's shouting, and it was the first time he had seen such a vegetable seller. Wang Yu, however, took advantage of people's inattention and secretly took out a god-refining elixir to crush it into powder and sprinkled it slightly on the corn cucumber and also the tomatoes. The powdered elixir was quickly incorporated into the rich flesh. In fact, Wang Yu still had no bottom in his heart, and the reason why he shouted like this was entirely because of that feeling he had smelled the alchemy goddamn before. Boss, this cucumber is so expensive. Is the effect really as good as you say? It's not a scam, is it? Soon, a woman in her 30s stood in front of Wang Yu. Despite her mature posture, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes were clearly visible when she spoke, and this woman obviously took maintenance very seriously. Wang Yu also did not talk nonsense, directly took out a cucumber, cut a slice and handed it to the woman. You can totally try it on the spot. If the effect is not good, there is no need to buy it. The woman suspiciously took the cucumber slices. Into the hand is a burst of cool and slippery. She will cucumber paste in the corner of the eye. At once the skin will feel the rich juice seeped into their own bodies. For a moment is actually a kind of lying in the bathroom illusion. Wang Yu also nervous drops watching the woman's reaction. See, it actually closed his eyes. A face of enjoyment. Heart this bottom. Even if there is no effect of nourishing the face, just this unique experience, but also can completely rely on their own 3 inches of color to play. After a while, the woman removed the cucumber slices with a feeling of disappointment in her heart. She hurriedly took out the mirror and looked at herself on the surface, and her whole body couldn't help but shriek out in shock. Wow, I can't believe it worked so fast. But, the mirror clearly see, the eyes of the crow's feet less shallow, and touch, the skin seems to be very elasticate. The woman's scream drew a lot of onlookers. A group of people look at the left eye without the cucumber sheet, and then look at her right eye with the cucumber sheet. The contrast is very obvious, and cannot help but have their mouths wide open. Boss, I'll take all of this cucumber. The woman looked excitedly at the cucumbers in the basket and said, Wang Yu obviously did not expect the effect to be so obvious, just about to agree to it. Next to someone is not happy. You're so overbearing. Ah, boss, I want cucumber too. No way, I'm buying it too. I'll take it too. I'll give you 100 for one. Is that okay? For a while, the women chattered and bickered. Wang Yu was happy with that swing in his heart and coughed, interrupting the women's discussion. In this case, I can't sit on the ground and say 50 is 50, and I can tell you, not only cucumber, these corn tomato all have the same effect. You can not only external application, also can directly eat raw. The effect is very good. To be fair, how about one for everyone? Upon hearing this, the many women shouted their approval. The woman who came at the very beginning could only nod her head even though her heart was not willing to do so. So, in the side vendors are still confused and do not know what happened. All the fruits and vegetables on Wang Yu's stall, less than 5 minutes all sold out. When the peddler woke up, the tourists had already gone away, only to see that guy Wang Yu was spitting and counting the money one by one. 500, 600, 1,000, 12,000. Holy, I can't believe I made a whole 2,000. Wang Yu looked at the pile of RMB in his hand and couldn't believe it was real. Of course, the vendor next to me couldn't believe it was true even more. The same fruits and vegetables, their own $3 a caddy, no one to buy. People $50 are so many people to grab? God, what is this world coming to? Little brother, how do you sell all this? Can you teach me? The peddler came up with a low voice. We are all farmers, who do not want to sell the things grown in their own fields for $2 more. Moreover, this is not a matter of selling more money, it is selling many times more. Wang Yu looked at the peddler and asked, which village is Big Brother from? The peddler hemmed and hawed. I am from Songjia village, not far from your Wangjia village. Wang Yu up and down to measure the peddler a glance. Do not say, This body is long and sturdy. Today, although their own crops sold at a good price, and the future is considerable, but in the future cannot be carried alone on Taishan to sell off. How do you call big brother? Wang Yu handed a cigarette and said. Previously, Wang Yu's performance had already made the peddler admire him from the bottom of his heart, and when he saw Wang Yu handing him cigarettes, he had a feeling of being flattered. My name is Song Jixiang. What is the big brother's name? Oh, Wang Yu. Boss Wang is a great man. Today is considered to let me get a better understanding. Song Jixiang exhaled a smoke ring with an envious face. Wang Yu shrugged helplessly. Big brother, do you want to make as much money as me in the future? Making big money? Of course I'm happy to do so. Song Jixiang's mouth split open in excitement. In fact, it's not how I sell. The key is that my stuff is good. Otherwise it won't be so many people to buy not. Wang Yu began to brainwash Song Jixiang. Song Jixiang nodded his head repeatedly. That's right. It's a pity that it's all sold out before I've even seen my brother's stuff. Ha ha, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Wang Yu gently laughed, patted Song Jixiang's shoulder and said, Big brother, do you think this is okay? I will provide you with the source of goods. You get this Taishan, according to my price today to sell. As for the profit, we split it 50-50. How? No. This can't be allowed. Song Jixiang digested what Wang Yu had said and exhaled a smoke ring, but he shook his head back and forth. This is Wang Yu's turn to be surprised. This is the sale of the door. The great wealth this Song Jixiang is not understand or really stupid surprisingly do not agree. Chapter 5, Too much potions. But Song Jixiang said, Big brother, I also heard. This is all you planted good things. I just for you to sell. On a run. How can I share so much? I take one achievement is enough. Indeed. According to Wang Yu's price, a cucumber on $50. Just according to the gross profit calculation, 10% also has to be $5 a piece, which is much more expensive than the usual sale Hey, so it's too much for you to give. That's not good. Favorable everyone earn. Wang Yu touched his nose. This way, I 7 you 3. How? No. Or too much. I take one achievement no enough. Song Jixiang shook like a rattle. Actually with Wang Yu fan stubborn. Gee, this guy's honest enough. I like it. Wang Yu laughed and patted Song Jixiang's shoulder. In this case, I'll eat you too. If you don't agree, I won't call you if I have something good in the future. Upon hearing that there were still good things to do, Song Jixiang had to agree and had to nod repeatedly. After all, it is one of his partners. Wang Yu and Song Jixiang talked about it, and then stuffed $200 into his hand. These you take, considered our first cooperation meet gift. Aya. This can't be allowed. I haven't done anything today. How can I take it? Song Jixiang refused. Really this $200 is the top of his day's income. If you don't take it that means you don't want to work with me. Wang Yu agitated again. Then, well. Brother Wang is really generous. At that moment, the two discussed that tomorrow Song Jixiang personally go to Wangjia village to pick up goods to sell on Taishan, and then they went home. Wang Yu carried the empty frame, and as soon as he entered the yard, he saw his old mom standing in the doorway. So yeah, how was the sale today? How much did you sell? Mom He Guifan said with a loving face. Before Wang Yu could speak, his father Wang Chongwen's voice came from the side. How much can a doll who just graduated sell? I'm afraid a caddy has not been sold, right? The voice was full of cynicism, and Wang Yu knew that this was his father's dissatisfaction with his return to the village as soon as he graduated. Feeling that he had no talent and that he had no honor on his face, Wang Yu gritted his teeth, and in his heart he said that even if he was in the village, he had to break out and let his father know that he was not a dry meal. There are so many tourists today, they're all sold out. Wang Yu put down the empty frame on his back and said with a calm face, What? Wang Chongwen, who was planning to continue counting his son, was astonished, but when he saw the frame on that floor, it was indeed empty. He said, Kid, you're not going to throw away all the food, are you? If you dare to waste food, see if I don't break your legs. He Guifan was instantly anxious. Old undead, why are you talking about your son? Wang Yu skimmed his lips and pulled out $200 directly from his pocket. Here, this is the money from selling things today. At the original price, that's all you could sell in a day at best. But it's not that he's hiding, but if he puts $2,000 directly in front of his parents, they might not be able to accept it at all. And I'm afraid they might think he's selling a kidney instead of a vegetable. Wang Chongwen received the $200 with trembling hands, a face of disbelief, thinking that his son is really a piece of business material. If he can sell this much every day, then he can also be in the village. Kid, how did you do it? Wang Chongwen looked at his son. Deadbeat. Wang Yu hummed. Don't forget that your son also interned in sales for a while during college. Look at you being smug. What's enough for this amount of money? Wang Chongwen thought that his son was complacent, and quickly lectured. Our crops are all dependent on the sky to eat. You also know that this year the heavens do not give face. How can we sell so much every day? Next to her daughter-in-law, he Guifan busily advised. You dislike your son when he doesn't work. And you dislike him when he earns money. What money do you earn? This is still not my land. I grow vegetables. Wang Chongwen drank a sentence and went back to the house with his head covered. The moment he turned around, his originally serious face immediately became all smiles. There wasn't an old son who wasn't proud of his son's ability to make a lot of money. Mom He Guifan was afraid of her son's anger. Busy comforting, son, you also do not be angry. Your father's temperament you do not know. Wang Yu smiled helplessly. Mom, I'm fine. In the future, you guys will follow me to enjoy the blessings. AI. My son is really filial. Tired all day long, stomach early hungry, right? Quickly enter the house to eat. He Guifan face a smile. Since her son is unemployed home, she is a mother. The whole night did not sleep a peaceful sleep. They are rural people. If the son does not compete, it is difficult to marry a daughter-in-law. Today looked at the son seems to have power. As a mother, the heart of the natural incomparable joy. After dinner, Wang Yu returned to his house. In his pocket was the remaining $1,600, and on his bed was the elixir given to him by the Black Bear Mountain Guardian God. The amazing effect produced by simply sprinkling the powder of the elixir onto the fruit today shows the power of the elixir. But in the future they cannot be so generous. The gods refine pills such a use. It is a complete waste of it. Wang Yu remembered the university during the study of marketing. Part of the product is not worried about their own eyes. If you want to really big and strong, it is necessary to establish their own channels. Counting on the Song Jishan like the footman on the Taishan mountain cell cannot be. He had to think of a way to Taishan around the Nanjiale. The major hotels linked up, become their own dedicated sales channels. Moreover, Wang Yu thought that the functions of these fruits and vegetables could be completely established in a hierarchical level according to the number of their elixirs, and later divided into high school and low school products. The more he thought about, the more ideas he had. Wang Yu simply stopped thinking about it. Anyway, there would be plenty of time later. His gaze was fixed on the porcelain vase. There were large and small porcelain vases, and there were two main types. One was the God Refining Pill and the other was the Peiyuan Pill. The efficacy of the God Refining Pill had been seen quite a bit today, but he hadn't tried the Peiyuan Pill yet. Thinking about what the black bear told him, Wang Yu took out a Peiyuan Dan from the porcelain vase. He only saw that the elixir was golden yellow in color, but it was too small, nearly as big as the kind of plastic bullets he played with as a child. Wang Yu hesitated for a while and crushed the elixir into powder on the paper. After all, it was the first time he ate it, and he didn't know how much was appropriate. So he just took his finger and dipped it on it, then licked it into his mouth. A cooling sensation quickly flowed into the abdomen, but after just a moment, the feeling disappeared. Could it be that the amount is too small? With this thought, Wang Yu dipped his finger again and licked it into his mouth. In this way, about half of the potion was eaten, but it still doesn't feel like it's working. Wang Yu dipped it and licked it into his mouth. At that moment, the coolness swept through the body again, and seemed to form a powerful energy, constantly impacting Wang Yu's meridians, as if it had a cascading effect. Wang Yu could even feel his heart jumping faster, and even his internal organs were all trembling, and his body was like ants gnawing at him for a while, which was unbearable. Holy, Wang Yu secretly said that it was not good. Could it be that he had eaten too much? Chapter 6, Red Child. The meridians were expanding and the blood was curling like a tidal wave. At this time, Wang Yu, the body can be said to be turning over, but he cannot do anything at this time, can only allow these changes to occur. Did I just see a little bit of hope in my life and I'm going to hang up? Wang Yu cursed his ate-up life in his heart, but the pain coming from his body was getting bigger and bigger, so he could only grit his teeth and hold on. It was a good thing that the medicine finally faded after an hour. The sweaty Wang Yu couldn't care less about the sticky sweaty mud on the outer layer of his skin and fainted from exhaustion. He was unaware that during the long, late night, a heavenly change had quietly taken place within him. The meridians became noticeably thicker, and a large portion of the internal impurities were cleared out. Even the 5 viscera and 6 bowels became powerful, and the entire body system had a transformative change. It was only when he heard the sound of chickens crowing here and there outside the window that Wang Yu woke up to the sound of his mom's dislike. Gu, your house stinks to death. Did you not take a bath? Mom He Guifan covered her nose and said. Wang Yu stretched his limbs and surveyed his body. There were no injuries. Instead his body was full of strength. The elixirs of the immortal world really aren't something to sneeze at. Wang Yu clenched his fists and excitedly jumped up from the bed, walked to the well in his own yard, drew 2 buckets of water one after another, poured it down from the head. The mud that stuck to his body slowly washed down, and the whole person became much more refreshed. Looking at the water well in his compound, and then looking at his mother who was carrying a large pot to feed the chickens not far away, Wang Yu paused for a moment. Immortal world of elixir effect is strange, not to mention whether there is the role of immortality, but for the body healthcare is still very obvious. Their own father and mother also over 50, they have the elixir can not just enjoy themselves With this in mind, he quietly sprinkled a little bit of the powder of the god refining pill and the Peiyuan pill and threw it into the water well. After a simple breakfast, Wan Yu carried the frame to the field at the behest of his old mom. Before he could walk to the field, he saw Song Jixiang already sitting there waiting for him. Watching yesterday's Wan Yu easily earned a large amount of Mao Grandpa. Song Jixiang excitedly did not sleep all night, so that now still with two panda eyes, and as soon as the day dawned, Song Jixiang pushed his cart and asked around to find Wang Yu's family's field. He was very curious. There is nothing peculiar about the land of Wang Yu's family. Why are the vegetables grown so popular? Brother Wang, you've come. Song Jixiang stood up with a hefty smile. Wang Yu smiled and led Song Jixiang into his family's cornfield. Song Jixiang all the way to observe, found that Wang Yu's family corn and their own family does not have any difference. The heart of the doubt is even more. As he walked, he saw Wang Yu stop, while in front of him, a pile of corn cobs fell. Come, sell these on the ground today. Wang Yu pointed at the corn cobs on the ground and said, is this all? Song Jixiang's head was a bit bewildered. Wang Yu nodded. These are finished products. Peel one off and take a look. With that, he handed Song Jixiang a corn cob. Song Jixiang peeled open a look. Hey, the stick above the corn grain crystal clear, full and bright, really different from their own. You taste it again. Wang Yu hemmed and hawed. Song Jixiang picked a grain into the mouth. The fresh and tender feeling immediately filled the mouth. No wonder your corn sells for so much and people still buy it. It's really different. Song Jixiang gave a thumbs up. Yesterday, I just watched Wang Yu sell corn in 3 times, but I didn't taste a bite. And today this trial, he is more confident about the future. Wang Yu also gave Song Jixiang some cucumbers and tomatoes that had been moisturized by the guanyin soil to pick, but not a lot of them. For one thing, the guanyin clay taken from the immortal world yesterday was a bit small, and for another, things are expensive when they are rare, and if they are produced in such large quantities, they will be worthless instead. Sending away Song Jixiang, who smiled and lost his teeth, Wang Yu sat in his own cornfield and leisurely opened WeChat on his cell phone. Black Bear's avatar showed the red number 3, so obviously Black Bear had already sent him a message. However, last night, Wang Yu passed out after taking the medicine, causing him to only see the message now. De Xian, your corn is so delicious. Oh great immortal, is there any more corn? I don't even want to take the pesca pill now. De Xian, are you there? The good fortune boy ate one of my corn cobs just now, and he's dying to eat it too. Wang Yu looked over the information, and a hint of splendor flashed in his eyes. The good fortune boy? Is it the attendant next to Guanyin, or is it Red Child, the son of King Bull Demon and Princess Iron Fan? If it's a real good Samaritan, it's all treasure. If it is a Red Child, then the 3 flavors of true fire. Wang Yu also wants to see it with his own eyes. Wang Yu suppressed the impulse within him and pressed his voice. Black Bear, this immortal honors your wish by remembering that you are pitiful. How can you give what I gave you to someone else? Sitting in Luojia Mountain bitterly waiting for the corn of the Black Bears heard a stunned, and hastened to be terrified up. Great immortal, forgive me. I am left with the last corn. I am hesitating to eat or not eat, but unexpectedly the Holy Infant King was bored to come to the forest to find me to play. He was bumped into. The Holy Infant King? That would be Red Boy alright. Wang Yu was secretly happy in his heart, and then he voiced, that's just it. There's no harm in letting that Red Child eat it. It's just that next time if he wants to eat it, he can also find me to ask for it. The Black Bear was delighted at his words. Really? But I still don't know how to call Great Immortal? How can we find you? This problem, Wang Yu has not really thought about it. He stroked his chin and pondered. The name is just a code name, so you can call me Wuji for now. As for how to find me, this immortal is accustomed to being free-spirited, but he will stay nearby for a while lately, and will appear when it's time. Black Bear nodded his head repeatedly and took out the soil and pills that he had prepared long ago. Although he didn't know what this immortal Woody wanted the soil for, there was plenty of soil, so he took a lot today. Immortal Wunderkind, here's what I've got for you. My corn. Wang Yu clicked on the small video transmitted by WeChat. A pot of guanyin soil and a number of pills immediately appeared in front of him. Wang Yu looked at the pot of black soil, suddenly thought of something and pressed his voice. Corn is not in a hurry first. This immortal asked you something. The Black Bear bowed his head and said, Great Immortal, feel free to ask. Old Bear, I know everything. This immortal sees that you like eating corn very much, but this immortal can't stay here all the time. If this immortal were to leave this place one day, you would have to suffer again from the tastelessness of that pyrrhic pill. So this immortal wants to leave you some corn seeds. I don't know if you can grow them here. Yes, taking the soil from the fairy world to the mortal world to grow corn works wonders. What if the corn was planted directly in the fairy world? enjoying the nourishment of the fairy energy and river water in the fairy world. I think the quality will be even higher. Chapter 7, you have to mess with it even if you can't afford to. Hearing this, the black bear's bare face was once again in a difficult situation. The truth is not to hide from the great immortal. Although the old bear I was given by goddess Guanyin as a mountain guardian god. In fact, it is almost the same as house arrest. If the goddess of mercy notices that I planted corn, and is afraid of misunderstanding that I have moved my mortal heart again, this is a great sin. Wan Yu listened to a burst of heart. Heart Guanyin also tubed too wide right. Thinking of the once mighty black bear spirit has fallen into such a mold. Wan Yu also a little pity. It seems to be Guanyin edict of the black bear days are not good With this thought, he couldn't resist taking a few more pictures of the corn and passing it on to the black bear. When the black bear saw so many extra corn cobs in front of him, his two bear eyes almost fell into tears with excitement. Immortal Wuga is truly compassionate. The pills I gave the old bear were completely insufficient. It's fine. Wan Yu comforted, but the black bear is also honest enough. The great immortal has to ask me what I want to order, or else the old bear will not be able to get over it in my heart. Wan Yu stroked his chin, thinking that you are a mountain guard, and there is no power at all. What can I ask you for? But his eyes took in the river that loomed in the bamboo forest in the little video, and he was instantly enlightened. The soil of the immortal world can make crops improve in quality. So the rivers of the immortal world, not to mention the fact that this is the river of the Luojia mountain, are certainly not ordinary rivers either. So he said, then you will give me a pot of water. Black Bear originally thought that even if the great immortal wanted my personal magic weapon I would have to give the preparation, but he didn't realize that Wudai great immortal would only need a pot of water? Desien or don't joke. Old bear I'm serious, Black Bear said. This immortal is also serious. Wang Yu rolled his eyes. Okay, the Black Bear had seen the strange demands of this Wudai great immortal, even earth let alone water. At that moment, the Black Bear took out a basin at random, ran to the river and filled it with water and gave it to Wang Yu. The great immortal is kind-hearted and does not ask for rewards, but the old bear in my heart is really still too much. This basin of water, originally is the good fortune boy in the past to load the treasure with. Since the immortal world closed, Guanyin Disher stopped doing good. This pot of treasure is no longer useful, so he threw it to me. But this pot of treasure magic power is still there. Anything that is loaded into it, can be borne a lot. The water held in this basin will never run low unless the great immortal pours it all out. Wang Yu, who had just received the water with one hand, was so shocked when he heard this that he almost dropped the polygon. Oh, this fairy oh shucks. I just wanted a basin of water. I didn't realize that this basin was the treasure. Wang Yu surprised to look at the hands of the treasure basin. Look and general appearance of the basin is no different. He was a little disbelief. The basin of water to the ground to sprinkle some. A strange scene appeared. The water level in the treasure basin, which had originally dropped, actually returned to its original state after a few minutes. This, ING has to make a lot of money. Wang Yu immediately ended the conversation with the black bear and wandered slowly through his family's fields with the treasure basin. Walking around, he tilted the basin downward, while the water inside poured down, and the crops where he passed were completely changed. Cucumbers grow more moist, tomatoes bright enough to shine clearly in the human face, eggplant is long and luscious, all kinds of vegetables straighten up, the whole field is new. Wang Yu last end or a basin full of water, boards sitting in the field, looking at their own fields across the fish pond. The fish pond originally belonged to their family. Just because the grandfather changed the big disease need to do surgery, the father had no choice but to fish ponds turned out. However, grandpa was not cured, and the fish pond is not coming back. If only I could buy back the fish pond. Wang Yu looked at the treasure pot in his hand and said, but now the money in his pocket is too little. Not to mention the fish pond, even the fish fry can't buy much money on money, money society money heavy, no money everything empty Wang Yu earned tight fists. Now or less money In such a trance, it was already sunset. In the twilight, Song Jixiang ran towards Wang Yu's side alone. While running, he cried, Brother Wang, I can't do right by you. Brother Wang, I'm sorry for you. Wang Yu's ears twitched and followed the sound, but he saw that Song Jixiang was still more than 1,000 meters away from himself, and he even saw Song Jixiang's facial expression clearly. He stared in amazement, thinking that the elixir even had the effect of deafness. While talking, Song Jixiang had already panted and ran to Wang Yu, only to see that he was covered in dirt and very wretched. Wang Yu's heart thumped. Take it easy. What happened? Song Jixiang cried and nagged Wang Yu. Originally, today Song Jixiang according to yesterday Wang Yu taught him the way. According to the cat-painted tiger according to his routine in Taishan selling. At first, no one buy. Other vendors thought he was crazy and ignored him, but later, Song Jixiang's stall on the fruits and vegetables sold more and more expensive and quickly sold out. Vendors are anxious. This is obviously robbing business. After the spread of the stall, they will be Song Jixiang blocked in a depression. Have to let him say where this fruit and vegetables. Song Jixiang where can tell the truth. Can only be surrounded by a group of people beat half a day, but also the $2,000 he earned all robbed over. After hearing this, Wang Yu cursed in anger. This is outrageous. He looked at Song Jixiang. Do you know which village they are from? Anyone who can be this horizontal on Tarzan shouldn't live very far away. Song Jixiang said, I look familiar. I should be a villager from Tianwai village. Heavenly Outer Village? Wang Yu raised his eyebrows. Don't say it. It's really a bit difficult to deal with. Tianwai village rely on is into the Taishan mountain gate must pass through the place. And the village name is also up a bit of ferry. So often attracted to the sky south and north of the tourist sightseeing tours. Over the years, the villagers in Tianwai village have become rich by relying on the farmhouse alone. More money. The waste pole is also hard. So the villagers of Tianwai village is the most overbearing brutality. Other villages can only see the people to avoid. Brother Wang, this time it's all my fault. Those money. Having lost so much money, Song Jixiang didn't know what to do for a while. Wang Yu patted his shoulder and comforted him. Brother, this is not your fault. Tomorrow I will go with you. I don't believe that he really robbed in broad daylight. This matter Wang Yu heart also understand. Their own fruit and vegetables are not only high quality price is also expensive and sales of okay. Has destroyed the original market. Damage to the interests of vested interests. Just he did not expect retaliation will come so quickly. But, Song Jixiang worried. They are many and powerful. We cannot afford to mess with them. You have to mess with it even if you can't afford to mess with it. Wang Yu's harsh words came from the twilight. Chapter 8. A man who loves to smile has no bad luck. When it was completely dark, Wang Yu returned home with his precious treasure pot. Mom He Guifan as yesterday. Stood in the doorway early waiting. See the sun box did not take back. Just carrying a pot of water to the door. The heart of the doubt. Son, what is the sale today? Wang Yu shook his head. Can't tell his mom that he didn't earn a penny today. Lost more than he earned yesterday. He laughed and said, today's general, only sold half. With that, he pulled out $100 and shoved it at his mom. Kid, you know it's not easy to do business. Dad's voice came from the yard. This year's harvest is not good. The fruits and vegetables are not tasty. Naturally it's hard to sell. You relied on luck yesterday. Wang Yu smiled helplessly and didn't bother to explain. Mom He Guifan was afraid that her son lost his fighting spirit. Patted Wang Yu's shoulders. Trading. Today cannot sell tomorrow when the sale is. Son today is a strange thing. What is it? I don't know what happened. After I fed the chickens at noon today, our chickens suddenly became abnormal. Mom said to herself. When Wang Yu heard this, his heart jumped. Could it be that the chicken couldn't stand the potency of the elixir and died? But he did not put much medicine But looking at the appearance of mom and dad, it seems that there is no unhappy But I heard my mom continue. Our old hen suddenly came to life and laid several eggs. Wang Yu was relieved to finally hear some good news. It's more than that. Dad chimed in. It seems to have had a chain reaction, and the geese and ducks are laying more eggs than ever, and the eggs taste much better than before. Oh, I'll have to try it then. Wang Yu smiled, entered the house, and used his chopsticks to clip the scrambled eggs made by his mom. But no, the eggs were fresh and meaty, very refreshing. Then, Wang Yu took a small bite of the goose egg, which was equally very tasty. Dad, Mom, what do you think if we take our eggs out and sell them? This is only a few eggs, can sell a few dollars in case you bump on the road broken. Not worth it. Dad Wang Chongwen immediately dispelled his son's idea. Then what if our chickens lay a few more eggs tomorrow? Wang Yu retorted. You think it is a machine Say laying eggs on laying eggs. Dad glared at him. Mom was old face red. Wang Yu looked at Mom's face. Eyes flashed a flash of color. Sure enough, after the well water moisturizing, Mom's face is a lot better The next day, the rooster seemed to crow earlier than usual. Mom He Guifan got up early, to the family's chicken trough look. Hey, a night gone. Wouldn't trough actually have more than 10 eggs? She was excited towards the duck circle and goose circle to see. No, the yield is quite a lot of it. Old undead, come quickly, come quickly. What's wrong with our livestock? He Guifan was so excited that she couldn't stop talking. What's wrong? Wang Chongwen's heart had felt that yesterday's livestock in his own home was not normal. And when he heard this, he thought that something had happened to the livestock. I ended up running out to take a look and hey, there were so many eggs again. This, even though old Wang has been a farmer for so many years, this is the first time he has encountered this kind of thing. Could it be that the heavens have favored our family with good fortune? Wang Chongwen looked at his wife, tears welling up in his eyes. Ever since Wang Yu's grandfather died, his family has been poor without getting up, so much so that when his son reached marriageable age, no one came to his door to introduce him to anyone. For this matter, The old couple often could not sleep at night. Looking at the miracle in their own circle, it was as if the old couple had seen hope. Wang Yu, on the other hand, saw the strange yawn and came over with a beaten expression. Dad, we can't eat so many eggs at home. Why don't we try to sell them? You brat, you've really got it right. Sell. Of course we have to sell. Wang Chongwen laughed out loud, then glared at his son. But you have to be careful for me. You can't let the egg break. Mom chimed in. I'll give you some extra padding of crushed steps and rotten cotton, so you'll have to be careful. Got it. So then, Wang Yu carried a basket of eggs, duck eggs and goose eggs, running to his own field. Song Jishan was waiting for him at the head of the field as early as ever. It was almost dark when he came yesterday, so he didn't see the changes in Wang Yu's field. But since this morning, he was really shocked. This is just one day. Wang Yu family crops, how with the transformation of the same. Also too magical, right? Because they still have to climb a section of the mountain road. The two did not take much. Not to mention the fear of yesterday's things continue to happen. Song Jishan did not dare to bring more things, for fear of wasting such a good thing again. When they reached the top of Mount Tai's mountainside, the situation was the same as usual, and few tourists asked for it when they heard how expensive it was. Because Mount Tai is a tourist attraction, the tourists who come to climb Mount Tai are different every day, so the effect of word-of-mouth marketing cannot be achieved. Wang Yu realized this problem and thought that he still had to establish his own channels as soon as possible. But the tourists don't know. The vendors standing near Wang Yu can know the power of these fruits and vegetables of them all. Seeing these two people again to steal business, cannot help but look angrily. But here people come and go. Taishan Tourism Office security personnel are also present, so they do not dare to be too arrogant. Brother Mao, look at them. They've come to steal our village's business again. After the stalls are closed, should we educate them again? A short-haired youth said as he came up to a young man. The man had a hint of yellow in his hair. His body was not thin and not fat, but also quite strong. He looked over to Wang Yu's side and whispered, if they sell again like yesterday, we'll have to clean it up. Brother Mao, in fact, we can completely let them sell. We robbed it. This is not a little easier? The young man hemmed and hawed and laughed, with a lewd look on his face. The one called Mao glared at him. It's luck to be able to sell all of them for one day, but to be able to sell all of them for 2 or 3 days is strength. The night road is easy to fall into the ditch. Just think of some crooked tricks do not matter. He cannot sell here to go to other places or not still selling. At the same time, Wang Yu was also looking at them. Although the place was very noisy with people's voices, with his sensitive hearing, he still clearly heard the duo's conversation. Brother Wang, it was the two of them who took the lead yesterday. Song Jishan reminded Wang Yu when he saw him looking towards that side. Wang Yu nodded. It's fine. Act according to the original plan. We still have to sell these things today. Song Jishan was puzzled. But even if we sell it, what if they rob again with yesterday? Wang Yu carelessly patted Song Jishan's shoulder. Gu, don't look so bitter and hateful. The tourists would have wanted to buy all, let you scare away. Come on, smile. A man who loves to smile never has bad luck. Chapter 9, A Great Tonic. Song Jishan drooped his head and couldn't smile on his face, because both he and Wang Yu had waited for an hour, and no tourists patronized them. Some tourists had wanted to buy, but just looked at the price tag on it, and they all shook their heads and left. On the contrary, when he looked at Mao's stall across the street, it wasn't as hot as the one he bought yesterday, but there were occasional sporadic tourists who stopped to buy some. Brother Mao, it looks like the other party has shriveled up today. The youth came over to Brother Mao's side again and handed over a cigarette, saying, Mao took the cigarette, inhaled a mouthful, gulped smoke. Taishan, this year Chengdu is not good. The village fruits and vegetables are actually about the same. He piao so high prices is completely chance. Yeah, look, it's going to be dark in an hour or so. He's not going to be able to sell all his stuff today. That's right. Mao finished his cigarette and pointed to his own stall. Look at this. Our vegetables are deflated. I guess we can't sell them. So let's rest for a while and prepare to withdraw. So they use no education? Xiangzi, are you stupid? Everyone is a farmer. It's not easy for them, not to mention that they didn't sell today. You're educating a hairline. Brother Mao drank a sentence of Changzi, perhaps a little sleepy, even the straw hat down to cover, leaning against the rock to fall asleep. The one called Xiangzi looked at Mao, and then turned his head and glared fiercely at Song Jishan, who was watching over there. Before he sat down again to guard his stall, Song Jishan timidly lowered his head, and twisted his head to look at Wang Yu again, only to see that he had actually fallen asleep guarding the small stove as well. He frowned and was very puzzled in his heart. How come today's Wang Yu wasn't as active and hawking as he was on the first day? Instead he had to wait for such a long time. Song Ji-xiang looked at the time on his cell phone. It was already 5 in the afternoon. Wake up, Brother Wang. It's time. He walked over and patted Wang Yu's shoulder. Ha, time's up. Wang Yu rubbed his eyes and looked at his cell phone. It was indeed already 5 in the afternoon. Looking around, however, he saw a gradual increase in the number of tourists, each with a weary look on their faces. He looked down at the pot on the stove again, a steaming white mist constantly rising from the cracks, and with a slight shrug of his nose, he could smell the aroma of cooked eggs. Wow! Right place, right time, right people, all together. Wang Yu stretched his waist comfortably and smiled. Brothers, get ready to open. Song Jisheng froze. Brother, do you really want to do this? It's looking like it's getting dark. Wang Yu did not answer, and as soon as he uncovered the lid of the pot, the hot white gas was suddenly fragrant, and the air was filled with the flavor of eggs. It's open ah! It's open ah! Eggs and ducks and big goose eggs. Eat an egg when you're tired and sleepy ah! Pure natural farm eggs. Men eat aphrodisiacs. Women eat moisturizing. The real thing does not lie ah! Try a bite for free, and if it's to your liking then buy it too. A great tonic. Ah! If you miss it, you'll be sad for life. The scent and the enthusiastic shouts merged into one, and the tired tourists couldn't help but stop, all following the smell and the sound, looking towards Wang Yu's stall, but all stopped themselves when they saw the prices marked on them. Eggs are $10, duck eggs are $20, and goose eggs are surprisingly $30. Note that it's not a pound. It's an ah! My God, is there such an expensive egg in this world? It's a murderous rhythm. And look at the price of fruits and vegetables over there. Cucumbers, corn, tomatoes, all $10. Boiled corn 20, and it's all one. When the tourists saw the sky-high price, they had the urge to turn around and leave, but when their noses shrugged, they licked their mouths uncontrollably, and their stomachs grumbled indisputably. The visitor closest to Wang Yu's stall couldn't stand it anymore and walked to the stall, looking at the egg in the pot. Is this egg really that good? Of course. Wang Yu took a look at the man in front of him. His body was slim. He seemed to have a bit of kidney loss. You taste it. Wang Yu cut a small slice of egg and handed it to the young man. The young man frowned, put it in his mouth and chewed gently. His frowning brow suddenly stretched, and then went up again, but not in anger, but in surprise. The meat was elastic and exceptionally flavorful, as if you were eating a feast. Really, the chewing sensation, the uncontrollable blossoming of the taste buds, the feeling of fullness in the belly. It's great. This. The young man was speechless with excitement as he looked at the eggs in the pan. At this time, the people around them also finally lost control and surrounded them. How the hell is this egg? Don't just stand there, tell me instead. Hey, you guys, boss, can I taste it? The man took a taste. The same expression, the same dumbfounded look without a word. The people around them were dumbfounded. What the hell is going on here? Yummy, awesome, it's like I'm all energized. The duo opened their mouths with excitement one after another, and the crowd froze. Did it really work that well? In the middle of the crowd's hesitation, those first two people who had tasted it had already bought 2 eggs without hesitation. $20 easy. Wang Yu held the money in his hand and smiled. He. Limited quantity. Now the price has changed. Eggs 15, duck eggs 25, goose eggs 35. Ah, holy, isn't this a game? Are they both trustees? The crowd's immediate desire to buy faded again. Wang Yu was disdainful. A good egg is not afraid of being late. Whoever eats it knows. Just bought the end of the 2 were just ready to turn around and leave it. Heard the price even went up. All body beat. Boss, just hesitated. So what? Get me both duck and goose eggs. The 2 said in unison. Wang Yu heatedly smiled. A look next to Song Jisheng still freeze. Busy push a hand. Freeze what? Hurry to guests loaded eggs. Hey. Song Jisheng is a little bit confused. Cucumbers and tomatoes are sold so expensive. He did not expect. Wang Yu's eggs are also sold so well and just uncovered the lid of the pot for a moment. He even had the urge to eat. Wang Yu, this person is really god The livestock in Wang Yu's yard was limited and laid very few eggs, and only brought a total of 30 today, and in the blink of an eye, 6 had already been sold. On the opposite side of Wang Yu's stall, outside the crowd, Chang Zi saw that suddenly a large group of people surged towards Wang Yu's stall, and immediately became anxious, and quickly woke up Mao, who was still sleeping. Brother Mao, wake up. Those 2 boys across the street are starting to steal business again. What a situation this is. You damn kid, do what to eat. How suddenly so many people? Mao brother looked at so many people flocked over. Also a face of dementia. Damn. Sleep a night's work. How so many people? Wang Yu ears how sensitive. Here this cannot help but sneer. I have given you the opportunity to sell things. You do not sell when I sell. Why rob business said. Chapter 10, sold out again. Don't hesitate. This is a one-time opportunity. If you miss it, there are still 2 eggs, 3 duck eggs and 4 goose eggs. Okay, now that all the eggs are sold out, only duck eggs are left. Oh no, sorry, no duck eggs either. Only goose eggs left. Ah. Goose eggs are now 51. Ah. Double the potency. Boss, I'll take all the rest. Any more? When someone finally got close enough to pull out their wallet, they realized the pot was empty. Wang Yu helplessly spread his hands. I'm sorry, you're a step late. But well, he touched his nose and looked at the other party's frustrated face. I still have this egg at my house. If you really want to eat it, you can go to my house to find me. Really? The man was instantly delighted at his words. That's right, my home is at the foot of Mount Tai in Wangjia village. Just go down the mountain and ask for directions. Here, this is my phone number. Just call me when you can't find it. Wang Yu wrote his contact information on the note and handed it to the man. The man was flattered and nodded his head in joy. Yes, 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 I'll be there. When the people in the back heard this, they wanted Wang Yu's contact information, and Wang Yu directly told his cell phone. Outside the crowd, Chang Zi looked at Mao helplessly. What should we do? It looks like those two goods are all sold out again. Mao's head is also a little bit blind. How can he not understand? A common egg, how to sell the price so high? And there are so many tourists willing to pay? Are these people crazy? He had thought of going up to see what was different about Wang Yu's egg, but after squeezing half a day hard, he couldn't squeeze in. What all sold out? It's only 20 or 30 eggs that were sold. Mao glared at Keiko. But that's nearly $1,000 earned. Yeah, so much. Mao muttered in his heart that 1,000 was indeed tempting enough for the vendors. But he consoled. That's not all that's been sold. Don't forget, their vegetables haven't been sold today. It's probably all wilted by now. They sold so expensively yesterday. Compared to the cost of that fruits and vegetables is also high, so they can't earn much by doing this math. When this was heard in Wang Yu's ears, he laughed again. Punching at the tourists who were still in love with him, he said, Hey, my family's eggs are not bought today, but there are fruits and vegetables, corn, cucumbers, tomatoes, long watery, you see, the effect is also very good. Do you want to taste it? The crowd's eyes looked towards the fruits and vegetables next to them. Just now the attention was all focused on the eggs. There is no way. The flavor is really too easy to stimulate the desire of people. At this time, looking at that one crystal clear and full of temptation fruit and vegetables, all wide-eyed. This, boss, can I have a taste? Wang Yu laughed. You also know that this is very expensive, so I can only let you guys taste the corn. Can. The tourists who surrounded the non-dissipating tourists said excitedly. They were very disappointed that they didn't taste the eggs just now. At this moment, they would like to taste what's so special about the fruits and vegetables of Wang Yu's family. A corncob spins in the hands of visitors and is gone in a flash. Wang Yu looked at the tourists' eyes filled with desire and laughed. What's the flavor? Awesome. It's just great. The tourists were thrilled. They'd never had corn that tasted so good. No wonder it's so expensive. Even if it's more expensive, you have to eat it. It's really so delicious. The point is, after taking just a small bite, it's as if you feel your body being purified along with it. And that feeling is simply too wonderful to describe. Boss, I'll take all of these tomatoes. Name your price. Someone immediately reacted in light of the eggs lesson just now. Boss, I'll take all this corn. Boss, give me all these cucumbers. The crowd argued again. The argument was so loud that it dumbfounded Mao and Keiko, who were standing outside the crowd watching. At this time the sky has gradually darkened down. Fruits and vegetables sold mainly as a fresh power are not fresh, but also sell such high prices, and so many people also tend to rush. This completely overturned their three views. Keiko, clean up the stall. Mao commanded as he looked across the street at the stall that was almost bursting at the seams. Chang Zi was stunned. Brother Mao, are we leaving now? It's not even time yet. You're stupid. Chang Zi glared at him and said angrily, get ready to call a few brothers and do it at the usual place. Keiko froze. Mao, I thought you said no. Sis, these two are completely psychotic. I'd like to see what kind of trickery they're hiding. Surprisingly, they're selling it so high. Django said and left angrily. These words clearly reached Wang Yu's ears, and he pretended as if nothing had happened and instructed Song Jixiang to help. So many people selling things. Of course, cannot let people all-inclusive. He has to maximize the user experience. So still according to the old rules, a person can only buy one. But even then, the fruits and vegetables brought in were quickly bought up. Song Jixiang stretched his arms. He was really tired from being busy just now. However, there was an inexplicable sense of fulfillment in his heart as he watched the things on his stall being snapped up and bought. What are you thinking about? This is money for you. Take it. When he froze, he saw Wang Yu holding a pile of money and handing it to himself. Song Jixiang took a look. Almost 700 or 800. Brother Wang, I can't take this money. I was robbed of 2,000 yesterday. How can I still have the face to take it? Besides, if you hadn't come today, I wouldn't have been able to sell it. I can't take this money. Wang Yu forced the money into Song Jixiang's pocket. Why are we still talking about this? Let's make money together. But, Song Jixiang heartwarm, he lost so much money to others. Did not expect Wang Yu actually did not blame himself at all, but also gave himself so much money. Our farmers, naturally know that this money is not easy to come. Song Jixiang heart feel a million. Thought Wang Yu this person himself followed quasi-right. The mission was successfully completed. The two packed up their things and prepared to go down the mountain. Song Jixiang took the initiative to carry the frame and other things on his back, and Wang Yu did not refuse. The two touched the sky and made their way down the mountain. When walking to a mountain pass, Wang Yu's ears twitched and the corner of his mouth could not help but raise. Jixiang, you didn't get robbed right here last night, did you? Wang Yu sneered. Song Jixiang, who was about to continue walking forward, gave a start. Brother Wang, how do you know? Wang Yu snorted coldly and roared at the woods in the darkness. Since you're all here, how come you all don't dare to come out? I'm here to deliver wealth to you. Why don't you come out quickly to receive me? There was a sudden commotion in the silent and deep woods as Mao and Chang Zi came out with a group of people aggressively. Chapter 11, The Water Emergency. Kid, you're quite cross. Where did you bring these eggs and vegetables from today? Mao walked to the front of the two, and in his heart, he was very confused about how Wang Yu knew he had ambushed them in advance. What are you going to do? Before Wang Yu could say anything, Song Jixiang saw that it was Mao, and fearing that Wang Yu would be beaten, he quickly stood between Wang Yu and Mao. Mao did not look at Song Jixiang, but sized up Wang Yu through the moonlight, not realizing that this kid was quite calm. Brothers, we are all the people at the foot of Taishan Mountain, so we can all make money together. Can you tell me the secret of earning money? Brother Mao said kindly. After all, no one would ever be unhappy with money. Through today's performance, he also knows that Wang Yu is the main person in this matter. Wang Yu didn't reply, but looked at him in a cold voice. Did you guys beat up Ji Xian last night? Mao raised an eyebrow, and behind him, Chang Zi crossly said, that's right, it's us. If you kid is sensible, tell us the method quickly, or you won't be spared a bout of flesh and blood. Chang Zi, how to talk to a brother. Mao scolded Chang Zi and smiled at Wang Yu. My brother has a bit of a bad temper. Forgive me. Wang Yu expressionless, said, in fact, the way is very simple. 5 or 6 o'clock is when tourists are very tired, but there is still a short time before climbing Mount Tai. It is just right to turn around and shop. This is my secret. But why is it that no one buys my stuff? Mao asked, staring at Wang Yu. Wang Yu spread his hands. Who knows? Why don't you try raising the price a bit? Kid, you're not telling me the truth. Mao's voice suddenly went cold. You beat up my brother and still want my money. Where in the world is such a reason? Wang Yu sneered. The other party's foxtail finally leaked out. It means there's no more to talk about. I happen to want to exercise. The two men argued, and the scene froze for a moment. Song Jixiang saw the other side of the crowd, and constantly made eyes at Wang Yu, but Wang Yu ignored him. Song Jixiang's heart secretly said a bad. It seems that today again to follow the dust of last night. However, in a moment of fighting, I have to rush forward, cannot let Wang Yu injured. Just as he was thinking this, Mao and Keiko's men had already surrounded him. Toast him until he's done. Brother, beat him up until he's willing to talk. Brother Mao let out a vicious sentence and retreated, leaving the scene to his own brothers. It's all about the countryside, and everything is ultimately about violence. However, Mao was just thinking about how to condescendingly ask questions in a while when he heard a flutter in the darkness, and after a few sounds in succession, there was no movement. Looking for the sound, their own 10 or so brothers which still standing, actually all lying on the ground crying out in pain. Originally surrounded in the center of the Song Jixiang is also a face of surprise. He has been prepared to be beaten and injured, but he has not moved. Just watched Wang Yu a trance rush to the front, and the other party won by 1 to a punch. The other party all fell down. This is too fast, isn't it? At this time, Wang Yu, in Song Jixiang's heart, is already a literary and martial arts master of the world. Wang Yu was also surprised at the changes in himself. He didn't expect that after taking the elixir, he was not only much stronger, but even his reaction had become faster. You wait for me. Mao looked a little hairy. Good man not to lose. Panicked and fled, leaving his brothers behind. Wang brother, unexpectedly you actually have this hand. No wonder yesterday had to follow me. He. Song Jixiang was relieved, but then realized what the problem was, and added, this Mao is a person from Tianwai village, and you are also in the know that people from Tianwai village can't afford to suffer losses, in case in the future. Wang Yu waved his hand. What's the contingency? Don't be afraid. His heavenly beyond village is too bullying. We can't keep enduring it. Song Jixiang nodded solemnly. The two of them went their separate ways as they came to a fork in the road, agreeing to see each other tomorrow. Since then, Wang Yu took Song Ji-xiang to send things to the mountain to sell every day. Because of the high traffic, the effect is very good. Almost every day can be sold out. Even, there are people who occasionally call for Wang Yu and personally go to his house to buy some farmhouse souvenirs. And Mao and Xiangzi, who were beaten up by Wang Yu once, didn't show up again. However, with this lesson, Wang Yu didn't slacken off. Every night he insisted on using the elixir that Black Bear gave him to strengthen his body and bones. And in the morning he got up early and started exercising according to that body forging technique. After a period of bonding, Wang Yu's entire mental outlook has changed a lot. And every day by the elixir nourished by the pure water nourishment. Wang Yu's parents also fit and strong a lot. Every day smile and laugh. Life is also living at ease. However, on this day the villagers of Wangjia village suddenly became angry. The reason is that the village of Tianwai, which is in the upper reaches of the river, has cut off the water source. You know, right now the surrounding villages are in a drought. Each village needs a lot of water for life. Originally Wangjia village there is another tributary, but in the last 2 years gradually disappeared, and can only completely rely on the upstream left behind the river water irrigation. Once this Tianwai village cuts off the water source, it can seriously affect their lives. This heavens beyond villages is also too overbearing, isn't it? Water is a public resource. Why should it only be used by them in Tianwai village? That's right, we need water now, and if they cut it off, we'll have to wait for the crops to dry up. Ouch, ouch, ouch. My family's fish pond won't survive this either. No, 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 they're being too nonsensical in Tianwai village. Let's go and dislike the dam. A group of people walked through the streets and soon gathered the men of Wangjia village. Wang Yu happened to sell things on Taishan. His family could only Wang Chongwen followed. Only, Wangjia village is only a small village of 500 people. Adult males combined, only less than 200. When they walked to the dam, Tianwai village's people were already waiting there. The other side was outnumbered, and Wangjia village's villagers quickly returned in defeat. When Wang Yu came home from the mountain wearing a frame, he watched his parents sitting in the street with a gloomy face and talking to people. Finished. At that time bought your family's fish pond was thinking of making money. Where did I think it would be like this? Wang Laoshi, the neighbor of Wang Yu's family, said with a sad face. Hey, this is also something that can't be helped. Wang Chongwen smoked a cigarette and said, right now there are droughts everywhere. Even that upstream water is running dry. Although Tianwai village has blocked the dam, I don't think it can be supported for a month. But we can't even last half a month without water. Wang Yu heard this, immediately had an idea, walked over, toward the Wang honest said honest uncle, you see anyway, the fish pond no water cannot earn money, or the fish pond again disc to my family it. Chapter 12, Installment Payments. Although Wang Laoshi's name is honest, his heart is not honest at all. When Wang Yu's grandfather was sick, he insisted on buying his family's fish pond at the lowest price. If he hadn't been in such a hurry to use the money, Wang Yu would have wanted to beat up his neighbor, who had drilled his way into the eye of money. Only, the wheel of heaven, Wang honestly did not expect. This year happened to catch up with the drought. The fish pond must not be alive. If you buy it this time at a low price, you can also avenge the hatred of the year. As for the problem of no water in the fish pond, Wang Yu does not care. He has a treasure bowl. This is not a problem at all. The question now is how low a price can be paid for the fish ponds. Dad Wang Chongwen heard his son's words, cannot help but think of the events of the year. This matter has been the pain in his heart. If you do not sell the fish pond, I do not know the family turned to today's appearance. Every time he looked at the neighbors to sell fish to the Nanjiale side, he hated his teeth itching. But hate to hate, these 2 years the value of fish ponds continue to appreciate. To his family background, is completely unable to buy back. It's just that, for one thing, I don't have the money, and for another, there's a drought going on, so it's a loss to buy it back. He couldn't help but look at his son as if he were a fool, and wondered if his son was confused. Son, what are you talking about? Where does our family have the spare money to buy a fish pond? Wang Chongwen drank. When Wang Laoshi heard that Wang Yu wanted to acquire his family's fish pond, he originally had an attention in his heart, but once he heard Wang Chongwen's words, his heart fell to the bottom again. Yes, these 2 years, Wang Chongwen's family has been half dead, and he did not know how to have free money to buy their own fish pond. Xiao Yu, I understand your heart, but your family is not good at telling the truth. And he did not say anything in the middle of his words. My family really doesn't have any money. Wang Yu squatted down and looked at Wang Laoshi. Uncle Wang, how much do you think your family's fish pond is selling for now? My family's fish pond has to earn more than $100,000 a year anyhow. Wang Laoshi bragged. This is indeed bragging. Although the village is very close to the Taishan tourist area, the market demand is great, but the fish in Wang's village is far from being sold in the village outside the sky. Whether it is the price or the number, The difference is several sections, not to mention that there are other villages competing. Simply cannot earn much. As for the outside of the big city to sell, live in the mountains, the road is not good, the cost is not enough. Especially this year caught up with the drought. Not to mention the sale, even the water is not. Raise a fart fish ah. How about I sell your family's fish pond for $200,000? Wang Yu smiled. Wang Laosher still froze without saying anything. His father Wang Chongwen blared. Brat, what are you talking about? Where do we have $200,000? Wang Yu waved his hand, his eyes looking at Wang Laosher. Uncle Wang, $200,000. Are you selling at this price? Ha! Wang Laosher cried out in surprise. If someone is really willing to spend $200,000 to buy my family's fish pond, I will definitely sell it. The point is that your family doesn't have that much money either. This is not a problem. Wang Yu said, how about you look at this? My family, I can't get so much money at once. Your family, the fish pond is deserted is also deserted. Why don't we set up a contract first? You can pay in installments. I give you $8,500 a month, pay you 2 years, more out of interest. How? Ha, this is a good way. Wang Laosher bright eyes, and then took the tree stick on the ground to count. Hey, $8,500 a month, 2 years, then a total of $244,000. There are $4,000 of interest it. Not to mention cost effective. Completely earned it. Little leap. Are you sure you're not joking? Wang Laosher frowned. Son, don't fool around. The old man Wang Chongwen was anxious. This is a total loss of business. Of course, Wang Yu ignored his old man, and Wang honestly said, in fact, this fish pond is not me to buy, but my classmates happen to want to invest in our side of the fish pond, so they want to invest money for me to buy, and earn a share of his profit. Just pay the money. Who cares who buys it? That's fine. If you really that come up with the money, I naturally agree. Wang Laosher gritted his teeth and said, son, are you telling the truth? Is this still fake? Wang Yu returned to the house, directly took out $10,000. Honest uncle, my classmate has something else to do in the past 2 days. I guess a few days before coming to inspect. Do you think we sign now or wait for 2 days for him to come and then sign? Of course I'm signing now. Wang Laosher blurted out. Their own fish ponds know their own situation. If 2 days after the people came, a look at the fish pond only half of the water left, unless it is a fool is willing to buy it. Moreover, Wang Yu's family is also their own neighbors. Can run away from the monk cannot run away from the temple, when he cannot pay. The big deal is that they want to come back. At that moment, the excited Wang Laosher looked for the village clerk to be a witness, and Wang Yu signed the contract in person, and led the 10,000 yuan down payment happy to go home. The village branch secretary Wang Jinwu was a middle-aged man about the same age as Wang Yu Wang Chongwen. He just persuaded half a day, but the contract was still given to sign. Xiao Ya ah, your family's situation you are also clear. See the sky more and more drought. You this is not pure loss of business. I know that you have a grudge in your heart for what happened back then, but you can't be so impulsive. Wang Yu knew that the secretary was thinking about himself. Uncle don't look at the current drought. This year's El Niño phenomenon is particularly serious. Maybe it will rain in a couple of months. Wang Jinwu do not understand what El Niño. He only knows the weather forecast. Hey, you do not say that useless. The weather forecast which day is not broadcast late. Simply useless. We have to look at our crop's eyesight. I think this year is no chance. Seeing his father Wang Chongwen also in the side of a blinking look at himself, Wang Yu know what the two old man cannot explain, and hastily said, hey, this is not my money. Anyway, the loss of the lost cannot be on their own. My classmate is a rich second generation. This money to his family for the rain. Anyway, I have said what should be said. When the time comes, Wang Jinwu did not finish, shaking his head with his backhand and leaving Wang Yu's home. Wang Chongwen smoked a cigarette, looked at his son's face and said, son, tell the truth to dad. This fish pond can really make money? Dad, don't forget the changes in our livestock over the past 2 days. I believe this is the beginning of good luck for our family. When I was in college, I studied I Ching, and I can calculate people's luck. Wang Yu pretended to be a magician and said, since the family encountered those things, mom and dad all day on the god chatter. Wang Yu think this kind of words instead of the easiest to convince mom and dad. Seriously? Universities still study this stuff? Wang Chongwen looked disbelieving. Really you do not know. Now Yishui is a popular academic literature. My teacher rely on to give people to see the feng shui to earn a lot of money. Chapter 13, beat Wu Air into Wu Di. I Ching masters do make money, but the premise is a master. Like Wang Yu, a student who plays with his cell phone in class. Not to mention masters, even the skin of the I Ching has not learned. The reason why I mention this is entirely to fool my dad. As they were chatting, there was a sudden cacophony of noise from the street, and father and son went to the door. Men of the Wang family village, gather quickly. Damn it, he's too much of a bully even for the heavenly outer village. Go, him. The crowd was all young and old. Wang Chongwen pulled one of them. What's wrong? Didn't you just come back from the outer heaven village? Brother Wang, you don't know. The village chief for our village water thing. And that day outside the village chief to discuss. But before we can see their village chief, was outside the village of the people beat. He is now hospitalized in the village hospital, which is not good. Our Wangjia village is not a weakling. We must fight him. Wang's village is an outsider. 80% of the village's people are all surnamed Wang, which is considered a small family that has been preserved. When Wang Chongwen heard this, he was also furious, and immediately pulled his son to follow the team toward Tianwai village. Wan Yu helpless, looking at the crowd raging, he came out at this time to pull the fight. I am afraid that it will be slammed by the crowd, so I can only let the situation develop. In no time, a group of people with hose arrived in front of the dam in Tianwai village. There are still people guarding the dam in Tianwai village. All of them are young men from the village, big and thick. All of them are not to be messed with. As Wang Yu's eyes reached, he saw that the one standing on top was an old acquaintance. Yes, it's the same Mao and Kung who he beat up that day. From the heavens beyond village, tell your village chief to come out and speak. You beat up our village chief in broad daylight. Is there any king's law left? If you don't give us an explanation today, we'll spend the rest of the day with you. Wangjia village men are few, and do not dare to run up to do brutal work, can only contribute to the pile of standing below with a loudspeaker shouting. Mao, who was standing on the dam, naturally knew the temperament of the Wang family village, and condescendingly yelled, your village headman trespassed on people's homes, and deserved to be beaten. What's the matter? Come up and fight. You uneducated ones. You still talk like this when you see your elders. The people of the Wang family village turned red with anger. I'm just like that. So what? Chang Zi also put in a harsh word. The people of Wangjia village looked at me and I looked at you. And for a while every tough person came out to speak. There is no way. The people of Wangjia village are too few. And many young people have gone out to work or go to school, leaving behind some small dolls and old people. But Tianwai village is different, with the geographical advantage. Many young people do not have to go out to make a lot of money. So there is a lot of people. There is no way to compare. Wan Yu pondered all this, and thought that it is always so that he Tianwai village stepped on the living cannot be. It is about to go up to stand. Wang Chongwen saw that his own son was going to move forward and hurriedly pulled him back. Kid, don't you want to die? Wang Yu rolled his eyes. I'm the only one in this village who is the right age. If I don't stand out, who will? That won't work either. We'll all just make a mess and go back in a while. You can't be stupid. Wang Chongwen just a son, regardless of success or not, but also counted on the old age. In case his son has a good or bad, the rest of his life can be no place to go. No, since I'm here I'll have to give them a good talk about heavenly outer village. Wan Yu's temper came up, and he couldn't pull it back even if he was on top of a bull. Wang's village is the smallest around. From the time when he was a child Wan Yu went to school. The students of the village are often bullied by the surrounding large villages, which is especially prevalent in the Tianwai village, which is also a beam that has been formed over the years, which can be said not to make trouble. When the people of Wangjia village saw Wang Yu go to the front, they kindly advised, Xiao Yu, what are you doing to go? Wang Chongwen ran forward in a hurry and roared, Brat, come back here. I'll just talk sense to them. No fighting. Wang Yu turned back to the folks and said, don't panic, let me go over and talk about it first. If it doesn't work, then we'll talk about it. Wang Yu said and continued to walk forward with his head covered. The people of Wangjia village looked at me and I looked at you, but they didn't dare to follow them forward. You, hey. Wang Chongwen looked at his own village folks and could only sigh helplessly. One of the older men said, Chongwen, don't worry, in case something happens to Little Leap, we'll risk our lives to bring him back. Yes, Xiao Yu is doing this for the sake of our village. We can't just ignore it. Someone in the crowd said. Mao and Chang Zi stood on the dam, looking down triumphantly at the people of Wangjia village. Ever since they were severely beaten by Wang Yu last time, they wanted to take a good revenge, but they were afraid of Wang Yu's tactics and couldn't gather many people at a time, so they could only endure in secret. In the past few days, some people in the village feel that the water is not enough, and have responded to cut off the water. The village chief is his second uncle, so he was sent to the front line to personally guard the dam. Brother Mao, look at this. The people of Wangjia village only move their mouths. They don't dare to make a move at all. Chang Zi said with a smug look on his face. Che, just the population of their village isn't even enough for a fraction of our village. Mao also smoked a cigarette and said unconcernedly. However, as soon as the two men spoke, they saw a young man come out from the crowd of the Wang clan village. The distance was too far away for them to see very clearly. Holy, which ungrateful person from Wangjia village dares to come out alone? Chang Zi cursed and was also very curious. Don't bowl asterisk 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 with him in a while? When they come they'll rush down and do it. Mao exhaled a smoke ring and said. However, as they got closer, the two were a bit dumbfounded. Who is it if not that devil Wang Yu? The two looked at each other, both seeing the other's fear. Brother Mao, what should we do? Keiko wondered. Mao looked around and saw that there were about 50 people from his village. There are more of us than last time. Last time we weren't prepared, but this time it's a big deal for the village's water. They're all fighting for their lives. We can't miss this chance for revenge. But what if things get too big? Johnny cautioned. Mao raised an eyebrow. What are you afraid of? I'll take care of it if anything happens. I have my second uncle behind me anyway. Keiko sniffed, nodded, and rushed to the young men in the village. Did you see that guy coming up? That person is very powerful. After he comes up in a while, give me a good fight. Do you understand? The young man from Tianwai village watched only one person come up and didn't take it seriously. Don't worry, brother Mao. With so many of us, even if the one from Wangjia village is Wu Erlang, we will beat him up to become Wu Dailang, and let him go back to selling cooking cakes with a green hat. The crowd laughed out loud at the words. Wang Yu, on the other hand, slowly walked up amidst the jeers of the crowd. Chapter 14, Water from Beyond the Sky. There were also a few rows of large poplars planted near the dam, and the distance was a bit far, so after Wang Yu went up to the dam, the people of Wangjia village couldn't see clearly who was who. The young people of Tianwai village, who had long been prepared, poured on as soon as they saw Wang Yu walking up. Wang Yu had been practicing body forging for some time. His body was agile and his martial arts were very different from the past. Seeing a group of people running towards him, he was not in a hurry to avoid, but instead of retreating, he advanced and swung his fist towards the people running towards him. Touch, touch, touch. After a few exchanges in succession, a large portion of the people from the heavens beyond village fell. Mao and Xiangzi looked at each other and also swung their fists and rushed forward. However, in the face of absolute power, even greater numbers were scum. Within a few minutes, the young people from the heavens beyond village were easily stepped on by Wang Yu, and cries of pain rose up. Wang Yu ignored the pain of the crowd, stood on the dam and looked around, only to see that the original running river, at this time, has been dying. The water level dropped. A large portion of the water level are close to seeing the bottom. No wonder the people of the Tianwai village do not care about the death of the downstream villages. According to this situation, their own villages will not be able to live for long. Even if the gates are open now to release water, it will not solve the problem. Those of Tianwai village, listen up. Our Wang clan village is not one to be bullied. You guys keep this water for yourselves. I, the Wang family village, won't drink your water yet. Wang Yu said and went down the dam without looking back. It was the turn of the people of Tianwai village to be shocked. They had thought that the dam couldn't take it today, but they didn't realize that Wang Yu wouldn't open the sluice gate after beating them up. Mao, is he stupid? Keiko covered her mouth and grunted. Mao slapped him on the head. Have you ever seen a fool who sells eggs at sky-high prices and still sells out? Xiangzi ate a pain. Yes, but this Wangjia village is at the downstream, and there is no water. That river in their village dried up a long time ago. Mao was also confused in his mind, not understanding Wang Yu's behavior at all. Who cares? It's the biggest success that he didn't ask for our village's water anyway. If he misses this opportunity, he won't have any more. The people of Wangjia village stood below, listening to the commotion, thinking that Wang Yu would suffer, and were clamoring to go up and help. But then they saw Wang Yu come back alone. Taking a closer look, hey, the body is actually intact. Is it a good deal? Wang Chongwen was worried about his son and ran straight up. Son, what's the deal? How come I heard shouting and crying up there? Thought you were being beaten. Hey, Wang Yu sighed and shook his head helplessly. When the villagers of Wangjia village saw this, they thought that this was not a deal. Little leap, if the water talks don't work out, let's talk about it. It's good that you're okay. Everyone appreciates your feelings, someone in the crowd said. Wang Yu said, I personally went up to take a look, and there really isn't much water left in this upstream river. Even if we open the gates and release the water now, our village won't last a month. Hey, this year, it seems that the harvest is not possible. The farmers sighed. Farmers are counting on the sky for all the food in their crops, and the people of Tianwai village followed and cried out, saying that it wasn't easy for them either, and that they had no choice but to do so. So I watched and came down. Wang Yu continued. The people of Wangjia village were stunned, thinking when did the people of Tianwai village become so kind? However, no one continued to ask. Their hearts are calculating counting on the river water to water the land is no longer, is not thinking that we should go to the city to work to try it. At that moment, the villagers of Wangjia village each had their own thoughts and went home with drooping heads. Son, in the future you can't be so reckless. Today is also your luck. Otherwise the day the people from the outer village started the fire, I can break the back. Wang Chongwen couldn't help but feel a pang of trepidation when he thought about what had just happened. See what you're saying, your son isn't doing well. Wang Yu laughed. Wang Chongwen took a look at his son, and the more he looked at him, the better he looked. Although his son acted a little reckless today, but like a man should do things, he was proud of his son in his heart. That night, Wang Chongwen let his daughter-in-law noisy 2 eggs, and made a few dishes. The masters drink wine. Wang Chongwen natural nothing to drink, mainly want to borrow the wine set son of the fish pond thing. Originally, the fish pond back to the hands of the family is very happy, but this afternoon and looked at the water source is hopeless. The fish pond is not deserted but let him how to condescend. Wang Yu just changed the topic. Chatting, actually got his dad Wang Chongwen drunk, and Wang Yu also young drunkenly returned to his own room, waiting for his parents to completely sleep, before he carried that treasure pot, stealing quietly walked out from his own home. It's natural to stay up all night thinking about the water source. Since Tianwai village, refused to release the water, we had to produce our own water in Wangjia village. Wang Yu touched the darkness and walked to the dry waterway on the edge of Wangjia village. This river is called Sacred Spring River. The original meaning is the spring water given by the gods in the sky. When I was a child, Wang Yu often came here to bathe and play with the village children. Even if they peed in it, the water they drank in their mouths was as sweet as ever. Only, with the loss of time, this holy spring river for some reason, gradually disappeared. Wang Yu walked upstream along the river while his mind recalled things from his childhood. He also remembered that when he was a child, there was a little girl across the street who often wanted him to carry her on his back to play inside the water, and the two were so close that they often slept together. Only, then the girl's family got rich and moved to the city to study and live, and the two of them had no more contact. Her name seems to be Wang Xinran, I think. Wang Yu shook his head and shook the figure in his mind to the clouds. He walked to the uppermost reaches of the river, where the soil had long since cracked, but it turned out to be a spring. Wang Yu tilted the treasure pot in his hand by placing it on the ground and propping it up with another stone. For a while, the water from the polygon poured out. A steady stream of water gushed out. I leapt to take a sip and it was sweet, refreshing and moist. In the beginning, the water disappeared into the dry, cracked soil just as soon as it came out of the polytunnel. Wang Yu thought that it should be because the underground water was too deep, and there should be a lot of space below, but he wasn't worried. It wasn't like there was any less water in the treasure pot anyway. The water dripped and dripped, no longer dipping lower down, but actually spreading downstream along the river. Wang Yu's eyes flickered because not only was the water in the treasure basin flowing outward, he realized that there was actually water bubbling outward from lower down. That is to say, he mindlessly unexpectedly opened the spring underneath for many years not seen. Wangjia village's sacred spring river was accidentally opened by him. Unbeknownst to him, the rivers of the immortal realm already contained endless source power, and after being energized by the treasure basin, a spring had been automatically generated underground. When the rooster crowed the next day, the entire village of Wangjia village, all exploded. Chapter 15, My Fish Pond Opens. There's water water from the sacred spring river. The gods have manifested themselves. The sacred spring river, which has been dry for 10 years, has sprung up again. Early in the morning, the streets and alleys of Wangjia village resounded with this sound. The first to discover that there is water in the Shangquan River is the village branch secretary Wang Jinwu. After Wang Yu came back yesterday, the news that the upstream water source is about to be cut off came into his ears. As the village secretary of Wangjia village, he was so worried that he didn't sleep the whole night. I don't know what happened, but when he woke up in the morning with nothing to do, he thought about skating around the village. When walking to the head of the village, thinking that there was originally a river in Wangjia village, I somehow followed the river upstream, but as he walked, he realized that the originally dry river had become a little wet. Continuing on, a surprisingly shallow layer of water appeared on the riverbed. It was shallow, but that's something. Wang Jinwu thought his presbyopia early committed, rubbed his eyes and continued to walk upward. When walking to the river's uppermost reaches, Wang Jinwu looked at the dry 10 years of the spring rebubbling out of the water. Excited old tears. God's will that. Wang Jinwu excitedly kneeled down. Both trembling from the river water scooped up a handful of water. Sweet spring water immediately into the abdomen. The taste is different from the original, but it seems to be more delicious than before it. Even though Wang Jinwu was not superstitious, he didn't know what to say for a moment as he watched the river in his village get water again. Right now is the village's most desperate time. This moment the old river came to the water. Undoubtedly as the snow and the charcoal At that moment, excitedly, he stood at the sacred spring river and fumed for half a day, before speeding up his pace and running back to the village to tell the villagers the heavenly news. Villagers just heard the news is not believe. This month has not rained, which can say that the water on the water. But looking at the old branch secretary's tears of excitement, even if his heart did not believe, He had to run to the sacred spring river to see so it was that 3 or 5 of them ran to the side of the sacred springs river to find out what was going on. It was a great sight to see. Although the water in the river was very shallow, the river was still flowing, which meant that the spring was alive again. The river was starting to appear again. The villagers shouted with joy. Old man, wake up, water's coming, water's coming. Guaifan excitedly pushed the still sleeping Wang Chongwen. She had been poured a lot of wine by her son last night, so much so that she was still asleep. Wang Chongwen was dazed and confused by his wife pulled up, and when he heard the sound of the street, he thought that he had not woken up and was still dreaming. It's true that I didn't wake up, and my eye boogers are still hanging around, but I didn't dream. It's true. When Wang Chongwen washed his face and excitedly ran to the edge of the village, there was already a large group of villagers, supporting the old and the young, standing on both sides of the river. He ran after him, only to see that the river kept dripping and the water level was slowly rising. This is God opening his eyes. Wang Chongwen excitedly knelt down and worshipped toward the heavens. Some of the older ones in the village thought it was a manifestation of the gods and fell down to worship. The village branch secretary coughed. What are you doing? Get up, get up. There's no such thing as a fairy in the world. It's all about the change in the water level underneath. It's science. But even he didn't believe it when his mouth said so. I can't help it. It's a bit too much of a coincidence that yesterday I was desperate to go out to work, and today the water suddenly came. Don't just stand there. I don't know why the spring suddenly came out. I don't know how much water it can hold, but water is precious now, so you guys should go and block the downstream exit. In case it stops flowing one day, our village can use it first. Wang Jinwu slowed down and rushed to the young and old men. The people shook their heads and thought to themselves that it was still the village clerk who had thought it through. Right now, although the water is bubbling up, I don't know how much can flow out yet, so they all took their pouting heads and ran downstream. Village branch secretary Wang Jinwu suddenly thought of something and shouted, "Hey, only the villagers of our village know about this matter. Don't spread it out." The crowd responded in kind. Right now the village on all sides of the difficulties of the lack of water. If the other villages know, not on the basis of the small village of Wangjia village good bully up to grab water I don't blame Wang Jinwu selfish, realized in the situation is critical, can only take care of their own door snow. Unlike the lively villagers, Wang Yu, who did a good deed without leaving his name, quietly washed his face and walked into his own fish pond. He used to play here when he was a kid, but hasn't been here since he was bought by Wang Laosher. The pungent stench came from his nose, and Wang Yu frowned for a moment. The water in the fish pond had dried up a large portion, and the fish inside were almost dead, plus no one cleaned up the surrounding water plants. The fishy odor was very strong. This can't be done. Wang Yu shook his head, but cleaning the fish pond was a hard job, and he couldn't make it alone. He was ready to call for help from the village, but when he went back to take a look, there was no one there. After 2 more days, the villagers also recovered from the surprise of the Sacred Spring River. Sacred Spring River since that day emerged, although the water has been bubbling, but the speed has slowed down a lot, and the former river channel is not filled, just a shallow layer of water flow, so the villagers are still in the midst of worried that one day the Sacred Spring River suddenly ran out of water again. This thing didn't go out to the public, and with the downstream river blocked, the villages that were at the downstream of Wangjia village would not be able to know what was going on in Wangjia village. Wang Yu with his dad to clean up the idea of fish ponds, see the Shengquan River restoration of Wang Chongwen and hope for their own fish ponds. Heart or their own son has a vision, and then have to follow along with the work. But the huge fish pond light 2 people dry still shall not dry dead. So Wang Yu and his father's glare, or walked to the village committee. The village committee has the only loudspeaker in the village, which is the only way to transmit information in Wangjia village. For a while, Wang Yu's voice resounded throughout the village. Hey, comrades of the community, Wang Chongwen's family fish pond to reopen. Now need manpower to clean the fish pond. 1 person a day 50. Tube food The villagers of Wangjia village all murmured when they heard this. When did this old Wang family buy back the fish pond? Supposedly his son's classmates borrowed the money to buy it. Goo, does this work pay? But no, Wang Chongwen has been poor all his life. You can't be like this. A few days ago, but his son Wang Yu led the way to Tianwai village. We can't forget their good Now his family has something. Folks, I have to go to help. Besides, it's a good sign that the Shengquan River is getting water. Chongwen's family's luck seems to be improving. The village branch secretary Wang Jinwu thought of the contract when Wang Yu's words, suddenly felt that the 2 days of things have something to do with this kid. Thinking about what Wang Yu said about El Niño on that day, could it be that the Sacred Spring River has something to do with it? Not realizing that El Niño often brings heavy rain or drought. Where is the precipitation in Wangjia village? Chapter 16 Li Dazai. Wan's village is just a small village of 500 people. Usually few vendors come here to do business. If they come, but also in other villages to sell the rest of the solution here. In that case, the village council's loudspeaker won't earn $2. When the village chief and the branch secretary put their heads together, they rented out the gatehouse of the village hall with its speakers. The concierge and the horn eventually fell into the hands of Wang Tsuelian, the three sisters of Wang Tsuelian. There is not a man. So the eldest sister Wang Tsuelian found a door-to-door son-in-law Li Dezai. As his name suggests, Li Dekai was quite a businessman, building a chess and cards hall in a tiny gatehouse, and also sporadically selling some daily necessities, which could also be used as a kiosk. It was a small income for a few years. However, Li Dezai was after all a door-to-door son-in-law, not to mention that he had only added 2 daughters to the Wang family after his initiation, so he was usually very unpopular with the Wang family, and his status was extremely low. When I saw Wang Yuejin come in just now, he was playing mahjong with a few people and didn't bother to pay attention, but he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard that Wang Yu's family had actually plopped down the fish pond of Wang Laosher's family. So yeah, when did your family become so rich? Still need to recruit laborers? Li Dezai teased. The village is not big. Not to mention Li Dezai's eldest daughter Wang Yafang is still Wang Yu's classmate, so Wang Yu did not get annoyed. Smiled. This is not honest uncle's fish pond cannot go on? Wasted strange pity. I happen to have just graduated from the dry, and plan to sell the fish pond with classmates is considered entrepreneurial. It. Buy a fish pond to start a business? Li Dezai snorted coldly. This year's scenery, not to mention, is to sell fish. This business is also monopolized by the Tianwai village, where there is still any scenery. You're a college student. You can't even see this? Yes, Wang Laosher can lose half a fish pond with all the fish dead. The villagers playing mahjong next to him also agreed. Now the countryside cannot be good to stay, or your daughter Yafang has the ability, even took a graduate school, that if graduated out, not to go to work in foreign enterprises. Li Dezai's daughter Wang Yafang academic performance is very good. This year just got into a 211 University of Graduate School. Li Dezai heard the village people's praise. The heart is also beautiful. You can't be thinking that the sacred spring river was flooded 2 days ago and want to take advantage of it, right? Li Dezai became more and more condescending. That sacred spring river has been flowing for about 10 days now, and only half of it has flowed, and the speed is getting slower and slower, so it might dry up again someday. Wang Yu frowned. This Li Dezai talk is also too harsh. Some. My family's fish pond losses and profits with you what? Besides, if it wasn't for me, the sacred spring river would be flooded. You will never see it in your life. Wang Yu was about to argue a few sentences when a silhouette suddenly broken outside the door. Dad, I'll get a bag of pulled pork for dinner. But it was Avon Wang, who had gone to graduate school and was taking advantage of her summer vacation to come home and relax. Wang Yafang also saw Wang Yu. A trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Ha, Wang Yu, you're back too? The two were classmates from kindergarten all the way to high school, and their relationship was naturally unusual. However, in high school, Wang Yafang went to a university, while Wang Yu, although the score of a book, but finally admitted to a second university. Later, the two people's contact also slowly faded. Now people get into graduate school, while they are unemployed. The gap is really getting bigger and bigger. Wang Yu smiled awkwardly and laughed at himself. But no, once I graduated, I was unemployed, so what would I do if I didn't come back? Wang Yafang said. I just heard the loudspeaker too. You are going to start a fish pond business. Now the economic environment is bad. Instead of working for the boss, it's better to start your own business. I support you. Li Dezai saw his daughter and Wang Yu talking and laughing. His heart inexplicably irritated. Cannot help but rushed his daughter angrily. Do not understand what blindly say. Fish pond which is a joke. With Wang Laosher's shrewdness, he has not been able to turn losses into profits. Not to mention Wang Yu is still a college student with no social experience. Wang Yafang said. Che, that's because his business philosophy is not advanced. I remember that Wang Yu is a graduate of the University of Finance and Economics, and his business acumen must be extraordinary. Li Dezai glared. Operating mind a ghost. Fish pond that bottomless pit. Later have you good. Wang Yu saw the father and daughter quarrel because of himself. Heart secretly laugh, but quickly waved his hand. Line. You two cannot quarrel. Success or failure always have to try first. Yafeng, when my fish pond is completed, you have to come here often to play. Bring your classmates here to fish or something when you have time. Wang Yafeng patted Wang Yu's shoulder and said generously. That's for sure, Wang Yu. I'll send you a friend circle advertisement in a while. Cheer up, haha, I support you. Li Dezai looked at this shoulder patting behavior and became completely enraged. Drinking his daughter. Don't you want chili strips? Hurry up and take it and roll home to study. Wang Yafeng poked her tongue out at Wang Yu and left running and jumping with the spicy noodles. From time to time, a number of people suddenly gathered one after another at the entrance of the village committee. Wang Jinwu, the village branch secretary, also came. Xiao Yu, how many people do you need? Wang Jinwu pointed to the villagers outside the door. It's the middle of the farming season, so there are plenty of people. I'm afraid that you can't pay for it, so I came in first to ask about it. Wang Yu took a look at the window. Surprisingly, there were about 50 people at once. Before he could reply, Li Dezai said without a hint of a grimace, it's best to end the wages on a daily basis, or else futilely letting the villagers get no money for their efforts. That would be a lack of virtue. Wang Yu helplessly smiled, pulled out a bunch of money from his pocket, about 3 or 4,000. Uncle, there are not many people. My fish pond lack of manpower I've got a lot of people, and my fish pond is short of workers. If more people come, they will work faster, and I will be able to open earlier and make money. I'll take as much as I can get. You can tell them that $50 a day is a little less, but they'll be able to eat. Wages, if you want to pay on a daily basis, you can pay on a daily basis, and if you want to work together, you can pay at the end of the day. Wang Jinwu heart slightly surprised. One person a day 50 people a day can be 2005 grin. Look at this kid Cloudlight thinking meticulous appearance. But there are a few points of the shape of the businessman, and when he saw the money in Wang Yu's hand, he couldn't say anything else, and immediately led the people to the Wang family's fish pond. Li Dezai, who had been listening to Wang Yu with all his heart, and saw the money in Wang Yu's hand, almost didn't bleed from anger. This was a barefaced slap in his face in front of so many people. Play your cards, Li Dezai, what are you waiting for? The table-mate next to him urged. Oh, 5. Li Dezai casually played a card, but at that moment, the table-mate he was playing mahjong with knocked on the table. Who? Li Dezai gas gritted teeth, focusing on and Wang Yu more gas. Do not pay attention to even give people hit and run. Ego my money AI. Exasperated classmates. The heart also cursed open. Wang Yu, you're damn, don't be complacent. Wait for you to open the fish pond. There you lose. Then don't ask me to borrow money. Chapter 17, The Fairy's Back. Ignoring the angry and money-losing Li Dezai, Wang Yu also followed the villagers to his own fish pond. Dad saw the villagers come to help and put down his pouting head to greet them with a smile. Wang Jinwu, the village branch secretary, joked, Chongwen, your son has put out the word that he'll eat as much as he wants. Wang Chongwen patted his chest and said, that's of course. I've already asked Guifan to go ahead and boil green bean soup. I'll be full at noon. Green bean soup can relieve the department but not hunger. Another person laughed. Ha ha, there's meat and vegetables and steamed buns. So what? Wang Chongwen said. Steamed bread can be considered a staple food in Dongshan province. The crowd heard. Naturally, not in a word. Have their own tools to help. Wang Yu smiled, and he himself ran to his own vegetable field, picked some vegetables and brought them back home, letting his old mom He Guifan to do the dishes. As for him, he found a big thick tree, propped up in the cool and turned on his cell phone. Immortal Wudong has not been here for some days. Is it possible that he has forgotten me? The great immortal Wudu is a dragon. If I could find out where he is, I wouldn't have to worry about my corn. Yesterday Shan Kai came to ask me again for corn. Nay, I have not enough to eat. How dare I give it to him? Wang Yu looked at the message sent by the black bear, but also helpless. These 2 days just busy with the village, but forgot about this black bear. At that moment, he also thought that it would be good if he could personally go to the immortal world to take a stroll. Thinking this way, his eyes couldn't help but flash with a strange color. The corn went into the immortal world when he took a picture of it and sent it to himself. So if he took a picture of himself, Wang Yu was excited with this thought, but immediately he was in trouble again. The black bear guarded the Luojia mountain. That is Guanin's realm, their own flesh and blood. Even if they really go to the immortal world, in case of being hit, can have no return. Thinking like this, he suppressed his thoughts of traveling through the immortal realm again. He thought that it would not be too late to learn more skills in the future before going. He pressed his voice and said, Black Bear, are you done with the corn? The black bear guarding the Luojia mountain was almost asleep. Suddenly heard this, immediately eyes glittered and stood up. Immortal Wudong, you've missed me. Wang Yu grunted. You're thinking of my corn, aren't you? The old black bear's face burst with embarrassment. Wang Yu added, always you are tired of guarding the mountain, and you don't see Guanin. Sure this is where to go? The black bear bowed his head and said, since the immortal realm has been closed, regardless of Buddhism and Taoism, all the gods and immortals have been idle as hell, and apart from cultivating, they have been meeting each other to exchange ideas. Guanin seems to have gone to preach with the bodhisattvas. I can't believe the bodhisattva isn't around. Wang Yu's heart was delighted, and his desire to go to the immortal realm to have a look was suddenly sprouting again. Black Bear, this fairy sees that you always eat corn, and you will always get tired of it one day. This fairy has planted some more good vegetables, so you should try them. As the words fell, Wang Yu walked to the vegetable field and slapped some tomatoes and cucumbers over. The black bear took a look at the food in front of him and was filled with curiosity. What are these things? It's tomatoes and cucumbers. Very tasty and refreshing. Much better than corn. When the black bear sniffed, he eagerly stuffed a tomato into his mouth and chewed on it, which was really delicious. Immortal Wudong is really capable to have this fruit that is no less than peaches, the black bear said excitedly. Wang Yu bristled. This can hardly be compared with the peach. The peach is to prolong life and assist the cultivation of the efficacy of the fruit. I do not have this effect. The black bear, however, said, Where? I just tasted a mouthful. Obviously felt the true qi running in my body. And the effect is amazing. These words heard Wang Yu surprised. His mortal tomato went to the immortal world, but still have this ability? With that thought, he stuffed a couple of cucumbers and tomatoes into his pocket, and he asked the black bear, Then, since the bodhisattva has left, is there anyone left in the purple bamboo forest? I've always been in the back of Mount Luojia. I don't go anywhere in the front. Not very clear. The black bear nibbled on the tomato and said, Not bad, too good. Wang Yu looked at the black bear's eating face and couldn't help but be speechless for a while. But thinking that Guanyin wasn't in Luojia Mountain, this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime good opportunity. He thought about it, found a place where no one was around, gritted his teeth, took a selfie, and sent it toward the black bear. In a flash of lightning, Wang Yu in the vegetable field disappeared. By the time he opened his eyes again, he had changed places. The only thing you can see is a mountain full of purple bamboos, but not the presence of the black bear mountain god. Wang Yu scratched his head, thinking that he was in the wrong place. He took out his cell phone again and tweeted, Black bear? However, after waiting for a long time, but did not see the black bear back, and then look at the cell phone signal. Not even a signal. Wang Yu cackled, secretly saying that it was not good, but raising his eyes to the unfamiliar surroundings, he had no choice but to walk forward. It was not long before a keen ear heard the sound of running water ahead of the. Wang Yu searched for the sound and took a few steps forward, stopping abruptly. Just see that before the purple bamboo forest is located in a large side of the pool surrounded by trees, birds and flowers, fairy atmosphere, really is a paradise place. Poolside carved with lotus flower petal mold, crystal clear, seems to be a special glaze manufacturing, on the surface of the water. On the other hand, there are a few more red lotuses floating sporadically, enchanting and colorful. Wow, could this be the legendary lotus pond? While Wang Yu was marveling, he saw the lotus flowers in the lotus pond swaying, and with a crash, a woman actually appeared. The woman's back was turned towards her, her fuchsia hair hanging wetly above her fragrant shoulders. The skin was simply more delicate and rosy than even the lotus flower next to that. Grunt! Wang Yu uncontrollably swallowed his saliva and secretly praised that this fairy was really different from mortals. In the midst of her astonishment and envy, the fairy in the water seemed to have heard the commotion and suddenly drank. Wang Yu immediately turned around and ran in fear, thinking that he was finished. He had to come to the immortal world to find excitement. Now the excitement is there, but his life is gone. But no, the other fairy was taking a bath. Whether she saw it or not, she couldn't wash herself away even if she jumped into the yellow river. Unexpectedly, the shocked soul of Wang Yu did not notice that his hand's WeChat is still open. With his violent run-to, there is actually a clunk sound. This sound can be very familiar to Wang Yu. What is it if not WeChat's shake function? But in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the immortal realm and re-entered his family's vegetable patch with a big gasp. Fairy perceived someone, then hastily cloaked to chase, but sought half a day also did not follow. Toward the Luojia mountain deep look, thought could it be just now is an illusion. Phew, scared the hell out of me. Wang Yu stayed for half a day before he shook his head and opened WeChat to see that WeChat had not changed much. He looked at the time. This time has passed 12 o'clock. Thinking of his family and the villagers cannot find their own anxious, and hastily ran to their own fish pond and go. Chapter 18, It's delicious. When Wang Yu ran to the fish pond, Mom He Guifan has come to help the villagers to scoop up rice. Wang Chongwen saw his son to the meal only to come. Angry straight stare. Brat, what have you been doing all morning? Do not know to help. Wang Chongwen has been poor all his life, and naturally, he is in the spirit of spending less money if he can. But he did not know that Wang Yu sent Song Jishang out to sell goods. A day's income is completely enough for the villagers' expenses. Wang Jinwu laughed with his rice bowl. Young people nowadays, how can they do crop work? The other villagers laughed good-naturedly. Being lectured by his dad in front of so many people, Wang Yu could only smile back, and was busy changing the topic. Uncle Jinwu, don't joke with me. Try my family's food quickly to see if it's good. Wang Jinwu gave a sigh of relief and ate a bite of braised eggplant on the steamed bun. The eggplant was slippery and smooth. The meat was full, and the flavor was extremely tender. Wang Jinwu let out a shocked gasp and tasted the scrambled eggs with tomatoes next to it. The eggs are elastic and chewy in the mouth, and with the tomato sauce for flavor, it's a delicacy on earth. Good. Yummy. Everyone taste it. Wang Jinwu smiled with a wide brow and rushed to the crowd with excitement. The crowd looked at Wang Jinwu's action as if he was eating a full banquet. His heart was suspicious. Could it be that Wang Yu's family's food was even better than the restaurant's? At that moment, they also have dishes to eat. This dish at entrance. The whole scene actually fell into a strange silence. Wang Chongwen has been eating his daughter-in-law's fried dishes for the past 2 days, naturally knowing how delicious his own family's meals are, and looking at the crowd's dumbfounded look, he couldn't help but feel a burst of smugness. Brother Jinwu, does my family's food still taste good? Delicious. Simply delicious. Wang Jinwu had lived for decades, and it was the first time he had eaten such a delicious meal. At that moment, the crowd didn't care about the nonsense. They all wolfed down the food. Because the food was so delicious, they were afraid that they would eat less than a bite. Wang Chongwen is not in a hurry, slowly looking at the crowd. He actually heart is also strange. His own family meal, although delicious, but cannot eat much stomach on the full, and after eating full body strength, really strange. Sure enough, not long after, the crowd looked blearily at the dishes in the pot and all stopped their chopsticks. It was only a short while ago that their stomachs rose, and although they still wanted to eat, they just couldn't. Your family's meals are really strange. Wang Jinwu said with a sense of satisfaction. Wang Chongwen laughed. Has everyone eaten enough? Full. The village men laughed. Then work. Hey, Chongwen, you really know how to make people. Just finished eating without taking a break before arranging us. Someone among the Hanyu complained, but when he stretched his arms, he was surprised to find himself full of blood and energy. Goo. I can't believe I'm not sleepy at all. Immediately, someone else also marveled. Go, brothers, go to work. The crowd yelled and once again went down to the fish pond to dig up the stinking mud. The next day, the situation is still the same. People are doing work, thinking about all the noon meal in their minds, drying faster and faster, and after eating and drinking enough, their body strength is surprisingly large. The whole person seemed to be much stronger. This strange thing attracted the villagers' hot discussion, but for a while cannot think of any reason. A lot of villagers worried about wages, but also want to come to the mouth to eat. In this regard, Wang Yu naturally cannot wait to finish the work, so all recruited in. On this day, Wang Yafeng, who was bored with studying at home, had nothing to do, so she curiously ran to the fish pond to find Wang Yu to play. However, after searching for half a day, I did not see the figure of Wang Yu. Oh look, hey, this guy is leaning against the trunk of the tree sleeping column. Hey, Wang Yu, you find so many people to work, you're happy to be free. A red date smashed on Wang Yu's face, waking up the sleeping Wang Yu. Once Wang Yu saw that it was Wang Yafeng, he sat up with a smile. Oh, my Yafeng classmate, how did you find the time to come and visit my family's fish pond? Wang Yafeng nonchalantly sat down next to him. A woman's fragrance suddenly reached Wang Yu's nose. Goo, in the summer, stay in the house bored to death. Our village, except for the two of us who went to college, the other are out of work. I do not look for you to find who? Wang Yu thought to himself, looking at the beads of sweat on Wang Yafeng's cheeks. Wait for a while. I'll give you a tasty treat. Wang Yafeng was puzzled. What could be delicious in this field? Instead, she saw Wang Yu running towards his family's vegetable patch, and in a short while, he reached her with cucumbers and tomatoes. So it's this. Wang Yafeng was instantly a bit disappointed. If she knows, this thing Wang Yu and Taishan tens of dollars a trafficking when, I am afraid that all dare not eat it. This is a local specialty. It's delicious and quenches your thirst. Wang Yu handed it to Avon. She didn't say no. She just ran her hand over the tomato and took a big bite. Wow, it's so delicious. Wang Yafeng pouted with an expression of enjoyment that was very cute. Wang Yu looked at it for a while, but when he remembered the fairy he saw in the immortal world the other day, this interest in women also dissipated. Look at you like that. Wang Yu laughed, and used a fruit knife to cut the cucumber into slices and pasted them on Wang Yafeng's face. This is a natural mask. The effect is not ordinary. Wang Yafeng felt the cool and slippery feeling coming from her face, and couldn't help but lean on the tree trunk, closing her eyes with a look of enjoyment. Wang Yu, you know a lot, but your family's cucumber does look different when you use it. Wang Yafeng laughed with her eyes closed. These can be moisturized by the quinine clay. Can they be the same? Wang Yu looked at the woman next to him who was the same age as himself and couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment in his heart. What are you doing here for nothing, you ninny? The two of them were enjoying the quiet time of the afternoon when the voice of Wang Yafeng's father came from not far away. Wang Yafeng was so shocked that she stood up, scrambled to get the cucumber off her face, and looked at her dad and said, Dad, you're not guarding the kiosk. What are you doing here? What can I do, but not to find you? Li Dazai panted and glared at his own daughter. Just now he was playing mahjong with someone at the kiosk, when he heard someone say that his daughter went to the fish pond in the spirit of Wang Yu's family. Thinking of Wang Yu and his own daughters laughing and talking the other day, Li Dezai was worried that his daughter had been abducted by Wang Yu's poor boy, so he immediately followed and rushed over. It doesn't matter if he rushes here. What kills him is that he actually saw his own daughter sitting under the tree with Wang Yu, and that posture is as ambiguous as it can be. It's unseemly for a man and a woman to be alone in broad daylight. Li Dezai has 2 daughters, still counting on the eldest daughter Wang Yafeng to find a door-to-door son-in-law. How can he mix with Wang Yu, this poor boy? You'd better hurry back to school. The village is a mess. There are all kinds of people. Don't disrupt your studies. There was something in those words, and Wang Yu heard it. Chapter 119 Fish Pond completed. Wang Yafeng pouted. Dad, how old am I? When should I learn I know the difference? Li Dezai droned. Dad ninny, hurry back with me. Wang Yu watched the father and daughter arguing and smiled in his heart. He naturally knew what Li Dezai was worried about. Nothing more than being afraid that he would hook up with his daughter. However, thinking about the fairy that he met in the immortal world, Wang Yu was a bit bored looking at mortal women. But at that moment, a smell of rice filled the air. Wang Yafeng shrugged her nose and frowned. What kind of cooking is it, that it smells so good? Oh, it should be time for dinner. Wang Yu touched his nose and looked at this father and daughter and said, why don't you stay and eat? My family's rice is very delicious. Oh, he was talking about you in his words, not you guys. Li Dezai sniffed, his heart even more angry. He naturally also asked the aroma of the meal. Frankly speaking, this flavor smells strange tempting. In his heart, Wang Chongwen's family meal was so delicious. Wang Yafeng looked at her father triumphantly and delicately said, yes, it's been a long time since I've eaten your family's food. Dead Neezy, it's not like our family doesn't have food to eat. Quickly go back with me. Li Dezai drank. I prefer not to. Wang Yu, let's go. Wang Yafeng raised her eyebrows at her dad, then pulled Wang Yu towards the fish pond at the bottom of the hill. This scene infuriated Li Dezai, who glared straight at him and roared, Dead Neezy, don't come back if you don't go back for dinner. But down the hill came the daughter's words, if you don't go back, then I'll stay here tonight. Li Dezai sniffed and was depressed again, thinking that it is really a woman who is a big, money-losing goods. But the aroma of rice coming from the tip of his nose was really tantalizing, and he stood still, neither leaving nor staying, awkwardly tight. Wang Yu led Wang Yafeng towards the fish pond and specially scooped a bowl of vegetables for her, which drew teasing from the villagers. Yo, isn't this the girl from Wang Tsuelian's family? The older the girl, the better she looks. Chongwen, your son has also reached the age. I see that these 2 children are quite compatible. Hurry up and let people go to the door to propose marriage. Wang Chongwen laughed, although he also very much wanted his son to get married quickly. But right now the family is not strong enough. Which woman is willing to marry in? He looked at his son and said to the crowd, what a time to be getting married. Wang Yu was a bit uncomfortable being looked at by the crowd. Yeah, I'm still young. There's no rush to get married. Wang Yafeng, who was eating next to her, however, had a reddened face and ignored the crowd, only focusing on the dishes in her bowl because they were so delicious. However, behind her came Li Dezai's angry words. What kind of marriage? Don't even look at your family's situation. That's a bit of a hurtful thing to say. Wang Chongwen frowned. Li Dezai, what are you doing in my family's fish pond? Li Dezai waved his hand impatiently and rushed at his own daughter. Dead Neezy, hurry up and go back with me. Wang Yafeng chewed the vegetables in her mouth and said, no, 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 Auntie's cooking is too good. Li Dezai's face was gloomy. His own daughter made himself unable to get off the stage in front of so many people. It was too humiliating. But at this point he was so close to the meal that the aroma of the meal was even more of a shock to his taste buds. To be honest, he really kind of couldn't take a step forward. Wang Chongwen smiled coldly and stopped talking. It was his wife, He Guifen, who knew what she was doing and hurriedly smiled and said, Dakai, since you're here, just take a bite. Li Dezai's mouth shivered. I didn't work for your family, so what do I eat? Wang Yafeng brought her rice over and handed the food to her dad's mouth. Auntie's rice is really delicious. Try it. Li Dezai had long wanted to eat it, and since his daughter had already put the dish in front of her mouth, there was no way he wouldn't eat it. Mouth chewed. Eek, it's still really tasty. Miles. The villagers who were working burst into laughter. Li Dezai, the meal is not for nothing. If you eat it, you have to stay and work. Li Dezai heard the old face red, want to find a reason to put off the past, but took a look at the pot of rice, recalling the flavor just now, and really want to eat the tight, then had to let go of the face, glaring at his daughter said, let you greedy gluttony. Saying that, he looked at Wang Chongwen again, since I've eaten your family's food, I'll give you a job for the afternoon for the time being. Wang Chongwen, still angry over Li Dezai's words earlier, said in an odd voice, my family doesn't have the money to pay you for your labor. If you don't have money, you don't have money. Li Dezai finally couldn't control the desire in his belly, directly took a bowl and chopsticks, and ran to the stove to scoop up the rice and eat it on his own. Wang Yifang giggled as she looked at her dad who wanted to eat and still had to make excuses. The crowd also all laughed out loud as they watched Li Dazai's shameless behavior. After this, the rumor that Wang Chongwen's family's meals were delicious soon became so well known that even the village women came to the Wang family's fish pond for free in order to try the taste. Soon, the fish pond was cleaned up, but the villagers were reluctant to leave. There's no way around it. That meal was just too good. Wang Yu had no choice but to involve people in the work of drawing water again. In fact, this work was unnecessary. As long as he took out the treasure basin, it was only a matter of a moment. The fish pond was finally fixed, and the fish fry were successfully put in. So the Wang family fish pond was considered officially completed. On the day of completion, Wang Yu also specialized in good food and drink to entertain the villagers. The villagers see no work to do, although the heart of 1,000 reluctance, but also had to collect the money to leave. However, since then, many Hans in the village have begun to dislike their wives' poor cooking. These are self-explanatory, but Wang Yu, ever since he accidentally peeped into the fairy's bath that day, he has been thinking about her figure all day long. In his heart, he regretted that he was so focused on escaping at that time. Why didn't he take a look at her face head on? On this day, he opened WeChat again and chatted with the black bear for a while, and after delivering a bunch of fruits and vegetables, Wang Yu began to set up a conversation. Black bear, has Mount Luojia had any guests lately? The black bear wondered. I haven't heard about it. It's just that the other day Guanyin came back for a visit and left again. Kun Yum is gone again? Wang Yu sniffed and had the thought of crossing over to the immortal world for a walk again. The last time I went to the immortal world was too thrilling and anxious, and I gained almost nothing, so I have to prepare properly this time. Wang Yu thought carefully and took a bottle of immortal pills that the black bear gave him and brought a small bucket, thinking that in case he meets that fairy again, he always has to give people a gift or something, so ran to the kiosk to buy a bottle of gum. I thought that although this thing is ordinary, but I'm afraid that in the fairy world is also considered a rare thing. When everything was ready, Wang Yu finished dinner, closed the door to his room, took a selfie to WeChat, and sent it over. Chapter 20 Opening of the Immortal Mansion. Between the negligence, Wang Yu once again arrived at the purple bamboo forest, still at the same landing point as last time. This time, Wang Yu was not in a hurry. He took a god-refining pill and then followed the body-forging technique given to him by the black bear and evolved his moves in the purple bamboo forest. The purple bamboo forest is dense with immortal energy and very quiet, which is very beneficial to cultivation. After Wang Yu had evolved the body-forging technique once, he could clearly feel that the tendons and bones in his body had a powerful intention. Moreover, he could even vaguely feel that there was true chi running in his body, which was a very marvelous feeling. After a few moments of exercise, the surface of the skin was filled with impurities eliminated from the meridians, which was very sticky and uncomfortable. Wang Yu raised his eyes and looked around. He knew that there was a lotus pond in front of him, but he still had palpitations about his last experience. Naturally, he did not dare to go there to bathe. In his mind, he suddenly remembered that there was also a section of the river in the small video sent by the black bear, so he searched in the other direction, and sure enough, without walking for a while, he saw the clear stream stirring and the ring pendant clanking. Wang Yu was so dry and hot that he immediately took off his clothes and jumped into the water to clean it. The water of the immortal world is really different. The clear and bright water agitated the body and skin. Wang Yu was refreshed, and the meridians that were not open just now were actually opened. Wang Yu moved since the joy is very, and remembered that the black bear said tomatoes can also be eaten as peaches. He took out tomatoes and cucumbers from the pockets of his clothes, chewing loudly. However, the results weren't as good as black bear said they would be. Or rather, tomatoes and cucumbers were completely indistinguishable from the mortal world to Wang Yu. Black bear, you damn liar, Wang Yu said in exasperation. However, on second thought, he had eaten these things in the mortal world, and being originally from the mortal world, bringing things from the mortal world to the immortal world would not produce any effect. Hey, if only I could carve out a piece of my own land in the immortal world. Wang Yu looked around. The purple bamboo forest was lush and filled with immortal chi. He thought that such a good resource was a waste. There was some small progress in cultivation, and thinking that it would be nighttime when he returned home, so Wang Yu was not in a hurry, and was actually idly viewing in the purple bamboo forest. He didn't think that the fairyland that he had fantasized about countless times in novels and on TV would one day be experienced by himself. Marching C, suddenly saw the bamboo in front of the different from the other. Only see that place purple bamboo slanting. Growth is very brutal. Wang Yu was curious, so he walked in, only to see a small cave hidden under the cover of this slanting bamboo. The cave was narrow, but it was perfectly fine for one person. Wang Yu leaned down and walked in, along the cave arm all the way in. Not long, suddenly a bright light shot in. This should not be far from the exit. Sure enough, without walking a few steps away, Wang Yu saw the entrance to the cave. However, he was a bit dumbfounded. The opposite side of the cave entrance was nowhere else. It happened to be the very same lotus pond he had found last time. Moreover, he realized that both sides of the cave entrance were similarly covered by cuirass wood. Very secretive. And if he looked towards this side from the opposite side, he wouldn't be able to discover it at all. But to his disappointment, he wasn't so lucky this time, and the fairy in the lotus pond didn't appear. Wanyu pressed down the loss in his heart and looked for some grass and trees to block the hole completely, leaving only some tiny empty. He walked back blindfolded, so lost in thought about the nymph that he slipped and fell. However, when he touched the dirt on the ground, he raised his eyebrows. But no, wasn't this the land of the immortal realm that one was looking for? Although the area was narrow and the light was bad, it was at least a piece of land. It's really hard to find a place, but it's not hard to find it. Moreover, this cave is both hidden and close to the lotus pond. The location is absolutely good. With this in mind, Wanyu threw out all the things he brought from the mortal world in one go. There were leftover uneaten tomatoes, watermelon, corn on the cob, and gum that hadn't been given away. The only thing I don't have is seeds. Wanyu rubbed his hands, regretting how he had forgotten such an important thing. But now that I'm familiar with the road, I'll bring it next time. Wanyu walked out of the cave he found, recovered the cave entrance, which shook his cell phone. With the WeChat came plunk sound. Wanyu crossed back to his room. Thereafter, during the day, Wanyu loaded fruits and vegetables to Songjixiang, to the bazaar or Taishan to go to sell. As for the fish pond, since the opening, without his management, Dad Wang Chongwen early cannot wait to go. And at night, Wanyu first took fresh fruits and vegetables from the black bear to set the word. As soon as he heard that the goddess of mercy is not there, this goods will steal quietly sub-selfie. Crossing the fairy world. The hidden cave in the purple bamboo forest was narrow and gloomy, but it could still barely receive light at the entrance. The crops that Wanyu brought with him, such as corn, tomatoes and cucumbers, were small in number, but they all sprouted. It's just that unlike the mortal world, which receives guanine soil naturally, for some reason, the effect of scattering the seeds to the immortal world isn't so obvious, but instead grows very slowly. In this regard, Wanyu was not in a hurry, because he realized that although these young buds were slow, the shape and the veins on the leaves were extremely full and rich, so he thought that they must not be mortal when they matured. The only thing he regretted was that the nymph bathing in the lotus pond did not meet, and the many gifts he had prepared were all placed in the cave, with no use for them. On this day, Wanyu was helping out at the fish pond. There was no way. The fish in the fish pond grew very fast after being nourished by the water brought back from the immortal world, and Dad Wang Chongwen can't see himself playing with his cell phone, had to pull himself to work in the fish pond. Wanyu hadn't even sweated yet, when the black bear sent a message. "Hey Goo, good fortune boy, how come you're free to visit old bear me?" Wanyu had just finished listening to the voice sent to him, and then a small video came in, only to see a boy with a skinny figure and two pigtails walk across from the black bear. The boy's face was childish and mischievous, but there was an immortal aura surrounding him. Wanyu was secretly surprised in his heart, thinking that this was the legendary Good Fortune Boy, the son of King Bull Demon and Princess Ironfan. Red child? This is not the goddess of mercy, and went to find a group of bodhisattvas and Buddhas to listen to the scriptures. This time the dragon lady accompanied her. I felt bored and did not follow well. Old black bear, what about the corn thing? The black bear hemmed and hawed. I've got a lot more than corn here. I've got a lot of other treasures. Red child waved his hand disdainfully. Don't forget that I'm the Good Fortune Boy. The last thing I need is treasures. I'm not interested in treasures. I just want to taste the fruits of the mortal world. The black bear laughed. When I say treasure, I naturally don't mean immortal realm magic weapons, but these things, Black Bear said, reaching out and waving his hand, and a pile of oddly shaped vegetables and fruits appeared in front of Red Child. Red Child's eyes widened as he sighed. What's all this? How come I've never seen any of it before? Chapter 21, The Three Marsh Fire Charm. Black Bear looked at Red Child's curious appearance and couldn't help but proudly say, this is a treasure that was obtained from immortal Wuji. Look at this red fruit, named tomato. The flavor is very delicious. And this green long strip of fruit is named cucumber, and crispy and sweet, taste all good. Red Child scratched his head. I can understand the tomato having the word red in it, so why is the cucumber green? The black bear was dumbfounded. He didn't think he'd ask that question. Yeah, how come cucumbers are green? At that moment, a familiar voice came from beyond the sky. This cucumber you see here is still in the growing stage, and when he is fully ripe, he will turn yellow, hence the name cucumber. This is naturally Wanyu. When the black bear heard this, he immediately bowed in the air. Good day, immortal Woody. Red Child scratched his head and didn't see Wanyu's figure. The black bear next to him reminded, that's how Wudong Immortal is, good at stealth. I've never even seen his real body. Red Child, a man-child, grunted. Could it be that you can't see anyone? Wang Yu saw that Red Child was still childlike and laughed. This immortal is just used to keeping a low profile. The black bear ignored the Red Child's rudeness. Seeing Wang Yu arrived, both eyes flooded with green light early. I wonder what treasures immortal Woody has brought with him this time. The older the bear, I'm looking forward to more and more. Wang Yu hadn't said anything yet, but Red Child came out in a childish voice. Immortal Wu-Do, did you grow that corn? Naturally. Wang Yu grunted, thinking that this Red Child was a bit too arrogant. Red Child said, last time I tasted that corn it has been unforgettable. That Wu-Dai great immortal, do you still have that corn? The black bear next to him saw that Red Child was so righteous, so he couldn't help but push him a bit. Great immortal Wu-Dai is so powerful, and you're still so rude? Red Child said disdainfully, if it is a great power, how come it doesn't even dare to show its real body? Wang Yu naturally knew that this was Red Child's provocation, and immediately ignored it and laughed. Corn, this fairy is naturally plentiful. Then why don't you quickly bring it out for me to taste? Red Child said, whatever treasure you want, just say it. This is extremely uncomfortable to listen to. Wang Yu since childhood, poor, the most cannot see those rich second generation of the public broad, and then grunted, but on second thought, there is no need to be angry. After all, people are good fortune child well, they may be used in the future with this little kiddet. Black Bear stood aside, his face was very embarrassed, fearing that immortal Wuji would wave his sleeve away in anger. In that case, his good days would come to an end. At that moment, he was busy apologizing to Wang Yu. Wuji great immortal is not to be blamed. I hope to forgive you for what good fortune has offended. No harm done. Wang Yu laughed. I also don't need your treasures for the time being, but I'm interested in your Samadhi flame. You do know quite a lot. Once Red Child heard the words Samadhi true fire, he proudly wrapped his hands around his chest. You give me corn first, and I'll let you see it. As soon as the words left his mouth, 5 or 6 more corncobs appeared in front of him. At the same time also came Wang Yu's voice. In fact, this corn can be eaten more than just raw. Compared to eating it raw, baking it tastes better. The black bear sniffed and also became interested, and pushed Red Child. Child, quickly try with your Samadhi fire. Red Child raised an eyebrow. My Samadhi fire can be very powerful, in case it burns away. The black bear patted his chest and said, don't worry, this corn is comparable to the immortal pill of Lord Tai Shan Lao. Wang Yu also stared intently at the small video on the screen, also wanting to see how powerful Red Child's Samadhi true flame was. However, the next moment he was speechless, only to see the Red Child hands pick up the corn on the ground. However, small mouth a red flame immediately sprayed out. A marvelous aroma suddenly came from the celluloid mountain. The black bear barred his mouth and hurriedly snatched a corncob and nibbled it, chewing and praising at the same time. Yummy, yummy. Red Child bristled, but looked at their own Samadhi fire actually did not burn the corn into ashes. A time also greatly surprised, looking at the black bear that a look of food. He also tried to taste a mouthful. This taste is not good. The taste is really tasty tight. In a matter of seconds, the barbecued corn was wolfed down by the two of them, who looked at me and at you with a look of intent. At this time, the Red Child also completely lost his overbearing appearance just now, and saluted at Wang Yu. The great immortal really has great powers and extraordinary insights. I, Red Child, am convinced. Saying that, he spat out the Samadhi flame again. Then his hands formed a seal in front of his chest, and from time to time, he only saw the flames floating in the air slowly condense, and finally attached to the 3 pieces of red paper. This is the Samadhi true flame talisman I made. Just tear it up and you can use it. Red Child threw the samsara fire into midair. Wang Yu clicked on the picture sent by Black Bear, and 3 pieces of red paper appeared in his hand. But how do I extinguish this samsara fire? Wang Yu asked. This, Red Child hesitated. Samadhi true fire is his watchword. If the other party mastered the method of extinguishing the fire, it would not be good. The Black Bear is unconcerned. The 5 elements are mutually exclusive. Can extinguish the fire? Naturally water. But the general water cannot be extinguished. Must be weak water or Qiankuan rain can be. Then this weak water and Qiankuan raindrop? Red Child impatiently said. Woody great immortal has extraordinary insights. Want to this weak water and Qiankuan rain do? Although to find that the Queen Mother of the West is. Wang Yu saw that the Red Child was a little angry, and at that moment, he no longer explored this issue, and sent a few more corn to the 2 people, and then went down to WeChat. Brat, I've noticed that since building the fish pond, you kids have gotten lazier and lazier. Ha! Behind him suddenly came the voice of his dad, Wang Chongwen. Ha! Wang Yu froze for a moment, hurriedly put away the red paper and continued to do the work in his hands. No way. You've done the work. What else am I doing? Wang Chongwen glared at his own son, and as he watched the fish in the fish pond grow rapidly, it was as if the old farmer saw the good days beckoning to him as well. Moreover, What makes him happy is that although the water of the sacred spring river is rising slowly, but at least it is not going down. These are good signs. Son, I see that this fish is almost grown. You bring it to Tianwai Mountain Resort tomorrow to see if it can be sold, Wang Chongwen said as he arranged work for his son. The fish ponds are established and the fish are growing well. But if you can't sell them, you've lost everything. Wang Yu stretched his back and looked at the fish in the fish pond alive and jumping, and thought, how can such a good fish not be sold? At that moment, he patted his chest to guarantee. Don't worry, Dad. Our fish can not only be sold, but also sold at a good price. Wang Chongwen rolled his eyes. Kid, you're just bragging. Don't forget the conflict between our village and Tianwai village. Chapter 22 Cholera caused by a fish. As soon as the next day dawned, Wang Yu carried 2 buckets of crushing carp towards Tianwai Mountain Villa. Although Taishan Mountain is a tourist attraction, in the 10-mile radius around Wangjia village, only Tianwai village's farmhouse is the most prosperous. There are quite a few restaurants here, but the Tianwai Villa is the most luxurious, specializing in receiving the kind of powerful and noble class. So if the fish can be sold to the Tianwai Villa, it will be able to sell at a good price. There weren't a lot of people in the morning, and most of the vendors who came to provide goods were at the entrance of the Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa. Porters in and out to carry the newly picked fruits and vegetables, as well as just fished up the water goods. Busy, no one pay attention to Wang Yu, this kind of individual retailers. Tianwai Mountain Villa has a high demand. Signing orders are signed hit list, so those vendors also ignored Wang Yu. All of them are indifferent. Wang Yu also ignored these and stood at the door and observed for a long time. Seeing one of them wearing overalls that seemed to be specialized in purchasing for the Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa, so he went up and handed a cigarette. Boss, take a look at my family's fish. They've just been fished out. They're fresh. The boss huffed and puffed his eyes and didn't look at Wang Yu. Every day there are many such Caesars. He waved his hand. You'd better go to another house to try. Our Tianwai Mountain Resort wants high quality and safe fish. Have your family's fish been quality checked? This is completely difficult for Wang Yu. Around 10 miles and 8 villages. Whose fish pond through the quality inspection? If you don't want to buy it, just don't buy it. Wang Yu grunted and carried the bucket away. Behind him came that purchasing manager's contempt. Shay, all know that our Heavens Beyond Villa only buys fish from Heavens Beyond Village. Still hard to come here. What a fool. Wang Yu's ears heard clearly, and at that moment, he held his breath and had nowhere to vent it. He has run a few farmhouse restaurants. All were rejected, for no other reason. The restaurant's fish are bought. Do not need. Wang Yu is a little depressed. Yesterday he was still packing his bags with his dad, but today he ate so many closed doors. He was also aware that these days, even good wine was afraid of the deep alley. Seeing the sun gradually height, to noon, Wang Yu a fish did not sell. He also didn't have the face to go home, so he simply ran to the side of the store of the heavenly outer mountain villa again, and directly sat down and set up a stall. Fish for sale, fresh fish, bosses. This fish is alive and well, and the meat tastes strong. However, those who came to the Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa were all big families, and no one paid any attention to him at all. In time, a BMW pulled up. A pair of leather shoes appeared under Wang Yu's eyes. Yo, if it isn't Wang Yu from Wangjia village, how come he's here selling fish? Wang Yu looked along with the voice, but saw that it was not someone else. It was the Mao brother who was beaten up by him that day. Only at this time, Mao brother was wearing a suit, his hair combed greasy and bright. It was simply the image of a thug. Next to brother Mao stood a woman with a hot body. Looking at her face, she was about 30 years old. Yo, brother Mao, you know some real people. Mao waved his hand and smiled at the woman. Boss Nyo, you're joking. This is from the next village. Just saying hello. Wang Yu bristled and didn't bother to pay attention to him. However, brother Mao didn't seem to intend to let him go and said to the security guard, "Where's your manager? What's going on here? The stalls are set up in front of our company. This completely lowers the image and quality of our villa." Tianwai Mountain Villa was a company that the head of Tianwai village had pooled his money to establish in the name of the village, and it was actually controlled by his one big family. It just gives the villagers dividends at the end of the year. The security guard obviously knew brother Mao and hurriedly ran over, nodding his head. Brother Mao, I'm sorry, this is purely an accident. Purely an accident. I'll take care of it right away. With that, the security guard called a group of brothers and came to Wang Yu's body. Hey, kid, do you know the rules? The village people are the village people, although they wear a serious appearance, but in their bones they are all illiterate and hooligans. Wang Yu blandly said, "What rules?" The security guard looked at Wang Yu as if he was a fool. This is the boundary of the Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa. You don't know how to do business here without asking if we agree first? On the side of Mao secretly pleased. Want to see how Wang Yu suffered? He also knows that Wang Yu is a fresh graduate college student, in front of so many people, and do not dare to do anything to the security guard. Sure enough, Wang Yu didn't make a move. It's not sold inside the heavens beyond Mountain Villa. What? Do you even control the outside? The security guard ran out of patience, afraid of making Mao angry, and kicked Wang Yu directly in the barrel. Damn! Let you sell fish. Sell your mom's wave. Why don't you get the hell out of here? As the words fell, the bucket fell to the ground, and the carp inside ran out at once, jumping around incessantly on the wet ground. This Crucian carp can be different from the general domesticated. The force hit it on the ground did not jump twice. One of the particularly fat fish actually directly popped up to come to high towards the security guard who kicked the bucket flew to the body. The guard was so shocked that he pushed back, using his baton to flick carp out of his way. The security guard had just breathed a sigh of relief when a scream came to his ears. When he looked back, he saw that the carp he had just rattled off had flung itself onto the woman's body. The woman was wearing a cheongsam and her movement was very inconvenient, which had thought that the fish would attack towards her. At that moment, the fat carp was thrown on her chest. In a moment, the cheongsam was wet and her nose was full of the smell of fish. The woman shocked double flung this fling, and coincidentally flung into the face of the dazed Mao. Snap! Carp fishtail slapped Mao and dropped to the ground. Still bouncing, Mao's face was immediately red, and then irritated. He wanted to use his feet to step on it, but he didn't expect the fish to be slippery, and his body was unsteady, and he directly fell to the wet ground. $1,000 to buy a suit. Immediately muddy. Wang Yu skillfully put his own Crucian carp into another bucket with water. His own fish know themselves well. In order to catch these fish in the morning, it did not wear him out. Egu, my dear fish, who did you invite? See how you're bullied. Wang Yu muttered to himself to the fish in the bucket. Ah, my clothes. At this time the panicked woman woke up, suddenly realized that her chest is wet. Inside the black bra is also revealed. Suddenly screamed, panicked and ran back to the BMW. While running, he also cursed. What kind of countryside villagers are they? Surname Lu. Don't talk to me about business in the future. No way. This obviously pushed the woman over the edge. Or she couldn't have cursed such dirty words. The object of the words was naturally addressed to Brother Mao, whose surname is Lu. His name is Mao, and the Jianghu people dare not call him by his real name, so they have to call him Brother Mao. Mao, who was lying on the ground, sniffed and wanted to hit the wall. This woman is a big customer that he has just developed, and once it is negotiated not only will it introduce a large amount of money, but it will also attract a lot of higher level customers, which is a big loss. Chapter 23, Place to Keep Fish. Brother Mao, oh no, or Lu Mao, stared at Wang Yu with red eyes. Wang Yu, I don't share the same fate as you. Wang Yu packed up his stall and shook his head helplessly, thinking that his own fish seemed to be unsellable. A voice suddenly came from behind him, hemming and hawing. This brother, how do you sell your fish? I'll take them all. Ha! Wang Yu froze at his words and looked back, but he saw a middle-aged man in a suit with a country face and big thick eyebrows, looking as if he was a big boss. The scene of the carp darting just now was seen by Song Jigua. It is said that the fish are salvaged from the water in the morning, and now it is noon. If it is an ordinary fish, it has not moved, but this bucket of fish can be different. Not only did not lose vitality, simply can be used to live jumping tenacious life to describe such a tough fish. That meat must be very tasty. Song Jigua thought he had met a treasure. Boss Song, you dare to buy this kid's fish? Do you not want to do business? There was a threat from Mao on the floor. Song Jigua snorted coldly. How do you say that? Now it's a market economy. A willingness to fight. How do you call it not wanting to do business? Song Jigua is not a person from Tianwai village. He is a person from Songjiazwang across the street from Tianwai village. And he also opened a restaurant called Yunzhong Mountain Villa. Niwei village is a must-go place for tourists traveling to Mount Tai, so the traffic is very heavy. Although Songjiazwang could also travel to Mount Tai, few people knew about the path, and even if they knew, no one dared to climb it because the path was too steep. Therefore, the business of the Cloud Central Villa was much worse than the Heavens Beyond Villa. He had wanted to come to the Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa today to take lessons, but looking at the way Mao stood in front of the door and bullied people, he felt that there was absolutely no need to come here to take lessons. But, luckily for him, he came across such a great fish. Wang Yu was worried that there was no way to sell the fish. When he saw someone taking the bait, he was naturally happy to do so, and at that moment, ignoring Mao's threat, he turned to Song Jigua and said, "What's the name of this boss?" Song Jigua, the general manager of Cloud Villa. Little brother is? Wang Yu, from Wangjia village. Wang Yu smiled. If I heard correctly just now, Boss Song wants my fish? Song Jigua took a look at the fish in the bucket, especially the fat carp. After just so tossed, even with nothing, still swimming freely, his gaze was colorful. I wonder how to sell this fish. Wang Yu saw that he really wanted to buy, so he said, my home fish pond has just been built. This fish is also the first batch, pure green growth. Meat is fresh, naturally higher than the market price. Song Jigwa is also a quick man. This way, brother Wang, I'll buy all these fish. No need to weigh them. $500. How about it? Wang Yu brought a total of less than 10 fish. $500 can simply be counted by the number of home. Okay then, these fish are yours. If you think it's good, you can still come to me for it. Here's my phone number. Wang Yu left a cell phone number for Song Jigwa. Song Jigwa saved it and didn't take it seriously. The reason why he bought these fish was purely because the scene just now was simply great, and it was also true that each of these fish was full of spirit, but which every fish was in this state. Mao shivered and stood up, looking at Song Jigwa as if he were a fool. Boss Song, you're being silly? $500 for such a small amount of fish? Song Jigwa has no good impression of brother Mao. If it wasn't for his uncle Lu Shuamen opening up this heavens beyond mountain villa, there would be nothing for him at all. Thousands of gold can't buy my pleasure. The key is that this fish is powerful. This fish is great. It's going to become a spirit. Ha ha. Song left with a bucket of fish, leaving behind a grim-faced and wretched Mao. He looked back at Wang Yu, want to retaliate on the spot, but afraid of Wang Yu's hands, so he could only dry glare a few eyes. Angrily left. Clothes are bad. The sale fell apart. He found that as long as he encountered Wang Yu, his damn bad luck threw off. Wang Yu shrugged his shoulders. Dad's task finally completed, and seems to sell well. When the moment of triumph wandered a circle, leisurely home, but Song Jigwa carried a bucket of fish back to the Cloud Villa. Wife Tian Yingying looked at her husband who had just left not long before returning and curiously said, "Didn't you say that you went to the heavenly villa to get the scriptures? How come you're back so soon?" Song Jigwa put down the bucket and laughed out loud. "Hey, don't mention it. I haven't even gone in yet. I saw that Luermo being bullied by a fish. At this time, although it is noon, according to the hotel, is the hottest moment of the day. But the clouds in the villa, but the guests chat." Song Jigwa did not mind outsiders in, and then put their own sea with the daughter-in-law set a pass. Tian Yingying looked at the fish in the bucket in amazement, and her face immediately changed. "What? You're telling me you paid $500 for these fish?" The next moment, the guests in the restaurant heard Boss Son's pig-killing screams. "Goo, wasn't it cool to watch Luer Mao being bullied at that time?" Song Jigwa explained. "That doesn't cost 500, does it? Do you think you're rich?" Tian Yingying twisted her husband's arm and gritted her teeth. Aya. Wife, spare your life." Song Jigwa broke away from his wife's 360-degree dragon grip and shrugged helplessly. "Anyway, if you bought it, I'm happy today. So you'll make a fish to taste first." Tian Yingying grunted and looked at the fish in the bucket with hatred. "Yes, anyway, the money has been spent, not to eat for nothing." At that moment, she enriched the chef to dispose of the fattest fish. The chef wasted 9 cows and 2 tigers and finally put the fish honestly into the frying pan and fried it. He had never seen a fish with so much strength. He almost didn't exhaust himself when he scraped the scales just now. "Boss, this fish is done." The chef sweatily brought it up. Song Jigwa took another bottle of beer and used chopsticks to take a piece of the fish and put it in his mouth. The meat melts in your mouth, but the flavorful gravy fills your mouth. Not bothering to drink, he chucked another meaty piece. Putting it in his mouth and chewing it, he gave a startled gasp. This meat was loose and tight and had just the right amount of chew. "I know the level of my own chef, but I can't cook at this level." He thought he had eaten wrong. "Honey, taste it." He looked at his wife excitedly. Tian Yingying saw her husband first frown, then stretch, and then she was all excited, as if she had taken that drug. "Is there really something special about this fish?" Curious, Tian Yingying also caught a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. The couple looked at each other excitedly, all understanding each other. "It's a great deal of money. There's a show in the clouds." Chapter 24, Bought It All. What's the sale? Wang Chongwen was sitting in front of the main door smoking. Seeing his son leisurely back, he could not help but ask. In fact, he did not report any extravagant hope. After all, the village outside the sky bully for many years. The reason why the son to go today, one is to look at his son idle in his heart. He was not happy. Too well, at least go to try to not succeed. Success can be earned a lot. All sold out. This is $300. Afraid that his dad would be surprised, Wang Yu concealed another 200 himself. Wang Chongwen was taken aback. Selling so much? When did Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa become so forthcoming? Tianwai Mountain Villa high price to buy their own village of fish and fresh fruits and vegetables, but for the outside village, the price can be low as possible. This is known to everyone. Dare not say anything. He did not think that his son was able to sell so much money. "Hey, it wasn't sold to the Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa," Wang Yu explained. "Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa doesn't allow entry at all, so I happened to run into the Cloud Villas, so I sold it." "Yunzhong Mountain Villa?" Wang Chongwen frowned, feeling that his ears were familiar. Wang Yu reminded, "It's the one in Son's village." "Oh, Wang Chongwen thought about it. I remember that his family is not doing well either. So how is he willing to spend so much money? Wang Yu shrugged. God knows. While father and son were talking, Wang Yu's cell phone rang. An unfamiliar number. Hey, is this brother Wang Yuan? The fish you sold me is simply delicious. I want to ask, do you still have this kind of fish at your house? The voice on the phone was agitated. Wang Yu wasn't surprised and calmly said, there are, but not a lot. Then I'll take them all. Song Jigwa gritted his teeth and said, we don't need to weigh them by the pound. How about $80 a piece? Ouch, that's a high price to pay. Wang Yu was also a quick-witted person, and smiled at that moment. That's good. Then I'll send you another 10 tails of fish tomorrow. Yes. Hanging up the phone, Wang Chongwen saw his son's unperturbed appearance and wondered, who's calling? Wang Yu as if nothing had happened. Oh, it's the owner of that cloudy villa who called me and said that from now on, he'll want all of our fish, $80 a piece. Wang Yu didn't hide it this time, because he couldn't hide it anymore. What? Wang Chongwen thought his ears had misheard. You said $80 a piece, not a catty? The heart said that even if it was $80 a catty, that would still be a heavenly price. Could it be that your own fish is not made of gold? My son, however, nodded calmly. Dad, our fish is not just any fish. Wang Chongwen sniffed surprise inexplicable. $80 a line. That 10 is 800. 100 is 8,000. 1,000 is 80,000. Ah, gosh. Wang Chongwen counted and decided. Tomorrow also have to go to the fish fry market to buy some fish fry to go. This time the son's bride price money should be no problem. Wang Yu smiled helplessly. The reason why Yunzhong Mountain Villa had marked the price so high was naturally because of the prospect of the high-end market for this fish. But Wang Yu is also clear. Yunzhong Villa is not as famous as Tianwai Villa after all. Attracting guests are a problem. In the future, if you want to do business for a long time, this Yunzhong Mountain Villa must be bigger and stronger. Otherwise their own fish. Yunzhong Mountain Villa a family cannot eat. With this in mind, early the next morning, Wang Yu took 10 carp, and did not let Song Jishan go up to Taishan Mountain. Let him follow him directly to the Cloud Villa. Yes, he came with great sincerity. The villa in the clouds. Song Jigwa watched as Wang Yu not only brought 10 fish exactly the same as yesterday, but also had someone pick a flat load of fruit and vegetables. Brother Wang, you know, I bought it because of your fish. The subtext is, I only buy fish and nothing else, so don't tie up your marketing. Wang Yu laughed. Boss Song, you're also jumping to conclusions without taking a look at the goods. It's too arbitrary, isn't it? Song Jigwa a sound. Turned over the covered plastic a look, suddenly bright. Do not say. Wang Yu's family fruits and vegetables and his family's fish. The growth is really better than other people's homes. Wang Yu saw the light in Song Jigwa's eyes and smiled. Boss Song, shouldn't we talk somewhere else? Oh, okay. Song Jigwa froze and guided Wang Yu and Song Jishan to the stone table and chairs in the middle of the backyard. Whatever brother Wang wants to say, feel free to say it. Song Jigwa gestured for the two to sit down and chat. Wang Yu said, I think Boss Song also saw the difference between my family's stuff, and from the time I received Boss Song's call yesterday, it was clear to me that Boss Song wanted to go for the high-end market. Yes or no? A trace of surprise flashed through Song Jigwa's eyes, not expecting this youngster to know so much at such a young age. That's right, this kind of fish has a delicious flavor and high-end meat, and the general public can't afford to eat it, so why don't we specialize in the high-end market and make our own brand? Song Jigwa truthfully stated his thoughts, and at the same time, he was curious as to what new insights Wang Yu had. Boss Song really does have a unique vision. Wang Yu's mouth curled up into a smile. But Boss Song must also be aware that Cloud Central Villa is geographically remote, so no one knows about it at all, and most of those so-called high-end people have gone to the Heavenly Villa. When Song Jigwa heard this, he also sighed helplessly, and this was what depressed him the most. Wang Yu added, my family has plenty of fish, although the daily production is small, but sustainable. But Boss Song, do you have the confidence to swallow my family's fish? If you can't monopolize it, you can't talk about branding. Song Jigwa nodded. I wonder what brother Wang has to suggest. You've seen the fruits and vegetables in my house, and of course, you can totally ask the chef to fry up a dish and try it. Song Jigwa was not polite and directly ordered the chef to take it and make it. From time to time, the chef came up with a plate of scrambled eggs with loofahs, and the aroma of the flavor instantly opened up the taste buds. Even the chef praised, Boss, this is not an ordinary color of either the squash or the egg. I want to taste it when I fry it. Song Jigwa put a chopstick into his mouth, and suddenly his eyes widened, and it took him a long time to soothe the surprise and joy in his heart. Brother Wang, there's no harm in saying what you have to say. Song Jigwa knew that the young man in front of him was not simple. First of all, let people know about the Song family. Secondly, let people know about the Clouded Mountain Villa. Again, use this fish to nail the high-end market first, and then with this specialty, build the brand up. Wang Yu talked to Song Jigua about the solution he had thought about all night. After listening patiently, Song Jigua couldn't help but nod his head in praise. And, Brother Wang, it's really a pity that you don't go to be an entrepreneur. I'm kind of convinced by your approach. Just this preliminary investment is also too big, right? Of course, there's an easier way. It's just a bit more damaging. Wang Yu hemmed and hawed, suddenly becoming lewd. Song Jigua blinked, neither agreeing nor not agreeing. Chapter 25, Integrated Communication. On this day, the foot of Mount Tai was still crowded with many tourists. Wow, this is Mount Tai, the head of the 5 mountains. This is only the foot of Mount Tai. We haven't even started climbing yet. A group of tourists gleefully discussing, listening to the words, obviously the first time to come to Taishan. Another person said, hey, last time I brought my girlfriend here. It was hard to climb up, but it was a cloudy day. I hope I can see the sunrise this time. Otherwise it's really no fun to climb Mount Tai. This you do not know it. Immediately someone retorted, Taishan can not only sunrise is interesting. In fact, sunrise is just that. Now everyone from the main gate to climb up. Our paved stone steps, the supply of resting points. A little bit of climbing up the feeling is not, naturally not interesting. Yeah, too. Don't say. I also know that there is a road under the mountain that can also climb to the top. It's just that the road is a bit more arduous, so the general public dare not attempt it. Che, who are you calling chicken? I've been on an adventure too, okay? The man added. I remember that I started climbing from Sanjiazwang, and along the way there were not only mountains but also water, and the water was crystal clear, and there were fish. Really? Visitors listened to these two men ask and answer questions, and many became interested. The man got more and more excited. Yes, it really does feel like a return to nature, and it's free to climb from there. You know what? A lot of the food in the mountains is climbed up from there by footmen. The tourists were tickled to hear. So what are you doing here? Oh, me? I was going to pull someone here. Do you remember the road? Of course I remember. Then take us there quickly? But I have a car to run. Cut the crap. I'll give you 200. Do it or not? Well then. Okay. Song Jishan left the gates at the foot of Mount Tai with a group of tourists, as he had hoped, and instead headed for his village, Sanjiazwang. These words are all analyzed by Wang Yu Get. He said that nowadays people travel have become the norm. But many people on the artificial traces of two obvious places have lost interest. There are a lot of people like the wild-like excitement, and Sanjiazwang outside the village of the road to Taishan. It is full of this feature. So, Song Jishang in accordance with Wang Yu handed him the 2 days specifically to the foot of Mount Tai to pull people. Do not say. The effect is very good. A lot of people on the hook. The tourists followed him to the Song family home, and naturally, they came across the Yunzhong Mountain Resort halfway. At this time, the Yunzhong Mountain Villa was already very different from before, and it had specialized in getting some shading fans outside in a very wild style. The tourists all stopped in their tracks as they smelled the scent coming from the air. Song Jixiang said, don't even think about that meal. It's only affordable for high-end people. The average person can't afford to eat. Some of the tourists were not satisfied. Isn't it just a fish? How expensive can it be? Song Jixiang said, it's not expensive. $1,000 for a fish. 1,000? Killing people, right? Tourists exclaimed. But it is indeed delicious. Song Jixian followed the advertisement. It is said that the fish of this Yunzhong mountain villa is nourished by the holy water of Grandma Taishan, and it tastes fresh and delicious, and a person who eats a bite of it will be all energized. Ah, really? The tourists looked disbelieving. Song Jixiang rolled his eyes. Then why are you standing here? Why don't you go forward? The tourists looked at each other. And no, it smelled so good. They couldn't walk away from it at all. A few people looked at each other, discussed some, decided to buy a fish together to taste. One is to feel the taste of high-end people, and the other is to test the fish. In the end there is no legend so magical. After that day, the microblogging QQ and even Jihu on the spread a lot of such dynamics. Wow, today for the first time to Taishan, simply divine enjoyment. Strongly amenable to all of you. A restaurant, called the Cloud in the Mountains. Inside the fish delicious. Don't want to. $1,000 a it. Is simply the most expensive one I have ever eaten. If you want to go to Taishan, don't miss a place called Sanjiazwang. There's a mountain villa in the clouds. Eat a fish from it, you'll remember it for the rest of your life, and you won't even feel tired from climbing the mountain. Listen to my friend's recommendation. I have no impression at all in my mind. Taishan Mountain I went twice. It seems that there is a Tianwai village. When did the Yunzhong villa pop up? As a foodie I can't stand it. Personally went to look for some. In fact, Yunzhong Mountain Villa is very good early, just across the Tianwai village. The fish inside, seriously, as a foodie, I have no regrets in this life. At first, I didn't think anything of it, but as many V's reposted it, there were pictures and interest, and all in all, no one gave a bad review. Many people have become interested in the Cloud Lodge, have wanted to see why this fish is so well received, especially foodies and explorers, also found a new continent as if all traveled to Taishan Mountain and tend to see exactly. In fact, this is the ghost of Wang Yu. He specifically asked an advertising planning company around the brand of the mountain in the clouds, in the microblogging and other new media to operate a bit, and successfully create a hot topic. In just half a month, the popularity of the villa in the clouds soared, and the flow of customers increased significantly. As the owner of Yunzhong Mountain Villa, Song Jigua, looking at the unfulfilled guests coming in and out, he was laughing so hard he couldn't close his mouth. This Wang Yu is simply a tall man. I didn't realize that he had brought in so many tourists by sending people to pull people at the foot of Mount Tai so much, and then messing around on the internet. Moreover, Taishan is relatively close to Jinan. Many people Jinan's big bosses have come to eat a meal. All did not hesitate to do a gold membership card. This was also something that Wang Yu had gotten up to, and as soon as there was a new dish at Cloud Villa, he would immediately notify the members to try it. Another half a month passed. The Cloud Villa has reached the degree of fire. There is no way. Not only is the fish done well here, even a plate of ordinary tomato scrambled eggs are eaten so enjoyable. Yes, eating here is simply a pleasure. Many of the people who were originally in Tianwai Mountain Villa had also all become loyal fans of Yunzhong Mountain Villa, and the traffic flow of Tianwai Mountain Villa had unexpectedly and rapidly decreased by half. Such a big change has attracted the attention of Lu Shuamin, chairman of the board of directors of Tianwai Mountain Villa, and a special meeting was held. What does everyone think about the recent events in the Cloud Villa? Lu Shuamin frowned without anger. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you. One of the managers finally couldn't help himself and said, Chairman, I'm not going to lie to you. I've personally tasted his family's rice, and it's really delicious and awesome, but their chef is still the same one as the original one, and the problem with this is supposed to be in the fish, and I don't know where they got such a good fish from. Someone immediately echoed, yes, right now around Taishan Mountain are all drought to death. Even the rivers in our village are at the bottom. Many fish died a large area. If this problem is not solved, our villa can be a shortage of supply. Chapter 26. An honest door is not honest. Tianwai Mountain Villa worry up and down the fear. The clouds in the mountain village busy inside and outside the difficult to distinguish the figure. And as a key figure in the Wang Yu, the cooperation with the Cloud Villa matters. All handed over to the younger brother Song Jixiang, he himself fell into a leisure, lying in his own cornfield play up the WeChat. It wasn't that he had to play. The fairy world was busy with business too. This is not. Since the last time the red child with Samadhi real fire roasted charred corn, it is gluttonous, every day to come to the black bear here to find what Muji great immortal. However, Wang Yu, who was an immortal of wondrous greatness, was too lazy to take care of this girl. There was no other reason. The last time he gave that what Samadhi true fire talisman, although it sounded bluffing, he didn't dare to use it. If he couldn't extinguish the fire after using it, wouldn't he be an arsonist? On this day, another message came from the Black Bear's WeChat. What has Immortal Wudong been up to lately? Is there any fresh food? Where is Immortal Wudong? Is he gone? Wang Yu saw the message. For no reason a gas. Eat. All day just no to eat. Do not think to give me some fresh stuff. All day long no to take pills to their own change. The problem is that they cannot eat so many pills. He stroked his chin. You want to eat, right? Then I'll give you new ways to play. He heatedly smiled. Things in the world are those, but there are various ways to eat them. This immortal has recently researched a new way to eat them. I wonder if you two are interested in trying it. What kind of eating method? Red Child was playful. Don't worry, if you need Samadhi fire, I have plenty. Wang Yu ahead of Black Line, you in addition to the Samadhi true fire what else? However, the way he ate it, he really needed some Sara fire. At that moment, Wang Yu bought some cumin and other seasonings from the kiosk, and got a piece of unused wire mesh from home, accompanied by peanut oil, and transmitted the photo. Red Child and Black Bear looked at the freshness in front of them. You stared at me. I stared at you. Big eyes to small eyes. Very cute. Looking at a child and a bear. Wang Yu thought that the picture also sounded fun. The two were told at once how to use the grill. The Black Bear moved two big stones and put the barbed wire in the center, while the Red Child squatted on the ground and made a Samadhi fire talisman to build a fire underneath. Following Immortal Wunderkind's instructions, Black Bear first brushed a layer of oil on the sliced eggplant and leeks before placing them on the wire mesh. When the fire is almost ready, sprinkle some cumin seasoning, and the aroma will be overflowing. Wow! I can't imagine that there is such a way of eating in the world. Red Child barred his mouth, unable to finish. The Black Bear nodded repeatedly. If only we could be so delicious every day. Red Child frowned. Old Black, have you noticed that since eating that whatchamacallit leek, there's actually a surge of true chi in his stomach? The black bear sat up. Immortal wudong is truly divine. This simple method of eating actually helps you and I cultivate. At that moment, the two of them sat upright and were busy concentrating on their spiritual cultivation. Wang Yu was also too lazy to pay attention to the two. Taking advantage of the fact that Guanyin was out and the two immortals were practicing, while he took a selfie and traveled to the immortal realm within the cave dedicated to himself. In a few days, the corn planted at the entrance of the hole had grown a great deal. The tomatoes and cucumbers had also grown vines, and were actually self-consciously wrapping themselves around the corn stalks. Not bad, not bad. Looks like it won't take long to bear fruit. Wang Yu looked at his own three-quarter land and couldn't help but feel a sense of accomplishment rise. Suddenly remembering something, he walked deeper along the wall of the cave and pushed aside the weeds that covered the entrance to look out. A little disappointed that the fairy still hasn't shown up. Hey, how could it be that lucky? It's probably just some fairy who took an impromptu whim to bathe in Guanyin's lotus pool, Wang Yu said in frustration. Buzzing, a sudden vibration came from the cell phone. It was his father, Wang Chongwen, who called. Wang Yu froze. Could it be that calls from the mortal world could still be made to the immortal world? However, after picking up the phone, there was no sound and it was obvious that the call was not coming in. Not knowing what his dad was looking for, Wang Yu had to tap on WeChat's shake function, shook his phone, and re-entered his family's cornfield. At that moment, Dad's anxious voice came over the phone. What are you doing, son? Oh, Dad, I'm in the cornfield. What's up? You need to come home soon. Something's up. What is it? Wang Yu frowned. You'll know when you get back. Dad Wang Chongwen left the sentence and hung up. Wang Yu helplessly skimmed his mouth, and at that moment, he didn't think too much, so he honestly went home. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Wang Laosher sitting on his couch with a gloomy face. Wang Yu smiled slightly and seemed to understand where he was coming from. Wang Laosher is here today to try to reclaim the fish pond. In fact, I don't blame him for going back on his word. It's really because it happened so mysteriously. Wang Laosher is a shrewd person, ears in all directions, and recently also inquired. Tianwai village seems to be more and more tense water. Their village fish a little oversupply, and Tianwai villa has also begun to buy fish from other villages, and the price is not low. On the contrary, since Wang Yu bought the fish pond from himself, the sacred spring river in Wangjia village has surprisingly flowed more and more, and now the village branch secretary has agreed that the villagers will use water on their own, and the soil that has been moisturized by the sacred spring river has surprisingly become surprisingly fertile, which has made the villagers of Wangjia village immensely joyful. And Wang Laosher saw more than that. The water of the Shangquan River can make crops grow better. If it is used to raise fish, the effect is certainly not bad. But a thought of their own fish pond was confused soul to the Wang Yu family. Cannot help but a burst of regret. He also noticed in the past 2 days that the fish from Wang Yu's house had started selling, although the number of fish per day was limited. But he was shocked after carefully tracking down and discovering that these fish were actually sold to the Cloud Villa, which was in full swing recently. Legend has it that it's $1,000 a fish there. Then how much must Wang Yu's family sell their fish for? So in accounting, Wang Laosher cannot sit still. Intends to hard to come to the Wang family to take the fish pond back. Yo, why is Uncle Honest free to come to my house today? Wang Yu pretended to be confused and walked over. The fish pond has just opened, and has not yet formed a scale. Naturally, will not change hands to let people. Besides, this fish pond is originally his family. Wang Laosher actually stood up and handed Wang Yu a cigarette. Oh, honest uncle, you just smoke. I don't smoke. Smoking is harmful to health. Wang Yu waved his hand and refused. Wang Laosher stretched out his hand, awkwardly stopped in midair. After a pause, he said, Xiao ya I know, this is a bit embarrassing to say, but I still have to say, at that time and you signed the contract was hidden from my wife. Now my wife knows. He had to yell to get the fish pond back, or else he would divorce me. Wang Laosher even threw out his wife as an excuse. Really dark and ruthless. Wang Yu quietly watched Wang Laosher's speech without saying a word, not knowing what he was thinking. Chapter 27 A Crowded House. I only heard Wang Laosher add, you also know your Aunt Hohat's temper. If she divorces me, I won't be able to hold my head up in Wangjia village for the rest of my life. Wang Chongwen is a cropman, kind-hearted. Although this was originally the family's fish pond, and the price of this fish sale continues to rise, but looking at Wang honestly that old tearful look, but also some intolerance, cannot help but look to their own son for help. But I saw my son looking at his eyes as if he was asleep. Brat! Wang Laosher even cried with tears to tell the general. But see Wang Yu ignore their own. Cannot help but heart secretly, they are crying so miserable. This kid how also do not comfort themselves a little? Looking up. Hey, this girl is not even listening to Leap? Ha? Wang Yu blinked. Uncle Honest. What's wrong? 10,000 grass mud horses ran through Wang Laosher's heart. Then my family's fish pond? What do you mean by your family's fish pond? Wang Yu frowned. Honest uncle. Now it's a legal society. At that time when you signed the contract you were more active than anyone else. This contract was signed. You can't go back on your word. Not to mention, I didn't give you less money, but your aunt she. Goo. A woman will get over it if she cries for a while. How old is she? Can't she remarry if she gets divorced? She's old and yellow. Who would want her? Honest uncle. You just put your heart in your stomach. Brat. What are you talking nonsense about? Wang Chongwen hammered his son, but in his heart, he secretly said that what his son said was also true. Wang Laoshi blinked his eyes and realized that this kid Wang Yu was not simple. Old brother Chongwen, at that time when your family was in trouble, it was me who helped raise money. Now that my family is in trouble, you can't close your eyes and ignore it. Wang Laoshi shifted the object to Wang Chongwen. Wang Chongwen is a good old man in the village. He shouldn't see death and help, right? Goo. Honest The problem is that you signed this contract with my son. It's useless for you to find me. Wang Chongwen made a harumph. Mind you still have the nerve to say that yours things, then if not in a hurry to use money, can be sold to you so cheaply? And, Wang Yu said with a smile, honest uncle, at that time, I made it clear to you, this is not my money, it is my classmates' money. Now there is also a share of the money earned. People just invested, cannot lose money. It is clearly written in the contract that if one party takes the initiative to breach the contract, it has to give the other party $300,000 in liquidated damages. Even if I do not pursue you, people will also pursue you all. Saying so stunned Wang Laoshi. He's from the village. Even if he's smart, he wouldn't dare do anything illegal. The heart sank to the bottom of the sea at that moment. Uncle honest, I know you want to make money. You see how? Your family's land next to my family is also close. You also know that my family's vegetables planted delicious, can be sold at a good price. If, of course, I do not force you. If you transfer the right to operate the land to me, I can then share the dividends with you. This is also not so bad that you don't have an income, isn't it? Wang Yu laughed. What? You don't give yourself a fish pond, but you want to buy your own land? You're a greedy doll. Wang Laoshi left grimly at that moment. Honestly you also don't get angry. My son is young and unintelligent. He is that temper. He Guifan comforted while sending Wang Laoshi out of the house. Good boy. I can't imagine that you have a lot of heart. Wang Chongwen patted his own son's shoulder. Don't say. Just now the performance is simply absolute. Even a belly of bad water. Wang Laoshi stifled speech. This is the first time to see. Wang Yu shrugged helplessly. Hey, I had wanted to let Uncle Honest follow us to share the wealth, but it seems that it can't be done. Kid, you tell Dad the truth. Our family's vegetables and fish. How much do we earn in a day? He Guifan and her husband stared at their son and asked. It was all his own parents. So Wang Yu didn't joke and put up 2 fingers. 2,000? Wang Yu shook his head. 20,000? Wang Yu nodded. Wang Chongwen and he Guifan both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Although they knew that the fish ponds and vegetable farms were constantly delivering goods to Yunzhong Villa in the past 2 days, but they didn't expect that this one day's income was almost enough to cover their year's harvest. That's something for a son to do. Dad, Wang Chongwen think about these days. Every day eating $1,000 of fish and a few $100s of vegetables. Cannot help but pat his son's shoulders. Boy, in the future, I do not care about the fish ponds and vegetable fields. You want to toss how you want to toss how you want to toss. Mom, he Guifan also said. Your busy career is indeed good, but do not forget to find a reliable daughter-in-law for Mom. Know it? Wang Yu laughed. Unconsciously, he felt that his parents' waist was hardened. Yes, as long as I, Wang Yu, am around, your lives will only get better. No. Early the next morning, Wang Yu just opened his eyes and heard the cries of magpies outside the door. Just when I thought something good was coming, I saw a long line of carts in front of my door. The cars were each at least a couple $100,000, and obviously came from a lot of money. Wangjia village is a small village of 500 people. Where have seen such a formation? Suddenly all out of their homes, watching the roadside. Instead, he saw a man walk down from a luxurious automobile, about 50 or 60 years old. Isn't this the village head of Tianwai village, the chairman of Tianwai Villa, Lu Shuamin? Why did he personally come to our village? There were obviously people in the village who knew Lu Shuamin, but of course, there was more envy and jealousy. Tianwai village had gotten used to being arrogant and domineering all these years, so naturally there were countless enemies, but they dared to be angry. I've heard that the Song family's Cloud Villa has been on fire lately, stealing a lot of business from the heavens beyond Mountain Villa. I've heard about it as well. And it seems that Wang Chongwen's family is the exclusive supplier of the Yunzhong Mountain Villa. So what did he from the village outside of heaven want with his family? No matter what, Wang Chongwen is an honest man. We can't let him be bullied by Tianwai village. If something happens in a while, everyone will go on. The people of Wangjia village were talking about it. Lu Shuamin didn't bother and walked into the door of Wang Yu's house with his bodyguard accompanying him. May I ask if this is Wang Chongwen's house? Lu Shuamin said with a kind face. Wang Chongwen early heard the commotion, thought there was nothing to do with their own home back to the house, but did not expect Lu Shuamin even personally from the home yard. Oh, I'm Wang Chongwen, what are you looking for me for? Wang Chongwen frowned and said, the heart is very nervous and excited. We must know that the character in front of us, but 10 miles and 8 townships well-known richest even personally walked in front of his own name to find their own, if not to consider that he is the village of Tianwai. Wang Chongwen all have a kind of fluffy illusion. Chapter 28. Sorry. Hello? May I ask if your son Wan Yu is here? However, Lu Shuamin's words made Wang Chongwen's old face burst with embarrassment. Then, he roared towards Wang Yu's house without a good mood. Rabbit's son, the sun is on your ass. Still not getting up. Someone is coming. Who is it? Coming so early in the morning, in a hurry to pour my urinal? Wang Yu's lazy voice came from inside. A shiver ran down the faces of the cadre of bodyguards standing in the courtyard. Letting Mr. Lu serve you a urinal? Do you have such great face? Lu Shuamin also smiled awkwardly. Young people are really happy and free. As he was talking, Wang Yu walked out wearing big pants and brushing his teeth, with a beard and a look of not waking up. Sleepily, he looked at Lu Shuamin. Looking for me for what? Before Lu Shuamin could say anything, the bodyguard beside him couldn't help but say, this is our Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa's general manager Lu. How can you be so rude? Wang Yu grunted. I didn't beg you to come either. Interrupting someone's dreams in the morning. Who's being rude in the first place? You. The bodyguard was furious. He was about to rush up to use his fists and feet to theorize a bit, but Lu Shuamin shook his hand. Wang Yu is the key to Tianwai Mountain Villa's rise from the dead and back to the east, so he can't let him be upset. So, a large group of bodyguards in suits, as well as the owner of the famous Tianwai Mountain Villa, stood in the courtyard in broad daylight and watched Wang Yu brush his teeth and wash his face and get dressed. Only then did he slowly sit on a stool in the courtyard. Wang Chongwen looked at his son's unperturbed appearance. The heart is also secretly surprised. This kid, where to learn such a calm kung fu? At the same time also when his wife looked at each other. His own son is not an ordinary person. Mr. Lu doesn't have anything to do, so let's talk straight. Wang Yu said calmly under the gaze of the crowd. Without waiting for Lu Shuamin to speak, he added, if it's about the fish, then you can go back. I've already signed a contract with Tianwai Mountain Resort, your section competitor. This is a breach of contract. Lu Shuamin smiled. Then what if I buy the fish pond? Wang Yu rolled his eyes. You can buy it if you want to. Someone asked me to buy it yesterday, and I wasn't happy about it. Lu Shuamin didn't say anything and directly placed a blank check on the table. You name the number. I won't cut the price. Dad Wang Chongwen and Mom He Guifan saw the blank checks on the table. 4 eyes straight. God, this is the legendary check. This is the legendary check. However, Wang Yu came with such a sentence, causing the soap bubble of their hopes to completely burst. I've said it all. No sale. Wang Yu didn't even look at the check on the table. You guys can go back. You damn give face not face right? The bodyguard next to him was furious. His own party came all the way here, stood in the courtyard and waited for you for half a day. But you were good. You directly refused. They had followed the boss for many years. How had they ever suffered such an insult? Wang Chongwen and his wife hastened to be half polite to the bodyguards, walked to their son's front, and persuaded, son, this is a huge deal. Even though the heavenly beyond village and we don't deal with each other, you can't turn down the opportunity to make money. Wang Yu shook his head. Dad, you promised me yesterday that you wouldn't care about the fish pond from now on. When Wang Chongwen heard this, he had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. Anyway, according to the current situation, even if not sold to him Tianwai Mountain Villa, his own son can earn a lot of money. So think, Wang Chongwen heart also frank. Yes, right now they are begging, but not their own begging them. They do not panic. Lu Shuamin's face was also a bit unsightly. Wang Yu right? You also know the strength of Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa. I can't buy the fish pond, but I can buy out your fish. How much does Cloudy Mountain Villa offer? I'll beat his price. How's that? Wang Yu still shook his head. It's not that I'm not selling. I'm not hiding it from you. At that time, I was the first one to look for your company to sell it, but as a result, your company didn't want it, so there's nothing I can do about it. Where in heaven can you sell regret pills? Lu Shuamin frowned. It was the first time he had heard of this matter. Say a name and I'll deal with this person right away. Lu Shuamin said seriously. It's no one else. It's your nephew Lu Ermao, repeatedly disturbing me in my business, and sending people to cut off the water of our downstream village. It's really unethical. Wang Yu shook his head. Lu Shuamin clenched his fist and cursed to success. At that moment, there is no more nonsense. Wang Yu's meaning he understands. This is a complete knot. At that time, the matter of cutting off the water flow in Tianwai village. In fact, he also knew, but after all, considering the interests of his own village and his own company, he also turned a blind eye to the past. Right now, people are gagging themselves with this, and there's nothing they can do about it. Besides, even if one opens the sluice gate to release water now, one can't release water anymore. Wait, something's not right. Even Tianwai village is out of water. His village is downstream. Where's the water coming from? Yes, sitting in the car Lu Shuamin bright eyes. The most important thing is the water source of the fish pond. Wangjia village. Where is the water from? He vaguely remembered that there seemed to be a sacred spring river in Wangjia village that had dried up for many years. Right? Turn around and go to the other village entrance of Wang's village, he said to the driver. A line of luxury cars stopped at the riverside of the sacred spring river, and the bodyguards who got out of the cars were all stunned by the sight before them. Only to see the dry for many years of the holy spring river is not at all cracked land, but instead rushing, the river flowed with joy. They are also all villagers of Tianwai village. This year is very dry. They have not seen so much water for a long time. Lu Shuamen looked at the rushing sacred spring river and sighed. Strange, the sacred spring river, which has been withered for so many years, has produced water in such a dry year. He knelt down and scooped up a mouthful with both hands. The river water was sweet and delicious and of very high quality. No wonder we can raise such good fish. So it's because of this water. Lu Shuo looked at the rushing sacred spring river, and his worried expression suddenly opened up with a smile. The bodyguards next to him followed suit and sighed. If only this sacred spring river belonged to our village. But this sacred spring river is at the lower reaches. We can't get this river at all. That's no good. The water's public. If he won't let us scoop it up, we'll go and make a scene in the township. Lu Shuamin smoked a cigarette and asked carelessly, is that Wang Fu Ruo still in the hospital? The bodyguard froze for a moment, and then it dawned on him that Wang Fu Ruo was the village chief of Wangjia village, and that he had personally come to Tianwai village last time to ask for a statement, but had been injured and hospitalized by the villagers of Tianwai village. But Wang Fu Ruo is not like Wang Yu. That boy has no high price. If their boss out of a high price to buy this river then. Chapter 29, You've got to fight. Within a few days, Wangjia village was not peaceful again. This day Yu as usual sitting in his own fish pond playing with WeChat. Just to the red child and the black bear 2 food gifts. Then see his dad Wang Chongwen panting ran to. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Looking at his dad's sweaty forehead in shocked appearance, Wang Yu stood up. What's the matter that makes you panic like that? Wang Chongwen pointed in the direction of the edge of the village and said urgently, take a look and go. Our sacred spring river has been overrun by the people of Tianwai village. What? Wang Yu frowned. This heavenly beyond villages was too much. Even running to Wangjia village to grab water. This was bullying the Wang family village for not having anyone. At that moment, Wang Yu's heart burned with anger, and he ran to the sacred spring river with his hoe, only to see that both sides of the sacred spring river were filled with villagers. One side was from Tianwai village, and all the people who came were young and young at heart, about 300 people. In comparison, the 100 or so old and sickly people from Wangjia village were a bit thin on the ground. This is our Wangjia village's river. Aren't you being a bit overbearing in Tianwai village? In the beginning, your Tianwai village shut down the dam and didn't release the water, and now that there's no water, you're robbing our water instead. Is there any justice in this? You bandits. It's a big deal that there are so many of you. Today the people of the Wang family village put up a fight. Right now there was a drought everywhere, and there was a shortage of water everywhere. The water source of Tianwai village had already dried up, and if this only source of water, the sacred spring river, was snatched away, then the Wang family village would never be able to raise its head. The people from the heavens beyond village arrogantly said, what of your Wang family village? From today, this sacred spring river belongs to our heavens beyond village. You guys are also really naive. Do you guys know that your village head Wang Fu Ruo has already sold the sacred spring river to our village? Ha ha, the people who spoke were none other than Mao and Keiko. Wang Yu frowned, not realizing that Lu Shuamin, who had eaten the closed door at his own place at that time, had thought of this kind of method. Had it been done before, this approach would have been tantamount to taking a shot at himself. Yeah, if the sacred springs river doesn't belong to the Wangs anymore, it's all face to face. But, Lu Shuamin, you still don't know. The reason why this sacred spring river bubbles up is entirely because of me. They were all from the village, completely ignorant of the law, and as soon as they heard that the village head had sold the sacred spring river, the people of Wangjia village cursed. What are you babbling about? The village chief was beaten up by your village only a few days ago. Selling anyone won't sell to you. That's right, this is the river of the Wang's village. Don't you try to rob it. Xianzi said, I don't think I can say whether to sell or not. You can ask your village chief. Mao also took out his cell phone, and do not believe that you can come to see. I specifically took a picture of the above can be your village council seal. This time the villagers panicked, not expecting the village head to come to this. Wang Jinwu, the village branch secretary, clenched his teeth in anger. The sacred spring river is the public property of our Wangjia village. Even if it is to be sold, then it has to be decided in a collective meeting. And this doesn't count, Mao disdainfully said. Anyway, with the contract here, even if it comes to court, we still stand to reason. Besides, your village chief has taken our money. Wang Jinwu wanted to say something, but for a moment he didn't know what to say. Although he was the village secretary, he really felt powerless in the face of the brutal and unreasonable people of Tianwai village who had someone at the top. You're buying and selling by force, and even if you sign a contract, the contract itself doesn't count. Wan Yu stood up and glared at Mao and the other people from the heavens beyond village. Mao had brought more people with him today and wasn't afraid of Wan Yu. Who do you think you are? If you say it doesn't count, it doesn't count? Wan Yu clenched his fists. Brother Mao, I advise you to speak politely. Che, you think I'm afraid of you? Wang Yu laughed coldly. Do you think that after you take down the sacred spring river, your trading in the heavens beyond Mountain Villa will be able to make a comeback? Joke, Mao said indifferently. Even if we don't get it, you won't get it. This is purely a hooligan trick. To be honest, Wang Yu now really wants to pounce over and beat up the people of Wangjia village severely. But at this time, the group is furious. If he pounced on it, the people of the Wang family village will surely participate. And it would not be good if there is an armed fight and lives are lost. Wang Yu walked to the village branch secretary Wang Jinwu's side. Uncle Jinwu, where is the village chief? Wang Jinwu snorted coldly. This girl, who received Lu Shuamin's money herself, followed his daughter-in-law to run away to her mother's house. Wang Yu stuttered at his words and didn't know what to say for a while. Uncle Jinwu, now that we are outnumbered by the enemy, if we pounce on them, we will also be the ones to suffer. Anyway, the sacred spring river is right here in our village, and we can't run away, so why don't we think long and hard, and then think of other ways? Wang Jinwu nodded. It could only be done now. He glared at the people of Tianwai village. If you have the ability, you can guard here. I'll report to the top. If the village chief can't do it, I'll go to the county chief. If the county chief can't do it, I'll go to the mayor. If not, I'll go to Beijing. I don't believe that there's no law in the world. Rabbits will bite when they are cornered, and the behavior of the Tianwai village is really disgusting. Mao and Xiangzi, however, threatened, advise you better be honest. Do you believe that you will disappear before you even get to Jinan? Wang Jinwu's tendons bulged with anger and his heartbeat accelerated. Forget it, Uncle Jinwu, we needlessly get angry over such people. Wang Yu patted the village clerk's shoulder and gave Mao and the others a cold look before turning to the townspeople. Since they are willing to guard it, let them do so. Anyone from Wangjia village is not allowed to give them food or provide lodging. Do you hear me? The people of the Wang clan village waited hatefully for the people of the Outer Heaven village. Whoever helps them will be drowned by a mouthful of spittle from the people of the Wang clan village. Doggone it to help these bullies. Hell, you guys can stay here if you can. I don't believe you guys can hold on to such a long river. The people from Wangjia village cursed a few times and were a little bit unwilling, but they could not help that there were too many people from Tianwai village and all of them were young people. They knew that they could not beat each other, so they could only take advantage of their mouths to go home in indignation. Wang Yu returned home, but saw his dad, Wang Chongwen, squatting in the yard, smoking a cigarette, and his eyebrows were locked. Oh son, do you think it's because of what happened to our family that we offended the heavenly beyond village? Dad, don't think too much. These days, it's not that the time won't come. Wang Yu comforted. Wang Chongwen spat out a smoke ring and shook his head helplessly. Son, you don't know that good people don't live long, and woe betide them for 1,000 years. How many years has Tianwai village fish and flesh in the countryside, and I haven't seen them do anything? If it is because of the reason of our fish pond harmed the interests of the Wang family village, then we cannot afford. You see, is not the fish pond to give him Tianwai village, or directly and their Tianwai mountain village cooperation. Peace is precious in this world. Wang Yu frowned, not expecting his dad to directly back down in the face of Wangjia village's aggressiveness. This can't be done. Dad, you've been thinking about others all your life? Have you ever thought about yourself? I won't let this fish pond, and this sacred spring river won't let their heavenly outer village get it either. Just don't worry. Chapter 30, Where is the water of the sacred spring river? Wang Yu naturally had his reasons for daring to say this. That night, accompanied his parents to eat an unhappy dinner in dead silence. Wang Yu pretended to go back to the house to sleep, and when his parents turned off the lights, he quietly felt his way out. The direction is naturally the sacred spring river. Tianwai village has been brutal for so many years. In the past, it was Wang Yu who was incapable. Now since he has the ability to teach these grandchildren a lesson, he naturally will not let them go. The night is dark and windy and murderous. Oh no, Wang Yu won't do murderous things. When he touched the sacred spring river in the night, he only saw that tents had already been set up on both sides of the river, and the villagers of Tianwai village were chatting in front of the tents. This Wangjia village's people are too wimpy. We've hit our doorstep and don't even dare to let out a fart. Hey, is it useful for them to fart? There are so many of us. We'll settle the battle in minutes. Instead of being beaten by us, it's better to eat a boring loss. But don't forget, last time, that guy called Wang Yu, he dealt with dozens of us miles by himself. The villagers had a word or two to say, entirely to pass the time. Wang Yu touched the night and continued to move forward, only to hear a familiar voice coming from the front. Lu Ermo said, if our village really masters this sacred spring river, then we will make a lot of money. This water tastes really sweet. Keiko laughed, but no. It's strange to say that the sacred spring river, which has been dried up for about 10 years, has re-emerged with water, and it's even better than the original water. No wonder the fish in that guy Wang Yu's fish pond are so vigorous. This water is not ordinary. Chang Zi said, Brother Mao, it looks like there is hope for the heavens beyond Mountain Villa this time. Mao disdainfully said, more than hope. If we monopolize the river, then Yunzhong Villa will not be able to continue to run their own. Then we continue to raise the price. Everything is up to us all. The two men envisioned a bright future, but in Wang Yu's opinion, this future could not be realized, because he came here tonight to make the sacred spring river disappear for a while. If there's no more water in the sacred spring river, I'll see what you're still guarding here for. Wang Yu snorted coldly and ran to the upstream source of the sacred spring river, quickly finding the spring. Lu Ermo, since your village is so devoid of virtue, don't blame me for being ruthless, Wang Yu said, pulling out a piece of red paper from his pocket. This was the Samadhi fire amulet given to him by Red Child, although until now has not been used, but the Red Child can give him a lot. It is said that this Samadhi true fire, in addition to being weak water in Shenkuandu, everything else, can be this fire less than a clean, including the world's ordinary river water. I don't know what kind of bull Red Child is bragging about. Hey, just try your little kid's Samadhi fire. Thinking like this, Wang Yu tore the red paper to shreds and remained on top of that spring. At that moment, a purplish-red flame burned in the air. Wang Yu quickly found a quiet place and secretly observed, only to see that the Samadhi flame did not immediately go out, but instead directly affixed and paid on the sacred spring river. That holy spring river is actually vaporizing and evaporating rapidly. Oh, my God! Wang Yu's eyes widened, not realizing that the Samadhi true flame was so powerful. There was a feeling of trepidation, fearing that this Samadhi fire could not be controlled and would cause a fire. The Samadhi flame was very conspicuous in the darkness of the night, and was soon discovered by the villagers of the Heavens Beyond village. Someone exclaimed, Holy, you guys, what is that? The crowd looked toward the upper reaches of the sacred spring river in surprise, only to see a purplish-red flame fluttering and burning above the river. Yes, although the flame was very small, and the single thinness could indeed be described as a bear, because that fire was surprisingly floating on the sacred spring river. Not only did it not go out, but it kept burning. Gosh, could it be the legendary ghost fire? Do you have any culture? Where is the ghost fire in this color? Not to mention, have you ever seen a fire floating on water? Mao and Chang Zi also realized that something was wrong, and inside they ran towards the upper reaches of the sacred spring river. When they got very close to the strange fire, they were all so scared that they didn't move, because they realized that the sacred spring river was actually decreasing rapidly under the burning of this fire. All around it was bubbling with white vapor. Opened the flashlight towards the whole river to shine. The villagers of Tianwai village were all dumbfounded. Daytime quiet sacred spring river, at this time, is actually completely boiling up. Look at the creepy bunch. Brother Mao, what's going on this? Keiko stuttered in fear. Asterisk. Who am I going to ask if you ask me? Mao gritted his teeth. As he spoke, he only saw that the flames on the sacred spring river actually moved. Wherever the flames passed, the sacred spring river below actually evaporated completely. Yes, the river is all gone. Gosh, all of Tianwai village's eyes were in shock. Asterisk. Is this a dream? Mao suddenly slapped Keiko and looked at him. Does it hurt? Damn, can it not hurt? Keiko covered his face and said. In the effort of saying just that, the massive flames moved faster, and the sacred spring river disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Wang Yu, who was hiding in the dark, watched this scene with amazement, and kept praying in his heart. Red Child, don't lie to me. This Samadhi fire talisman has a limitation. I hope that it won't cause a bigger problem. However, things were a bit out of his league, only to see that after that Samadhi flame had burned the sacred spring river dry, not only did it not go out, but it continued to move. Asterisk. It's not good. What can we do about this? Wang Yu was anxious. The samadhi flame was not a cover. It could dry up the sacred spring river, let alone anything else. Samadhi true fire as if his master red child seems to be very naughty, actually in front of the crowd dumbfounded look, towards the tent of the village outside the sky. In an instant, the dozens of tents brought by the Heavens Beyond village burned to slag all at once. If it wasn't for the villagers from the Heavens Beyond village running fast, I'm afraid they would have all turned into ashes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Hell, run, run. At this time, the villagers of Tianwai village could not care about anything else. It was still important to save their lives, and they all fled from Wangjia village in a panic. As for Mao and yet Keiko, they fled when the samadhi flame approached the tent, and that samadhi true fire, after burning all the tents dry, just when Wang Yu was looking at how to clean up the mess, it even disappeared into the air by itself. Wang Yu's hanging heart put down. Damn, just now really have a feeling of crime. Wang Yu couldn't help but touch the few pieces of red paper left in his pocket, thinking that he had brought a few more before he came for fear of not having enough. He couldn't help but be a little amused. This Samsara fire talisman is indeed good. Next time I have to ask Red Child to order more. Wang Yu laughed and touched the knight to return to his home as if nothing had happened. Chapter 31, Returning to the Wang family village. The villagers of Wangjia village were still haunted by yesterday's incident of Tianwai village hijacking the sacred spring river. This kind of thing couldn't be tolerated by anyone, so as soon as the day dawned, many people unconsciously headed to the edge of the village, wanting to see if the villagers of Tianwai village were still there. Walking to the sacred spring river. Where are the villagers of Tianwai village? Last night's tent is gone. Only a field of ashes remains. But before their faces could be happy, they were immediately replaced by despair and anger. Not only are the villagers of Tianwai village gone, but heck, the water of the sacred spring river is gone too. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where's the water? Is it hard to be scooped up and ed by the Heavens Beyond village? There's so much water. Even with a pump it won't be finished in one night. The people of Wangjia village were outraged, and the village branch secretary immediately came to the riverbank, and he didn't know what was going on. But the sacred spring river disappeared again. Such a big thing has made him out of anger. Let's go. Find the people of the heavenly beyond village to seek justice. The inexplicable disappearance of the sacred spring river was tantamount to a thunderbolt to the people of the Wang family village, which frightened them even more than being overrun by the heavenly outer villages. Yes, not anger but fear, because it's so dry that water is their life. Lu Shuamen hadn't slept all night because last night, just as he was trying to sleep, his nephew Lu Ermo ran back with a bunch of people in a panic. Weren't they sent to guard the sacred spring river? How did they come back so quickly? Angry Lu Shuamen split his head and cursed. However, when Lu Ermo, with fear in his eyes, told him what he saw, his entire body was also confused. Yeah, just now he was counting on how to make good use of the sacred spring river to make it big, and the next second he was told that the sacred spring river was gone. Gone. He paid millions of dollars to get it back. What the? I just took a sip of water and this holy spring river is gone. Village chief, the Wang clan's people are here. Someone reported. Lu Shuamin waved his hand, always feeling that something was wrong. The shouts of the Wangs had already been heard from outside the village. Lu Shuamin, you old undead. Hurry up and get your ass out here. Where's our river of holy springs? How is it that you have guarded it all night and it's gone? Did you use the pump to transfer the sacred spring river from our village to yours? The villagers said with righteous indignation. Yet for some reason, no one from the Heavens Beyond village came out to stop them today. It can't be helped. All the youths in Tianwai village who have two tricks up their sleeves witnessed a scene last night that they will never forget for the rest of their lives, and they are still in a period of shock. So where do they have the heart to pay attention to them? Let's go. Go check out the dam in their village. Village branch secretary Wang Jinwu frowned. The behavior of Tianwai village today was too strange. A group of people, vast spirit of the dam, walked to the dam to look down. Hey, Tianwai village of the river is only left with a layer of water close to the surface of the ground, and go also muddy. So where did their sacred spring river go? Wang Jinwu blinked his eyes, his head completely confused. Go straight to Yu Sukmin. He took the villagers directly to Lu Shuamin's mansion again. The bouncer surprisingly didn't stop them and let them in. Lu Shuamin, you're too unkind. We've been flowing the sacred spring river properly for almost a month. How come it evaporated after you guarded it for one night? Wang Jinwu said with a gloomy face. Lu Shuamin looked innocent and spread his hands. I don't know either. Yesterday, Ermo and Shangzi came back with their men and said that a fire suddenly started on the sacred spring river, and within a few minutes, the entire sacred spring river was burned dry. Wang Jinwu glared. You think I would believe such a thing? Lu Shuamin shook his head. I don't believe it either. But things just happened. Wang Jinwu hummed. A single fire could dry up the sacred spring river? That was too heavenly, right? You don't want to think about it. I'm the one who doesn't want this to happen the most. With the sacred spring river gone, I've lost so much money into it. I'm still looking at how Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa will operate. Lu Xuamin sighed. That's your fault. Wang Jinwu glared at Lu Xuamin in disgust. This is great. None of us can get the sacred spring river. You still want that piece of land? This, you can rest assured. Sacred spring river is gone. What do I want him for? Lu Xuamin spat. I'll recover the money in a while. The contract is invalid. Sacred spring river is still yours. Wang Jinwu walked out of Lu Xuamin's house with a grim face. The villagers immediately gathered around. Branch, what's wrong? Brother Jinwu, you have to talk. Wang Jinwu's heart is still thinking just now Lu Xuamin said a few true or false, but regardless of true or false, so strange things cannot be said with the villagers. He wasn't sure why the sacred spring river was gone, but he promised that that contract didn't count. The sacred springs river is still ours. What's the use of this river when it's all gone? The villagers complained. The hope that had risen was completely dashed. Hey, Wang Jinwu sighed. It seems that this year's crops, there is no hope. The villagers of Wangjia village are all sighing. It seems that this year we have to go out to work to earn some money otherwise the new year will have to die of poverty. Wang Fu, who followed his daughter-in-law to escape to his mother's house, looked at the bodyguards in suits in front of him. Brother Mao, haven't we already settled the money and goods? How can you go back on your word? Lu Ermao glared at him fiercely. You think I'm willing to Heck, what the hell is your sacred spring river? How we just take over a day oh no a night completely evaporated. This is a joke, right? Wang Fu said. He was afraid to go back to be poked by the villagers, so he has been hiding in his daughter-in-law's house and did not go back. Where do you know the matter of the sacred spring river in your own village? It's just gone anyway. Mao waved his hand impatiently. If you don't believe me, go back and take a look. Fu Wang, don't just stand there. Where's that $1 million for you? Hurry up and take it out. Mao yelled. This sacred spring river is gone and it is not about the contract. At that time, it was agreed. Wang Fu still wants to say a few words. After all, that money is not a small amount. Mao said impatiently, brothers, copy the house. For a while, the bodyguards thumped and smashed everything in sight, and soon found the contract, which Mao tore up on the spot. Looking at Wang Fu, kid, what? You still want to lie in the hospital? Wang Fu scared quickly took out the check. Damn, he is now a loss of women and soldiers, neither returned to the village, but also cannot get the money And when night fell, the well-rested Wang Yu, after his parents fell asleep, once again sneaked out to the sacred spring river. This time, he didn't have the Samsara fire talisman with him, but instead had the pot of treasure in his hand. He once again placed the treasure pot on top of the spring and poured the water inside in the old way. In a moment, the dried-up sacred spring river revived and gurgled along its bed. Chapter 32. It's a spiritual river. Dog, it looks like we can't count on the crops this year. Give home a call when you go to the city. Sanwa, work hard out there. Doggy, go out and save some money. After a night of tossing and turning, many of the young people in Wangjia village decided that it would be better to go out to work. Staying in this poor mountain valley, a little bit of hope is drained. Waiting for the Shengquan River to come to the water, it is better to go to the city to work. So, early in the morning, a couple of young men partnered up and got ready to travel far with their backpacks. Hey, heck, when I go out to earn money, I'll come back and show off in Tianwai village too. They're too bullying. Yes, they're not looking down on us because of the superiority of their own village. They simply don't treat us as human beings. When the sacred spring river had water, it was bought over by force. Now that the sacred spring river is out of water, it is forcing the village chief to give the money back. A few young men were carrying their backpacks, discussing the events of the past 2 days, and were obviously very angry in their hearts as well. As we chatted, we unknowingly walked to the sacred springs river. He was going to wave goodbye, but when he saw that water was actually emerging from the sacred spring river once again, a few young people opened their mouths wide in shock. There was no water last night. Why did it pop up again overnight? The young people looked at me and I looked at you. The first feeling was disbelief, and then they ran over, ruffled the water in the river, and even drank a mouthful of it. Damn, it was sweet. Really, it's true. The sacred springs river is bubbling again. A few young people can hardly hide the excitement in their eyes. Yes, if there is water in the sacred spring river, their fruits and vegetables can grow a good harvest and sell at a good price. At that moment, each of them took their luggage and went straight back the same way, bringing this amazing news back to the village. When the villagers heard the news, they ran to the sacred spring river in another burst of excitement, and each of them wept with joy. This sacred spring river, it's got spirit. When the bully comes, it automatically disappears, and when the bully leaves, the water automatically bubbles up. It's really divine. Village branch secretary, You can't sell the sacred spring river now. Don't worry, I've already hidden the stamp of the village council. No one will be able to sell the sacred spring river this time. Wang Jinwu, the village branch secretary, said in a hateful voice. However, the news quickly traveled into the heavens beyond village. Lu Shuamin is also very surprised. This Shengquan River teasing him to play. How he left. Shengquan River on the water? When I think of yesterday's forcible tearing up of the contract, I can't help but feel a pang of regret in my heart. As he was frowning, he suddenly saw the garbage can by the door and immediately ran over with excitement, reaching into it. Hey, I'm surprised the contract is still there. Ha ha. Lu Shuamin looked at the contract in his hand. Heck, thanks to himself for keeping a hand. Mao, bring someone to take back the sacred spring river in for us. Lu Shuamin shook the contract in his hand and said smugly, gotta come. Mao heatedly laughed, and at that moment, he led a group of men, including Xiangzi, to drive to Wangjia village once again, and hijacked the sacred spring river. From the heavens beyond village, didn't you promise to return the sacred spring river to us? How come you went back on your word? Wang Jinwu said angrily. That's right, I heard that the village chief's contract has been torn up. What more do you want? This time, the sacred spring river is not for sale for any reason. The villagers were righteously indignant. Mao disdainfully said, who said the contract was torn up? It's not in so. Saying that, he shook the copy of the contract again. There's no way. It seems that this sacred spring river really wants to give it to my heavens beyond village. Ha ha, you guys. Wang Jinwu was furious and his chest floated violently. At this time, Wang Yu walked up again, patted his shoulder, and said, Uncle Jinwu, there's no rush. Let's think about this in the long run. And that night, Wang Yu again touched the dark, while the people of Tianwai village did not pay attention. Tore a Samadhi fire talisman on the holy spring river spring. Tianwai village's tent once again burned to dregs, and a group of people once again came back from Chunxing to be defeated. Several times in a row, each time, the sacred spring river disappeared overnight as soon as the people from the heavens beyond village came, and when they withdrew, the sacred spring river bubbled up again overnight. This matter was so strange that many of the people of the Wang clan village thought that the gods had manifested themselves to specifically help their people of the Wang clan village to deal with the heavenly beyond village. A few times down the line, even though Lu Shuamin of Tianwai Mountain Villa wanted to take down the sacred spring river, he was also alarmed by this matter, and in the end, it was left unsettled. So far, the Wang family village for the village of the sacred spring river worship God. Every big festival will be in the sacred spring river beside incense worship. No way. This sacred spring river is really magical. But Lu Shuamin didn't stop there, but stole and quietly bought out the people of Wangjia village, taking buckets to send water to their village every day. This method is costly, but at least they can get the water flow of the sacred spring river, and Wanyu can't do anything about them for the time being. Strangely enough, Lu Shua civil this sacred spring river water to raise fish, planting vegetables. I thought I could compete with Yunzhong Villa. I did not expect half a month passed. Yunzhong Villa's guests are still unceasingly, while the Tianwai Villa, although the guests flowed back quite a lot, but also figure that this side of the price is lower only to come. Lu Shuamin did not believe in evil. Personally sent people to buy a $2,000 of fish in the cloud in the mountain village. Yes, now the price of fish in the cloud in the mountain village has risen to this point, but there are still people who tend to rush. He also instructed the chef to make the fish he had raised from the sacred spring river, and after comparing the two fish, the flavor was naturally superior to that of the mountain villa in the clouds. Strange, both are fish raised in the sacred spring river. Why is the one from the cloud villa so tasty? Although the homegrown one is a bit tastier, it's not at a level at all when compared to others. Lu Shuamin frowned, puzzled. My nephew Mao didn't know why, but he came close and familiarized himself with the chopsticks and tasted the braised crushing carp from the mountain villa in the clouds, and praised it. Wow, this fish smells really good. Absolute. Uncle, is this the fish we raised? Get the hell out of here. This is from the Yunzhong mountain villa. Lu Shuamin didn't have the good sense to say. Now looking at his nephew is more and more unpleasant. If it was not for the fact that he had no children on his knees and only one daughter, how could he let this kid take over the company? Now it seems that Tianwai mountain village all lost in this kid. That's just it. For the time being, we can only win with price. Yusukman underestimated and shook his head helplessly. Mao is still not dead. Uncle, is it a problem with the chef? Why don't we overpay the chef across the street to dig over? I don't want to see you right now. Get lost. Hey, well, Mao Gray rolled out. The heart is also inexplicable fire. For some reason, he always felt that this matter and Wang Yu has a relationship. But, Yunzhong Villa's supply channels can be all in the hands of Wang Yu. Just thinking about that guy Wang Yu's skill, 100 of him can't stop it. Wang Yu, you kid, wait for me. One day I will find out your secret. Brother Mao gritted his teeth. his serious expression turning lewd as a woman appeared in front of him. Chapter 33, The Dragon Lady. Life in Wangjia village returns to normal. The land was nourished by the sacred spring river, and the fruits were very full and rich, and after the battle of Tianwai village hijacking the sacred spring river, Wangjia village was also famous in the vicinity of Taishan mountain. Not to mention, the high price of Wangjia village's fishes in the Yunzhong villa, which drew the attention of many agro-restaurants bosses. So, Wangjia village originally planted in the vegetable field can only eat their own vegetables, and now all of them are nearby Nanjiale higher than the market price of the purchase to go. Not to mention, the vegetables grown in Wangjia village, with their bright color and pure taste, are so refreshing to eat that they are indeed very popular with customers. It didn't take long for the reputation of Wangjia village to build up. Of course, they didn't know that the one who brought them happiness and wealth was no other than Wang Yu from their village. At this time, Wang Yu, in the eyes of his parents, has become more and more lazy, holding a cell phone all day chatting to talk about inexplicable words. But Wang Chongwen did not dare to block. There is no way. How long it is? Wang Yu earned money has completely exceeded his expectations. What's more, now the fish ponds also have someone to help. Fruits and vegetables also have someone to help sell. Really nothing Wang Yu. On this day, Wang Yu, as always, lay down in his family's cornfield and opened WeChat. Red Child seemed to have followed Guanyin to preach the sutra, leaving Black Bear alone to guard Luojia mountain in boredom. After chatting with Black Bear for a while and giving him some rare stuff, Wang Yu took a selfie and traveled into the immortal world. The corn in the cave has grown a whole lot more, but still no fruit. The cucumbers and tomatoes, on the contrary, have blossomed quite a bit, and many of them have produced small fruits. Wang Yu sharp eyes, found a red tomato, immediately delighted, directly picked, also do not wash, directly into the mouth. All of a sudden, the fresh and full flesh of the fruit fills the mouth, and the juice is sweet and sour, very refreshing. However, just after swallowing it into his stomach, the vast true qi swam away in his body. Wang Yu's eyes flashed with essence. It was really as he expected. Taking the seeds and planting them in the immortal realm, the fruits that grew out actually did have the effect of an immortal pill. He had no time to rejoice and press down the excitement in his heart as he hurriedly practiced according to the body forging technique that the Black Bear had given him. True qi traveled back and forth between the meridians, and the body was constantly undergoing this hammering. Wang Yu swallowed the god refining pill into his stomach again. At this time, after a long time of exercise, an elixir did not need to be ground and powdered. It was perfectly fine to directly enter the mouth. The immense power washed the marrow of the body, and it was as if the body had been reborn in nirvana. I don't know how long it took before Wang Yu opened his eyes. He stretched his limbs, only to feel his muscles swell with inexhaustible strength. Also, he felt a lot lighter, not in weight, but in that feeling. A light suddenly flashed in his mind. Could it be that he could fly? With this thought, he held his breath and controlled his body with his willpower, and after practicing repeatedly even though his body actually did float, although the figure was very unstable, although it only floated up a short foot high, but this also made Wang Yu very happy. Damn, flying around is just around the corner from now on. Wang Yu laughed, then his face became embarrassed. After placing it in the marrow wash, the surface of the skin was once again sticky with sludge and very unpleasant all over. He carefully stepped out of the cave and jumped headfirst into the river, following the familiar path. Wow, eating the fruits you grow in the immortal realm and bathing in the water of the immortal realm. It really isn't normally comfortable. Wang Yu comfortably wandered in the clear river, with the scent of flowers of various colors at the tip of his nose and the mumbling birds chirping in his ears. It was simply a divine day. AI, the days of Luojia mountain are so boring. Red Child was called by Guanyin, and I have nothing to do here alone. This immortal realm is closed, and there's no need for me to cast rain. Hey! Wang Yu was taking a bath when suddenly his ears twitched and heard someone speaking in the purple bamboo forest. He jumped to shore in a hurry to get dressed and find a bush to hide in. The voice seemed to be a female and it seemed to be talking to itself. But I think Red Child told me that Black Bear has gotten a lot more delicious food lately. I'll go check it out. The voice came from far away and a girl in red appeared in front of Wang Yu's eyes. Black neat long hair and waist, fresh and uncluttered face makes people look at it and do not want to move away. Step and step, posture curls. This is the legendary Fairy Ah. Wang Yu hid in the shadows, and his throat couldn't help but squirm as he watched. Who? The dragoness frowned, her body stopping and looking around warily. Should I keep hiding? Or should I go up and flirt with the girl? Oh no, this should be flirting with a fairy. Wang Yu squatted in the bushes and hesitated for half a day, but finally gathered enough courage to walk out. Hi, fairy. Wang Yu thought of many very cool poses, but once he stood up, all the poses were for nothing. The dragon lady was stunned that there really was someone else in the Luojia mountain governed by Guanyin, and, as she surveyed the man in front of her, she could hardly describe him as oddly shaped. Really do not blame her frown. At this time Wang Yu, a short hair, wearing a short sleeve on the upper part and a pair of jean shorts underneath. This is completely not seen in the immortal world that has been closed for many years. Ah, who are you? How dare you show up at the Guanyin purple bamboo forest? The dragon lady said angrily. Misunderstanding, this fairy. Wang Yu had wanted to be introduced by the name of Wuji Great Immortal, but when he saw the dragon lady looking herself up and down with an odd expression, he realized that he was dressed a bit differently. He thought to himself that he would have to find a piece of clothing from the immortal world to wear in the future. Oh, I was idle and bored and happened to pass by Luojia Mountain, but unfortunately Guanyin was not here, so I had to come over and stroll around. Wang Yu smiled and said, my name is Wu Jizhenzi. I don't know how to address the fairy? It's just a matter of time. Wang Yu didn't know what name was good, so he can only continue to use the name of the Wuji real person. Humph, how dare you take advantage of Guanyin's absence to trespass on Luojia Mountain? How dare you not recognize this immortal? I am Guanyin's maid, the dragon maiden. The dragon lady frowned angrily. However, she was very puzzled in her mind at the moment. She scanned Wang Yu with her divine sense. This person's cultivation Dao was not deep. No, one would have to say it was very shallow. How did he break through the prohibition set by Guanyin to break into the purple bamboo forest? Could it be that he was the reincarnation of a certain great immortal who had failed to cross the threshold? Oh, so it's the dragon lady. It dawned on Wang Yu that the woman he saw in the land governed by Guanyin seemed to be the dragon lady in addition to Guanyin. Could it be that the last time he encountered that bathing fairy? Was it the dragon lady in front of him? Pretty is a little bit prettier. It's just a little bit grumpy. Meeting for the first time, this fairy is a bit abrupt. Here, this is the latest special fruit developed by this fairy. I don't know if the fairy likes it or not. Wang Yu's mind echoed the image of the last time he peeped, and immediately excitedly pulled out a tomato and walked over to the dragon lady. What is this? The dragon lady frowned and looked at the object in Wang Yu's hand with both curiosity and caution. Chapter 34, Strange but Comfortable. Oh, this is tomato. Very tasty. You can try it. Wang Yu smiled attentively. The dragon lady's fine eyebrows slightly knitted, holding it in her hand and playing with it for a while, thinking that this fruit looked crystal clear and really tempting, raised his head and surveyed the Wuji real person in front of him, feeling that it was not like a lie. It won't kill you anyway. Taste it. With this thought, the dragoness took a slight bite into the tomato. The action is very elegant. Looking at the red lips rise and fall, Wang Yu cannot help but heartbeat accelerate. Beautiful. Too beautiful. Ah, how does it taste? Wang Yu eyed the dragon lady as if her every word was very important. Tastes good. Eat. The dragoness took another bite, her frown tightening. This seemingly ordinary fruit was extraordinary, and the true chi in one's body followed suit and thickened. You're not a simple fruit. The dragoness looked searingly at the tomato. Hey, it's good that you like it. Wang Yu rubbed his hands and laughed. Oh, the dragon lady nodded, her expression still very cold, strangely sizing up Wang Yu. That Wuji realist, your dress is really alternative. May I ask you? Oh, you want to ask me in the end what is the origin, right? Wang Yu laughed. Meeting is fate. Heroes don't ask about their origins. In the future, as long as you want to eat, I have plenty of this kind of stuff. Really? A trace of joy flashed through the dragon lady's unperturbed eyes. If it is true, then it must be excellent. However, on second thought, he couldn't accept the benefits of the Wuji realist for nothing. What do you want? I'll exchange it with you. Wang Yu practiced waving his hand, secretly saying as long as I can meet you often and talk to you is the biggest reward for me. But looking at the dragon lady's serious look, he could only spread his hands. Then, you look at giving it. It doesn't matter to me anyway. A little bit of meaning is fine. Oh. The dragon lady thought seriously for a while and finally condensed 10 rain talismans and gave them to Wang Yu. Although I don't know what magical ability you have to grow such things in the immortal realm, since you're growing vegetables, you naturally need rain. So for the time being, I'll give you this rain talisman. A rain charm? Wang Yu looked at these pieces of transparent paper in his hands and was very excited. You know, Taishan rarely rains this year. The drought is killing us. If we can use this rain talisman to bring down rain, it would be a great good thing. Dragon lady is really smart. Wang Yu felt that he had to deliver something else, and said to the dragon lady, wait for a while, I still have something good to give you. With that, Wang Yu quickly shook his cell phone and disappeared in front of the dragon lady. A hint of surprise flashed in the dragon lady's eyes. This Wuji realist really does have powerful aptitude. I can't believe I can't feel him casting spells. Wang Yu returned to the cornfield, took another selfie, and traveled within his cave. It wasn't that he didn't mind the trouble. The truth was that in front of the dragon lady, his hallowed Wuji real person couldn't run to his cave. AI. It seems that I need to learn more spells from the immortal world in the future. Wang Yu sighed and found the chewing gum he had put away a long time ago in the cave. Then he shook his cell phone again and took another selfie. appearing in front of the dragon lady. The dragon lady's complexion was again shocked. This real person appeared unexpectedly unaware. Here, another tasty treat for you. Wang Yu laughed and handed a bottle of gum to the dragon lady. When handing over, he accidentally touched the fairy's jade hand, and he was so excited. What kind of treasure is this? The dragon lady wondered. Inside this is my carefully developed chewing gum. The flavor is very sweet. Girls should like it more. Wang Yu smiled and introduced. But you can't swallow it in one bite. This needs to be chewed continuously in your mouth and spit it out when the flavor is gone. The dragon lady let out an oh-so-sweet sound and chewed a piece of gum as Wang Yu had taught her. That sweet but not greasy, fresh and refreshing flavor instantly stimulated her taste buds, and she couldn't help but nod her head repeatedly. Very satisfied. We've only met for the first time, and real Wuji has sent me so many treasures. The dragon lady has offended me more just now. I hope that real Wuji will forgive me. The dragon maiden felt the strange movements within her body and actually bent down towards Wang Yu and bowed. That movement was elegant and standardized, and the posture was full. Looking at Wang Yu's heart. Where? I see that we are destined to send you this thing. Wang Yu smiled dashingly. I temporarily live near Luojia Mountain. If you want to eat these fresh things in the future, just look for me. Wang Yu didn't notice because he was so excited that he kept referring to himself as me instead of this immortal or some such platitude. Dragon lady's mind is clever. Secretly this real person although talk unruly, but the heart is really good. At the moment also do not mind. And asked. I do not know how the dragon lady to find the real person. This well. As soon as he talked about this issue, Wang Yu was a bit depressed. You can come here often in the future. If there is fate, naturally we will meet again. I still have some things to do, so I'll say goodbye first. Saying that, Wang Yu secretly shook his cell phone and disappeared in front of the dragon lady once again. Back to the cornfield Wang Yu, excited to the sky and laughed loudly. Fairy, he actually really met a fairy. TSK, a fairy is a fairy after all. That kind of fairy aura all over her body is not something that ordinary people can have. Or rather, that kind of temperament. It's really so admirable. Drip. Wang Yu was getting excited when his cell phone suddenly came with a prompt. Taking a look at the phone. Hey, WeChat even started to automatically upgrade again. Wang Yu blinked his eyes. Since the last time WeChat inexplicably upgraded itself automatically, his life had changed drastically. I don't know what new things this upgrade will bring to him. The mind was fantasizing that WeChat had been updated. Wang Yu excitedly reopened WeChat, and the screen was still the same as the original. Just another red alert there in the address book. The dragon lady requests to add you as a friend. Ways to add, referrals from friends. Hey, it's surprisingly possible. Wang Yu passed the friend prompt without hesitation. Only unlike last time, the dragon lady did not take the initiative to speak. However, Wang Yu thought that he could look through the black bear's circle of friends to know what was in his mind, so he should be able to similarly look through the dragon lady's thoughts. With this thought, he clicked on the dragon lady's avatar, found her photo album and clicked on it. Wow, did I break the commandment? The treasure given by that Wuji real person today is really delicious. I just don't know if Guanyin will be angry if she knows. The Wuji realist looks ordinary, but his magical powers are indeed vast. I have concentrated my mind to observe him twice, and I still can't feel him casting spells, but he does come and go like the wind then. Also, it's the first time I've seen what real Wuji is wearing. Although it looks a bit strange, it seems to be quite comfortable. So looking forward to the next time we meet. Chapter 35 Rain Charms. Son, dinner. The voice of his dad, Wang Chongwen, came from the side of his body. Wang Yu then shook his head and raised his eyes to see that the sky was already completely dark. Oh, Wang Yu responded and followed his dad's ass towards the house. Son, although I don't understand what you do during the day, but now looking at our family's life getting better day by day. Son, don't you have any other ideas? Wang Chongwen asked while walking. What idea? Wang Yu was at a loss for words. Don't you have your eye on any girl? Wang Chongwen asked tentatively. No way. I'm too busy making money right now to think about this. Wang Yu shrugged it off. You then don't think I don't know. Are you in love with our village that Li Dezai family's eldest daughter? Wang Chongwen asked with a black face. At that time when our fish pond was established, I saw you two there to make love to each other. What is it? We are just classmates. Okay? Wang Yu was dumbfounded, not expecting his dad to think of this level. He did want to find a girlfriend, because he was a man. But, since he saw the dragon lady's real face, he didn't have this kind of idea anymore. People in the mortal world really can't drink fairies compared to them, okay? Hey, if only he could find a girlfriend in the fairy world, it would be good. However, the dragon lady is Guanin's maid and has already joined the Buddhist sect, so how can she talk to him about male and female friends? Thinking of this, Wang Yu felt a wave of helplessness. Seeing his son did not speak, Wang Chongwen said, What? Is not I set in? In fact, with our family's current status in the village, Marrying his daughter is to look up to him. As long as you like, Dad will find someone to go to the door to propose marriage. Egu my dear father I really don't have that side of the meaning. You have time to help me take care of the fish pond. Don't blindly think all day. Your son, I will do it when I meet the right one, okay? Humph. Wang Chongwen grunted and walked forward with his hands behind his back and his head covered. Back home, Mom He Guifan has set up a meal. The family sat on the table, listening to the news broadcast to eat. Here's the weather news for the province. Jinan, sunny, 32 degrees Celsius 36 degrees C. Taiyan, sunny, 33 degrees Celsius 37 degrees C. Hello, we're done with today's news broadcast. Thank you for watching. Mom He Guifan sighed. Every day is so high temperatures. Not a little rain. Look at the crops drought. Wang Chongwen grunted. You're content. This is still our village has a sacred spring river. Unlike other villages, many have gone out to work. But no, if it's the sacred springs river, oh shucks, dormant the sacred springs river bubbles up. Or this year would be even worse. Wang Yu looked at the two parents' worried clouds, suddenly remembered the rain charm given to him by the dragon lady in the daytime, and thought that it was useless to keep it now anyway, and it just so happened that the townspeople needed it, so let's try his effect. So, after dinner, Wang Yu walked to the yard and casually tore up a rain charm. For a while, the originally bright and clear moon was suddenly obscured by dark clouds, and the entire sky became gloomy. Egu, it's changed. Is it going to rain? No, it won't. I just watched the Weather Channel news and it didn't say it was going to rain. The people of Wangjia village walked out of the house and looked up at the ever-deepening black clouds in the sky. God also, don't joke. If it's going to rain, let it rain quickly. The crops are drying up. Yeah, get down, don't hesitate. The villagers looked up at the sky and prayed in their hearts. It was also at this time that the wind suddenly picked up in the otherwise dull air. From time to time, the lightning flashed and the rain actually landed. Holy, I can't believe it actually went down. Oh my god, is this rain? Many people were dumbfounded, not realizing that after months of dry skies, rain had actually fallen. For a moment, the delighted villagers all ran out into the yards and streets, happily drenched in the rain. But they didn't realize that the rain only covered Wangjia village, and that this night made no difference at all to the other villages. So much so that the next day, when someone happened to pass by Wangjia village, they were surprised and said, "Hey, why is the ground all wet? Wangjia village has the sacred spring river, so it's not such a waste." On that day, it happened that Song Jixiang came to Wangjia village to collect fruits and vegetables again, and seeing the wet and moist land, he complained to Wang Yu, "Hey, if only Song Jiazwang also had the sacred spring river, or if it would be good to have some rainfall." Wang Yu anyway, there are plenty of rain charms. Listening to Song Jixiang so, that night, while free, rode to the village side of Song Jiazhuang, also tore a piece of transparent paper. For a while the rain poured down, sending hope to the Song family. The bitter thing is that Wang Yu left in a hurry, and even forgot to bring a raincoat. The good thing is to do, but he drenched himself in a drenched chicken. However, the feeling of sending rain to the townspeople is still very good, especially looking at their faces overflowing with joy, so that Wang Yu has a sense of accomplishment. Thus, Wang Yu circled around the surrounding villages one after another, and divided some of the rain charms given to him by the dragon lady equally. The villages, large and small, at the foot of Mount Tai, all received rain, large and small, though only once or twice, and it was enough for them to rejoice. However, the villagers of the Heavens Beyond village were a bit depressed. Almost all of the villages around the Heavenly Beyond village had received rain, but not a single bit of rain fell on their Heavenly Beyond village. This made them very envious and jealous, and it gradually spread, and many people in the surrounding villages talked about it. It seems that the heavens have finally opened their eyes. Tianwai village has been preying on the people and committing many evils in the countryside in the past few years, and they have finally been punished by the heavens. It's raining in all the surrounding villages, but not in theirs. Ha ha. But, think of the sacred spring river in Wangjia village some time ago. It was flowing well, and then it was cut off as soon as the Tianwai village went there. They also said that there was a fire that dried up the river. I guess they did too many bad things. God can't stand it. The surrounding villagers pointed, and the villagers of Tianwai village were a little panicked, and they looked for the village head, Lu Shuamin, to go. But it's not up to him to decide such things when it rains or when it pours. However, looking around the village are in the rain, favoring their own village drought to death. This is really too strange, especially thinking about the strange things encountered some time ago in the village of Wangjia. Lu Shuamin feel that they have a bad year. Hit the evil. So, Lu Shuamin spend a lot of money, looking around for Taoist priests. One is to drive away the evil, to drive away bad luck, and two, see if you can ask for rain. However, After inviting several Taoist priests to perform the spells, it just doesn't rain at all in Tianwai village. Instead, it rains twice in a row in the surrounding villages. The villagers of Tianwai village were a bit desperate. Could it be that the heavens were really punishing the heavens beyond village because their village had gone too far? Chapter 36, Manager Song. My own father. Hey, I didn't realize you were still superstitious at your age. On the soothing soft sofa, Lu Lily cozily placed her two thin and long white legs on the coffee table, her hair tied casually, eating dragon fruit while casually changing the channel. Lu Lily also just graduated from the university, has interviewed several companies. The interviewer was defeated by her high and mighty, the first face on the elimination of her. The reason for the elimination is that the company's temple is too small to accommodate the ant. Continuously rejected a number of times. Lu Lily no patience. Simply print all the resume torn to shreds. Gave his dad a phone call, directly back home in Taiyan. Lu Xuamin just such a daughter. Natural love is too late. Where dare she immediately take over the company, and look at their own daughter board, and gave his daughter a sum of money. Let her go out to travel to take a break. No, just after traveling back, I bumped into Lu Xuamin asked the Taoist priest to pray for rain at the village's Guanyin temple. Of course, it still ended in failure. You think I'm willing to do this, but this is so strange. All the villages at the foot of Mount Tai have had rain, but not a drop in our village. The villagers are poking at your father's backbone. Lu Xuamin sighed, looking very helpless. Anyway, our company has money. It doesn't matter if there's rain or not. Lu Lily had a disinterested look on her face, looking at his daughter's naive and ignorant appearance. Lu Xuamin thought about his nephew Lu Ermao's unreliable things that caused huge losses to the company some time ago, and felt that it was necessary to teach his own daughter. At least the eggs can't be put in one basket. Lily, you don't understand what's going on here. What does our family's mountain villa rely on to attract guests? It's the fresh, green and tasty local specialties of Tianwai village. But it doesn't rain anymore. The vegetables grown by the villagers are either dead or not tasty, and the guests can't eat well, so the villa can't go on. But I see the company is doing well. Good my ass. These days, Tianwai Mountain Villa is relying on acquiring fruits and vegetables and fish and shrimp from Wangjia village. Not to mention that Wangjia village might cut off the goods for us at any time. How to do? For so many years, Tianwai Mountain Villa's supply is all from our Tianwai village. In that case, when the people of Tianwai village have no more business, they will not look for your father and me to settle the score. And that's just it. Song Jiazwang has created a cloud villa. For some reason, the food they make is countless times better than ours, and it attracts a lot of people all at once. You know, just one fish can be sold for thousands of dollars. In the long run, our heavens beyond Mountain Villa will have no money to return. Lu Xuamin smoked a cigarette and became more and more desperate. Dad, it was fine when I left. How come so many things have happened in just a short time? Lu Lily looked at her father with a sad face and didn't know what to say. She is just a fresh graduate college student, in college because of superior family conditions, in addition to eating, drinking, shopping and playing cool, has not done a reliable thing. Where to understand what the hotel business? Hey, isn't this all because of that guy called Wang Yu? It's strange to say, he's just a brat who just graduated, but I didn't expect to have so many means. Lu Xuamin couldn't help but gnash his teeth at the mention of Wang Yu. But no, if it wasn't for Wang Yu, that Yunzhong villa wouldn't have caught fire to such a scale as it is now. Wang Yu? Lu Lily ate a mouthful of dragon fruit, shook her head to show that she wasn't interested, and went back to watching the Korean dramas she liked to watch. And Wang Yu, who was missed, was sleeping in the cornfield and chatting on WeChat. It couldn't be helped that the immortal world was so attractive to him that he had no time to take care of his fish pond. Fearing that someone would look for him, he specifically hid in the cornfield. Anyway, with Song Shangxiang and Dad around, there was no need for him. Of course, what attracted him the most shouldn't be the immortal realm, but the immortal realm's fairy. To be precise, it should be the Dragon Lady fairy. Since that day to meet, Wang Yu the whole person was hooked soul in general, full of the Dragon Lady's icy face and the lotus pool in the hidden back. Hey, since that day, the Dragon Lady also did not find me according to reason should not red child and black bear since ate my fruits and vegetables, not to say every day lick face and I said close, also meet very high frequency but the Dragon Lady is different, as if the immortal world evaporated generally, also cannot see her dynamic. Alas, Wang Yu stared at the screen in gusto, and the black bear avatar there had amassed a dozen messages that he didn't even bother to pay attention to. While he was fuming, an urgent voice came from not far away. Wang Yu, where are you? Something happened to your father. Brother Wang? My brother Wang, come out quickly. The voice was Song Shangxiang's. Wang Yu came back to his senses and hurriedly patted the dust on his butt and walked out of the cornfield. Auspicious, what's the matter? Impatient, You're now considered the operations manager of Leapfrog Foods. Why are you still being so nonchalant? Agu, my brother Wang. You're in a hurry. Song Jixiang hurried over. At this time, he has long been in Wang Yu first met the appearance of the peddler. A suit, even shoes are polished and shiny, and even the hair is also looking for someone to do a hairstyle. In the words of Wang Yu, after all, on behalf of the company's image, have to pick up. Yes, after this period of time with the mountain villa in the clouds, Wang Yu had utilized the money he earned to set up a small company. Although the company is not big, but all the organs are complete. Of course, the most trusted person, naturally, is Song Jixiang, who fought with him. Shouldn't you be helping out at the Cloud Villa right now? Why did you come to our village? Wang Yu frowned and asked suspiciously. Song Jigua of Yunzhong Villa specially gave Wang Yu a certain percentage of shares in order to thank him for helping his company, and Song Jixiang, as an intermediary, also sat over there from time to time to understand the new needs. Hey, there are a bit too many guests coming over to the Cloud Villa today. There aren't enough fish, so I came to get some. Before Song Jixiang could finish, he was interrupted by Wang Yu. Isn't it a good idea? It's called starvation marketing. If more fish are supplied, can it still be called a brand specialty? Wang Yu was dissatisfied. This is not a special situation today. Happened to come a big boss in Jinan City. Can't let people return empty-handed. Song Jixiang explained a couple of sentences, suddenly remembered the main thing, pulled Wang Yu's arm and went out. Talking to you about this is forgetting the important things. Come with me. When I came to your village just now, I saw your father arguing with someone at the village committee. I couldn't persuade him for half a day, so you still have to go by yourself. Wang Yu couldn't make sense of it. His father was always a good old man. Why did he start a fight with someone? Chapter 37. Dad wants to open a kiosk. When Wang Yu and Song Jixiang ran towards the village committee, the entrance of the village committee was already crowded with a large number of people. Yo, brother Chongwen is really angry today. Yeah, Li Dezai is really something too. What do you think your family counts for? Brother Chongwen is not as good as before. Now Wang Yu's fish pond is making a big splash. It's not something he, Li Dezai, can compare to a kiosk. Seeing Wang Yu running, the village branch secretary Wang Jinwu hurriedly said, you quickly go in and persuade your father, or else you'll really fight in a while. Uncle Jinwu, what's going on here? Wang Yu was a bit confused. How come dad had a fight with that door-to-door son-in-law, Li Dezai, but heard Wang Jinwu said, hey, it's not your father today, have nothing to do. Come to the kiosk to watch people play mahjong. I don't know whether it is intentional or words rush words. Then raise the matter of you and Yafong. This said, two people on the quarrel. Wang Yu touched his nose. He had said to his dad that he would not consider marriage for the time being. How could he really say such things to Li Dezai? He pushed his way through the crowd, but heard the noise still going on inside. You do not think that your fish pond in the past 2 days to earn money, think you Wang Chongwen bullish? My family Avon is the standard graduate school. Your son even rich cannot match. This was said by Li Dezai. Graduate students are great. Graduate students are still unemployed. Why is my son not good enough for your girl? Not big enough or not rich enough? Li Dekai, how rare do you think your daughter is? I'm giving your family a chance because we're from the same village, and there are plenty of matchmakers looking for my folks these days. So you think my son doesn't have a daughter-in-law? That's what Dad Chongwen Wang said. This is a true statement. Since the news of Wang Yu's cooperation with Yunzhong Mountain Villa spread, the matchmakers from many surrounding villages have come to the door. A family that supplies several $1,000s of fish every day can be rich. So, Wang Yu's daily run to the fish pond or cornfield was partly due to this. If your son doesn't need a daughter-in-law, why don't you go get one? Why are you pestering my girl? Li Dekai, don't be bullish. There won't be a store after this village. Seeing that the two were still bickering with red faces, Wang Yu hurriedly squeezed in. My dad, what are you doing making a noise here? The whole village is watching. You brat, I'm doing this all for you. Wang Chongwen saw his son rushed in, as if he had more confidence, pulling his own son to show off. Li Dezai, look at the son we gave birth to. That is, he has the ability. We will not worry about it when we get old. Unlike someone else, this quilt doesn't seem to be able to give birth to a son. What kind of era is this? Still count on the door son-in-law. People lack of money or can look at your kiosk? Ha ha ha. Dad, Wang Yu heard a black line. However, I didn't expect this to irritate Li Dezai, and he directly turned on the kiosk speakers. Wang Chongwen, Li Dezai, will guarantee here today in front of the whole village that my daughter will marry a pig and a chicken, but she won't marry your son. There was exasperation and growling in his voice. It was actually no wonder that Li Dezai was angry. He was originally the door's son-in-law. Weekdays, if anything, by the daughter-in-law's family and the villagers of the village of Wang's eyes, self-esteem is fragile. Coupled with the birth of 2 daughters, not a son, the heart is even more repressed tight. Today was Wang Chongwen pointed at the nose scolding. Is a volcano eruption? Wang Chongwen sniffing a stare, then also annoyed, grabbed the microphone yelled. Then Wang Chongwen also in front of the face of the group said clearly, my son married whose daughter will not be married to Li Dezai's family. Wang Yu stood in front of the two elders, not knowing what to say. Li Dezai said angrily again, fine. Then I also said, my Li Dezai's kiosk, the whole village can come and buy it. You Wang Chongwen's family, a bottle of soy sauce don't want to buy it. Wang Chongwen drank, if you don't buy it, don't buy it. You think your family's kiosk is great. I'll let my son open one too. Wang Yu. Wang Chongwen saw that his son didn't pay attention to himself and pushed his son. Xiao Ye, say something in front of the people of Wangjia village today. So many people watching it. After all, is his own father? Cannot let him down. Wang Yu had to show his hands. Well, is not just a kiosk you open is. Wangjia village is just a small village of 500 people. The original village kiosk or 2 or 3. But after all, fewer people demand is also less. They have closed one after another. So now, there is only one kiosk in Wangjia village. Li Dezai. Li Dezai sniffed and was stunned, not knowing what to say. Let's go. Don't embarrass yourself here. Wang Yu sweated profusely, fearing that his dad would say something dirty again. He hurriedly pulled his dad's arm and walked out. Dad Wang Chongwen seemed to still be angry, and every now and then he turned his head back and said, Li Dezai, you'll see. I'll see if you can still open this kiosk. Wang Yu was speechless in his heart. Dad, is it possible that you really want to open a kiosk? Really afraid of what comes? Wang Chongwen rushed at his son. Son, you just promised. Tomorrow will give me money to buy goods to go. Gu, my dear father, you really want to compare yourself with Li Dezai? Wang Yu bristled. He's been doing this for over 10 years, and you don't have any experience. Wang Chongwen glared. What? You look down on your dad? Isn't it just a kiosk? What can't you do? Wang Yu touched his chin and looked at Wang Chongwen's serious look, and thought, then let him really try? To be honest, Wang Yu now have money on hand or is planning for the next step and how to expand the profitability of it. Today was dad so busy. Do not say, invest in building a small store is not bad. It's just that dad is a real crop farmer and doesn't know how to run a business at all. Seeing his son's contemplative look, Wang Chongwen thought that his son had backtracked. Son, you can't go back on your word, right? Your father does not want to face. You cannot not want to face, right? Otherwise, how will you mix in society in the future? Song Ji-xiong, who had been silent next to him, laughed. Brother Wang I see that your father does want to open. You let him open one, otherwise it's idle. Wang Yu heart is also, since he took over the fish pond and cornfield, parents really have nothing to do. People are easy to accident. Rather than being forced all day all kinds of dating, it is better to let them busy. They are also good to take a breather. Alright then, tomorrow we'll look for a store to rent, and then we'll decorate it for you and stock it and stuff. Wang Yu gritted his teeth and agreed stiffly. What's the point of going to all that trouble? Just sell it at our house. Dad's answer almost made Wang Yu vomit blood. Chapter 38, the first supermarket in Wangjia village. Whether it was out of the breath of his dad and Li Dezai, or just having no place to spend his free money, the next day Wang Yu took his dad out to look for a store. Wangjia village is a small village, but there is also a lot of exodus to the city and beyond, so there are quite a few empty houses. As for dad's idea of opening a kiosk at home, it was immediately dismissed by Wang Yu. Wang Yu's house is in a relatively remote corner of the village. Usually there are basically no people. It is not convenient to buy things, but the village committee is different. Usually big and small things happen there. People like to go there if something happens. It can be said to be the best part of Wangjia village. However, the land had already been occupied by Li Dezai, so Wang Yu had to look for it on the opposite side of the village committee. Opposite the village committee is a row of newly built storehouses, which are the homes of people who specialize in earning money by renting them out. But Wangjia village is too small, basically all empty houses. Wang Yu originally did not want to rent a house here. After all, the village is just so big. The profit is too small. According to his thinking, at least in the town or next to Taishan closer to open a small supermarket, the customer traffic is large, and will soon be able to return to the capital. But Dad Wang Chongwen did not agree, and Li Dezai had to rent a small store opposite the village committee. $400 a month for the store, and that's less than $5,000 a year. That's not very expensive. A small store in the village. No need to decorate. Simply cleaned up and went straight into stock. This time can be Wang Chongwen happy bad. Opened the first day. There is a model of all products at 80% off. Attracted the villagers crazy to buy. Li Dezai looked at the leaping convenience store across the street. His face as gloomy as a black charcoal dug out from inside the ground. Li Dezai, what's up? Let's say it's open. Wang Chongwen wrapped his hands around his chest and said smugly, "Cut. It's a long day. We'll see." Li Dezai gave Wang Chongwen a disdainful look and went back to the house with his head covered. Will dad arrangements? Wang Yu was a sigh of relief. Regardless of the convenience store to earn money, at least is to let dad have a busy life. He took the time to, from time to time in the immortal world to stroll, from time to fish pond to take care of. The day is also full of life. On this day, Wang Yu returned home as usual, but saw his dad, Wang Chongwen, gloomy and unhappy. "Dad, what's wrong?" Wang Yu asked as he took a sip of porridge. "Hey, what can be? Your father opened the store open half a month. Things sold a lot, but also lost a lot." Dad Higuafen said, "I didn't pay attention to it, but today I counted the things and found that I lost several $100s. The kiosk comes and goes. It would have been easy to lose things." Wang Yu did not care. "This you cannot control." Dad Wang Chongwen sighed and waved his hand. "Lose this thing, do not care. The key is the opposite side of the Li Dezai family as usual sells red hot. Son, what do you think is going on here?" "Hey, sure enough, that's what Dad had in mind." Wang Yu finished the bowl of porridge and analyzed it to his dad. "First of all, people are in the village hall. A lot of people go there to pay their electricity bills. For broadcasting. And how many years have they been established? People are used to it." Old King nodded. Wang Yu continued to analyze for his own master. "Secondly, our house and his house sell similar things. The villagers can come to our house or go to his house." The old king nodded again. Once again, Li Dezai's family is in control of the village council's loudspeaker, and can advertise his family's products every day. This you can't compare. Saying this, Wang Chongwen became even more worried. "So what do you say, son?" "Hey, I told you at first, there's no need to open a store." Wang Yu skimmed his lips. "Our village is so big, a kiosk is enough. You brat, now that you've opened your bow there's no turning back. No, you must come up with a way for me." Wang Chongwen was being unreasonable. Wang Yu spread his hands. "Okay, then I'll try, but you can't blame me if it doesn't work well." The next day, Wang Yu helped his dad pick up the kiosk. Not to mention, Dad really has no experience in running a kiosk, and there is no pattern to the messy things placed everywhere inside the store. No wonder the villagers love to go to Li Dekai's house across the street and not to his house. Wang Yu sighed and reorganized the shelves. The original shelves is the traditional rural market placement. One side is the customer, one side is the boss. Customers want to buy what? Need the boss to take a look out and ask the price and then decide to sell. Very inefficient, but also have to stand there all the time the boss stared. Wang Yu, on the other hand, had turned the shelves into an open picking mode according to the arrangement of a supermarket. Each item was clearly labeled and neatly arranged. Not only is the space in the room effectively utilized, but customers can also freely select what they want to buy and finally settle the bill uniformly at the door. But then, it was inevitable that some guys with unclean hands would steal chickens and dogs. So Wang Yu installed camera surveillance again. Busy day. Dad Wang Chongwen looked at the new store, a little dumbfounded. "Son, this mess, what if I lose something?" Wang Yu pointed to the camera. "There's surveillance, but I don't know how to use it either." Wang Chongwen wondered. "It's fine, just look at the computer display." Wang Yu pointed at the screen, then looking at his dad's clueless look, he laughed. "From now on, you just need to stand here at the counter. How much people buy, you settle the bill at the end." "Oh, that's true." Wang Chongwen nodded with seeming understanding. After all that backtracking, there was some effect. First of all, this kind of supermarket, inside the town has been commonplace, and some large villages are also many, but Wangjia village is still the first time, so the villagers also feel fresh. Secondly, you save time by going straight in and getting what you want, saving the hassle of asking for prices. Moreover, it is also the credit of Wang Yu. He put a lot of related things together. The villagers went in originally wanted to buy a thing, but looked at the things next to it, suddenly remembered that their own families also need to use, so piggybacking on the purchase. In this way, customer traffic was quickly attracted. This put Li Dezai in a difficult position, and he didn't expect that the Leapfrog convenience store had made such a big adjustment. The voice of his daughter, Yafeng Wang, came to his ears. "See, who told you to talk tough at that moment?" Although Uncle Chongwen is not very capable, his son Wang Yu was very powerful. This is the modern way of doing business. Li Dezai snorted coldly. "What modernization?" But nothing more. After a pause, Li Dezai added, "Avon, you don't just know how to eat all day long. Help your father to think of a solution too. Don't forget, your tuition fee is counting on this kiosk." Wang Yafeng spread her hands helplessly. "People's scholarships are enough." "Okay, you ninny, are you still thinking about his one family's boy?" Chapter 39 Brother, is it convenient to add a WeChat? In a few days, looking at their old customers one by one all drilled into the opposite side of the Uran convenience store, Li Dazai, heart dripping blood, gritting his teeth, forced his eldest daughter Wang Yafang to help move things, naturally, according to the model of the supermarket business. Yo, Li Dazai, what are you doing here? Wang Chongwen said sarcastically without any shade. Li Dazai said in a bad mood, you're allowed to open a supermarket, and my family is not allowed to have a supermarket? Wang Chongwen grunted, this is all my son's idea. You imitate my family's business model. Want face? Li Dazai's face was gloomy. You didn't invent this supermarket, did you? We're each on our own. Obviously, these two nemesis haven't completely lost their temper, and it's wearing on them. Wang Yafan watched her own dad and Wang Yu's dad fight, and could only helplessly shrug her shoulders, thinking that the school year was about to start, and she had better flee quickly. However, since Li Dazai also copied the supermarket model, the two stores have equal customer traffic again. No matter what fresh moves Wang Yu made, the next day it was imitated by Li Dazai, and the two of them fought over it. But the reality is that Wang's village is so big that the two families can't earn much money in a month if they fight over each other. Wang Chongwen looked at his family's bill, a little worried. Son, this will really be dad impulsive. Our village to do this really want to lose money, Wang Yu rolled his eyes. Why didn't you say this earlier? However, this practice of dad's has given Wang Yu a lot of inspiration. Previously, Sanjiazwang had also been suppressed by Tianwai village because of the disadvantage of its geographical location, but since his own advice, he has attracted a lot of traffic. The Nanjiale over there has also followed the lead. Although Wangjia village has limited foot traffic, if a large comprehensive supermarket is built and becomes a landmark building, it would be a good way to draw the traffic from the outside villages over. What? Son, you've got too much guts. We're in the middle of nowhere. How can the village people have money to spend? Dad Wang Chongwen heard his son's idea and was the first to object. Not to mention how much money investment is needed to build a large supermarket. Even if it is built, it will be like these empty houses across the village hall. No one to rent, because there is not much consumer power. One you think a sentence or two and dad cannot say clearly, then took his dad to the city's Ginza Mall around. Wang Chongwen looked at a piece of sky-high prices of clothes and food. The whole eyes of the whole city are staring at the boss. Mama, their own income of a year, cannot afford to buy a few clothes. Son, this is also too extravagant. We cannot afford to build this also lofty supermarket. Wang Chongwen shook his head, still a little self-aware. Dad, you don't forget how much traffic there is in Taishan every year. But these people come down from Taishan and go straight home. If we build a large supermarket like this, we can also guide them to secondary consumption. Wang Yu is still confident in his own ideas. Moreover, some of the souvenirs placed at the foot of Mount Tai are small stalls. We have to be well packaged to have the character of souvenirs. Wang Chongwen did not have much ink in his stomach. Knowing that he could not argue with his son, he directly asked, where did that money come from? You don't think you've earned a lot by opening a fish pond? Such a big comprehensive supermarket. You don't even have enough for the renovation fee. That's true. There's so much money missing from building such a large supermarket. Wang Yu is not in a hurry. Anyway, it is not necessary for us to pay money. We can directly end the surrounding villages of the joint venture. But these need to be thought out in detail and are not discussed further. Father and son were watching, when suddenly a man rushed in front of them, a lady's purse in his hand, and was running this way in a panic. Behind the youth, there was a woman's shout, catch the thief, help, he's a thief. Wang Yu's face did not change, and when the youth passed by him, he slightly raised his foot, and the youth snapped and tripped to the ground. Ouch, hey, that hurts. The youth let out a cry of pain and tried to get up to continue running, but he was stomped on by Wang Yu. What kind of skill is it for you to bully a woman in broad daylight? Wang Yu stood tall and snatched the red wallet from the youth's hand. At that moment, the woman who had been screaming from behind came running over, panting. Seeing that the thief was caught, he was so angry that he took his high heels and then stomped hard on the thief a few times. Let you steal. Let you steal. I'll stomp you to death. Agu, sis, don't step on it. Don't step on it. You're wearing high heels, agu. The thief's face was in agony. The woman, however, would not let him go, and stomped on him 2 more times. Hard and, stinking rascal, who's your sister? Am I that old? Woman, oh no, should be considered a girl. While saying this, he looked over towards Wang Yu, patted his shoulder in a very generous manner, and laughed. Brother, thanks. Just look at this girl, heavy makeup, a red dress, body shape concave and convex. If not listening to the voice, really thought it was a mature kind of woman. Oh, you're welcome. Wang Yu smiled awkwardly. Dad Wang Chongwen, however, felt that the girl in front of him was good, laughed and said, the girl's family, out can be careful. Today this is still a thief. Look at the money, did not lose it? The girl laughed and checked her purse. Thank you, uncle. I haven't lost it. It's good that you didn't lose it. It's good that you didn't lose it. Wang Chongwen smiled, and kept winking towards his son. Son is really a elm brain. It is difficult to catch a hero to save the beauty, but followed the wooden like a pestle there. No wonder now has not found a girlfriend. Ah, hey, Wang Chongwen sighed. Just when she was about to say something, the girl took the initiative to say, thank you so much. How about this? The fourth floor is all snacks. My treat to show my appreciation. Wang Chongwen waved his hand. Goo. It's not practical to eat something that expensive. Wang Yu also nodded. It's fine. If you have something to do, just get busy first, said the thief, kicking him hard. Get lost. AI. The thief fled as if he had been pardoned. The girl looked at Wang Chongwen, and then looked at Wang Yu who was blushing a little, then picked up her own cell phone and looked at it. Don't say, it's really a bit urgent. That. Oh, I forgot. My name is Lu Lily. I still don't know what the hero's name is. Oh, his name is Wang Yu. My son. He. Wang Chongwen snatched the answer, secretly saying that this girl was generous. That. Brother Wang Yu, is it convenient to add a WeChat? You've helped me so much. There's always something to thank you for, the girl said, opening the WeChat on her cell phone. Froze what to do. Girls are like this. You still have the nerve. Wang Chongwen pushed his son a hand, and thought that it seems to be necessary to put his son's marriage affairs on the agenda. Chapter 40, WeChat's new function goes online. The corner of Lu Lily's eyes flashed a hint of cunning. Just now the so-called heroic rescue was nothing more than what she had specially sent someone to plan based on Wang Yu's whereabouts. For the character that made her dad so scornful, she also wanted to see what kind of character Wang Yu was. Today, she happened to be bored and inquired about Wang Yu's whereabouts, so she acted out. Wang Yu does not know that he has been a beautiful woman stalking. See Lu Lily open WeChat. He had to take out his cell phone and open the sweep function on WeChat. Ding! After scanning Lu Lily's QR code, an avatar with the nickname Lily appeared in front of Wang Yu. Wang Yu added his friend and the other passed immediately. However, just as soon as it came through, it sent over a string of text. He, Wang Yu. The first step of this young lady's beauty plan has been successfully realized. You kid, just wait and see. Let you bully my father. This lady will make you look good. The text is a bit fuzzy than normal. Wang Yu pupils shrink, secretly surveyed the opposite side of Lu Lily, only to see that she has already prevented the phone into the bag. There is no time to type. So, this is, could it be in her mind? What the hell is this called Lu Lily? Why does she look like she has a grudge against herself? Then, Wang Yu, I'll leave first. Bye. Lu Lily waved her hand at Wang Yu and left playfully with her high heels upside down. Bye. Wang Yu waved his hand. Beside him also came Dad Wang Chongwen's voice. Girl, you can be careful. Wang Yu's gaze returned to the cell phone. This one called Lu Lily. Obviously not with good intentions. He tried clicking on Lily Lu's photo album and there was nothing there, which clearly blocked him. But Wang Yu pulled down and refreshed it, and surprisingly, it showed a lot of her photos and text. A trace of surprise flashed through Wang Yu's eyes. He thought that nothing had changed after the last upgrade, but he didn't think that he had this kind of function. Just swipe the added friends. You can see each other's mental status, and you can also open its photo album directly to see it. This feature, God, these days, a girl's photo is just a Photoshop. It can't be compared to the real person at all. Otherwise you will be like entering an ice cellar. However, Wang Yu has no time to pay attention to how this Lu Lily looks. After all, he has seen it all. He just wants to know, what is the identity of Lu Lily in the end? Albums are mostly photos of her traveling to various places, or her thoughts during college. Looking at what should be a rich kid, continuing to scroll down, Wang Yu found the reason. It was a group photo, and standing on the side with Lu Lily's arm around her was none other than Lu Shuamin, the owner of Tianwai Villa, the village head of Tianwai Village. So it was his daughter. No wonder she was eyeing herself right off the bat. Wang Yu's heart was clear, and he took it in stride at that moment. Dad Wang Chongwen saw that his son had been playing with WeChat after Lu Lily left. Son, are you talking to that Lily from earlier? I think this girl is good looking, but it seems like our family can't afford to raise her. No la. Wang Yu shook his head, looking at his dad's demeanor. He seemed to be more positive than himself. After making such a mess, Wang Yu didn't have the heart to stroll around Ginza, and immediately took his dad back to the village. As he walked to the door of the convenience store, Li Dezai's voice came from across the road. Yo, this father and son went out. Is this ready to put on some big show? Wang Chongwen strolled through the Ginza and seemed more justified. Che, you can only draw a picture from a cat. What kind of face is there to ask this? Li Dezai grunted. Your family doesn't make a good fish pond, but you want to make a convenience store to steal business from me. Do you think I'm willing to follow the cat and draw the tiger? That's a true statement. For the Wang Yu family, as long as they can make some money, it is fine. But when they intervened like this, the opposite side of Li Dezai's income shrunk by half. and there was also the risk of being replaced at any time. Where could they not be wary of their changes? Wang Chongwen secretly laughed. Li Dezai, you are afraid of it. Ha ha, but I'll tell you the truth. My son doesn't take this small boutique in his eyes. My son is a person with big ambitions. My son is a man of great ambition, and will not see eye to eye with you. Che, I think you're at your wit's end. Li Dezai was unimpressed. Wait a while and you'll understand what it means to have big ambitions, Wang Chongwen said and ignored Li Dezai, directly pulling his son into his own small store. Virtuous, Li Dezai cursed and also turned around to go back to the kiosk, but he didn't have the leisure to play mahjong anymore, and in his mind, he was pondering the meaning of Wang Chongwen's words. Hey, now what's this kid doing? I'm going to have to talk to him. Wang Yu had just walked into the kiosk when WeChat sent a message. However, the word was rather false, and it seemed to be what Lu Lily had in mind. Wang Yu helplessly smiled. This kind of function is simply invincible. I can see what you are thinking. I would like to see how you dig a hole for me. Sure enough, the next moment, Lu Lily sent over a message. Oh, thanks a lot for earlier. What are you doing now? Wang Yu returned. I'm going home. The other party sent over a paragraph of more false color words. Cut, really is a poor boy. Even the Ginza only shopped for less than half an hour only. Wang Yu coldly snorted in his heart. My family is no money. Not as your family's Tianwai mountain village to get the river? Soon after, the other party sent another message, which was a voice. Wang Yu directly clicked on it, and came Lu Lily's very sweet female voice. Wang Yu I'm really sorry about just now. Suddenly the company has something going on, but I can't not repay your great kindness to me. It just so happens that tomorrow is Saturday. Are you free? I'll treat you to dinner. Is this a seduction? Wang Yu was just about to reply with a line about being busy and not going. Not far away came his dad Wang Chongwen's instructions. Isn't this the voice of that little girl just now? This is someone else looking at you. Kid, you are lucky today. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and say yes. Dad, I still have to go to Songjiazwang tomorrow to find Song Jigua to talk about that shopping complex. Wang Yu found an excuse and said. Wang Chongwen drank. Really, you can't prioritize. That shopping mall is not something that can be built up overnight. There's no hurry. You'd better hurry up and find a date for me and your mom. Wang Yu helplessly bristled. Looking at his dad's murderous look, he had to press his voice back. Okay, but it's my treat. Where are we going to play tomorrow? The other party immediately sent another light-colored text. Che, just a bumpkin. Since you're treating me, I'll let you make a good fool of yourself. I'm the one who thanked you. How can I ask you to treat me? I'll invite a few of my good sisters to come to Jinan City tomorrow. Wang Yu sneered. No. What kind of man lets a woman treat him? It's still my treat. Not far away came Wang Chongwen's satisfied voice. That's still manly. Wang Yu spat in his heart. Your son has been counted. You are still complacent here. Hey. Chapter 41, A Conspiracy in Progress. A young man in sportswear into a large clothing mall. In the waiter first a face of disdain and then full of consternation cursing the tycoon again to idly pretend to be a loser under the look. Randomly selected a few pieces of clothing. Walked out of the time, just like a rich and handsome look. Looking at his handsome self in the mirror, Wang Yu almost didn't recognize him either. Yes, since graduation back to the village, everyday wear, are some sportswear and labor clothes, because the village dust everywhere, often also sat on the ground. Wearing a brand name is a pure waste. Wang Yu seemed to have found a bit of the feeling of his college days, sighed darkly in the mirror, and walked in towards the KTV behind the World Trade Center, went to the front desk and inquired, looking for room 403, which Lily Lu had booked in advance. Wang Yu secretly sighed, said that it is necessary to spend their own money on high consumption? How did you find a KTV? These days KTV is already a family affair for students and working people, and it's not very expensive. You can even say it's cheap to describe. With doubt, Wang Yu pushed open room 403. It was a medium-sized booth with a more spacious couch, on which 5 pretty girls had been made, one by one. The girls are only wearing super short pants. From the angle of Wang Yu entering the door, completely a pair of big white legs temptation eyes moving up a little bit, some exposed belly button, some wearing deep V, some hidden. Simply 100 flowers have their own characteristics. As for the size of the breasts, surprisingly, all are between C and D. The size of the breasts is not the same as the size of the breasts. Wang Yu's throat wriggled a bit, secretly suppressing the fluctuations in his heart. The opposite side has come Lu Lily's microphone tone. Come on, sisters, welcome our big handsome and heroic student Wang Yu. Wow, handsome guy hey, handsome boy good handsome, come on, do it here. Lu Lily's classmates waved enthusiastically toward Wang Yu. Wang Yu smiled awkwardly and chose a place on the edge, but the girls were too enthusiastic and had to pull in to sit in the middle. rather like the illusion of left and right. Lu Lily's voice came from the room. She was sitting over at the jukebox, holding the microphone and said, "In order to show my welcome to Wang Yu, and also to show my gratitude to Wang Yu, I, for one, will sing a song first to warm up the crowd." Wang Yu clapped along with a few of his classmates. From time to time, there came Lu Lily's wonderful and beautiful voice. It's a song called Just Once, to say the least. If Wang Yu did not know in advance what Lu Lily had in mind, he was really almost touched by her wonderful and emotional voice. Thank you, Wang Yu." Lu Lily took a glass of wine and sat beside Wang Yu. She also got the third place in the singing competition when she was in school. She was still very confident in her singing voice. Where, the situation at that time, a man would have gone up to help. Wang Yu followed suit and lifted his wine glass, smiling at Lu Lily. Lu Lily is wearing a traditional cheongsam today. Generous and decent without losing elegance, compact and sexy without losing style. Heavy makeup has been replaced with light makeup, but it is quite good at dressing up. With a glass of wine, the atmosphere seemed to heat up. Lu Lily's classmates had sung a few songs with the microphone, and finally handed the microphone to Wang Yu. "Wang Yu, come all the way here. Sing us a song." Wang Yu shook his head, "But I don't know how." Lu Lily saw the situation, thought that Wang Yu really will not. The heart more and more pleased, beeped and pouted. "Oops, we are old acquaintances. You will pick up a handful of songs." Wang Yu hesitated for a moment, but it was not easy to refuse. "Okay, order me a song from Shin's A Love Far Too Far Away." "Whoa!" the girl squealed as the music played. Lu Lily twisted her head away. While ordering the song, she gave a disdainful cut. Not being able to sing dared to order the letter. It was really stupid to the extreme. Wang Yu looked at the display on the screen, and his magnetic voice slowly sounded. "There have been beautiful sights. There was a time when it wasn't quite sober. There was also a pretense of great hesitation and romantic rebellion, and once believed in love." Although Wang Yu was a college student in business administration, he usually liked to sing, so he still had some skills. When this voice came out, it immediately captured the hearts of several girl teenagers. "Wow, great singing." A few girls looked at each other and were too embarrassed to pit Wang Yu. Before they came here today, they had been instructed by Lu Lily to do everything they could to get Wang Yu drunk and then do a fairy jump or something. In Lu Lily's description, Wang Yu's image is that of a bumpkin, a thug, with no connotation. But today, it doesn't fit at all. This boy, with his good looks and his ability to sing such good songs, is simply the standard of a male god, and still thugs. This seems to be a bit of a match for your own choice of spouse. Thinking this way, the two girls who were leaning against Wang Yu's nearest, actually unconsciously wrapped their arms around Wang Yu's arm. "Wow, brother Wang Yu, you sing so well. Can you do another song? I love listening to it." Next to the Lu Lily look a burst of anger, vigorously toward their girlfriends to make eyes, to instill you want to listen to the song cannot be instilled after the wine and the let him sing However, her BFF is totally guilty of nymphomania. Fine, you guys order the songs, I'll sing." Wang Yu couldn't help but feel a rush of emotions. "I'd like to hear Love Is Like a Tide by Zhang Xinjia. I want to hear Eason Chan's Long Time No See." Sitting in front of the screen of the song ordering station, Lu Lily, without realizing it, really became responsible for song ordering. She gave her girlfriends an annoyed glare and had to order both songs. "Having traveled thousands of miles, you will always be so beautiful in my heart. Since I love and have no regrets, I'm willing to carry even more pain. We can't go back to that day. Will you suddenly appear at the coffee shop on the corner? I'll be wearing a smile and waving pleasantries." Wang Yu's song is full of rich feelings. Sitting next to him, the two girls, listening to it, actually cried. Ahem. Wang Yu coughed and thought, "It's just two songs. Why are you crying like this?" Lu Lily, however, held up her wineglass and walked over, pretending to be affectionate. "Wang Yu, the song you sang is so good. It reminds me of my first love. Without further ado, for the sake of my first love, let's drink a toast." Wang Yu was just about to say something when the girls next to him also picked up their glasses and choked. "But they don't have boyfriends yet." These words were clearly directed at Wang Yu. Wang Yu laughed and picked up his wineglass and drank. Lu Lily looked at the girlfriends beside her who had their own thoughts, and secretly said in her heart that it was bad. She was asking them to help herself to drink. But this is good. Each one of them seems to be offering themselves. How can this be? Is it possible to fight alone? However, she looked at Wang Yu in front of her and thought to herself that her drinking capacity was not covered, so she would get Wang Yu drunk first. With this thought, she picked up her glass again and said to Wang Yu, "Good things come in pairs. Wang Yu, I don't think you have a boyfriend yet, right? Come on, drink this cup. I wish you a good pairing soon." Wang Yu smiled and did not say anything, gave Lu Lily a meaningful look, and did not refuse, and finished the wine in one drink. Chapter 42, Lily's Rescue? After a few searches of wine, looking at Wang Yu, who did not change his face. Lu Lily was a bit flustered, made an excuse to go to the restroom and rushed to call his male college friend. Hey, Rio, what are you doing now? Lily, I'm bar hopping with my brothers. Internet cafe? The bar. Of course, it's a rare Sunday. Lu Lily sniffed, her heart rejoiced, and she was busy pretending to be worried. Brother Liang, your old classmate, I'm in trouble. Rio's concern came from across the room. Lily, don't panic. Tell your brother Rio me if there's anything. Lu Lily said. Brother Liang, you also know my drinking capacity, but today I met a customer. Had to let me accompany the wine, but also made a move on me. I don't accompany yet, but I can't drink him, in case I get drunk in a while. Damn, Lily, you're not a bad drinker. Looks like this one's got some skills. Where are you? I'll bring my brothers over right away. Brother Liang's voice came from the opposite side. Lu Lily busily said, Gu, why don't you give me the address? I'll just take him there. Well, it's just in Shinkaru. That's not far from the World Trade Center. Wait for me. Hanging up the phone, Lu Lily replenished her makeup in the mirror of the toilet and regained the confident look. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Yu, who was sitting in the KTV room at this time, had listened to the entire conversation with a slight movement of his ears. Humph, this Lu Lily really has malicious intentions. Thanks to my cultivation some time ago, I can freely control the true qi in my body. Just now, if I didn't force the wine out of my body through my true qi, I would have gotten drunk. Wang Yu secretly cursed Lu Lily a few times, seeing that she had already come in flamboyantly, and smiled as if nothing had happened. Come on, keep drinking. Lu Lily secretly laughed. You can drink, right? In a moment, let you drink until you vomit. Brother Wang Yu, how meaningless to drink in KTV. Just now when I went to the toilet I suddenly received a phone call. My college friends want me to go to the bar to play with them. It's lively there and you can dance. Why don't we go there and have some fun? Wang Yu secretly cursed us stinking. Anyway, brother, we have to eliminate the power of wine. Not afraid of what you moth. That's good. Wang Yu agreed, pretending to be confused. Instead, the girl's concern came from the side. The bar is a mess. Lily, why don't we just not go? Lu Lily had a little regret to call their own girlfriends. Gu, you cannot forget. Wang Yu big brother but will be Kung Fu-O. At that time it was he who helped me to catch the thief. In fact, Lu Lily's understanding of Wang Yu was not that deep. She didn't know about what happened between Wang Yu and her cousin. The reason why she said that was purely to satisfy Wang Yu's vanity and hold him up. Wang Yu grandfather seemingly patted the girls on both sides. Don't worry, with my brother, no one dares to do anything to you. Xinqing Bar is not very far from the KTV. The group took a taxi and arrived in 10 minutes. At this time about 10:30 looks. Is the bar hot time? Through the narrow aisle, in the bar messy lights, Wang Yu and Lu Lily and his entourage found a person called Brother Liang. Only 5 or 6 young men, each with tattoos etched on their bare arms, were situated in the small open-plan booth, obviously not good birds of prey. Yo, I didn't expect your friend to be so young. Brother, my name is Su Liang. What's your name? As Su Liang spoke, he picked up 2 glasses of wine and handed one to Wang Yu. The bottle was a tall glass of the bar variety, and the changing lights swirled in the shaking drink in a mesmerizing eye color. Wang Yu introduced himself and took a small sip into his wine glass. Gu, brother Wang Yu, how can men drink like this? Feelings are deep. One sip is boring. Look at me but I'm dry. Su Liang patted Wang Yu's shoulder and forced him to say. While saying this, he also proudly winked at Lu Lily, meaning, don't worry, there's no problem filling this kid. I didn't expect Wang Yu to say, we're meeting for the first time, where are our feelings? The implication, I am not. Thank you. You can't say it out loud, even though it's true. Su Liang cursed in his heart, but smiled on his face. Brothers can't be so outgoing. We are all Lily's classmates. Just for this, we have to drink, right? Seeing that Wang Yu was holding his glass without drinking, the other boys also urged. What's the point of nagging between men? Dry up. Wang Yu looked around the crowd. Since you guys want to make, but don't blame me for not being polite. This thought, the look on his face also changed. Haha, smile. That's good. Then we can't stop drinking open wine, Su Liang glared. Of course. Wang Yu drank it all in one go, and then toasted with the people next to Su Liang one by one. This one you can really drink. Lu Lily's classmates looked at me and I looked at you, thinking that they had run into a big god today. Su Liang glanced at Lu Lily, saw her eyes for help, and could only harden his heart, and laid out a bunch of segments from the drinking scene, in order to instill Wang Yu wine, but also enough to fight. As for Wang Yu, every time he finished a glass of wine, he used his true qi to force the wine in his body out of his body. It was simply the same as if he hadn't drunk it, but such a performance would be a complete monster in the eyes of Su Liang and the others. This has been drinking a dozen bottles. This girl, how no sign of drunkenness, and and then look at themselves and others. One face like peach blossom, body shaking, eyes will be drunk. Lu Lily looked at the tears are falling down. Damn, this Wang Yu in the end what people they invited so many people to drink. How with no drink in general? The booth was suddenly plunged into a weird atmosphere. Wang Yu expressionless looked at the crowd, and then his eyes teasingly looked at Lu Lily. Hard I see what else you have to make 'em off. In the middle of each mind, the private room suddenly broke into a few pugnacious men, each with a big waist, topped with a 3 mm flat head, with bottles of wine in their hands, and sat down on the sofa with a smoky smell of alcohol. By the looks of it, he's an old man who's been in society for a long time. Wang Yu secretly wondered in his heart, could this also be the rescuer Lu Lily invited? But he didn't hear her make such a scene. However, thinking that the last time he heroically saved the scene was also designed by this girl, he was not surprised. In the blink of an eye, only to see one of the strong men came to Lu Lily's body. A hand will be next to Su Liang pushed away, mouth full of alcohol, said, "Yo, beauty, with the master drink a chant?" The booths in such bars are open, and all sorts of people can take a drink and engage in male prostitution under the pretext of making friends. Lu Lily's head is a little bit confused. She does not know this person. Big brother, sorry, I don't know how to drink, Lu Lily said. The big man grunted disdainfully. Where can you come to a bar and not drink? Beauty, don't play lust with brother me. Come on, my third master's face still has to give one, right, beauty? Chapter 43, The Life of a Dragon. Su Liang was pushed away by the burly man and wanted to get angry, but when he heard the words third master, he stiffly suppressed his anger. He often came to Xinqing Bar with his buddies, and naturally, he had heard of Master San's reputation like a thunderbolt. The third master is considered a local snake in the neighborhood, and even this bar has his family's shares, so he is usually quite brutal here. Basically, if you see a girl, you dare to pick her up. Wang Yu sat in his seat, watching the strong man called third master go over to tease Lu Lily. His face rippled, thinking, pretend, you continue to pretend. Lu Lily cried and laughed. Third master, I really don't know how to drink. I'm just here to meet my friends today. The third master was holding his wine glass. His face was a little bit unsettled. It seems that he is not giving face to the third master. As soon as the words left his mouth, the few drunks who followed the third master along said, little girl, the third master drinks with you because he thinks highly of you. If you drink this cup of wine, all of your consumption today will be free. Lu Lily's heart thumped, and she thought that she had stumbled upon a hard case. Third master, I really can't drink. Just one drink please? Lu Lily drank while busily winking at Su Liang. Su Liang is also difficult in his heart. 3 masters he cannot offend but Lu Lily is his good friend. Cannot look at jumping into the fire pit Third master, Lily she really can't drink. Why don't I drink with you? Su Liang was busy saving the day. You're nothing. Unexpectedly, Master San brutally pushed away and pushed Su Liang down on top of the sofa again. So your name is Lily. Nice name. Third master ignored Su Liang. His eyes kept moving back and forth between Lu Liliana's half-covered chest and thighs. The meaning of this was self-evident. Su Liang's friends who came with him didn't know the third master's name, and as they watched Lu Lily being bullied, their hearts were on fire, and they said angrily, brothers, if people don't want to drink, they don't drink. Are you a man? Forcing women to drink. The third master sniffed and looked at the person who spoke as if he were a fool. A few drunks who came in with the third master were furious when they heard this, and without saying a word, they directly pounced over and slapped the man. Damn, you kid is tired of living. What do you care what the third master does? The man covered his burning face, dazed from the blow. Wang Yu remains unperturbed, looking at the person who was hit. The heart secretly admire. Damn, in order to set me up, even really fan brothers, this Lu Lily gave you how much money, to be so desperate but in doing so, it completely shocked the group of girls and boys that Lily Lu had brought with her. The girl leaning against Wang Yu's side shook his arm, gritted her teeth and said in a mosquito-like voice, Wang Yu, what can we do about this? What should I do? Just keep it cold. Wang Yu didn't pay attention to her, thinking I want to see how you guys act. Seeing that the crowd did not speak, the third master became even more unscrupulous, and those big rough hands actually directly touched Lu Lily's thighs. Lu Lily red face, busy moving her body, can avoid the third master's magic grasp, but I did not expect the third master to hit the snake on the stick. See her retreat, but also followed a point closer. Not a moment later, Lu Lily forced to the dead corner. Little naughty, quite good at playing. The third master laughed and picked Lu Lily's chin. Lu Lily tears. Damn. Originally wanted to let classmates to Wang Yu drunk ruthless beat, or then PA pornographic door threat or something. Did not expect to be halfway through the intrusion of a hooligan? Really is a kind of loss of a lady and the feeling of the soldiers. Is my lady going to lose her virginity today? Lu Lily look at the imperative third master, and look at the gang of big men behind him who are eyeing him, and then look at their silent classmates, and say that they are finished. His eyes inadvertently looked at Wang Yu, but he saw that he was looking at his eyes and nose, but he was actually drinking wine in a leisurely manner. Good you Wang Yu, last time you can help drag the thief, this time to see the hooligans. Why instead of pretending to be invisible thinking that she came to clean up Wang Yu, Lu Lily's heart was even more angry, and she thought that even if she lost money, she couldn't cheapen Wang Yu. With this thought, Lu Lily immediately stood up and sat down directly towards Wang Yu's side. Third master, people have boyfriends. Wang Yu, who was drinking wine, almost sprayed it out, thinking Lu Lily, you really can't sit still. The third master glanced at Wang Yu, then disdain up. If it is really your boyfriend, just looked at their own hands and feet early to stand out. Kid, she is your girlfriend? Wang Yu pretending as if he didn't care about himself. No I'm single so far. Wang Yu, you cannot see death to save Lu Lily whispered through clenched teeth. Wang Yu continued to drink his wine with his head down, pretending not to hear. Master San snorted coldly. Lily you dislike me can't just find a random guy as a boyfriend. He's thinner than a stick like this. And he ripped it off before he even lit the cigarette. Women can't be so casual. His brothers sniffed and laughed. Su Liang and the others, on the other hand, were as if they were dead, thinking that they were finished. Wang Yu had intended to continue to watch the show, wanting to see how this Lu Lily continued to act if he didn't get involved. However, seeing this third master insulting himself so recklessly, he could not stand it a bit. Putting down his wine glass, he said in a cold voice, Third master, your level of acting is not good. Acting? Master San froze. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Su Liang and others are also confused. Thought Wang Yu you pretend not to see not on the line. Look at your body plate is not as good as us. How to force the meaning of the head. Lu Lily beside her flashed a trace of surprise in her eyes, secretly saying that it would be worth it if she beat up Wang Yu today. Wang Yu, however, shook his head and turned to look at Lu Lily. The first time we met to come to a hero to save the beauty of the trick is also even. How come the second time also want to come to a hero to save the beauty Lu Lily, did you learn the beauty trick from the 36 stratagems? But you don't look beautiful? When Lu Lily heard this, her face immediately changed. How did Wang Yu know that she was acting last time? You how? Lu Lily, your things in Tianwai village are obvious to everyone. The cycle of karma, not unreported time has not yet come. Want to fix me to come openly and honestly, take such a poor acting. This isn't disgust me? Wang Yu stood up, disdainfully glanced at Lu Lily. If you have the ability, let's see the truth in the business world. This play today is too damn disgusting. Forgive me, brother, I have to go beforehand. After walking a few steps, Wang Yu suddenly remembered something and said to the big man, Third master, right? Although I don't know where Lu Lily found the mass actors from, but you have to keep practicing for this drama, or else you'll just be a runner for the rest of your life. Chapter 44, Do You Want Rain? Hearing Wang Yu's words, Lu Lily, who had already fallen into despair, suddenly brightened up. Wang Yu, you are making it yourself. As expected, the more the third master heard, the more confused he became. It seems that Wang Yu and Lu Lily have a conflict but when he heard Wang Yu say that he was a runner, his temper came up. Third master's temperament brothers know. Without waiting for his command, they all pounced towards Wang Yu. These people were all tall, and if a fist were to hit a person's body, they would have to be seriously injured without fainting. However, Wang Yu, who was skinny and powerless in their eyes, merely swung out a punch and smashed these people to the ground. Yes, although it seemed like a one-sided group stomping rhythm, what was not expected was that the group stomping turned into being crushed by one person's strength. Bang, bang, bang. A few people pounced on the brothers. In the blink of an eye they fell heavily to the ground. They still wanted to struggle to get up and continue to fight, but it was difficult for them to get up because of the pain where they were injured. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a cold breath. This Wang Yu, if you don't make a move, it's a complete abuse. Wow, I thought Wang Yu was going to run away alone, but I didn't realize he actually knows martial arts. I didn't see the action just now, but it was simply awesome. Hope, I see hope. The few girlfriends who came along with Lu Lily, seeing Wang Yu turn the situation around in minutes, a pair of beautiful eyes were colorful and seemed to worship Wang Yu to no end. Lu Lily blinked her eyes. Her eyes were full of shock. She hadn't reported much hope for Wang Yu, but she didn't expect Wang Yu to be so powerful. This guy not only sings well, he can both drink and fight. Blah blah blah. Lu Lily didn't know what came to her mind. Her face flushed and she shook her head, cursing herself for what she was thinking. Damn, the kid has two tricks up his sleeve. The third master watched his man abruptly fall to the ground, and looked at Wang Yu's eyes could not help but stare. The actual combat ability of his own men is clear to himself. Even if he drank alcohol, it is not so bad that he was killed by a person in seconds. Wang Yu grunted. After such a long time of cultivation, it was no longer necessary to worry about dealing with these mortals. Only he did not expect that this group of people was really not arranged by Lu Lily, because he obviously felt, Lu Lily, that pair of eyes and the surprise. Damn, he seems to have done her a favor. Seeing Wang Yu's disdainful face, Third Master frowned. Kid, where do you hang out? But never mixed. Wang Yu rambled. Third Master, right, just now is a misunderstanding. I'm sorry to disturb your elegance. You continue. With that, he turned around and was about to leave. This time it is the Third Master's turn to wonder. Beat all of his own people down, but also let himself pick up girls? What kind of logic is this? And when Lu Lily heard this, she almost didn't die of anger. Wang Yu, are you still a man? How dare you see death? Lu Lily gritted her teeth. Wang Yu secretly laughed in his heart. The reason why he said that just now was to scare Lu Lily. He spread his hands indifferently. Whether it's a man or not, that has to be seen in bed. Isn't that right, Third Master? You, boy, you. Master San didn't know what to say. His head was completely inadequate. If you don't want to end up like your men, get the hell out of here. Wang Yu suddenly drank. Although Lu Lily's character was a bit poor, but watching a woman being bullied, there was no way for him to leave with peace of mind. You, kid, we don't change the Green Mountain and the green water flows forever. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. The Third Master also knows that he is strong on the outside, not to mention that he has been drinking today, and at that moment, regardless of the brothers on the ground, he fled alone. Count on your kid having a bit of conscience. Lu Lily secretly breathed a sigh of relief, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. Wang Yu, how did you know that I lied to you? Also, how did you know that I'm from Tianwai village? Wang Yu took a look at Lu Lily's huge chest, and thought to himself that it was really a big chest. 1 second he couldn't wait to swallow himself alive. But the next second he asked such a naive question. It's a secret. Wang Yu laughed. If you guys still want to be bullied by the Third Master, then stay here. I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Hey, wait for me. Are you going back to the village? Lu Lily ran in front of Wang Yu. What? Wang Yu frowned. I have a car. Just by the way, send you a ride clock. Lu Lily bit her lips and said, just experienced such a scene. Lu Lily also a little afraid of halfway to encounter something again, and Wang Yu together, naturally the safest choice. Wang Yu, however, was suspicious. You're not going to make another mess, are you? Hey, am I that shady in your eyes? Lu Lily grunted as she puffed out her chest. We've only met twice, and you've screwed me over twice, don't you think? Wang Yu looked at her and laughed. I just simply want to thank you for once. Lu Lily stomped her foot. Then, well, anyway, hitchhiking, not for nothing. Wang Yu shrugged his shoulders. For some reason, he could feel that Lu Lily was really scared this time. Saying goodbye to her classmates one by one, in the envious eyes of her girlfriends, Lu Lily got into her car with Wang Yu. Originally, Lu Lily wanted Wang Yu to drive, but the result was that Wang Yu directly said that he would not, and then leaned on the car seat and closed his eyes. Lu Lily gritted her teeth and had to drive towards Taishan. Wang Yu, you were so powerful just now. Where did you learn your kung fu? We don't have such a powerful master near Taishan. Wang Yu, you know what? My girlfriends are all interested in you. I don't think you have a girlfriend yet, right, Wang Yu? Wang Yu, you damn don't pretend to be asleep. Can you talk to me? Along the way, Lu Lily wanted to talk to Wang Yu from time to time, but the result is that this girl just does not answer. Angry Lu Lily almost drove the car into the ditch. How dare you not know that I'm so powerful? Wang Yu gave a false alarm before saying, don't you know that your cousin, what's his name, Lu Ermao, has been beaten up by me countless times? He doesn't do his job all day long? I don't know him well. Lu Lily hurriedly drew a line with her cousin. However, hearing that her cousin and Wang Yu also have conflicts, she is also a bit helpless in her heart. It seems that the two families have formed quite a few beams. Oh, and why are you picking on me? It's not because of the recent Tianwai village all things are not good. Around the village are raining, but only the Tianwai village does not. Anxious my father have asked the Taoist priests to pray for rain. I asked around a little bit. It seems that all these strange things are after the conflict with you. You say not to beat you beat who? Although Lu Lily's words were illogical, this matter was really somewhat related to Wang Yu. When getting off the bus at the entrance of Wangjia village, he looked at Lu Lily and said, you really want it to rain in Tianwai village? Chapter 45, sorry to have an honored guest. After these two encounters, Wang Yu was also clear that Lu Lily was different from her father and cousin. Although she acted like a female hooligan, her heart was not bad. Even, there was a kind of silly and cute feeling. Besides, Tianhui village has also been in drought for a long time. Tianhui village is not all bad people. We can't let everyone suffer. After all, there are still quite a lot of extra rain charms in their hands. Lu Lily froze at the words. She had little concept of rainfall, but looking at the sad face of her dad and the townspeople these days, she also knew the villagers' urgent need for rain. But why did Wang Yu ask that? Of course I want it. But, you're not a Taoist priest. Oh shucks, you can't artificially rain. Can you fulfill it if I tell you I want it? Lu Lily bristled, not taking it seriously. Wang Yu smiled helplessly. Take care then. Got it. Lu Lily paused and said, thank you for today. After that, he drove off in his car. She didn't know that Wang Yu had taken advantage of her inattention and put a transparent paper on the door of the car, and as long as she opened the door of the car, the rain talisman would be torn to shreds. So, when Lu Lily returned home all tired, just as soon as she stepped out of the car, the rain talisman had an effect. Just a few dozen meters from the garage to the house, the wind and rain suddenly sprang up and drenched her. Wow, that's all he asked. That's all I said. And this is raining? Lu Lily stood under the eaves of her house, looking at the rain in the yard in a daze. Village head Lu Shuamen heard his daughter's car ringing, and was about to go out to meet it. Once he went out and saw that it was actually raining as well. A time first shocked and then jumped with joy. Ha ha, it's raining, it's raining. Looks like today's Taoist priest has some Taoist skills. Turning around and seeing his dazed daughter, he happily said, Daughter, hey, look, we're not a stepmother in the heavenly outer village. Damn it, it's finally raining. Lu Lily hummed, her head still thinking about what Wang Yu told her before she parted. If you say that this rain has nothing to do with Wang Yu, then it is too coincidental. If you say that this rain has something to do with Wang Yu, then it is too unbelievable. Lily, is this child possessed? Lu Shuamen watched his daughter ignore herself and walk back to her room alone, and at that moment didn't ask too many questions, turning around to look at the rain in the yard, murmuring, there's hope for Tianhui village, oblivious to the fact that this rain is precisely due to the fact that his daughter mistakenly struck Wang Yu's compassion in exchange for a precious rain. Of course, for such a major happy event in Tianhui village, the villagers celebrated in a grand manner the next day. But this was a piece of cake for Wang Yu, and he didn't put it on his mind at all. What he cared about was still the important matter of building a large comprehensive shopping mall. Songjiazwang, Yunzhong Mountain Villa. At noon, there was a steady stream of tourists coming in and out, very lively, and it was a far cry from what it was a month ago. Boss, I can see that there is another private room inside. Why don't you let us have it? Just tell us the price. We don't need money. A line of middle-aged businessmen with big bellies looked at the empty private room and made a request to Song Jigwa. There was so much traffic in the Cloud Villa that many specialties and even private rooms were in short supply, so much so that the phenomenon of making reservations online or by phone in advance arose. But even if Ben did so, there were still many people who couldn't eat, although they were not short of money. Song Jigwa smiled apologetically. I'm really sorry, this private room is taken today. The leader of that group said, Boss Song, this is the first time we've come to Yunzhong Mountain Villa. You're obviously not welcoming us. Mayor Lu, I'm really sorry. There is an honored guest here today. You guys either go outside to eat, or come back tomorrow. Song Jigwa laughed, but in his heart, he was quite disdainful, not to mention that you are a township chief. Even if the county governor came here, he also had to make an appointment in advance. Of course, there was another layer of relationship that made Song Jigwa's heart unhappy. That is, Lu village chief is also a person from Tianhui village, and all the good policies in the past few years have been given to Tianhui village. He previously for the clouds in the mountain village, cannot run a lot of relations, but Lu township chief just refused to allocate funds to develop the Song family home. Mayor Lu's name was Lu Fushan, a native of Tianhui village, and Lu Shuamen was considered to be under the genealogy of the same family, so he often took care of Tianhui village. In the past, when he invited guests to dinner, they mostly traveled to Tianhui villa, but today, his guests suddenly became interested in the Cloud Villa, which is why he came here temporarily. But unexpectedly, this Song Jigwa, unexpectedly did not give him face. This made him very embarrassed. The fellow traveler patted his shoulder and comforted. Township Chief Lu, don't be angry. You can see that this Yunzhong Villa is full of guests. It's good to have a table. Let's just not care about the details. Lu Fushan's face eased quite a bit. Boss Li, look at this. Would have liked to find a quiet environment for you. It's fine. It's fine. Li Qiuming waved his hand. I came here just want to taste the flavor of my hometown. Hey, then let's go outside. Lu Fushan glared at Song Jigwa, and then led Boss Li and his party to the outside dining place. Boss Li is also a Taishan person. When he was young, he went out to break into the world, and now he has his own company. The The reason why I accompanied Boss Lee to eat here today is that I want to use the name of the old township to let Lee Chioming put up some money to invest in something. Of course, as for the real money used in construction or what to invest, it is as Lu Fushan said. Waiter, bring up all your specialties. The group was seated, and as the host, Lu Fushan took the initiative to say, hello gentlemen, our specialties here, mainly carp leaping dragon gate and emerald white jade soup. The waiter introduced himself. With the deep cooperation between Wangjia Village and Yunzhong Mountain Villa, Yunzhong Mountain Villa has also opened up a number of branded dishes based on the raw materials, and the names are also very lofty with Wang Yu's participation. Lu Fushan came for the first time, listening to the fancy names of the dishes. He frowned, directly took the menu and glanced at it, and immediately opened his eyes wide. What carp leaping dragon gate? Isn't it just a carp? How dare you sell it for $3,000? And this emerald white jade soup? It's just white radish with some greens, and you guys dare to sell it for $1,000. Although Lu Fushan had heard about the expensive prices of Cloud Central Villa before, after seeing it with his own eyes, he still sucked in a breath of cool air. On the contrary, Li Qiu was obviously very calm and seemed to be prepared for this, smiling kindly. I heard that it's a bit expensive, but it's really delicious. Just the same, come on. The waiter's eyes flashed a trace of surprise. This specialties have 20 dishes, like to a share. That total must add up. At least a few tens of thousands of dollars. It seems that this person is a tycoon. The waiter promised, and after ordering the kitchen, he immediately reported the situation to Song Jigua. Chapter 46, the so-called guest of honor. Oh, got it. You keep an eye on it. Song Jigua looked towards Lu Fushan's position, and his eyes lingered on the one called Boss Lee for a moment. With Lu Fushan's financial strength, he naturally couldn't afford to spend so much money, and listening to what he just said, it was estimated that this Boss Lee was the real big customer. However, the more such a big customer, the less need to grovel. If you are wonderful, the breeze will come by itself. As long as your own food is good, you are not afraid that he will not come often. Good luck. The loud ringing of the cell phone woke Song up, and at a glance at the caller ID, Song immediately smiled. Hey, brother Wang, where have you been? Gu, I've already walked to the gate. Wang Yu's voice came from the opposite side. Geez, look at you. Wait for me. Song Jigua hung up the phone and rushed to the hall door to greet Wang Yu. 99% of the credit for Yunzhong Villa's ability to be where it is today lies with Wang Yu. If it wasn't for Wang Yu providing his own top-quality fresh fish and fruits and vegetables, and if it wasn't for Wang Yu providing his own modernized business philosophy, he really didn't know which day Cloud Central Villa would have closed down. Last night, as soon as Wang Yu said he was coming to talk to him about a big deal, he agreed without saying a word. However, the prerequisite was that Wang Yu had to come to the Cloud Villa, and he had to give a good feast. He had already wanted to personally thank Wang Yu several times before, but he was always excused by Wang Yu for various reasons, so he couldn't miss it this time. Lu Fushan, the township mayor who was waiting for the food, saw Song Jigua running out the door, and now Yunzhong Villa is already full, and thought that the person who greeted him was the so-called honored guest. Thinking about the encounter just now, Lu Fushan unconsciously looked along the direction Song Jigua ran. This look almost did not put his eyeballs out of the board. I thought Song Jigua will meet what big boss, big rich businessman or government officials and so on, but who expected him to look at that side? Song Jigua is shaking hands with a big young man shaking hands with a positive poet, and this young man, a look up and down, not to mention brand name clothes, just like the dress of the countryside. When he thought that it was because of such a peasant rejecting him just now, Lu Fushan was furious. Damn, this Song Jigua is purely disgusting himself. When Song Jigua led Wang Yu past the table where Lu Fushan was, there came his unctuous voice. Boss Song, could it be that this is your so-called honored guest? Upon hearing this, Li Chioming next to him also cast a puzzled look towards Wang Yu. That's right. Song Jigua took a look at Lu Fushan. This is my most important guest today. Wang Yu's role in Yunzhong Mountain Villa is unrivaled, and is naturally highly valued in Song Jigua's mind. This is. Wang Yu felt the hostility in Lu Fushan's voice and was a bit puzzled. Oh, this is Township Chief Lu, a native of Tianwai village. Song Jigua didn't have the good sense to say, oh. Wang Yu gave an O sound and did not greet, as if he did not understand the weight of the 3 words of Mayor Lu, nodded slightly and ran to the elegant room left in advance. Snap! Lu Fushan was so angry that he slammed his chopsticks onto the table. These two people, they simply have no one in sight. It seems like Township Chief Lu seems to have a conflict with this restaurant. Ha! Li Chioming's voice came from the side. Which is not. I'm here for the first time today. Lu Fushan gritted his teeth before realizing that he had lost his temper. Song Jigua led Wang Yu into the private room, where the environment was quieter and the windows were ventilated, which was considered to be the best part of Yunzhong Villa. Brother Wang, you haven't been here for some days. Song Jigua laughed, and as he spoke, The waiter had already started to deliver the food, but I didn't realize that Lu Fushan had been haunted by what happened just now. Obviously he arrived first. Why did that kid just come and deliver the food? Lu Fushan couldn't swallow this breath and directly barged into the private room. Boss Song, the level of service in your store is too subpar. Is there a first come first served distinction? Song Jiegua frowned. I don't know what Township Chief Lu has to suggest. Lu Fushan pointed to the meal on the table. Obviously we came first. How come I waited for half a day and didn't see any food served? And this kid just came? Moreover, Lu Fushan, this look does not matter. The table is full of more than 20 dishes, each colorful and fragrant. Just look at it, cannot help but drool. Are you on the wrong dish, ah? He asked. Boss Song, in the future, the management of the hotel will have to assess the qualifications of the guests first. We are positioned as a high-end restaurant. Not just anyone can come in. One, you didn't have a good feeling about Tianwai Village. And he had also heard that the reason why Tianwai Village was so arrogant had nothing to do with the village chief. So naturally he didn't have a good face. You're a village boy. How dare you be so cross with my village chief? Which village are you from? Lu Fushan is simply furious today. A boss of a mountain villa in front of his own guests do not give himself face even if a small hairy child even dared to be so impolite to himself. When has he ever suffered such a great insult? Oh, I'm from Wangjia village. Wan Yu said indifferently. What's wrong with the village chief? Aren't you called public servants serving the people? We are the masters of the house. Why can't we be like this when we see you? You are good with sharp teeth. Lu Fushan was furious. Wangjia village, right? A village of 500 or so people. When did you talk so bullishly? Can't a small village be tough? What kind of reasoning is this? Wan Yu was not willing to show weakness. Mayor Lu, your philosophy like this makes me ashamed to listen. Ah, a township chief, to say such words. Song Jigua also face unpleasant. Wan Yu is willing to personally come to Yunzhong Villa today, indicating that there must be a great deal of business, is also to give him Song Jigua face. Seeing that a good meal was disturbed, he spoke even more nonchalantly. Township Chief Lu, our mountain villa naturally speaks of first come first served. It's just that this elegant room was booked in advance. What? Just because you're the township chief, you have to be served first? If that's the case, then we can't afford to entertain at Yunzhong Mountain Villa in the future. The meaning of this is already very clear. You love to eat. Eat, do not eat to get out. Good. I didn't realize that Sangji Aswang is also so bullish. Ah, don't think I'm afraid of you just because your store is hot right now. Let's wait and see. Lu Fushan walked back to his seat with a gloomy face. If it wasn't for the fact that Boss Li had to come here for a taste, he wouldn't want to spend a lot of money and still suffer from the frustration. Countryman Lu, ah, what are you screaming about with the young man? Li Qiuming frowned. The words just now were loud and he heard them. Obviously there was some kind of conflict hidden between the two sides. Boss Li, you don't know. The 20 dishes that were supposed to be served to us were broken into that little village boy's room. Can you not be angry? Lu Fushan said. Mayor Lu, these 20 or so dishes together must cost $20,000 to $30,000. If it's an ordinary villager, can they afford to eat such an expensive meal? And with the owner of the mountain village personally accompanying them? Li Qiuming faintly laughed. Obviously, he's not stupid. Chapter 47, is there an additive? Li Qiuming's words woke up the angry Lu Fushan. Yes, a village boy. How can afford to eat tens of thousands of meals? And still Song Jigua personally accompanied? Look at the eyes of Song Jigua. Does not look like a fake ah. At this time, the waiters also served the dishes one by one. The aroma immediately caught the attention of the crowd. Come. These days I've been hearing people recommending the meals at Cloud Villa. Today I can finally taste it for myself. Everyone eat openly. Li Qiuming laughed and took the lead in moving his chopsticks. With just a small bite of the fish, the texture and flavor was something he would never forget. TSK. I, Li Qiuming, have traveled all over the Great River in the north and the south, so I can be said to have seen not a little, but it's still the first time I've tasted such a delicious meal. It's simply delicious on earth. Li Qiuming could not help but praise the money was not spent in vain. Lu Fushan also followed suit and tasted the so-called emerald white jade soup, originally thinking to use it to criticize Cloud Central Villa, but that freshness and layered feeling when the radish and greens entered his mouth also shocked him. Isn't this just turnip greens? How can it be made so delicious? The delicious meal, for a while, blocked the mouths of the crowd, and Lu Fushan also seemed to have forgotten the unpleasantness just now, and drank wine with Li Qiuming while eating. It was simply a divine enjoyment, and at this time within the private room, Wan Yu also spoke his thoughts with Song Jigua. Song Jigua was shocked by Wan Yu's idea. Brother Wang, this is a really bold idea of yours. Boss Song, there is a first crab and everything in this. I just don't know if you want to eat it. Wang Yu looked at Song Jigua and laughed. Brother Wang, we have this relationship. I'll be honest with you. Song Jigua stroked his chin and thought about it, and said, this is a really good idea. But establishing it in your Wang family village seems to be a bit of a bad geographical location. Wang Yu laughed. Boss Song is wrong. Wangjia village is about the same distance from the 10 or so villages in the neighborhood. No matter which village goes to Wangjia village, it's close. Moreover, as I said, this is a landmark building. After it is completed, naturally people will go there. Song Jigua nodded. I also know that Brother Wang is driving the development of the Wang family village. Ha ha. After all, I am from the Wang family village. Wang Yu laughed. Song Jigua said, since you have said so, of course I will be the first to support you. Funding, there's no problem. I don't just want your funds. Oh. Wang Yu hemmed and hawed. And, what else? Song Jigua froze. Wang Yu laughed. I also know that there are quite a few craftsmen in the Song family's village. Some of them know how to carve and some of them know how to cut paper. If you, Boss Song, step in and let them all move into our village, that would naturally be the best. That's good to know. Song Jigua nodded, then remembered something. But it's not good for the approval to pass when the village builds such a tall building. I don't know if you've thought about this. While speaking, Song Jigua pointed out the door intentionally or unintentionally. Obviously, it means Lu Fushan. Wang Yu sniffed and frowned as well. I'm also just an idea. I'm just talking to you first today, and I'll talk about the process of execution later. Wang Yu laughed and picked up chopsticks to eat. I came here on an empty stomach today. Song Jigua stagnated for a moment, then laughed out loud. Just discussing things. Come, Brother Wang, try our own specialties, haha, the two men said, and also drank wine while they ate. However, one special thing about this specialty is that you don't have to eat much before you feel your stomach is full. Therefore, Song Jigua didn't have to stop his chopsticks for a while. Then he looked at Wang Yu, who didn't seem to have eaten enough, but was still eating with gusto. Brother Wang can really eat, Song Jigua exclaimed. Can't waste it. Wang Yu laughed. In fact, he was also strange. With the growth of cultivation time, his meal volume also increased. His stomach was hungry especially fast, but his weight has remained the same. The two were eating when there was a sudden cacophony of noise from outside the door. Mr. Li, what's wrong with you? Comrade, call an ambulance. Waiter, quickly call your boss to come out. What's going on in your restaurant? If anything happens, you'll be sorry. The voice was familiar. It was none other than Lu Fushan's. Song Jigua frowned. Brother Wang, you eat first. I'll go outside and take a look. I'm also full. Let's see what's going on. Wang Yu also put down his chopsticks and followed Song Jigua out. But he saw that Boss Li suddenly lying on the ground, covering his stomach with a painful face, while Lu Fushan was shaking in panic. What's going on? Song Jigua said in a deep voice. What's going on? This has to be asked with you as the boss. Lu Fushan's face darkened. Did you combine this meal with some poisonous substance? How come Boss Li became like this after eating it? Impossible. Song Jigua's face sank, but when he looked down at Boss Li, that pained expression didn't look like a fake. Let me take a look. Wang Yu frowned and bent down, placing his hand on Boss Li's pulse. What are you? Lu Fushan cursed, but he was glared at by Wang Yu, and he didn't dare to speak for some reason. Wang Yu operated his body's true qi and inputted into Boss Li's body. This was an externalization of true qi that he could only have when he had cultivated to a certain level, and through it, he could clearly feel what was going on inside Boss Li's body. Checked it out and knew what was wrong. This Boss Li himself has a little problem with his heart, and because of his age, the capacity of his internal organs to withstand is also limited. But the inside of his stomach is stuffed full of food, and these foods of his own that have been nourished by the guanyin soil are high-energy foods, and now they are dispersing their energy, which is a huge impact on his body. Wang Yu checked this and hurriedly controlled the true qi in his body to help evacuate these energies. After a long time, he slowly let go of his hand, while Li Qiuming stood up trembling. This boss, the food is delicious, but you can't be greedy. Wang Yu smiled amicably and pointed to the instructions on the wall. Our Yunzhong mountain villa has a hint to be moderate. Moreover, Boss Li, I just checked your physique and suggested that you eat more of our store's green vegetables, which is good for your heart and body health. Oh, Li Qiuming was secretly surprised in his heart. He didn't expect this youngster to have such means at such a young age. He looked in the direction of his finger, and sure enough, there were a few lines written on the wall. If you can't eat it, you can pack it up, and it's still delicious back in the pot. What the hell? It's clearly a problem with the dish. Lu Fushan, however, does not intend to let Wang Yu off the hook. Tell me, why does your family's food taste so good? Did you use any additives? Chapter 48, A Shot in the Arm. Seeing that Boss Li was fine, Song Jigua let out a long sigh of relief. Usually, most of the people who come to Yunzhong Villa are tourists traveling to Taishan Mountain, and most of them eat 3 or 4 dishes for a few people, so that they can be full and not wasteful. So things like today rarely happen. But even so, Song Jigua had purposely made hints on the walls at Wang Yu's command. Hearing Lu Fushan's words, Song Jiguo was not happy. Lu Fushan, how do you talk like this? Isn't it good enough for you to eat it yourself? Lu Fushan momentarily speechless. Anyway, this meal is not normal. Other tourists see the situation, but also not happy. This person is really strange. Eat others, but also suspected that there are additives. You suspect that you do not eat ordered so many dishes. This is after eating want to renege on the bill, right? That's right, there are all kinds of people nowadays. It's the first time I've eaten such a delicious dish. It's absolutely delicious, and it makes me think about how the dish grows step by step while I'm eating it. So amazing. This man is 80% here to mingle. There are too many of these people these days. Listening to the tourists' comments, Lu Fushan did not say anything. Li Qiuming's face cannot hang on, pulling Lu Fushan's arm. Lu Mayor, how can you talk like this? Just now is also I think too delicious. Looking at such a delicious dish eat not finished strange waste, like forced to eat. I didn't realize that this dish can't be eaten more, just now thanks to this little brother. Otherwise I really don't know what will happen. With that, Li Qiuming bowed solemnly to Wang Yu. Thanks a lot just now. Wang Yu waved his hand. It's fine. I see that there are still people who understand. Li Qiuming laughed. Little brother, I see that you are not very old, but it seems that you have a very close relationship with this cloud villa. Song Jiguo proudly said. That's right, if it wasn't for brother Wang, this cloud villa of mine wouldn't have caught fire like this. Oh, Li Qiuming gave a startled leap. Wang Yu waved his hand. Where? I'm just an ordinary farmer who grows vegetables and raises fish. What's wrong with farmers? If it wasn't for the fish and dishes provided by brother Wang, even the best chef wouldn't be able to cook at this level. Song Jiguo knew that this boss Li wasn't immortal, and didn't forget to praise Wang Yu even when he spoke a sentence. That's right. I also tasted it. This dish and fish are really different. Li Qiuming nodded. And, boss Li, Song Jiguo laughed. It doesn't matter if you can't eat this dish. Pack it up and bring it back. Reheat it, and it will still taste so fresh. Really? Li Qiuming was surprised now. Impossible. Disbelief was evident on Lu Fushan's face. It's the second time I've made it. How can I think it's as good as the one that just came out of the pot? You don't want to pack it up. But the cats and dogs in our village are blessed again today. Song Jiguo smiled proudly. You don't have to be peaceful, Mayor Lu. We came here this time to taste this freshness. I'm very satisfied with this meal, and I've decided to invest here. Li Qiuming smiled kindly. Really? Lu Fushan's face was joyful. The most worrying thing in his heart was finally taken care of. Investment? Wang Yu and Song Jiguo looked at each other. It was Wang Yu who opened his mouth first. I don't know what Boss Li wants to invest in. Is this something you guys can know? Lu Fushan looked at Wang Yu disdainfully, then smiled and said to Li Qiuming, Boss Li, let's go back and talk in detail. Boss Li, Boss Song and I are also planning to build a bigger project. I wonder if Boss Li is interested in having a chat together. Wang Yu immediately made an invitation. Just you also build projects. Lu Fushan just wanted to satirize Wang Yu for a few sentences, but unexpectedly Li Qiuming interrupted him. Li Qiuming looked at Wang Yu with more curiosity. Oh, I don't know what project this little brother is going to build. This is a complicated project. Why don't we go inside and have a chat? If you have time. Wang Yu pointed to the private room over there. Li Qiuming looked down at his watch, then nodded. I'm a bit curious about what new ideas this little brother has. Mayor Lu, why don't we go in and have a chat? This is not too good, right? Lu Fushan's face immediately pulled down. Does Township Chief Lu still have urgent matters? If there's something, you go ahead and get busy. I happen to be free. Li Qiuming smiled, but in his heart, his impression of Lu Fushan was getting worse and worse. A township chief, who was angry at every move and went around threatening others with his identity as a township chief, did disappoint him a bit. On the contrary, this young man standing in front of himself is good, young and surprisingly let the clouds in the mountain villa to do in full swing. He does not believe that the light planting vegetables and raising fish can be a mountain villa to do up, which requires a great deal of knowledge of management it. Of course there is time. Lu Fushan smiled awkwardly. Li Qiuming is his god of fortune. How dare he offend? At that moment, he had to secretly curse at Wang Yu a few words, followed into the private room. As soon as Li Qiuming entered the door, he looked at the few remaining meals on the table and was first stunned, then he admired. I didn't expect little brother to be able to eat so well. Ha ha, maybe it's homegrown vegetables. Wang Yu laughed. He, can't always call little brother. I don't know what you call yourself. Li Qiuming smiled and sat down. Wang Yu, just graduated from university this year, in the middle of starting a business at home. Wang Yu smiled. Of course, also one of the shareholders of this mountain villa. Li Qiuming nodded. Young and promising. I am Li Qiuming. In terms of age I am about the same as your parents. You can call me Uncle Li. Lu Fushan listened to this as also stunned. did not think that Wang Yu, so young, is actually one of the shareholders of the cloud in the mountains. Look at the profitability of this cloud in the mountains. That is not the... Uncle Lee, I see that you're also a fellow traveler, so I'll cut the crap. Wang Yu familiarized himself and told Li Qiuming about his plan. Li Qiuming listened to all of Wang Yu's thoughts, nodding his head continuously during the process. Young man, you have a good idea. Li Qiuming came to a conclusion. In this case, I'll also contribute a share of the money for the construction of the big shopping mall. This couldn't be better. Wang Yu nodded. Just well. It's just that I don't know if Township Chief Lu can approve the construction of such a project. Li Qiuming sniffed and also turned his gaze toward Lu Fushan. Mayor Lu, my money isn't for nothing. I also want to invest in something more meaningful. I wonder what Township Chief Lu thinks. The meaning is expressed very clearly. If you do not agree to build the subject, then I will not invest. Agree. Of course. Lu Fushan gritted his teeth. It's just that. Such a big shopping mall, established in the remote Wangjia village. It's a bit of a big deal, isn't it? I think Tianwai village's geographical location is more advantageous. Why don't Boss Li examine it before making a decision? Chapter 49, Important Opportunities. Li Qiuming sniffed and secretly said that he couldn't just listen to Wang Yu's side of the story. He grew up in Taishan Mountain and had some impression of Tianwai village, because when he was a child, Tianwai village often had tourists staying there. He just didn't know what kind of development the current Tianwai village had become. Since that's the case, let's go together to inspect it. Li Qiuming nodded. Lu Fushan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He still had confidence in Tianwai Mountain Villa. After all, the traffic attracted over the years was not blowing. Wang Yu and Song Jigua could only nod their heads in agreement when they saw Li Qiuming doing so. A group of people walked out of the Cloud Villa and took a car to go to the Heavenly Villa to have a look. Li Qiuming was very interested in Wang Yu and insisted on pulling Wang Yu to ride with him in the same car. So Lu Fushan had no choice but to sit in a car with his own men. Taking advantage of this gap, he called the phone number of Lu Shuamin, the owner of Tianwai Mountain Villa. Shuamin, give you a greeting in advance? A big boss is going to visit Tianwai Mountain Resort. It's on the way right now, so prepare yourself. Lu Shuamin heard a happy. Now Tianwai Mountain Villa lack is the next round of investment. If you can attract a big customer, that for Tianwai Mountain Villa to rise again can be a great opportunity. Okay, Mayor Lu, I'll be sure to prepare properly. By the way, do you know a Wang Yu? Lu Fushan frowned. Wang Yu? When Lu Shuamin heard this name, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Why did Township Chief Lu bring up this person? Oh, today, Boss Li had planned to have dinner at the Cloud Villa. He was forced by me to come to the Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa to take a look. This Wang Yu is so young. How come he's actually a shareholder of Cloud Central Villa? Humph, just a thug, Lu Shuamin said in a hateful voice. If it wasn't for him, the Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa wouldn't have fallen so far. Lu Fushan raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect Lu Shuamin to have dealt with Wang Yu as well. It seems that the hatred is not small. He reminded. In a moment, this kid Wang Yu will also be there. Not to talk to you. You'd better prepare properly. Don't make any mistakes. Okay. Lu Shuamin hung up the phone, immediately instructed his nephew Lu Ermao to clean Tianwai Mountain Villa inside and out properly. He himself personally walked to the kitchen and told the chef to pick a few good dishes and good fish to make a sumptuous table of delicacies. Lu Ermao had felt his uncle's boredom with him ever since the Sacred Spring River incident. He also understood that if it wasn't for him, the mountain villa in the clouds wouldn't be so hot. Even if Wang Yu became the supplier of the Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa, the Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa would go to a higher level. But is he to blame? I didn't know at the time that Wang Yu was so powerful. Xiangzi, what are you waiting for? The guests will be here soon. Hurry up and clean up. AI. Brother Mao. What honored guest this time. Surprisingly so grand. Brother Chang hemmed and hawed and laughed. How would I know? Mao hummed in an inquisitive manner, suddenly thinking that if he seized the opportunity to keep this so-called honored guest this time, wouldn't that be a great feat? Thinking of this, Mao immediately went back to his room, changed into a newly purchased suit, and walked directly to the entrance of the hall, intending to make the first move. Without waiting for a while, Mao saw a line of cars parked in front of the entrance of the Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa. He immediately brightened up, and ran towards a small sedan at the head of the line with his ass in the air. In order to show his hospitality, he even opened the car door himself. Only, looking at the guest who stepped down from the car door, Mao was dumbfounded. Wang Yu? Why are you kid here? Brother Mao looked at Wang Yu, who was wearing a labor suit, and it was as if his heart was trampled by 10,000 grass mud horses. Wang Yu was in his car when he saw Mao running towards his car, and thinking that there was still Boss Li sitting in the car, he immediately understood what was going on and laughed. Why can't I come? What? Is Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa not welcoming me? When Chang Zi saw Mao hit Wang Yu, he was afraid that Wang Yu would beat up Mao again. As a good brother, he immediately ran forward. Wang Yu, what the are you up to again? Let me tell you, we, Tianhui Mountain Villa, are not something to be messed with. Wang Yu's face did not change, but in his heart, he was laughing. Encountering a pig-like opponent is simply not challenging. Sure enough, Li Qiuming inside the car didn't even get out of the car, directly rolled down the window and said with an ironic face, Wang Yu, you don't have to stand, get on the car. Okay, Boss Li. Wang Yu proudly looked at the dumbfounded Mao. Since you're not welcome, I can only leave, said the man, getting into the car. Mao suddenly realized something and slapped Xiangzi across the face. Damn, what kind of dirty talk are you talking about? Do you know who's in the car? Keiko was flabbergasted. At this time, Lu Shuamin, who had been notified by Lu Fushan, was leading a group of leaders from Tianhui Mountain Villa towards this side. However, he had not yet taken a few steps, but he saw that a line of cars had actually turned the corner and left. Mayor Lu, what's going on? How come that Boss Li didn't get off the bus? Lu Shuamin said in confusion. Lu Fushan's hateful curses came over the phone. You suk min, what do you want me to say about you? What? Can't you find a reliable person to greet you? Boss Li hasn't even gotten off the bus yet, and your employee is swearing profanities. What a shame. It's a waste of such a good opportunity. After saying that, he hung up the phone directly and rudely. Lu Shuamin glared at his nephew in anger. Mao, explain to me, what's going on here? Mao looked helpless and aggravated. Uncle, don't call me uncle. Lu Shuamin snorted coldly. Looks like I was the one who arrogantly indulged you in the past. From today onwards, you'll start working as a welcome guest and learn about civilization and manners. After saying that, he also huffed and puffed. Within the cart, Wang Yu sentenced Tianhui Mountain Village to death in his mind and said to Li Qiuming, Boss Li, since you are not willing to inspect Tianhui Mountain Village, why don't you go to our Wangjia village and take a look? I believe that you will have more confidence in my plan if you look at it. Li Qiuming was originally in a bad mood. He did not expect. How many years did not go back? The level of service of Tianhui Mountain Villa is still so poor. When he heard this, he too suddenly became interested. He was very curious as to how this Wangjia village of 500 people grew such delicious vegetables and raised such delicious fish. Yeah, I'd like to see your family's fish pond. Li Qiuming was suddenly in a good mood. Thus, the group of people changed their direction again under Li Qiuming's temporary decision and headed directly towards Wangjia village, followed by Lu Fushan to see the blink of an eye to the Wang family village. The heart called finished. This fell into this boy called Wang Yu, being too much scenery by Tianhui village. How many years have not received the attention of the higher leadership of the Wang family village? Finally ushered in the fate of the new face of the reform of this day. Chapter 50. Mayor Lu was embarrassed. Wangjia village was very close to Tianhui village, and after 10 minutes or so, a line of cars stopped at the entrance of Wangjia village. Li Qiuming and others, led by Wang Yu, first viewed the Shengquan River, the mother river of Wangjia village. Ever since the last incident in Tianhui village, the sacred spring river had been flowing more and more, and by now, it had completely filled up the river, and even though the gates were open to release the water, it was still rushing on a daily basis. Boss Li, you don't know that this sacred spring river is very magical. After all, Wang Yu is from the Wang family village. If he were to boast about the sacred spring river, it would be a bit of a king's wife. So Song Jigua said it. What could be so magical? Isn't it just a river? Lu Fushan is considered to be having a bad day, and his speech is a bit eccentric, but as a township chief, he is also clear that this year, all around Taishan Mountain is very dry. Wangjia village actually flows such a long river. It really seems very precious. Mayor Lu doesn't know. This sacred spring river dried up 10 years ago. Song Jigua didn't mind because he knew that today's main target was Li Qiuming, not this township chief Lu. He continued, strange to say, this year, the neighborhood of Taishan is all very dry, and even that big river in Tianhui village is out of water. But just at this moment of crisis, the sacred spring river suddenly sprang up overnight. Oh, Li Qiuming was also slightly surprised when he heard this, which was very amazing. But then I heard Song Jigua add, that's not even the strangest. He looked at Lu Fushan, and then introduced himself to Li Qiuming. That day, when Tianhui village saw that there was no water in their own village, and Wangjia village unexpectedly sprang up with water, they thought to forcefully buy and sell the sacred spring river, forcing Wangjia village's village head to sign a contract, wanting to take the sacred spring river for themselves. How barbaric. Li Qiuming sniffed with a disgruntled face. He looked at Lu Fushan. Mayor Lu, is this true? Lu Fushan's face was embarrassed. He had also vaguely heard about this matter, but the specifics were not too clear. Now Li Qiuming looked at him. To tell the truth, it is even more unfavorable to Tianhui village, not to tell the truth. In a moment to meet the villagers of Wangjia village to ask, the truth will be revealed. He had to say, I was traveling a while ago, but I hadn't heard anything about it. Song Jigwa snorted coldly. It's also thanks to the savage and strong nature of the Heavens Beyond village, or else we wouldn't have been able to witness something so strange. Song Jigwa briefly recounted the miraculous events of the sacred spring river and the Heavens Beyond village. Listening to Li Qiuming and Lu Fushan's secret surprise, Wang Yu smiled gently. Uncle Li, you can't help but think it's nonsense. Let's not talk about the truth first. The water in my family's fish pond is drawn from the Shangquan River, and this rebubbling Shangquan River is very sweet. Oh, this is something to try, Li Qiuming said, walking towards the river. Lu Fushan quickly said, this water is not filtered. Boss Li, you can't drink it. Li Qiuming waved his hand. It's not dry. It's not sick if you drink it. Not to mention that you can see that this sacred spring river is crystal clear, said Li Qiuming, squatted down and scooped up a mouthful of river water into the mouth with his hand. And the cool and sweet feeling flowed through his body for a while, and Li Qiuming praised it again and again. No wonder we can eat such delicious fish. This sacred spring river is really a good river. Li Qiuming sighed. Unpolluted water like this is rare nowadays. Wang Yu nodded. Next, let's ask Uncle Li to move over and take a look at my family's vegetable plot and fish pond. Good. I'm getting more and more interested in your family's stuff, huh? Li Qiuming nodded his head, feeling that he hadn't come in vain this time. Lu Fushan followed behind, his face growing more and more somber. The situation in Wangjia village imagined beyond his expectations, and as the head of a township, he was so ignorant of it that it was almost embarrassing even for him. The group quickly arrived at Wang Yu's family's vegetable field. At this point, it's nearing the end of summer, and all fruits and vegetables are supposedly at the point where they are ripe, or even on the decline, and don't taste as fresh as they did when they were first grown. But Wang Yu didn't mind and personally picked a cucumber and tomato for Li Qiuming. Of course, Lu Fushan and the other followers standing on the sidelines didn't have this mouthful. Lu Fushan, walking all the way, just did not drink the river water. At this time has a dry mouth. Just think of their own pick a tomato taste. But I didn't expect Song Jigwa to stop it. Mayor Lu, you can't afford to eat this tomato. Lu Fushan's face sank. Isn't it just a tomato? You don't know. This tomato is exclusively for our Cloud Villa, and the price is now buying them by the piece. $50 a piece it is. Song Jigwa looked at Lu Fushan with a smile. $50? For one? You're just messing with the pricing, aren't you? Lu Fushan was taken aback. Li Qiuming is also from the countryside. At the same time, with a hand touching the tomato, is planning to bite it. Heard this is also a stunned. Yo, this tomato is so exquisite? Wang Yu smiled. I carefully cultivated this tomato. Uncle Li, this is good for your heart, but I can't afford to eat it either. Ha ha. Li Qiuming laughed awkwardly. Uncle Li is joking. Treating you to one is still affordable. Wang Yu smiled. This tomato is still best eaten raw. I'll be polite then. Li Qiuming took the tomato and glanced around at the crowd, then gently bit into it under the crowd's gaze. Sure enough, the flesh was full, the juice was tart, and it was simply several times better than the fruit. This tomato is not a mortal product. Li Qiuming nodded and actually ate it all without a single bite. Lu Fushan stood beside him and could only lick his parched lips with an embarrassed face. Seeing this, Li Qiuming wanted to give him the cucumber, but Wang Yu said, Uncle Li, this cucumber has the same effect. Oh, then I'd better stay and eat by myself. Mayor Lu, I'm sorry. Li Qiuming handed the cucumber to his secretary. Nothing. Lu Fushan smiled awkwardly. He a township chief, to which village is not eating and drinking. Only the first time to come to this Wangjia village. Even a tomato cannot afford to eat. Then, Wang Yu took Li Qiuming and his entourage to the family's fish pond. After this period of time, the fish pond has become clean and tidy. The fish inside are also quite active. Looking at people's joy, Li Qiuming viewed it and became more and more satisfied in his heart. When he left, Wang Yu also specially caught 2 carp and gave them to Li Qiuming. Uncle Li, you are not well. Send you home to make up. But be careful when you kill the fish. My family's fish strength hits it. Wang Yu joked. Good. Wang Yu, you've done a good job with this Nanjiale. I won't go in the village. I trust your judgment. As for the project, I don't have to personally ask about it. Li Qiuming smiled and looked at Lu Fushan. Mayor Lu, this time I was going to invest $100 million in the agro paradise, but after looking at Wang Yu's house today, I decided to invest $200 million. Of course, it has to be earmarked for the purpose of using it, and how to use this money. Wang Yu has the final say. Lu Fushan heard 200 million, a time of excitement, but after listening to Wang Yu said, the whole person is not happy. Not happy. This in vain accompanied the Li boss a day. Their own basket of water is empty, but in the end it is cheaper than 500 people Wangjia village. Chapter 51, Wait for me. Sending Li Qiuming and the others away, Wang Yu stretched his muscles and bones. His mood was extraordinarily relieved. He was, after all, a recent college graduate, and entrepreneurship and such things. He had only heard from his teachers on the podium, but he also didn't expect that his first business venture would progress so quickly. By the time he got home, it was completely dark, and his parents had made dinner and were waiting for him. What did you do again? Dad Wang Chongwen looked at his son and said, what about the girl called Lily last time? I don't see you contacting her again. Yes, son, people when the time to do what should be done. You see, the village and your age. The child can play soy sauce, Mom He Guifan also urged. Wan Yu scooped up a bowl of sweet potato and millet porridge. Hey, I didn't meet the right one. For some reason, the figure of the dragon lady suddenly popped up in his mind. He had been so busy during this period of time that he hadn't even gone to the immortal realm to take a look around. Dad glared at his son. So what happened with the big mall? Oh, talking today. Wan Yu clamped a mouthful of food and said, I found an investor. It shouldn't be a problem. So fast? Dad Wang Chongwen smacked his lips. His son's efficiency was too high. Today just happened to meet Mayor Lu. We hit it off right away. I guess we can come down with the approval after a while. Wan Yu said while eating. Mayor Lu? Mom He Guifan opened her mouth in surprise. Isn't he from Tianwai village? When did he care about our Wangjia village? Anyway, you'll see. Wang Yu hemmed and hawed, and after taking a quick bite of his meal, he said that he was full, turned his head and headed for his house. At the thought of the soulful fairy, Wang Yu's heart was moved, and he opened WeChat and clicked on the dragon lady's avatar. Only a few words were written in the circle of friends. Hey, the days have been so boring lately. When is that Wuji Daoist going to show up? I've searched there a couple times and couldn't find it. The gum he gave me is quite a chew. When can I see you again? Looking at the dragon lady's thoughts, Wang Yu hemmed and hawed. My dear dragon lady witch, I miss you too. With this thought, he simply took a selfie and traveled directly to his immortal base. As soon as he entered the cave, Wan Yu was filled with the aroma of the cave, followed the smell to find it, and his eyes widened in surprise. Just look at the cave entrance where the vegetables have been planted for a long time. Unexpectedly one by one all bear fruit, the red tomatoes, crystal clear, were even better looking and more tantalizing than the ones you grow in your own vegetable patch. Wan Yu took a few quick steps and quickly picked a tomato and took a bite. The delicious flesh of the fruit accompanied by the sweet and refreshing juice into the abdomen. That kind of taste, countless times more delicious than the mortal world. Wan Yu was enjoying himself when he suddenly felt a huge energy coming from his body. He hurriedly looked inward, only to see that the tomato that had entered his abdomen had turned into true chi wandering in his meridians in the twinkling of an eye. Nice guy. Wan Yu immediately meditated in place, holding his breath to control the true chi in his body, and at the same time, ate all the remaining tomatoes. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Yu slowly opened his eyes. He tried to control his body with his mind, only to see that he actually flew lightly, flying another level higher than last time. If the cave entrance wasn't too small, he would have been able to fly even higher. Hey, the fruits grown in the immortal world are really comparable to peaches. Wang Yu rubbed his hands together and looked at the tomatoes and cucumbers growing on the vine with a burning gaze. Drip! It was at this moment that the dragon lady, who hadn't had any messages, actually sent a message over. Wang Yu opened the interface and looked. Hey, it was actually a map. There are 2 dots on the map, one red and one green, and the red dot is moving ever closer to the green dot. Wang Yu screamed holy, quickly picked a cucumber, and ran outside the cave. Yes, since the last WeChat upgrade, the page is as usual though, but many hidden features are being discovered. Within a few steps, he spotted the dragon lady. The dragon lady was dressed in a plain dress, her face and figure as beautiful as when they first met. Fairy dragon lady, how have you been? Wang Yu laughed. The dragon lady was planning to look for Taoist Wuji. When she heard the voice she was suddenly happy. After searching for several times, she finally bumped into her honored one. Has Taoist Wuji been busy lately? Dragon lady asked. This immortal has been busy developing a new kind of fruit and vegetable recently, so I forgot about the agreement with fairy dragon lady. Sorry. Wang Yu said and handed the thick and long cucumber to the dragon lady. Ha, what is this? The dragon lady blinked her long eyelashes with great curiosity in her eyes. This is the latest cultivated cucumber. I just tried it and it is very beneficial to fairy cultivation. Wang Yu smiled. You can try it. Oh, the dragon lady raised her eyebrows slightly. Her red lips lightly opened and she took a bite of the cucumber. She instantly felt a huge surge of true chi in her body, and a flash of surprise flashed in her eyes. This cucumber was actually really so powerful thinking that she couldn't miss such a good opportunity. The dragon lady swallowed the cucumber in one mouthful and ignored Wang Yu standing in front of her, and sat herself on the ground to cultivate. Wang Yu didn't care because he had just felt the power of this fruit and vegetable. Only, he didn't realize that the immortal energy contained in a cucumber could be many times more powerful than a tomato. Thanks to the dragon lady's powerful magical power, or else ordinary minor immortals would not be able to control such a powerful energy. Wan Yu sat anywhere and quietly surveyed the dragon lady who was practicing. Not to mention, the dragon lady's serious look was even more moving. After a while, she saw sweat emerge from the dragon lady's forehead and her brows knit tighter and tighter. Wan Yu was a bit worried, not knowing what had happened to the dragon lady. However, he himself was a rookie in cultivation, so he had no choice but to sit in place and wait quietly. After another moment, the dragon lady finally opened her eyes and exhaled a long breath of turbid air, looking at Wan Yu with a very strange look. Taoist Wuji, this cucumber of yours has a lot of energy, and it is very useful in the matter of cultivation, the dragon lady admired. But no, just now, if it wasn't for her own experience, it would have been really scary. Since it's useful, then I'll give you a few more cucumbers next time we meet. Feel free to use them. Wan Yu laughed. The words just came out, but felt a little ambiguous. Cucumbers are for eating, not for use. The dragon lady didn't know what Wan Yu was thinking, but when she heard that Wan Yu had freely given such a powerful cucumber to herself, she had a feeling of being flattered, and she hurriedly got up and saluted. This treasure is too valuable. The dragon lady wouldn't dare to ask for it. As she was saying, the dragon lady shrugged her nose, then examined her body, and suddenly her pretty face turned red. That, Wuji Taoist, please wait for me here now. I'll go and come. Don't ever wait for me. Saying that, the dragon lady immediately disappeared in place. Only her figure was a bit wretched when she disappeared. Wan Yu scratched his head, puzzled. Chapter 52, The Shrew Comes to the Door. The dragon lady had never been in such a sorry state today in all the time she had lived. Just now when she was practicing, because the cucumber energy given by Taoist Wuji was too powerful, so much so that after she finished running her gong, the outer layer of her skin even had the rare appearance of impurities. Although this impurity wasn't a lot, but after all, it was a girl, who naturally loved cleanliness. She was embarrassed as hell at the first moment. That's why this was the reason why she fled in spite of the Wuji Taoist. That was so embarrassing just now. The dragon lady jumped into the lotus pool and cleaned the stains on her body, but she was still quite joyful inside. I didn't expect the seemingly ordinary cucumber to have such a great effect. One must know that at her current level, only by eating peaches could she have this kind of result. Fearing that Taoist Wuji would wait for a long time, the dragon lady simply washed herself, then hurriedly put on her clothes and once again returned to Taoist Wuji's presence. I'm really sorry for keeping Taoist Wuji waiting. The dragon lady coughed, her face reddening. Wan Yu looked at the refreshed dragon lady in front of him and had some days. At this time, the dragon lady, red face like peach blossom depends on, the body exquisite like the bright moon when the moon is full, born more and more good looking. You aren't taking a shower, are you? Dragon lady shyly nodded. According to followed Guanyin body for many years, her Buddha heart is still quite firm. The heart is also very strange. Why see the Wuji Taoist in front of them, but also a little shy feeling. Wan Yu throat wriggled a bit. Damn, I knew you bathed. I went back to the hole. The dragon lady suddenly remembered something and reached out to hand Wan Yu a book. This is. Wan Yu looked at the name on the book, The Dragon Walking Technique. The dragon maiden looked at him with her beautiful eyes and said, Taoist Wuji has done me a great favor. The dragon maiden is unable to return the favor, and it so happens that she has this dragon walking skill, so she will send it to Taoist Wuji. Seeing Wan Yu's doubt, she added, this dragon walking skill is my dragon clan's specialized dharma, and the flying technique is considered one of the best in the immortal world. Wan Yu nodded his head, thinking that it was truly a case of what you need coming to you, so he accepted it openly. After chatting with the dragon lady for a while longer, Wan Yu returned to his cave. Flipping through this dragon walking knowledge, one could only see that each page depicted a giant dragon in various poses, and next to the picture were a few lines of mnemonics. Wan Yu silently recited the mantra in his mind and glanced around his cave, which was too narrow and obviously not enough for him to cultivate. He quietly surveyed the purple bamboo forest and chose a relatively open place, so he boldly practiced. The dragon walking skill was very suitable for the dragon race to cultivate, or rather, it was tailored to the characteristics of dragons, but Wan Yu was a human being, and was naturally very different from a dragon. When he first started practicing, he made some mistakes, and then after a few fumbles, he finally learned to fly. Sometimes he leaped up and jumped to the top of the bamboo, sometimes he slipped and moved, turned over a heel, and marched casually in the bamboo forest, only between the movement of his body. It was rather like a snake coiling, and his movements were very comical. Even so, after learning such a cool and dazzling skill, Wan Yu was still very happy. Opening WeChat's shake function, Wan Yu returned to his house. By now it was almost dawn, and he excitedly ran to his own yard, thinking about trying out the dragon walking technique. Who expected to bounce upwards and leap a tight meter before falling quickly? Apparently, the dragon walking skill, which had been tried and tested in the immortal world, was no longer helpful for anything other than strengthening Wang Yu's sensitivity factor, and seemed to be a bit of a chicken rib. Hell, if I had known that, I might as well have asked the dragon lady for 2 more rain charms to be practical. Wang Yu bristled. Son, what are you mad about in the morning? Behind him came the voice of his old mom. He Guifan. Wang Yu looked back, but he saw that his mom was holding the urinal and looking at himself with a confused face. Wang Yu scratched his head and smiled. Hee. Get up in the morning and exercise. He Guifan shook her head, thinking that her son was also too idle and had to arrange a blind date. The family had washed up and had just had breakfast when someone came in at the door. I saw Aunt Hohat walking in with a piece of paper in her hand, crying as she walked in, and behind her was Wang Laosher with his head hanging down, following along. When Wang Yu's family saw this scene, they knew that trouble was coming. Wang Chongwen and He Guifan looked at each other, and finally looked at their own son, meaning, you started this, you still have to solve it. Wang Yu shrugged. He knew that this day would return sooner or later. Aunt Hohat, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying so early in the morning? Wang Yu got up and hurriedly gave Wang Laosher and his wife a stool to sit on. Xiao Ye, we have been neighbors for so many years. You also know Aunt Hohat's character. Since I married into your Wangjia village, the days are very bitter. It is difficult to use the fish pond to make today's life. Who would have thought that bastard even sold the fish pond? You say I still have the face to live in the world, Li Hohat hid her face and cried while secretly observing Wang Yu through the cracks of her fingers. Ready to improvise. Wang Yu secretly laughed in his heart. From the last time Wang honestly destroyed the contract, also some days. You do not come some days ago to make trouble with me, but this time door to door to ask for a law. Also too much snobbery. If Wang Yu did not guess wrong, must have been in Tianwai village trouble. This Hohat ain't afraid of the power of Tianwai village. There is the fear that this Shangquan river may when suddenly disappeared, not looking for their own. After such a long time, the Shangquan river instead of drying up, instead of flowing more and more, the Hohat ant is estimated to be unable to sit down. Aunt Hohat in fact, this is not to blame Uncle Honest, who also did not expect this year's drought to die well. Wang Yu smiled. But Aunt Hohat, since we have signed this contract, my fish are also planted. There is no reason to tear up. Hohat cried. Xiao Ye, this fish pond is our only income. If we don't have this fish pond, how can we make a living? Wang Yu didn't move and said, don't you still have a few acres of fields at home? Now that the sacred spring river is so rich, are you still worried about not having a good harvest? Those pieces of land are only worth a few dollars. Cinnamon bristled. Aunt Hohat, I know how you think. You are looking at my family's fish selling expensively, but I can tell you, the same fish pond, even if I give it to you, you won't be able to raise my family's fish. Wang Yu was too lazy to explain to the stingy couple and said directly, even if I agree to give you the fish pond, what about the fish in my fish pond? Will you pay for them? That one fish now costs 500 or 600. Cinnamon froze. This can be paid in installments. Staging, that's easy for you to say. This fish is not like anything else. It will die as soon as it leaves the water. And I've also signed a contract with the Cloud Villa, so if I can't meet the quantity requirement, I'll have to pay $1 million in liquidated damages. Wang Yu bluffed. This liquidated damages. You won't let me pay people in installments too, right? Chapter 53, What to Give. Li Hohat listened to Wang Yu said a set of things. Secretly, no wonder my husband caught his way. This doll can be much smarter than his father. But this is not difficult to Li Hohat. Then made to buy Wang Yu family fish pond. It is she forced her husband to minimize the price. Li Hohat cried again, and turned to He Guifan and complained. Guifan, you know, what do we women want? At our age, how many good days are there? The reason why I work so hard is for this family. He Guifan ai answered, but looking at her own son, she couldn't say anything. This is the simple rural people. Although the fish pond was originally Wang Yu's family, but Wang Chongwen and He Guifan see Wang Laosher couple so much, but instead, they feel that they have done something wrong in general. Wang Yu grunted. Aunt Hohat, don't make things difficult for my mom. This was originally signed by me and Uncle Laosher. Let's just hurry up and solve the problem. When Li Hohat saw that Wang Yu had recognized her idea, she stopped shedding tears and directly said, I don't care. This fish pond must be returned to us. It won't work. Wang Yu directly denied her request. Now that you see that the fish pond is profitable, you come and ask for it. How in the world can there be such a good thing? Then I don't care. Gui Hua grunted, and when she looked back at her husband, blindfolded and silent, she couldn't help but kick him. You old fool, say something. Wang Laosher had already seen Wang Yu's power, and had taken the law and pressed him. What else could he do? Wang Yu smiled. Aunt Hohat, you want to take back the fish pond? It's just to make money. In this case, the fish pond is still my family's, but I can let you shine and make money. Hohat froze. That's right. The reason why she wants to go back to the fish pond is nothing more than watching the money go into Wang Yu's pocket day after day, and her eyes are red. So, what do you have in mind? Wang Yu touched his chin. Aunt Ho-Hot, I don't need to tell you that I am very close to Yunzhong Mountain Villa, and these days we are discussing the construction of a bigger project. The profits in this can be many times higher than a fish pond. Cinnamon sniffed and was momentarily interested, and forgetting to cry, she hurriedly asked, what good thing? I remember that Aunt Ho-Hot's mother's family is better at processing artwork, right? Wang Yu suddenly asked this. Gui Hua froze. That's right, a lot of Tarzan stone daredevils, the Great Wall, peachwood swords and whatnot. In a 10-mile radius, our village is still relatively famous. How many dollars for a mahogany sword? Wang Yu smiled and asked again. Put it up for sale on Taishan. It's only $5. Ho-Hot was getting confused and didn't know what kind of medicine Wang Yu was selling. Wang Yu nodded. Aunt Ho-Hot, we are planning to build a large shopping mall in the center of our village. Inside, we can sell fresh fruits, or open a store specializing in souvenir artwork or whatever, or clothes, snack bars, etc. As long as it's a camp that can attract customers, we can do it inside. Gui Hua frowned. Don't lie to me. Not to mention how much money will be needed to build this large shopping mall. It's also simply impossible to build it in our village. Next to him, Wang Laoshi was also puzzled. No, Tianwai village obviously has more advantages than our village. Wang Yu smiled. Don't say. This couple is really quite good at doing business. You all know the money-making ability of Yunzhong Villa right now. And during the day today, I had a meal with a boss Lee right here in Yunzhong Villa, and he has already promised to give us this number to build this project. Wang Yu raised two fingers. $200,000? Wang Laoshi asked. Wang Yu shook his head. 2 million? Li Ho-Hot tried. Wang Yu shook his head again. It can't be $20 million, can it, Mr. and Mrs. Wang Laoshi's eyes widened. No, 200 million. Wang Yu said indifferently. What? 200 million? Wang Laoshi looked at his daughter-in-law. Gosh, 200 million. What concept? They cannot see so much money in their lifetime. Wang Yu, don't lie to us. Li Ho-Hot's speech was trembling. I'm also telling you guys because we've been neighbors for so many years. Right now, except for my family, our village doesn't even know about it. Wang Yu smiled. And in order to get Boss Lee to invest, Mayor Lu also promised to approve it right away. How did this great thing fall on our village? Li Ho-Hot's mouth was wide open. Obviously, this was a great opportunity for Wangjia village to turn around. Thinking about Tianwai village, it seemed that one could imagine the Wangjia village 10 years later. True or false? You guys will know in a few days. Wang Yu continued to keep a smile on his face. This is first-hand information from me, and it's also the greatest opportunity for you guys. How many souvenirs to stock up on, how to run the business, what to plant on those acres of land. This shouldn't need to be taught by me. And, Wang Yu looked at Aunt Ho-Hot, when the mall is completed, I can let your family use the store for a year for free. How about that? This, Li Ho-Hot looked at Wang Yu and then at her husband. If this large shopping mall was really built, it would naturally be a great thing. Seriously, Wang Yu, Li Ho-Hot pondered for a while, and solemnly said, it's not that your Aunt Ho-Hot doesn't believe in you, it's just that the matter you mentioned is too big, and I haven't gotten over it now. In this case, your Aunt Ho-Hot won't give you a hard time about the contract, so please allow Aunt Ho-Hot to go back and think about it before she gives you a reply. What do you think? Of course. Wang Yu nodded. AI. Then we won't disturb you for breakfast, Li Ho-Hot said, pulling her husband's hand and headed out. A sudden farce, so laid to rest. Wang Chongwen and He Guifan looked at their son and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Mom and Dad, our family doesn't owe them anything from now on. You also straighten your backs. When other families get upset, you get soft. Wang Yu began to lecture his parents. Just you bratline, this is not a village. Wang Chongwen muttered. You also don't nag. Eat and hurry to the fish pond to see it. Okay. I know you guys are annoyed by looking at me. I'll go. Okay. Wang Yu skimmed his mouth, took his own cell phone, and leisurely walked towards his own fish pond. Ever since he learned the flying technique, he was bent on going to the immortal world to have some fun. After all, this pitiful dragon walking skill can't be performed in the mortal world. Moreover, the immortal world, but there is still a lovely and beautiful dragon lady waiting for her. Thinking of the dragon lady, Wang Yu could not help but touch his chin. The last time I went there in a hurry, I didn't bring her any other gifts. Girls, what should I give myself? Wang Yu was thinking about how to send gifts, but not the slightest idea. In his front foot just left the door. After the foot of the two parents began to discuss how to give Wang Yu to select the object. Chapter 54, For My Girlfriend. Wang Yu has never had a girlfriend because his family has been poor since he was a child and he has never been confident. So he has never talked to a girlfriend from elementary school to college. Giving gifts to girls and whatnot can be really difficult for him. He thought about it as he walked, and he couldn't even think of a gift he should give the dragoness until he got to his own fish pond. Food delivery? It's already been delivered. Send a charm? You don't know how to do it yourself. Right. Wang Yu's eyes lit up. The dragon lady is a woman after all. It's better to give her a dress. But the problem came right away. He didn't know women's sizes either. So if he bought something that didn't fit, then it would be embarrassing. Thought for half a day also did not make sense to. Open WeChat a look. See Lu Lily's avatar. Immediately face a happy. Immediately sent a voiceover. Lily, got a minute? Although recently in Tianwai village fell out a bit unpleasant. Also angered Lu Xuamin. But Lu Lily's person he is still quite understand. And currently can talk to the woman. It seems to be Lu Lily. As for Wang Yafan's classmates in the same village. Since his dad opened a small store, he was shut up in the house by his dad. Li Dezai. Lily Lu immediately sent her bored voice. Idle as hell. My dad's been grumpy and looking at me lately. What's up? Bad-tempered. Naturally, he snatched Li Qiuming's investment in this matter. Wang Yu laughed. Accompany me to the city to buy something. Yeah. Lu Lily immediately replied. I'll drive to pick you up. Where are you? The village entrance. Okay. 10 minutes later, Wang Yu sat in Lu Lily's car. Lu Lily is dressed in plain clothes today, but also natural and vulgar. Just because of the investment thing, cannot avoid a burst of complaining about Wang Yu. When the two walked into the city and saw the musical fountain in Quanqing Square, Lu Lily's mood improved a lot. Wang Yu, what are you going to let me accompany you to buy? Lu Lily sat with a small bag, tiptoe left and right, obviously not out shopping for a long time. Oh, buy a dress. For girls to wear. Wang Yu nervously asked. Lily, where do you think the Cheongsam is better? Cheongsam? Lu Lily froze, then her heart was filled with joy. Could it be that this was Wang Yu indirectly confessing to himself? She laughed and took Wang Yu's shoulder and said, this is the right person for you to ask. Follow sis. Lu Lily led Wang Yu to turn left and right and walked into a small store. The Cheongsams inside the store are few in number, but they are beautifully crafted. Here, this is the best one I've found. It's all purely handmade and can be customized too. Lu Lily put both her hands behind her back and beamed with a playful smile. Wang Yu didn't talk nonsense and pointed at one of the rows of clothes. Waiter, take these clothes down and let her try them on. Lu Lily froze, and although her heart was excited, she still reminded Wang Yu, the price here is not low. Wang Yu looked at the price tag. Indeed not low. The cheapest one has to be $5,000. He waved his hand indifferently. It's fine. Go ahead and try. Okay, come on. Lu Lily smiled sweetly, her heart fluttering, and followed the attendant to the fitting room to try on the clothes. Soon, she walked out wearing a red cheongsam and earned a round in front of Wang Yu. How was it? Wang Yu shook his head. No, it's too high profile. Change it to a light-colored one. Lu Lily spat out her tongue. Anyway, it was given to her by Wang Yu, so naturally it was Wang Yu's decision. What about this dress? Blue, a little melancholy, and close. Purple color? No, it's regal, but it looks a bit old-fashioned in this room. Oh, what about this one? Lu Lily tirelessly changed her clothes, secretly saying in her heart that this kid Wang Yu's aesthetics were quite strange. Nice. This plain one is nice. Wang Yu stroked his chin and circled around Lu Lily before and after, thinking that the eye color was indeed quite suitable for the dragon lady. So he said, waiter, like this style, is there a bigger size? Lu Lily froze. I'm dressed appropriately. Oh, I want to buy another one for someone. Wang Yu saw Lu Lily froze, understood that he misunderstood, and hurriedly explained, the first time I gave her a gift, I didn't refer to it. You. Lu Lily blinked and cried. She tried half a day's worth of clothes. It turned out not to buy for her own. Wang Yu, you son of a. She huffed and puffed and ran to the fitting room, changed out of her clothes, threw them at Wang Yu's face, and said angrily, when did you have a girlfriend? Wang Yu scratched his head. We haven't talked about it yet. You gave her such an expensive cheongsam without talking about it? Lu Lily choked. Oh, sort of a girlfriend. Wang Yu could only say stiffly, does she look better than me? Lu Lily looked at Wang Yu in a sly manner. Since she was saved by Wang Yu last time, the good feeling towards Wang Yu in her heart has risen a lot. However, she is also a bit speechless. In such a short period of time, Wang Yu even has a girlfriend. Oh, good looking can't be talked about. It's just that the legs are a bit longer than you, the butt is a bit more arched than you, and the breasts are a little bit bigger than you. Wang Yu thought about the dragon lady's figure, and answered truthfully. Lu Lily's whole body is not good. She took a look at herself and felt that she had been greatly insulted. Wang Yu, end of friendship. She let out a cold snort and left in a huff. Hey, I said the wrong thing? Wang Yu scratched his head. For women, he can genuinely do not understand. See, the waiter stood on the side of the smiling and non-smiling look at himself. He coughed. Do not stand stupidly, look for a larger than this one size, and then, pack that red cheongsam too. Although Won Yu didn't understand women, he could feel Lu Lily's fondness for that red cheongsam. Only, the waitress was just about to pack her bag when she was interrupted by a middle-aged woman walking in. Waiter, this cheongsam looks good. How much is it? The middle-aged woman was dressed in a famous brand. Just that necklace hanging around her neck was worth a lot of money. Obviously she was also rich. The waitress was in a difficult position. I'm really sorry. This dress has already been bought. This is the only style we have in our store. If you like it, you can measure the size first, and we will ask the designer to specialize in it for you. The middle-aged woman waved her hand impatiently. My time is precious. Say it. I'll take this cheongsam. Name a number. This. The waiter stood awkwardly, his face very difficult. Wang Yu has long been the conversation to understand, because Lu Lily inexplicably left. The mood is not very good. At the same time also did not have a good mood. Rich terrific rich also have to pay attention to a first come first serve it. This cheongsam I bought first is my. You time expensive to buy other Chapter 55. Do you think it will rain in Tianwai village? The middle-aged noblewoman sniffed angrily and looked Wang Yu up and down. But when she saw that he was wearing a dirt-poor labor suit and looked like a rural person, her expression became disdainful. How dare you, a country savage, come here to buy a cheongsam? Wang Yu froze and looked at the clothes he was wearing. It was also true that he had planned to go to the fish pond, and had decided to come here on the spur of the moment to buy a shirt, and had forgotten to change. I'm from the countryside. So what? I'll buy it if I like it. What do I need you to care? Wang Yu was not good-tempered either. Ignoring the woman and looking at the waiter, he said, Waiter, how much is the total for these two sets of cheongsams? The waitress said, 6,000 for one and 8,000 for the other, for a total of 14,000. Wang Yu touched his pocket and felt out a total of $100 or so. The middle-aged woman looked at Wang Yu's shabby appearance. Her expression became more and more disdainful. No money to play what big-tail wolf. Waiter, can I have this cheongsam now? But unexpectedly, before the waiter could say anything, Wang Yu said, Waiter, can you transfer money by Alipay? The waiter awkwardly looked at the middle-aged woman and said to Wang Yu, Of course. Oh, tell me your account number. Wang Yu took out his own cell phone, scanned the QR code of the clothing store, and earned $14,000 over without hesitation. Look at the numbers right. Don't make any mistakes. Wang Yu added. Correct. The waitress also breathed a sigh of relief. As soon as Wang Yu came in, she inwardly also wondered about Wang Yu's identity. But these days it is common to see the incident of a high-flying handsome posing as a loser and attacking a high-flying handsome. So she always maintained a smile and didn't produce half a bit of dislike. And at this time, she looked at the amount of money on the account, and was also secretly grateful, thanks to her own wisdom, or else she missed out on a big customer. The middle-aged woman had thought that Wang Yu would borrow money to buy it, but she did not expect him to pay so quickly. Wang Yu carried the packed garment bag and ignored the middle-aged woman while walking out, also saying, Hey, who still pays with cash these days? Traditional old man. The sound wasn't too loud, and the store wasn't big in the first place, so all the people in the store heard it. The middle-aged woman standing in place looked embarrassed and rushed at the waiter without any good humor. Waiter, are there any other styles? Oh, yes. Please follow me over here. The waiter could see the middle-aged woman's anger and didn't dare to offend her, so he busily invited her to the inner room. Wang Yu out of the cheongsam store, raised his eyes and looked around. People come and go on the street, where there is still Lu Lily's figure. This girl, it's just a piece of clothing. As for being so angry, Wang Yu helplessly shook his head, and in his heart he also said, it seems that in the future, he will have to learn a driver's license to buy a car, or simply hire a professional driver, or else this out is not free. Just as he was thinking of finding a cool and secluded place to take a selfie and cross over to the immortal world for a bit of fun first, he heard a discordant voice from not far away. Goo, if it isn't that mess. Lily, looks like we're really destined for each other. This young lady is in a bad mood right now. You'd better stay away from me or I'll call someone to beat you up. Wang Yu had sensitive ears and quickly looked, but he saw that 500 meters away, Lu Lily was being surrounded by a group of lewd dudes, and one of those dudes he was familiar with. It was the third master who was taught a lesson by himself that day. Third master, what are you doing with this group of people surrounding this place in broad daylight? Do you know this is creating a traffic jam? Wang Yu appeared beside Lu Lily at an unknown time and said with concern in her ear, Is everything alright? Lu Lily's originally hanging heart immediately put down, peeked at the two cheongsams in Wang Yu's hands, remembered what had just happened, and her temper came back up. What's it to you if there's something going on? Who do you think you are to me? Wang Yu shrugged and turned around. Oh, then I won't bother you. You give me a stop. Didn't walk half a step. Was Lu Lily even cried and held his arm? Wang Yu helplessly smiled, handed Lu Lily a red cheongsam. Don't be angry. I know you like this red-colored one. Humph. Lu Lily skimmed her mouth and took the cheongsam with a dark smile. Wang Yu turned around and saw that the third master and the others were still staring angrily at him, and said in a cold voice, "What are you still standing for?" The third master looked at the brothers he brought. The number seemed to be about the same as last time, secretly said that now is not the opportunity, and could only leave a vicious sentence. "Wang Yu, is it? This time it will not be difficult for you. Let's green mountains do not change the green water flow." Saying that, in the eyes of a group of brethren who were puzzled, he left in a grayish manner. Wang Yu sighed in relief. "Let's go back to the village." Lu Lily looked at the red cheongsam in her hand, and then looked at Wang Yu's appearance of being completely unaware of where the fault lies, and could only snort coldly, hooded her head and let him into her car. Wang Yu, although it's true that Tianwai village has been overdoing it these past few years, but with a project as big as Boss Li's, you can't not give Tianwai village a chance to have some soup, right? Lu Lily knows that Wang Yu does not have that aspect of their own ideas, but also can only give up decisively, since it cannot do lovers. Do a good friend is also good. Wang Yu's mind was delicate, and he also realized what she meant, and smiled. It's not that I don't give Tianwai village a chance, it's just that Tianwai village has gone too far over the years, so if you want to get involved, you have to make an explanation to the nearby villagers, otherwise if I agree, the villagers will poke me in the backbone. Then what do you mean? Lu Lily drove while sizing up Wang Yu with her afterglow. It doesn't mean anything, and you're perfectly capable of conveying my message to your father that if you want to get really big, you have to learn to share. Lily Lu frowned, unable to understand. You tell that to your dad. He understands. Wang Yu got off at the entrance of Wangjia village. Lu Lily suddenly remembered something and rolled down the window glass. Wang Yu, do you know how to pray for rain? Wang Yu froze. What? Oh, nothing? Lu Lily shook her head and started the car, only to stop again after walking not too far. So what? Wang Yu, do you think it will rain in Tianwai village? Wang Yu laughed. It shouldn't be coming down recently. After all, God is not satisfied with what Heavens Beyond village has done. Humph. Lu Lily grunted, and completely raised her head. Wang Yu looked at the back of the car leaving, couldn't help but frown. He was not worried about Lu Lily having suspicions about him. The project brought by Li Qiuming was indeed very big, but he was also clear about the digestive capacity of the area near Taishan. If he left the addition of Tianwai village, this integrated shopping mall wouldn't be able to talk about integration. The reason why Tianwai village can develop to the current light, in addition to the hegemony, is also have other reasons for existence. For example, the quality of the peach wood in Tianwai village. For example, the sales of snacks in Tianwai village. For example, the dried up river in Tianwai village. If it resumed flowing, it would also be a huge scenic spot. Chapter 56, Dragon Lady's Anger. Wang Yu shook his head. The entanglement of the two villages could not be dissolved just by saying so. He didn't want to think about these troubles for the time being, and walked straight to his own fish pond, and when he found a secluded spot, he took a selfie and wore it within his immortal cave. The various fruits and vegetables planted, after coming to the immortal realm, slightly produced some mutations. For example, although they grew faster than in the mortal world, they didn't wither away, and they also emitted a faint fragrance. It seems to be tainted with immortal qi. Wang Yu first looked around at the cave entrance near the lotus pond and did not see the dragon lady. Then he took out his cell phone and tapped on the map to locate the dragon lady, and it did not take long to find the dragon lady's trail. Muji Makoto? The dragon lady was bored, and when she saw Wang Yu suddenly appear, a trace of joy flashed in her gaze. What for? Wang Yu asked with a smile. The dragon lady bristled and shook the book in her hand, handing it to Wang Yu. Whenever I'm bored and lonely, Guanyin lets me read the Prajna Heart Sutra. Wang Yu casually flipped through the book and returned it to the dragon lady. He didn't dare to be interested in any scriptures. He lifted the bag in his hand. Look what I brought you. A hint of curiosity flashed in the dragon lady's eyes, and she opened the package to take a look at it. But it was a strangely shaped dress, which was roughly similar to the dress she wore, but not quite the same. For example, it was simpler and more convenient than her own dress. Is this for me? The dragon lady blinked and looked at Wang Yu with her beautiful eyes. Of course. I saw that your clothes haven't changed much, so I wanted to design a dress that matches your temperament and give it to you. Wang Yu stroked his chin and said, try it on. I don't know if the size fits. Oh, the dragon lady answered. Every time the Wuji realist gave her a treasure, she was also very curious about the special features of this dress. After a slight pause, her body disappeared in front of Wang Yu. When she reappeared, she had already put on the plain-colored cheongsam that Wang Yu had given her. Don't say. This cheongsam is just the right size. Diagonally forked buttons, tight chest and behind the hips, and the side hem of the big white legs hidden. Both the dragon lady's body set off the front and back, but also invariably her kind of unique temperament is perfectly displayed. This, Woji Makoto, is there any benefit to this dress? The dragon lady had just put on the dress and felt a bit awkward. She didn't even dare to walk on the road, because as long as she moved, the hem of the dress would open up and her own legs would leak out with it, which would be too revealing. Originally, as a Buddhist disciple, she would instinctively resist those demonic clothes, but this cheongsam is very different, although a bit of a riot, but looking at herself in the cheongsam shows another style. The dragon lady even in her heart is a bit like this style. Oh, this room clothes One Yu stroked his chin, a bit at a loss as to how to answer. It's just an ordinary piece of clothing. Where is the benefit? I am looking at the dragon lady who is usually too serious. I want you to change your clothes. Whenever you are in a boring mood, wear it for a walk. It will serve a different purpose. Wang Yu explained stiffly. Oh, the dragon lady gave a surprised cry. Not to mention, wearing this dress, her body inexplicably felt a sense of comfort and elegance coexisting, and her mood became relaxed. Indeed, Daoist Wuji's gift is nothing mortal. I didn't expect that a mere piece of clothing could produce a change in my spirit. It really is extraordinary. Wang Yu sniffed, his head full of black lines. But it's just a cheongsam. It's also because you haven't seen it before. Otherwise where would it produce this effect? He suddenly thought of something. I don't know. If the dragon lady can accompany this immortal to take a turn in this purple bamboo forest The dragon lady froze at the words and clenched her teeth, secretly saying that this Wuji Dao Lord is also considered to be a high immortal of the Dao, and also gave herself so many gifts that she shouldn't have that kind of mind. Not to mention that she is not good at refusing. Wuji Dao Lord is invited. How would the dragon lady dare not to respond? The dragon lady is Guanin's attendant, usually often accompanying Guanin around, accompanying her to enjoy flowers and enlightenment, as well as accompanying her to chat, so it can be said that accompanying people should be a small thing that she is used to. When Wang Yu saw that the dragon lady agreed, his heart became more and more joyful. The two walked side by side in the lush purple bamboo forest. The woods of the unknown birds from time to time came from the beautiful background music. Fairy atmosphere, simply some cool enjoyment. Dragon lady, I have always been curious in my mind as to why Guanin placed a ban in this purple bamboo forest. Is there anything special about this purple bamboo forest? Oh, Wuji Taoist don't know. This purple bamboo forest for a long time by Luojia mountain water and soil moisturizing, coupled with Guanin a free time to come here to walk watering flowers, has been different from other plants. How to say, this purple bamboo forest should be a natural magic weapon. Right, general magic weapon cannot even cut down. If you can fold a section of a good forging, can become a top quality magic weapon Dragon lady explained. Wang Yu nodded. While his heart was very shocked, this purple bamboo forest was so powerful, he could have to get close to Guanin when he had the chance. Oh, dragon lady, I've been here in Luojia mountain for many days, and I haven't seen Guanin. I wonder what Guanin has been busy with lately. He tried. The dragon lady sighed. The goddess of mercy has been rather busy lately. I don't know what Rulai is looking for from her, and lately I'm not even called to follow. Oh, Wang Yu shrugged his shoulders and didn't think much about it. So do you Buddhist disciples have any other daily activities besides chanting sutras and participating in enlightenment? The dragon lady frowned. Every year on March 3rd, Rulai will hold the Bon festival in the Buddhist realm, when the Buddhists as well as people from the heavenly court will come over here to attend the festival. It's very lively, meaning there are no other activities besides that? Wang Yu sympathized a bit. With such a boring and dull life, there are no Buddhist disciples who return to secularism? Returning to secularism? The dragon lady's frown grew tighter and her voice became a bit angry. Taoist Master Wuji, I won't be angry with you on account of the fact that you have given me so many gifts. Anyone who enters my Buddhist family is a person with a resolute Buddhist heart, a precious elephant whose 5 skandhas are all empty. How could anyone be unable to be seduced by mortal desires? I hope that Taoist Wuji won't talk about this topic again in the future. Wang Yu saw that the dragon lady was a bit angry. His heart also lost the last ray of hope. If the dragon lady refused to return to vulgarity, there will be even less chance to talk about any relationship. He also didn't have a good mood. You said that the 5 skandhas are all empty. It can be said that it is also the realm of obtaining the heavenly way. How can you still get angry just because of one sentence? It seems that the dragon lady has been practicing for so many years, but she still hasn't completely obtained the right result. Wang Yu was bent on not being able to fall in love with the dragon lady, and his heart was out of fun, so he immediately found a reason to separate from the dragon lady, take a selfie, and return to his family's fish pond. It seems that Buddhist women cannot be close. However, it is said that Taoism has the saying of dual cultivation, so it seems that in the future, we will have to find an opportunity to see how the beautiful women of the heavenly court are. Wang Yu patted the dust on his butt and drooped his head towards home as it was already dark. Chapter 57 Date. Son, you're back. Wash your hands and get ready to eat. Mom Higuafan said. Oh, Wang Yu wilted his head, washed his hands, and sat on the table. Dad Wang Chongwen saw his son's face is not right. Asked, Son, this is to meet what happened. Face so good? Make it look like you've fallen out of love. Hey, it's not like I've fallen out of love. No, it's over before it even started. Wang Yu lamented in his heart and took a mouthful of thin porridge with his head covered, scalding his open teeth. You daredevil, getting your mouth on something that's just come out of the pot. Mom Higuafan lightly drank, also noticing that her son was out of sorts. The two old mouths, you look at me, I look at you. Finally your dad Wang Chongwen opened his mouth. Oh son, tomorrow you won't go out. You'll be at home with guests. Ha? Wang Yu slowed down. What kind of guests do we have at home? His family has been so poor over the years that few people come to his house. Not to mention guests, even among relatives. Oh, Wang Chongwen blinked and lied. It's your aunt. This month somehow, suddenly wanted to come back to Taishan to hang around. Wang Yu's aunt is married to a spring city, is considered to have climbed a high branch, usually in addition to telephone exchanges, or dad with some agricultural products to the city to visit. Basically did not return to the village. That's why Wang Yu didn't feel that good about his aunt. Then you are not at home on the line. My fish pond is still a bunch of things. Wang Yu blew the porridge and took a tentative sip. Anyway, your kiosk can't make much money, so just close it and rest for a day. What kind of dirty talk are you talking about, kid? That's your aunt. Wang Chongwen was furious and blew his beard. Anyway, you give me an honest stay at home tomorrow. If you dare to step out of the house, see if I don't break your legs. The next day, Wang Yu did not go out. There is no way. Dad and mom like looking at the prisoner like, while cooking, while staring at their own. Wang Yu had no chance to go out at all. However, he muttered in his mind as he watched his mom and dad cook such a sumptuous meal. Although she was her own aunt, today's meal was too grand, wasn't it? If this table was sold to the Cloud Villa, it would cost several $1,000s. Dad, are you really entertaining my aunt here? Nonsense, you have only one aunt. It's not easy to come here. I have to give a good reception. Wang Chongwen said in a bad mood. Your aunt is now a state-owned enterprise. You have to talk to people, learn more, understand? Wang Yu spread his hands. The aunt is 50 years old, a lifetime of work as section chief, also dry to the end. Not as good as their own selling fish to be at ease. What is there to learn? Around almost 11 o'clock, Wang Yu's aunt and uncle came with gifts, only they were not followed by their cousin, but instead a woman they did not recognize. The woman looks in Wang Yu almost big, long and pretty. Wang Yu has not yet spoken. Mom Higuafan patted the apron smiling in one up. Gu, come to just come, but also with what gifts yo? Just said it, and his eyes sized up the woman. Gu, the little girl has a good figure. Come, please come in, as if it were your own family. Don't be polite. The woman blushed and was a little uncomfortable. Aunt Wang Xiaowen said, Little Zhao, don't be formal. Called Xiao Zhao nodded. Aunt Niu Lanshan said, Xiao Ye, froze what? Not to entertain the guests. This is my unit's Xiao Zhao, just graduated this year into our unit. Can be described as a promising Oh, Wang Yu answered and brought the group to his own living room, serving tea and water. Even if Wang Yu was stupid, he knew that this was the rhythm of a blind date. Sure enough, my aunt and uncle laughed. You young people have something to talk about. You guys chat first, we'll go help in the kitchen. In the large living room, Wang Yu and that Xiao Zhao were left behind at once, and the atmosphere was a bit awkward to death. The two men spoke in unison and looked at each other with even more embarrassment. Originally, it was Section Chief Nyo who brought me to the countryside to make purchases, and I didn't expect it to be a blind date, Xiao Zhao shyly said. Obviously, this unexpected encounter also caught her off guard. Wang Yu helplessly spread his hands. I said, my parents blocked me in the house to prevent me from going out to work, so it turned out that they arranged a blind date for me. What's your name? My name is Wang Yu. I can't call you Xiao Zhao, right? Wang Yu joked. Xiao Zhao blushed and mumbled. My name is Zhao Wenjing. Wenjing, I heard you just graduated too. Which school? Normal. Oh, I'm from the University of Finance. Wang Yu is also a first-time blind date, and for a while he did not know what to say. He saw Zhao Wenjing constantly playing with her cell phone, suddenly came to the idea. Now for my father and my mother in charge of my family's vegetable fields, cornfields and fish ponds. I guess my aunt is really here to purchase. What do you need in the future? Just contact me. The price is good to talk. Oh, Zhao Wenjing gave an unhurried seemingly uninterested in the produce. The topic of conversation again cannot go on. Wang Yu also feel out, the other party to their own completely not that aspect of the consideration. As for their own, since seeing the beauty of the immortal world, for some reason, on the mortal world of women cannot produce too much interest, so both sides are not willing to but is a best result. But the two of them couldn't just sit there without talking, and he knew that there was someone outside the door pressed against the corner of the wall eavesdropping. Seeing that Zhao Wenjing had already opened her cell phone, she seemed to be chatting with someone on WeChat. He said, "My home Wi-Fi password 945945945. Zhao Wenjing froze and said thank you, then entered the password to connect to the internet, and Wang Yu took the opportunity to ask for her WeChat. The avatar was a white cartoon character, and Wang Yu didn't have time to look at this. He directly opened Zhao Wenjing's photo album. Sure enough, only a few words were written in the album. Chief Nyo is really something too. Even tricked me to come to this poor countryside for a blind date. What era is it? Still so rustic. If I didn't dare to offend someone when I first came here, I would have left earlier. Also, this house is old. It looks like a poor family. Isn't Chief Nyo punking me? You think you're marvelous just because you're from the University of Finance. I think it's estimated that you're just a Yenshan College of the University of Finance. Obviously, these are the thoughts in Zhao Wenjing's mind at this time. Wang Yu originally wanted to understand the person's past through the photo album. I did not expect that after WeChat upgraded, not only can you see the other party's mental activities when chatting, but you can even see it in the photo album. Wang Yu face clouded down. This Zhao Wenjing appearance look when Wenjing very lady, did not think that the bones are also a gold-digging woman. The goodwill that had just been generated went up in smoke. Talking about prices? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. At this time, Mom's voice also came from outside the window. The meal is ready. Son, come out and help serve the food. Chapter 58. Hey, you're a little low on budget. Wang Yu helped to set up his own big round table, and put the meal on the table one by one. There are meat and vegetables and fish and soup, which, this average person can't afford to eat. Looking at the indifferent Zhao Wenjing over there, Wang Yu thought that it was a pity to have such a good meal. Unsurprisingly, the elders consciously placed themselves with Zhao Wenjing. Xiao Zhao it's all farm food, grown by myself, try it. Mom He Guifan enthusiastically said. Zhao Wenjing nodded, but didn't move her chopsticks. Dad Wang Chongwen pulled away from the topic, holding his wine to his aunt Niu Lanshan. Brother-in-law, you've been working in a state-owned enterprise for so many years, now you can enjoy your blessings. Niu Lanshan laughed. Hey, tell people that it is a state-owned enterprise. Face is very big, but also dissatisfied with you. I'm just a purchaser. Procurement? Wang Yu laughed. Auntie, this procurement is a fat job. Niu Lanshan straightened his stomach and waved his hand. It doesn't count. It doesn't count. The upper management is tight these years. It's not good to be old. Come, try my family's meals. You guys haven't tasted them in a long time. Mom He Guifan chucked the food and said, go out and eat what instant food products. I'll eat you, or our farmhouse food is delicious. Aunt Wang Xiaowen smiled and said while trying to taste a bite. Ha, sister-in-law, when did your cooking become so delicious? Niu Lanshan saw his daughter-in-law's look of surprise, also tried to taste a bite. Hey, surprisingly so delicious. Mom He Guifan laughed. Where? It's all about my son's delicious vegetables. Aunt Niu Lanshan nodded. I've also heard about it. Recently Taishan has come out with a Yunzhong mountain villa. The price of the food is particularly expensive, and it is said that all their food can come from Wangjia village. Chongwen to be honest, a few of our company's bosses have been wanting to try it. I came here this time because I want to buy some to bring back. Wang Chongwen nodded. Well said. Seeing the parents talking so divinely, Wang Yu observed that Zhao Wenjing, who was sitting next to her, couldn't help herself and clamped a piece of egg and tasted it, and then she was seen to have a surprised look on her face. Humph, delicious, isn't it? Wang Yu was smug in his heart. Silly son, don't just stand there. Give the girl some food. He Guifan's mind was not on buying and selling, it was all focused on her son. Oh, Wang Yu coped with the errand by chucking a piece of fish onto Zhao Wenjing's plate. Zhao Wenjing nodded her head in thanks. Wang Yu, on the other hand, opened WeChat and clicked on her photo album. Don't say that. Although this family is a bit poor, the food is really good. What's with the kid being a little glum? Men cannot take the initiative. Do not see my arm cannot reach it. Wang Yu gently laughed, the more disdain in his heart, but he heard his aunt Niu Lanshan drink a mouthful of wine, enjoying in his mouth. Don't say it, Chongwen, your family's food is really too delicious. I decided that I have to buy more of your family's food, and I guess the old general manager ate it happily. In Niu Lanshan's opinion, Wang Chongwen's family is poor and clean, and it is a great favor for him to bring business to himself, so he talks all the time in a high way. And Wang Chongwen has always felt that being able to work in a state-owned enterprise is a pretty decent job, and is also very thankful that his sister was able to introduce a woman working in a state-owned enterprise to her own son. So with a smile on his face, he patted his chest and said, Don't worry, brother-in-law, as much as you want, as much as you want. Nyo Lanshan was nodding his head in satisfaction when Wang Yu said, Auntie, I wonder how much budget you brought with you for this purchase. Oh, Nyo Lanshan looked at his nephew and said, the materials purchased this time are mainly to supply the company's boss. The quantity won't be too small. It's just this number, he said, holding up 3 fingers. 300,000? Wang Yu asked tentatively. Nyo Lanshan froze. Kid, your mouth is quite big. Procurement of an agricultural product with so much money? Also just gave $30,000. If it is usual, $30,000 can be a year's harvest for Wang Yu's family. But since Wang Yu bought the fish pond, this $30,000 is estimated to be a day or two. Oh, then how much are you going to buy? Wang Yu asked again faintly. Nyo Lanshan thought that this kid read the university for the second time. Talk about the sale is to talk about a serious He pointed to the meal on the table. New on these dishes, the same to 500 pounds. The rest of the money, just buy this kind of fish. How much do you want? As soon as the words fell, Wang Yu's family fell silent. Nyo Lanshan thought to relatives of the business is too big. They are still in shock. The heart more and more pleased. Of course, if your food is really good, the future will be a long time to cooperate. You know, those big bosses do not lack of money. That's right, we're all family. If you don't let your family earn it, who will? Aunt Wang Xiaowen said while chewing on the fish. Ahem. Wang Yu coughed. That, Auntie can bring business to my house. Thanks in advance. Just, Auntie, hey, the budget you brought this time is a bit small let alone the fish. On this tomato and cucumber, at my cost price to sell to you, you can't buy 500 pounds Nyo Lanshan almost choked, glaring. Xiao Ye, you tell me the truth. How much does a caddy of tomatoes cost you? This, Wang Yu touched his chin. This is also for the sake of our relatives. I will give you a cheaper, $10 if you sell to the cloud in the mountains. They are still a long-term partner, but also have to $15 $10 Nyo Lanshan couple froze. Not a caddy, is even $10 a caddy, but also far beyond the market price Zhao Wenjing, who was eating a fish next to her, also almost stuck a fish splinter in her throat when she heard the price. $10 a pop. How much would this table cost? And Wang Yu's family, the money earned in that one day. Zhao Wenjing coughed, her mind going blank. Wang Chongwen was a little embarrassed to say, after all, people helped themselves today, but looking at the crowd's dumbfounded look, his heart couldn't help but feel a burst of smugness. Brother-in-law, I won't hide it from you. My family's vegetable plots and fish ponds are letting my son act as an agent. You also said just now, the meals sold in the cloud in the mountains are expensive. To tell you the truth, he bought the dishes are not Wangjia village. To be precise, only my family is supply. So, Xiaoyu is not intentionally difficult for you. This price is such a level. Wang Chongwen is not good to offend his sister brother-in-law. Of course, we are relatives. Well, you can also often come back. We get together for dinner. So how good? Auntie Wang Xiuwen, Aunt Bull Blue Mountain, next to Wenjing Zhao. A table of several thousand or even nearly 10,000 meals. Even if you have the good sense to often treat us, we are embarrassed to often come to dilly-dally. Chapter 59 News of the new village officials. After the meal, Wang Yu's Aunt Nyo Lanshan and his entourage. You look at me, I look at you. And finally Nyo Lanshan felt that this is a big matter, but also have to report to the departmental leadership. After all, the price of this vegetable is too outrageous. However, to his great surprise, the head of the department, without saying a word, directly agreed that the budget of $30,000, as much as you can buy. Nyo Lanshan froze and followed his nephew to the vegetable field. As soon as he entered Wang Yu's family's vegetable field, even Wang Xiaowen, who lived here since childhood, couldn't help sighing and staring. Gosh, is this still the family's vegetable field? But, at this time has been the end of summer. It is reasonable to say that a lot of vegetables in the vegetable field has been dying or withered old seed. But Wang Yu home is different. Although the fruit on the vine less, but all the long out of the still watery. Look at the want to eat a mouthful. Buy, leap, that's all the money there is. Watch and get it for us. Aunt Nyo Lanshan also has nothing to say. Witnessed the delicacies delicious, which has half a bit of fox. After all, it is a relative. Breaking the bones and connecting the tendons. Wang Yu carefully picked out some tomatoes, cucumbers, eggplants and peppers and so on for his aunt, Lin Liang full of eyes, but the number is not much. Then, led the crowd to their own fish pond. Aunt Wang Xiuwen couldn't help herself as she looked at the fish running alive in the fish pond. I used to play here when I was little. I didn't expect Xiaoyu to get it so well. Wang Yu smiled slightly. Auntie, don't praise me. This fish pond is not completely done. These days intend to pick up, make a manner. The vegetable field also get on the greenhouse. Or look at the arrival of fall and winter. I will not receive the success. Niu Lanshan nodded. It's still Little Leap who has business acumen. Zhao Wenjing, who followed beside her, lowered her head and didn't know what she was thinking. Before leaving, Mom he guafan and picked some vegetables from the vegetable field, handed Niu Lanshan and Zhao Wenjing a copy of one, chided his son. Trade is trade. Relatives are relatives. There are things to learn to share well. Wan Yu skimmed his mouth. Thought you are happy to share. People are not happy but Mom picked all picked. He is not good to say anything more. Zhao Wenjing, who hadn't said anything, saw the bag of fruits and vegetables in her hands, and her face was overflowing with joy. Thank you, Auntie. Gu, girl have time to come and play off and Mom he guafan touched the other girl's hand and inked half a day, before seeing a group of people leave Wangjia village. Son, you've got no sense of humor. That girl is quite nice. Why do you look so indifferent? Mom he guafan complained. Good, that's just because you can't see what's going on inside her. Wan Yu was non-committal. Mom, don't arrange this kind of blind date for me in the future. Not to mention hitching a ride on our family's food. It will also be a show-off. If I meet someone I like, I'll tell you. Che, what do you like? What kind do you like? Mom he guafan eyed her son. Ahem. Wang Yu fell away. However, the family had just returned to the village and the streets were buzzing. Did you know that our village chief, Wang Fu Ruo, has been deposed? Humph. Taking the official seal and making unauthorized decisions. He even almost sold the sacred spring river. Even if he isn't dismissed, he won't be able to stay in the village. It's just in time for this election. When Wang Chongwen heard this, he suddenly gazed at his son. Son, I voted for you in the previous years. Now that you're back, this year's election will be yours. Wang Yu bristled. It's meaningless. I don't care about that. You can pick whoever you like. However, before father and son could finish, the neighbor, Wang Laoshi, spoke up. Don't think too much about it, Chongwen. It seems to have been rumored that this year it's going to be sent down from the top. From the top down? It seems to be. What college student village official to come? Wang Laoshi frowned. College students have just graduated. They don't even know how to do farm work. Where are they capable of being village officials? Just as the words fell, he noticed Wang Yu next to him and quickly smiled back. Xiao Yu, I didn't say anything about you. You're very smart. If I say so, this year we should let Wang Yu be the village chief. Look at Xiao Ye. How long has it been since he came back? He has made his family's business a success. If he becomes the village chief, he will lead our village to become rich together. Wang Laoshi's daughter-in-law Hohat laughed. Since the last time Wang Yu leaked the news to build a large shopping mall, the couple was hesitant at first, but with the past few days, one after another, there are inspectors to Wang's village, which should be 8 or 9, so the two families of the lumps are also considered to be unraveled. Hey, just my family's fish pond is too busy. Where do I have time to do this? Wang Yu waved his hand and refused with a smile. Wang Chongwen looked at his own son and didn't say anything else. When I got home, Zhao Wenjing sent a message. Your cucumbers are so delicious. Wang Yu laughed. That's natural. And my family's cucumbers mask is even more effective. Oh, really? How dare I lie to you? Oh, I'll go back and try then. With such an expensive cucumber taken as a mask, Wang Yu's opinion of Zhao Wenjing was getting worse and worse. He blinked, noticing the kind of light-colored text Zhao Wenjing had sent over. Gu, his house is really good, but it's just too expensive. Can I take the opportunity to talk to him and enjoy his house? Although he's rather boring, his mom seems to be interested in me. Wang Yu scoffed. This woman's heart is too heavy. The appearance looks unperturbed. The heart has been monstrous sea waves. This kind of person is better to stay away from. Immediately afterward, Zhao Wenjing sent a message. Wang Yu, my classmates are going to have a party with me next weekend. I told them about being at your house and they said they were very interested. Can we come and have some fun? Wang Yu look at the time. It is estimated that she is still on the road with her aunt, which is so fast to share with people. Want to eat on the straight talk. The big deal is to raise you as a pig. Wang Yu is not good to refuse at the moment. Yes, but it's better to bring some male comrades. As you know, I have to build a shed in the next few days, and also organize and plan the fish pond, so you guys come just to help out. A smiling emoji was attached at the end. The other side immediately displayed 2 lines of light-colored text. Che, is really not generous at all. We are there to have fun and enjoy ourselves, not to be workers for you. Wang Yu laughed. Small, but also with the brother to play mind. You do not know that you in front of the brother is transparent. Sure enough, Zhao Wenjing spoke. That's nice, but we haven't talked about it yet, so we'll work it out and tell you then. Well, welcome, Wang Yu replied, ending the conversation between the two. Chapter 60, Wang Xinran. At the entrance of the Youth Politics College in Xuanzhou City, A group of trainees who have completed the program after more than 2 months of training are receiving speeches from the leaders. These are all university students who have just graduated and come here to study after passing the examination for university student village officials as well as the interview and physical examination. During this time, they have received a variety of skills training and ideological education, and seem to be completely different from their university selves. Today is the day of their learning and the time of their assignment. The principal stood in front of the crowd. Comrades, I know that among you there are many from the countryside and many from the city, and some people may feel that going to the countryside is for gold plating to pave the way for their own future. But no matter what the purpose is, I can tell you all that when you go to the countryside, you should put down your stature and go deep into the masses. Come from the masses and go to the masses, and constantly learn from the people the masses to learn. Among the crowd of trainees, a tall, handsome-looking man was whispering something, and the object of the complaint was a pavilion-aged, wonderful girl. The girl was wearing a light pink short-sleeved body t-shirt, while her lower body was covered with a painted plaid skirt, and her black and straight hair naturally hung down, just about 10 centimeters past her shoulders, making her look very fresh and natural. Shinran, where do you think we'll be assigned? The girl named Shinran shook her head. Depends on the assignment, but I want to be assigned with you. The man hemmed and hawed. Gao Janua, can you be serious? This isn't in school. When you're in the countryside you have to do practical things. You're not allowed to go and play. Wang Shinran frowned. She and Gao Janua were both graduates of Dongshan University, and from the beginning of the university, Gao Janua had been chasing after Wang Shinran, and although Wang Shinran knew that Gao Janua's family seemed to be very rich, she never agreed. Even the college student village official examination, Gao Janua also because of their own to apply for the examination. I did not expect to really let this kid over it. The principal's voice came. Next, I'll read out the distribution list. 2 people to a village. I hope you go and learn well from the local village leaders. College student village officials. First practiced in the countryside for 2 years, and if they performed well during their work and passed the assessment of their superiors, they would have the opportunity to be transferred back to the city. But if they failed the assessment, they would be just an ordinary civil servant. When the crowd heard this, the emanating spirit immediately focused. If they could be assigned to work in a good village, it would save them a lot of trouble. Quiet. Li Ku, Haojia village. The principal's voice just fell. Was named 2 people suddenly a little disappointed. Haojia village is a famous poor village in Dongshan province. Although the above subsidies are more, but as for the support and so on, it is really less pathetic. In the future, the result of doing a good job, it is estimated to be able to work as a casual laborer in the township. Chu Liang, Lian Yu, White Horse Gully. As the voice fell, the 2 people who were named were completely different from the previous ones. Both of them hooked up a smile. White Horse Gully is a farming tourist attraction that is being developed, and has been subjected to a lot of grants for construction in the past few years. Going there is not to say that it will make a big difference, but there are still a lot of opportunities for performance and room for upward mobility. For a while, the trainees cast envious and jealous gazes. Ouch, but split me up with Shinran. Gao Janua, who was standing at the back, was nervous in his heart. He was not worried about what his future would be in the future. Anyway, his family was not short of money, and his aim was Wang Shinran. He chased Wang Shinran for 4 years, although he did not get the right result, but he still persevered. Is thinking of through this rare countryside experience will Wang Shinran in one fell swoop to catch up with it. Wang Shinran, Chu Feng, Wangjia village, the principal said here, laughed. Wang Shinran, I remember your material can be written on the home as the Wang family village. This time is considered to give you an opportunity you can grasp. Upon hearing this, Gao Jianua's face sank. Wang Shinran, however, puffed out his chest and raised his head. Don't worry, headmaster, even though I haven't gone back for many years, I'm very much like building my hometown into a new countryside. Good for you, woman, the principal praised. Wang Shinran's head, on the other hand, recalled the scene when she was a child. She followed her neighbor's brother to play in the sacred spring river, and did not smile, not contacted for many years. Remembered that Wang Yu brother was the same age as himself, and now I do not know what has become of him. When he thought of the emotion, he didn't even hear Gao Jianua's delight next to him. Hey, Shinran, what are you thinking about? Gao Jianua slightly pushed her. Wang Shinran slowed down. Jianua, where were you assigned? Gao Jianua skimmed his lips. Feelings you did not hear. I was assigned to the village outside the sky. It seems that we are very close. In the future you have to look for you to play. Wang Shinran said angrily. I've told you, it's not for fun. Fine. Then when I encounter problems at work, I always have to go to you for advice. Gao Jianua pulled the wool over his eyes. Who cares? As long as he could see Wang Shinran often, he was a million times happier. Wang Shinran hummed. You don't know, Tianhuai village is leaning on Taishan Mountain. When I was a child that village was very rich, and it seems to be developing even better in these years. Our Wang family village is just a small village of 500 people. It's too late to ask for your help when the time comes. Once Gao Jianhua heard this, he thought of Wang Xinran coming to find himself in the future, and became more and more pleased. That's good to say. Let's see how you perform then. Che, you were assigned to such a good place. Shouldn't you treat yourself? Wang Xinran bristled. Although she didn't agree to officially date Gao Jianhua, she had always treated Gao Jianhua as her friend. After the current allocation, Gao Jianhua proudly shouted, "Must," and dragged her to the restaurant to celebrate. And after the crowd left either disappointed or hopeful, a middle-aged woman with a big belly appeared beside the principal at some point. "Principal Qian, thanks to you this time. Otherwise, my family Jianhua would have to suffer." Where are the words? Are assigned well. Tianhuai village is close to Taishan Mountain. It's just right to give Jianhua a good workout. Jianhua, this child has a good talent. Is too impatient. I still hope that the principal will take care of me in the future. Well. This is nothing to show. This is a little bit of his father and I hope that Principal Qian will never accept it. How is this? Good. Just feel free to take it. Besides, Principal Qian, that person called Wang Xinran. Oh, this girl, to be honest, has outstanding abilities. Look at. What's the point of having outstanding ability? I don't want to harm my family Jianhua. Mrs. Gao, you overthink it. Wang's village is just a small village. After one job, the gap between the two will get bigger and bigger. If you invest in a Heavens Beyond village or something else, your son will be too busy to do anything about it by then. Chapter 61, The Embarrassing Lu Family Siblings. Received a phone call from Principal Qian. Recently worried Lu Shuamen was overjoyed to finally hear a good news. Through the words conveyed by his daughter, he also understands that Wang Yu has leaked out the meaning of wanting to cooperate with himself. But the premise of cooperation is that he openly admits his mistakes or gives out big benefits. Lu Shuamen has been in the countryside for more than 10 years. Why has he ever been subjected to such sheepishness? So he expressed his refusal to Wang Yu with silence. Gao Jianhua, the son of the president of the Gao Group in Dongshan Shang. This piece of information alone made him ecstatic. If he serves the son-in-law well during the time Gao's son is in the countryside, he might be able to bring in a big investment from Gao's group. And then he won't have to watch that kid Wang Yu soar and only be able to stare in disbelief. With this in mind, Lu Shuamen immediately called in Lu Ermao, who had been relegated to the security of the Heavens Beyond Mountain Villa, as well as his own daughter, Lu Lily. Ermao, you've been down to earth for a while now, kid. Tell me how you feel. Lu Shuamen looked at his nephew and said, he had no children at his knee, and the entire Lu family was left with just one young male. Now he does not ask his nephew to have any great skills, as long as he can preserve the value of the property he left behind. It is good. Uncle during this time I have reflected properly. I was too reckless before, bringing such a big loss to Tianhuai Mountain Villa. Lu Ermao never dared to speak loudly in front of his uncle. Okay. Lu Ermao flung his arm, not wanting to listen to this kind of scene. Ermao, now there is a heavenly good opportunity for our Tianhuai village and Tianhuai Mountain Villa. If you perform well, the signing is a write-off. Lu Ermao sniffed, his face instantly surprised. Uncle, you say, as long as I can do it, I will do it even if I put my life on the line. Don't you spell it out. Lu Shuamen grunted. Recently, a college student village official is going to be sent down from above to come to Tianhuai village. You and Lily go to greet them today. Leave a good impression. College student village official? Lu Ermao froze. Uncle, this isn't coming to take away your power, and asking me to greet it. What do you know? Lu Shuamen glared at his nephew. He can't look at this Heavens Beyond village, but he's just here temporarily to have some fun. I can only tell you that he is a veritable rich second generation. Seize the opportunity and make good friends with him. Speaking of which, Lu Shuamen looked at his daughter. Lily, you are not small. I see this kid is good. Married to someone else cannot eat loss. You have to be on the hard Lu Lily bristled and hummed. Dad, you can stay out of this. At that moment, the cousins received Lu Shuamen's dispatch and went to the village entrance to prepare for the welcoming ceremony. And in order to show their pomp and circumstance, a special gong and drum team was invited. And Gao Jianhua, the eyed and expected son of the village outside of heaven, was sitting in a van with his woman of choice, Wang Xinran. Gao Jianhua was speechless. Xinran, look, I said let you sit in my family's BMW. That's how cool you prefer to let me follow you to do this broken van. This is not looking for a hard time. Wang Xinran leaned against the window and looked at the mountainous landscape that flashed by in the parking space, the rolling hills, the dense fruit forests, and the river that played there. So many familiar scenes flashed through my mind one by one. I'm not forcing you to sit down either. If you feel uncomfortable, then it's not too late for you to get off now. The corner of Wang Xinran's mouth hooked up in a bad smile. No, now there is no village in front and no store at the back. When you get off the car, not to mention the BMW, it is good to have a tricycle. This is the first time I've been here. Cao Jianhua bristled and followed Wang Xinran's gaze. Xinran, this is where you grew up as a child. Yeah, Wang Xinran sighed, with a look of reminiscence in her gaze. When we were young, we fished and shrimped together, caught birds and stole eggs together, and did so many interesting games. While talking, the village entrance of Wangjia village looked into the eyes. Wang Xinran cheered. Master, please stop at the village entrance in front. The master laughed. Good, come on. The Wang family village has been bustling with activity lately. Oh, what happened? Wang Xinran was curious. You don't know. Wangjia village was originally a small village of 500 people, and I heard that a boss has invested a huge amount of money to build a large shopping mall here. Recently, they are busy acquiring land. Now the people in the village will have money all of a sudden. The driver's tone was filled with envy. Oh, that's something new. Wang Xinran stroked her chin in thought and was about to say something when the driver had already stopped the car. Xinran, why don't you come with me to Tianwai village? The place has already called and said that they have prepared a welcome ceremony waiting for me. Look at this Wangjia village. There isn't even anyone at the village entrance. Obviously not putting you in their eyes. Cao Jianhua looked at the entrance of Wangjia village and said with a disgruntled face, I've said it all. We're here to serve the people. Why make such a big ceremony? Wang Xinran carried her hands behind her back. Unimpressed. Young Master Gao. Anyway, this is the village I'm in charge of. So just go to the heavenly outer village and enjoy the attention of all the people. Cao Jianhua snorted coldly and got out of the car. How can that be? I can't watch Xinran suffer. I have to watch you formalize it before I can rest assured. It's not too good to be on the outside village side that day. After all, people prepared the ceremony for you. Wang Xinran teasingly looked at him. Then let them wait. Young Master Gao dashed his hand. Where in heaven's beyond village is Xinran's place of growth interested in me? After instructing with the driver master, he asked him to carry the luggage and drive slowly at the back, while he himself was walking with Wang Xinran while enjoying the scenery of Wangjia village. When he saw the sacred spring river by the village entrance, Wang Xinran excitedly pounced over. Without any image, he squatted down and washed his face with the water of the sacred spring river. I remember back when I left the village, there wasn't this much water in this sacred spring river. I thought it was all going to dry up, but I didn't expect there to be so much water this year. Saying that, Wang Xinran took another sip and was suddenly surprised. This water was surprisingly better than it was when he was a child. Cao Jianhua looked at Wang Xinran alive and kicking, as if he had changed. He was first slightly surprised in his heart, then also a burst of laughter. Undeniably, just now Wang Xinran's every move, surprisingly looked so heartwarming. He was a rich son of a rich family and came to this poor countryside for the first time. Looking at Wang Xinran's surprised appearance, he also curiously squatted down and took a sip of sacred spring river water, following Wang Xinran's example. As for the two Lu family cousins who stood waiting at the entrance of Tianwai village, seeing that the time was almost up and the person they wanted to greet had not yet come, and then looking at the line of gongs and drums from their own village, they felt a bit embarrassed. Chapter 62, Life is like the first time you see it. Fifth shift. Cao Jianhua and Wang Xinran walked slowly, and although their speed was slow, they quickly arrived at the village committee. It couldn't be helped that the Wang family village committee was actually a bit too small. From the village entrance to the village committee, it was only about 300 meters. Drinking the sweet water of the sacred spring river, Cao Jianhua has a new understanding of Wangjia village. Not bad, the water is really good. The duo was dressed in ordinary clothes, but their temperament was too different from the rural people. And there were only 500 people in Wangjia village, and all the ones in a village knew each other. So they looked at the two of them, and they cast puzzled gazes. In the past few days to Wangjia village of strangers quite a lot. At first everyone is still curious, and then slowly learned that it is the city people to Wangjia village to visit. And then the news gradually spread. Said to be in the village of Wangjia village to establish a large shopping mall, but also to requisition land, which put the villagers of Wangjia village as very happy. So as soon as they look at the village outsiders, their faces smiled into a flower. But Wang Xinran female big 18 change. The more change the better looking. At this time she in the year that runny-nosed little girl has been completely too. Many villagers did not recognize. When the two men walked into the village committee, Wang Jinwu, the village branch secretary, was pouring water for Chu Fong, who had come a step ahead of them. When Chu Fong saw Wang Xinran, she excitedly ran over and pulled her hand to sit down. Xinran, I didn't expect that your Wang family village is really nice, and the people are all very enthusiastic. This is. Wang Jinwu looked at Wang Xinran suspiciously. You're not Xinran, are you? Uncle Jinwu doesn't remember me? Wang Xinran smiled. Wang Jinwu looked up and down all over, and patted his head. Gu, is this still the Shinran who cried and sniffed back then? Saying that, he laughed and hurriedly invited Wang Shinran and Gao Jianhua to sit down. Wang Jinwu let out a long sigh and looked at the three young people with the loving gaze of an elder. It's good to be young. However, Chu Feng, Shinran, you guys coming to Wangjia village can be a heavier burden than going to another village. Wangjia village does not have a village chief right now. You two will have to take responsibility in the future. Uncle Jinwu, can you tell us about the previous village chief? Wang Shinran said. This said to me angry. Wang Jinwu glanced at the three people. Will be about the sacred spring river before and after Seta Pass. Listening to the three people dumbfounded. This how to listen to with the storytelling like, the sacred spring river can suddenly appear and suddenly disappeared? Uncle Jinwu, you're not joking with us, are you? Gao Jianhua laughed and didn't take it seriously. And this is? Oh, he was assigned to the Heavens Beyond village. Wang Shinran introduced. Oh, as soon as he heard the Tianwai village, Wang Jinwu had nothing good to say, but looking at the young man's face, he also commanded. Young man, you go to the Tianwai village cannot be a tiger for the tiger. Be careful, do a good job. Gao Jianhua listened to a moment of confusion. He was here to have fun, but he didn't care about that. And Wang Shinran heard something about Wang Yu from Uncle Jinwu's words, regardless of whether it was true or not. But Wang Yu's performance did not disappoint her. Uncle Jinwu, I remember that Wang Yu should have graduated from university this year too, right? Why did he come back to the village? What is he doing now? Wang Shinran asked. Hey, don't say it. I remember the things you two did when you were little. Wang Jinwu laughed. Uncle Jinwu, who is Wang Yu? What did the two of them do when they were kids? Next to Gao Jianhua saw the sudden change on Wang Shinran's face. His heart thumped. Could it be that she would be a village official in the village? It could not be because of this guy called Wang Yu. Uncle, don't talk about the past. My face is burning just thinking about it. Wang Shinran blushed. Tell me about it. I'm curious. Gao Jianhua, however, got serious. And Chu Feng next to him was also interested. Uncle Jinwu, you've talked about it. Where is the sense of saying half the words? He. It's nothing much. Wang Jinwu laughed. When I was a kid, Shinran was like a follower, often following behind Xiaoyu. One time, the two of them even teamed up and broke the glass in my house. At that time, Shinran was so scared that she didn't go home when it got dark, and as a result, her parents shouted for half a day on a loudspeaker in the village committee, found it, and hid in Xiaoyu's house and didn't dare to come out. Uncle Jinwu. Wang Shinran blushed even more when she heard this. Ha! Gao Jianhua laughed awkwardly. Shinran, I didn't realize you had such a childhood. Wang Jinwu waved his hand. But now Xiaoye's family is also a bit of a rise. Since Xiaoye graduated from university back to the village, I do not know with what method, even planted a field of good vegetables, just half a month to earn a lot of money, but also by the way the cloud in the mountain village to get big. And, Shinran, you know, his family's fish pond, sold to Wang Lusher's family when he was a child, but also by the small leap to rebuy back, can be his old man was very happy. Take this large shopping mall this, also a small leap one person to find do not know what big boss. People look at the face of the small leap before looking for our Wangjia village. Otherwise this little bit of place, people simply do not see. The more Wang Jinwu spoke, the more complacent he became, and Wang Shinran listened with a look of surprise, not realizing that her brother, Wang Yu, was so powerful. Chu Feng, who worked with her, was also open-mouthed. Uncle Jinwu, why does it feel like you're telling a story? However, just a few words contain too much information, so many deeds, there is a fresh college graduate can do. Hearing that his sweetheart's childhood friend was so powerful, Gao Jianhua, who was next to him, had a slightly unpleasant heart. That's right, Uncle Jinwu, you can't look at us as young and lie to us. I know you want to inspire us youngsters, but these things are too unreliable, aren't they? Wang Shinran, however, was unimpressed. How do you guys talk? Uncle Jinwu never tells lies. Since Wang Yu led the Wang family village and the Tianwai village after some theory, and then the cause of the business, Wang Jinwu is more and more like this kid. Inquired about Wang Yu has not yet joined the organization, and even have the heart to be an introducer. Seeing the young people do not believe, he is not polite, pointed out the window, looking through the bright glass, the opposite side of the village committee door. It is clearly written Leapfrog Supermarket. You guys see, that small supermarket across the street is the one that Wang Yu's old man and Li Dezai bet on not long ago. If not for Wang Yu, where would Wang Chongwen get the free money to do this? The three looked in the direction of the finger, but no. The leap of the leap is not the leap of Wang Yu. Before coming in Wang Shinran also noticed, but did not take it seriously, did not think that it is really Wang Yu family opened. In the countryside, it's great to have such a store. It seems that her Wang Yu brother is still so powerful. Wang Xinran's heart wanted more and more to see the brother Wang Yu who used to carry her on his back when she was a child right away. And at this time Gao Jianhua's cell phone rang. It was Lu Ermao who called, asking him where he had gone. Gao Jianhua looked at Wang Xinran's heartfelt look, and was in a very bad mood. I've said, don't let you guys engage in these falsehoods. The ceremony is exempt. I'll be there in a while. Chapter 63, I want to build, 6th shift. Lu Ermao's entire body was bad when he heard the chiding on the phone. Before has given this called Gao Jianhua called, said he, and other people in the village entrance personally greeted. Then listen to the voice is still very happy. How is this only a long time? Changed face. Where did Mr. Gao arrive? Lu Lily leaned her hands against the tree trunk at the entrance of the village and said in a bored manner. Lu Ermao scratched his head and looked at his cousin. He didn't say anything, he just said that he wanted us not to organize a ceremony to greet him. What can we do about this? He's a gong master. As long as he's happy, we have to do as we're told. Lu Lily hummed disdainfully, then waved her hand at the village gong team. Alright, everyone disperse. The gong crew froze. So what? Lily, what about our pay? Just go back and claim it with the team. Just as the gongs and drums team had left, a van stopped at the entrance of Tianwai village, and a handsome but plainly dressed young man stepped out of the van. Lu Ermao and Lu Lily looked at each other. Both saw the other's doubts and funny. Said it was rich second generation. How to sit in the van to come. The man's head was held high as if anyone owed him tens of thousands of dollars. Walking up to Lu Ermao and Lu Lily. You are the ones who greeted me from Tianwai village? Who are you? Lu Ermao said nonchalantly. I'm Gao Jianhua. Gao Jianhua had eaten a bellyful of anger in Wangjia village, and was having no place to take it out, when he turned his head and saw the back of the gong and drum team leaving. Didn't you say someone would come to greet me? Where are the people? Lu Ermao and Lu Lily froze. Mr. Gao, right? Didn't you just say you don't need to make a scene? I was speaking in anger, can't you hear that? Gao Jianhua snorted coldly. Then I'll invite the person again. Lu Ermao knew that this man was not easy to serve and hurriedly curried favor. Gao Jianhua waved his hand. Forget it. After walking a few steps, Gao Jianhua turned around. What's so interesting about Tianwai village? Fun? Lu Ermao sniffed and froze. Then he was happy. Gu, you said it earlier, there are many interesting places in Tianwai village. There is the Peach Grove and the Heavens Beyond Villa. Mr. Gao, follow me. Gao Jianhua, led by Lu Ermao, two people, has visited the various landscapes of Tianwai village, and finally at the Tianwai villa had a good meal. The meal is still good. Finally dissipated a little anger. At this moment, Lu Shuamin, the village head of Tianwai village, walked in with a smile. Mr. Gao, I'm sure you've wandered around Tianwai village once. I wonder how you feel about it. Lu Shuamin said while sizing up the young man in front of him. Not to mention, tall and thin, good looking, if his daughter married this kind of person, but also agreeable. Gao Jianhua looked at Lu Shuamin and said disdainfully, I heard that you, Tianwai village, forced a contract to buy the sacred spring river in Wangjia village? Lu Shuamin's eyelids jumped, thinking that this Gao Gongzi is well informed, and immediately pretended to be aggrieved. Hey, Gao Gongzi, you don't know. This year, Tianwai village is particularly dry, and even the only mother river, Tianwai River, has run dry, 10 miles and 8 villages. At present, only Wangjia village's sacred spring river is still flowing. We are not for the sake of the villagers. What about the heavenly outdoor villa? How come I heard that all the business was taken by the cloud villa? Gao Jianhua stared into Lu Shuamin's eyes and thought to himself that there really was such a thing. I say this is angry. I don't know what's going on. Wangjia village's Wangyu grows particularly tasty vegetables, also became the exclusive supplier of Yunzhong Villa. I ran several times before and after, and didn't negotiate down. I'm not waiting for a high person to point out Lu Shuamin continued to pretend to be poor. I don't know what way does Mr. Gao have? The more Gao Jianhua heard, the angrier he got. That Wangyu guy, tell me what's going on. I know this better. Lu Ermao worked as a security guard in Tianwai village in the past few days. He didn't learn any other skills, but his ability to read people's words and colors has improved a lot. Seeing that this Gao Gongzi was obviously hostile to Wang Yu, although he didn't know the reason for it, he didn't want to miss this opportunity. At that moment, they will be their own as well as Tianwai village, and Wang Yu's contradictions set a pass. As for Gao Jianhua, from Lu Ermao's mouth, he verified that the words of the village branch secretary Wang Jinwu were true, and his heart became more and more unwilling. I thought I could have a romantic love affair with Wang Xinran in this poor countryside, but if this kid Wang Yu comes out to cause trouble, look at that Wang Xinran's expression. He will be in suspense. At that moment, he slapped his thigh. No, since Wangjia village is engaging in a comprehensive shopping mall, we, Tianwai village, can't lag behind either. With that, he looked at Lu Shuamin. We're going to do it too. and we're going to do it even bigger than them. Lu Shuamen heart secretly happy, the surface but pretends to be bitter and hateful. Cao Gengzi you don't know. The investment in the village of the Wang family. Originally Li is always going to invest in our Tianwai village. The middle was that Wang Yu horizontal insert a bar to the 200 million are robbed. The establishment of large shopping malls. We don't have the money Gao Jianhua, however, waved his hand impatiently. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. Sending the not-so-good-looking Gao Jianhua away. The village branch secretary immediately helped move Chu Fang and Wang Xinran's luggage to a room vacated by the village committee. Xiu Fang, Xinran, I won't hide it from you. The village hasn't had any visitors for many years, and the conditions are rather poor, so I can only prepare such a room for you. You guys don't mind. Wang Jinwu had an apologetic face. It's fine, Uncle Jinwu. This is much more spacious than the dormitory we had during college, Wang Xinran said as she surveyed the new room. Yes, as long as there is a place to stay, and it's easier for two people to live together. Chu Fang didn't mind. After all, when she first came to the village, she wasn't sure if there were perverts in the village whether it was safe or not, and she was relieved to be able to live together with Wang Xinran. Wang Jinwu nodded. That's good. I still have some things to take care of. You guys clean up the house first. If you need anything, you can tell me. Hey, okay, Uncle Jinwu you busy yourself. The two of them smiled as they bid farewell to Uncle Jinwu, and after tidying up the house a little bit, they followed each other out for a stroll, buying some daily necessities in the meantime. As the village committee concierge and kiosk store manager Li Dezai, from a few outsiders as soon as they entered the door to pay attention, see the two beautiful girls walked out, and hastened to smile. Yo, two cadres this is to do what to go Kafan smiled. Oh, we thought we'd go for a little stroll and do a little shopping on the way. Li Dezai immediately brightened up, pointing to his own kiosk and saying, you see, I have everything here. Chu Fang was just about to agree, but was stopped by Wang Xinran, smiling, Uncle, we'd better get to know the village first, and buy something when we come back. It's close by anyway. Li Dezai smiled and nodded. However, as he watched the two girls take small steps out of the gate of the village committee, not taking a few steps, but entering the Leapfrog supermarket across the street, Li Dezai's smiling face collapsed. Chapter 64 Betting $200, 7th shift. Wang Chongwen, as always, sitting in his own supermarket, as his son said when the store was first built, the village is so big, the traffic is limited tight. But he looked at the opposite side of Li Dezai, remembering that his son and Wang Yifang did not come to fruition. His heart is a burst of fire. Isn't Li Dekai a money grubber? My son is so young and promising. Are you blind in the eyes of your dog or brain into the water? All a village. Married to my family is not the same as finding a son-in-law. Wang Chongwen shook his head, thinking that my son is so powerful. You want to marry your daughter now I may not even agree. Thinking of this, cannot help but think of the last time brother-in-law came home with that little Zhao girl. Do not say. Long went quietly, but also in the state-owned enterprise unit work, he and his wife are more satisfied with the daughter-in-law. But for some reason, the son is dead set on not agreeing. Hey, Wang Chongwen sighed. When there was no money, he was worried that his son did not want a woman. Now that the family is a little rich, worry about the son does not want a woman. It's the same as having money or not having money. Is rambling. The supermarket suddenly walked into two girls. Wang Chongwen hastened to fight. This time, as long as it is a young woman, he paid attention from time to time, in case it is suitable for his son. Only, when he saw the two girls coming in at the door, Wang Chongwen froze. All good looking, but not from the village. Wang Chongwen frowned. What do the two girls want to buy? For some reason, he looked at Wang Xinran twice more and always felt familiar somewhere. Wang Xinran couldn't help but snicker when she saw how Uncle Chongwen wanted to recognize but didn't dare to recognize himself. Uncle, do you have a face basin soap shampoo or something here? Wang Xinran playfully said. There is Wang Chongwen froze for a moment, and hurriedly and enthusiastically led the two towards the area of household goods, thinking that this girl is good. I see that the two of you are outsiders, right? Why have you come to Wangjia village to buy things? Chu Fang had no heart, and said truthfully, oh, we just graduated from college and are here to exercise in Wangjia village. Exercise? Wang Chongwen frowned, then said in surprise, could it be that you guys are that what college student village officials? Dare I say it's all known? Chu Fang blinked, thinking that news traveled pretty fast. Hey, such a big thing cannot know well. Wang Chongwen hearta happy. Good. Even still highly educated college student village officialate. This son has a blessing. Then warmly said, in order to show welcome, you guys just pick. Things are 20% off. Wang Xinran was amused by Uncle Chongwen. Then won't you lose money? There's no such thing as a loss. As long as you guys are willing to do practical things for Wangjia village, there's no loss. Ha ha. Wang Chongwen laughed and said, just looking at Wang Xinran who was close at hand. The more he looked, the more familiar he felt. This girl, haven't we met somewhere before? Wang Chongwen asked tentatively. Wang Xinran bared her teeth and laughed out. Uncle Chongwen, you don't remember me? Saying that, Wang Xinran wiped her nose. Wang Chongwen shook his head and exclaimed, Xinran? But no, I thought you didn't even recognize me anymore. Uncle Chongwen, Wang Xinran feigned anger. You're still the same. Ha ha, can you blame me for this? How many years has it been since you left the Wang family village? It's said that women have changed a lot, and this has become unrecognizable. Wang Chongwen saw that it was Wang Xinran. His heart became more and more joyful. This girl had a very good relationship with his son when he was a child. You've got a future now. Even became a village official as soon as you graduated. Wang Chongwen laughed. I don't want my son, who is idle all day, to stay in the village with no prospects. Where? Wang Xinran pouted. But I've heard a lot of heroic deeds from brother Wang Yu. Hey, it's all nonsense. Wang Chongwen's eyes lit up. You're not here to buy something. You're looking for Wang Yu, right? Wang Xinran blushed slightly, then confessed. Yes, brother Wang Yu and I haven't seen each other for how many years? I don't even know what he looks like. Do you remember my family's fish pond? Wang Chongwen asked. Of course I remember. That's where the boy is at 80% of the time. So if you don't mind, go there and take a look. Hey, I happen to be free, and I want to surprise her. Wang Xinran sniffed and said with a flutter. Next to Chu Feng is also very curious. This is Xinran missed by the peasant brother in the end. What is it like? Just for the sake of it. But Xinran, this stuff. Wang Chongwen waved his hand. Hey, you guys live in Wangjia village, right? Grace. Just at the village hall. You guys pick it out and I'll just bring it to you later. Wang Chongwen smilingly sent the two girls out of the door. Thinking that his son's future happiness has landed, he also did not expect Wang Xinran actually fell so good looking. To have breasts with breasts, to have buttocks with buttocks. Li Dezai was still angry for the two people who did not enter their own kiosk just now, but instead entered the supermarket across the street. And once he saw the two girls were sent out by Wang Chongwen with a smile, but the two girls did not carry anything in their hands, and his heart felt a little better. Waiting for the two girls to walk away, Li Dezai said sarcastically across the road. What's the matter? Is it true that people's city girls can't see what you're selling? Wang Chongwen has long been found Li Dezai from time to time towards their side of the lookout. Listening to this voice in the acidity, Wang Chongwen did not have a reason to be happy. Li Dezai, you also have today Li Dezai, how do you speak it? How can you say my family stuff is bad when your stuff is poor and people can't look at it? Your family stuff is good. Why don't people buy it? Li Dezai said sarcastically. Humph, who said people don't buy? Wang Chongwen said proudly. They paid first and asked me to take it when they came back. This is trusting us. See? Li Dezai didn't believe it. Che, who are you kidding? Wang Chongwen said angrily. What? Let's make a bet. If those two girls buy my stuff, you give me $200 what? Li Dezai was enraged. Bet on it. If those two girls don't buy your stuff, from now on you'll close your business and don't bother me to do business. So what? Li Dekai Li Dekai. You counted 1,000 times. Did not count that Xinran is my son's little follower Hey, I blame me Wang Chongwen good heart. Otherwise it is not so simple as to pick you $200. Okay, then get your $200 ready. Just get ready to pack up and close up shop. Li Dezai hummed disdainfully and returned to his kiosk with his hands behind his back. Wang Chongwen smiled smugly, but his mind was not on Li Dezai, but was concerned about what would happen to that child Wang Xinran after she met with her own son. Thinking about it, Wang Chongwen patted his head. Remorseful. You see my IQ. Sun in the ground can have what good image? This is not looking for uncomfortable. Oops, this is a miscalculation. Chapter 65, The Great Flowering Catfish Thrown to the Ground, the 8th shift. At this time, Wang Yu, dressed in farm labor clothes, is strolling in his own fish pond. He didn't have time to go on WeChat. For one thing, the last conversation with the dragon lady made him very unhappy, and the good fortune boy in the black bear spirit there is no attraction to him. Secondly, looking at the fall is coming, he has to plan his own fish pond, although in the winter cannot play a role, but next year at least can be made into a set of fishing camping entertainment in one of the integrated farmhouse. His fish pond is actually not that small, and the whole thing is bisected by a narrow dirt road, which would be a good fit with a little work. The trees near the fish pond have been cut down in recent years, so I'll have to plant some more in the spring. As he was thinking about it, his ears suddenly twitched as he heard sparse footsteps coming from far away, light steps that seemed to be those of a woman, and there was more than one. Wang Yu frowned and wondered who was here. With a twist of his head, as far as his eyes could see, he saw two girls of similar age holding hands, looking around curiously while talking about something. Xinran, don't tell me, this fish pond is so big. Yes, when I was a child I used to come here to catch fish. We caught them and roasted them on the fire. I miss those days. Wow. I envy you for having such a colorful childhood. When Wang Yu heard this, he could not help but freeze. His eyes burned as he looked at one of the women, wearing an ordinary pink sportswear, with a shapely body, a light step, and an unconsciously seductive temperament between her eyebrows. This is the heel Wang Xinran when he was a child? It is not that Wang Yu cannot believe, really cannot connect the fresh and elegant girl in front of him with the slug from his childhood. What's the matter, brother Wang Yu? Don't you recognize me? In a daze, Wang Xinran had already held Chu Feng's hand and walked to Wang Yu's front, looking at her farmer brother who had not seen him for many years with a sweet smile. At this time, Wang Yu was a head taller than her, with a straight body, and that exposed arm seemed to be very powerful, and the whole person gave off a feeling of vigor. Wang Xinran couldn't help but jump in her heart as she watched, thinking that brother Wang Yu seemed to be very handsome. Hey, slug, you turn into ashes. I also recognize Wang Yu slowed down, but his heart was sweating. If it wasn't for his hearing being enhanced, he really wouldn't be able to recognize it. Humph, how old are people, and you still call me that? Wang Xinran bristled. Next to her, Chu Feng suddenly had a feeling of a light bulb and coughed awkwardly. Ahem, what will you guys do if you make me a transparent person like this? Wang Xinran blushed and busily introduced. This is my colleague Chu Feng, came to Wangjia village to exercise. Hello, Wang Yu, if it's not too bad to expect, the two of you are here to be village officials, right? Wang Yu smiled and shook hands. Hello, my name is Wang Xinran. Seeing the two shaking hands, Wang Xinran also coughed in a serious manner and extended her hand generously to Wang Yu. Hey, you're still messing with this. Wang Yu jokingly slapped her hand. Brother Wang Yu, don't say. Your fish pond is well organized. Wang Xinran looked around. We can count on you to improve our performance in the future. Hey, it's almost fall, and I was worried about what to do about winter. We are in the north. It's different. Wang Yu fretfully chattered, then waved his hand. Let's not talk about this. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I'm a poor family with a small business. I don't have much to entertain. I remember you like to eat the baked fish from this fish pond. Why don't I bake it for you guys? Really? Wang Xinran's eyes sparkled. Good. Chu Feng heard Wang Xinran's introduction just now and was also greatly interested in this kind of wild game. Only, if the first-timer duo knew that a fish from this pond could sell for thousands of dollars apiece, I don't know how they would feel. Here, let's follow the old rules. Here are 2 fishing rods. We'll grill whatever fish you fell on. You two hang here first. I'll go find some firewood and seasonings. Wang Yu handed the 2 fishing rods to the two of them, while he himself looked for some firewood in the nearby woods, and took out the seasonings placed in the watchman's house that his family had built in the fish pond. Wang Xinran hadn't fished for a long time, while Chu Feng hadn't fished at all, so the two of them took their fishing rods and sat down next to the fish pond with gusto. According to common sense, the fish in the fish pond are domesticated. As long as they are not fed, it is easy to hook, so Wang Xinran is very confident, but she does not know. Wang Yu fish pond fish, but has been nourished by the water of the immortal world. That force than the wild fish strength are big. Not a moment later, it is hard to see the rod understand. Wang Xinran excitedly shouted, hastily forced to close the rod. It was just that the size of the fish caught was too big and the strength of the resistance was beyond her imagination, and after a few random tosses, Wang Xinran was exhausted. A careless, clattering sound, the fish broke free of the hook, and Wang Xinran fell into the water with the fish and the ditch. Before Wang Xinran could say anything, Chu Feng, the dry duck who saw the whole process, screamed in fear, help, fell into the water. Xinran fell into the water. Wang Yu bristled and walked to the shore. Don't worry, Xinran can swim. When he was young, Wang Xinran learned to swim from his ass, and Wang Yu was quite confident in the swimming level of this follower. Sure enough, just as the words fell, Wang Xinran, who had fallen into the water, violently drilled out of the water. With the splash of water, the black hair was wetly presented on the river surface. At the same time, Wang Xinran's 2 hands were still holding a big catfish with a death grip. Goo, this fish is so big yo, it hooked me into the water. Wang Xinran held up the big fancy catfish and arrogantly looked up at Wang Yu. Brother Wang Yu, you can say yes, we'll bake whatever we catch. No backing out. Looking at the girl like a lotus flower, Wang Yu smiled. My good sister, you come up quickly, the weather is cool. If you catch another cold roast, absolutely must roast this flower catfish. Let him drag my family Xinran down. Wang Xinran gave a delicate grunt and threw the big catfish to the shore with force, and when she swam to the shore, she daintily extended her hand to Wang Yu. Wang Yu shook his head helplessly. It was really the same Wang Xinran from back then. Obviously he could climb up himself. He had to let himself help. He smiled and extended his hand, pulling Wang Xinran upward with force. Just a little too much force. Wang Xinran just landed on the shore. Her heel did not stand firmly, and her wet body fell directly towards Wang Yu. The large flowered catfish that had been thrown to the ground was still bouncing around, its fish eyes nimbly rolling as if mocking how comically the two men who had fallen and become entangled were posing. Chapter 66 Roasted Fish, 9th Shift. Warm and soft like jade body, accompanied by a piece of wetness hit a Wang Yu full of arms. There was a comforting, light scent coming from the tip of her nose, and a startled gasp. Goo, brother Wang Yu, your strength is so strong, it almost didn't rip my arm off. Wang Xinran let out a cry and struggled to stand up. Wang Yu touched his nose, brushed his distracting thoughts aside and stood up after him. Just a slight glance of his eyes towards Wang Xinran's body. He couldn't help his mouth from drying up. However, he saw that Wang Xinran's clothes were all wet. Oops. Wang Xinran apparently also found her predicament, exclaimed in shock, and busied herself with what to do. Chu Fang giggled from the side. Wang Yu coughed. There are some work clothes I used to change in that concierge. If you don't mind. Words have not finished. Wang Xinran ran to the concierge in a hurry. From time to time, wearing fat overalls came out. Do not say, women wearing men's clothes. There is a different flavor. Wang Yu looked at was actually a momentary stay. Chu Fang laughed and gathered around, looking at Wang Xinran like a monkey. Xinran, don't tell me, you look good in this dress. Wang Xinran hummed a hand. Xiao Fang, don't laugh. I caught this fish. Do you want to experience the feeling of being pulled down from the pond by a fish in a while too? Chu Fang does not know how to swim, and quickly begged for mercy in fear. Good Xinran, the fish you caught is so big, and you can't eat it all. We have to learn to economize. Wang Xinran stared at the flower catfish that was still alive on the ground inside. Hey, it took a lot of effort to eat you. Yo. Saying that, she winks at Wang Yu. This fish is in your hands. Wang Yu helplessly shook his head. This girl is still the same as when she was a child. Lazy. Skillfully, he simply handled the large flowered catfish, picked up a branch cleaned with water and inserted it, set it on the fire and grilled it. In no time, the strong smell of fish filled the air. Wang Xinran and Chu Fang couldn't suppress a look of wonder in their eyes. Wang Yu looked at the two men and smiled, and sprinkled some more cumin seasoning, and at that moment, the fragrance mobilized the taste buds even more. Here, eat. Wang Yu handed the grilled fish to the two greedy people who had already swallowed an unknown amount of saliva. Wang Xinran and Chu Fang looked at each other, hemmed and hawed, and nonchalantly tore a piece directly into their hands. The fat but not greasy, melt-in-your-mouth fish meat immediately made the two of them mesmerized. While unimaginatively chirping their mouths, they praised Wang Yu profusely. Brother Wang Yu, the fish in your house is so delicious, even better than when I was a child. Wang Yu smiled faintly. That's for sure. The water of the immortal world is not nourished for nothing. Watching the two peoples eating, Wang Yu was also very happy in his heart. It's no fun just eating fish, so wait, I'll get you some eggplant and leeks to go. Wang Yu said, ran to his own vegetable field, picked some eggplant and leeks over, simply cleaned, dipped in some oil and barbecue seasoning, from time to time will be fragrant. Wang Xinran and Chu Fang eat, simply feel like heaven. How can it be so delicious? This is the best meal I've ever had. Brother Wang Yu, if you were to open a restaurant with this, it would sell for a lot of money. As the saying goes, if you want to catch a man's heart, you have to catch a man's stomach. This is actually more useful for women, because women's requirements for food sometimes appear to be more of a standard eater than men. Wang Xinran and Chu Fang, eating a mouthful of grease and satisfied. At this time to Wang Yu has been worshipped to the ground, just short of taking off their clothes to warm the nest for Wang Yu. After the meal, Wang Yu again thoughtfully gave the two of them a tomato, which was sweet and tasty, and rightly regarded it as a fruit to eat. The sky did not feel dark. Wang Xinran and Chu Fang burked in embarrassment and looked at each other. Having eaten and drunk enough, it was time to go home. The three of them extinguished the open fire on the ground, simply cleaned up a bit, and along with Wang Xinran's wet clothes, walked towards the village committee. Brother Wang Yu, I'll be stationed in Wangjia village for a long time from now on, so you'll have to help me when I encounter any problems. Wang Xinran stood on tiptoe and looked at the night color of the village, and could not help but open her arms with both hands, seeming to enjoy the free and quiet atmosphere of the village very much. Yes, Brother Wang Yu, we're counting on you. Chu Fang also smiled and said, she was now very glad to come to such a small village. The food was so green and delicious, the people were so simple and kind, there was no heart, no evil intentions here, it was very comfortable to live. In front of the village committee, Li Dezai and Wang Chongwen, who had made a bet, were sitting on the stone teeth by the roadside, still waiting for the two girls to come back. Chongwen, look at the sky is dark. I guess the two girls can't stand the poverty of our village and took the car home early. Li Dezai smoked a cigarette and said. Wang Chongwen snorted coldly. You know a ball. People are college students, village officials. This is only the first day. I guess I have never seen the countryside. Play crazy. The heart is estimated. He just called with his son. Shinran, that girl has gone over. I do not know how the two talk. There is no chance to be together. As for Li Dezai guarded here, but also want to see the results. Li Dezai exhaled a smoke ring. It's getting late. You'd better pack up and get ready to close. Li Dezai, don't be complacent. We are still waiting for your $200. Wang Chongwen disdainfully said. The two are talking, but see the dim street lamp. Shadows came 3 people. Listen to the voice. It is Wang Yu and the 2 girls. Li Dezai sharp eyes. The heart surprised. Wang Yu, that boy, how to come to the body of the girl. This is not a good cabbage, let the pig to arch. And Wang Chongwen looked at the clothes worn by Shinran, that girl. Is the heart of the flowers? Damn. This is even the sun's clothes are changed. This 80% of the game. Li Dezai hurriedly rushed up, hemmed and hawed and smiled. 2 girls? I've waited for you too, but I haven't closed the door yet. Wang Xinran and Chu Fong froze before they remembered. I'm sorry, uncle. We've already bought something, Chu Fong said. Behind him came Wang Chongwen's smug laughter. What's up, Li Dezai? $200. The 3 Wang Yu people were puzzled, but see, Li Dezai huffed and puffed and pulled out $200. I do not know what to curse. Handed to Wang Chongwen. Count, you old boy is ruthless enough. Probably also feel no face. At that moment, Angry closed the door of the kiosk and went home with his head covered. Wang Chongwen was proudly pinching the $200 in his hand, but also looked to see if it was true. Shinran, you have eaten yet? Your aunt is ready to eat. Why don't you come to my house to eat? Chapter 67, The Problem of Land Expropriation, 10th Shift. With the input of capital, the efficiency of the above is obviously very fast, not to mention that this is a good thing to promote the construction of new rural areas, and the approval of the land for the construction of the site came down very quickly. Li Qiuming before specifically sent the relevant aspects of the professionals in the village of Wangjia inspection, and after Wang Yu's advice, and finally chose to build in the village of Wangjia village by the entrance. For one thing, this is close to the village entrance, convenient transportation. 2 to come well. The village entrance is not what the residents of the house. Demolition and relocation of what involves little, even if the future shopping malls built into the villagers do not affect the light of the house problem. And the third is the village of the potential tourist attractions of the Shengquan River. The future tourists, while strolling through the shopping malls, while enjoying the Shengquan River through the glass of the scenery, or to drive the construction of Wangjia village's Nanjiujiao, but also have a long-term the purpose. The news quickly spread throughout the Wangjia village. This time the information is real, because the village will soon organize to requisition money. For a time, the villagers immediately adjacent to the village entrance of the Shengquan River, that section of the villagers were suddenly excited, even if the land was not expropriated, but also follow the happy. Construction time can also earn 2 pocket money it, and some of the smart, they are looking for the future after the completion of large shopping malls. If it is really attracted to the flow of large, they should not think of ways to earn some money it. Wang's village is a small village. People are also more kind and honest. Land acquisition is not like a large village. So many mouths so troublesome. The efficiency of the work is very fast. Money and goods, property rights are clear. Most of the land will soon be negotiated. Just one of them happens to be a piece of land is Li Dezai's family. Wang Xinran and Chu Fong personally door to door a few times to talk about, but also did not negotiate down. Even if the village branch secretary Wang Jin will persuasion, Li Dezai just gritted his teeth and refused to let go. A head stirred up a pot of soup, and the land acquisition matter was stalled for a while. Seeing his son's helpless face, Dad Wang Chongwen couldn't stand it and shouted at the village committee gatehouse across the road. Li Dezai, are you a money grubber? We all pay the same price, which is much better than you planting corn. In the future, when a large shopping mall is established, it will also be a good thing to benefit the party. You're too selfish, aren't you? Li Dezai, lazy out of the kiosk, sitting on the curb, slowly took out a cigarette on the point, fine deep inhalation, and leisurely spit it out. Before, not in a hurry, not slow. Wang Chongwen, this is the sale of land is a voluntary thing. I don't want to sell the land on the thought of planting some corn or something. What can you do to me? Li Dezai, if you delay the big event because of you, aren't you afraid that the people of the Wan family village will poke you in the backbone? Wang Chongwen was shivering with anger. The old men sitting next to the village committee also have accused Li Dezai. This is a good thing to accumulate virtue. Our Wangjia village, how many years to repair the blessings? You can think about it. One of them even irritated. That said, the head of your family is Wang Tsualian's, and the right to speak is not in your hands. What the hell do you want, kid? Enraged by these words, Li Dezai stood up and exasperatedly said, anyway, this land has my share. I just don't want to sell it. You guys bite me, said the man, puffing and burrowing back into his kiosk. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. Brother Wang Yu, what do you think we can do about this? I didn't expect to encounter such a thing as soon as I arrived in the village. Wang Xinran sat in the fish pond of Wang Yu's house with an aggrieved face, and repeated Wang Chongwen and Li Dezai's repartee. Wang Yu shrugged. I guess this old boy is a bit red-eyed when he sees my family getting rich at first. Wang Xinran blinked. Don't say. It's really a bit specialized for your house. Wang Yu pretended to be bitter and hateful and said, my big official Xinran, you have to do it for the little people. Wang Xinran was so shy that she pushed Wang Yu. Brother Wang Yu, what time is it? You are still joking with me. Tell me, what exactly is the entanglement between your two families? Hey! Wang Yu waved his hand. This is also my father's fault. I want people to put my daughter and me together as a pair. The result of a nose. It is angry at the village committee opposite the construction of a supermarket, which Li Dezai went out every day to see the supermarket in front of their own commissary. Can swallow the gas is strange. So there is such a thing. Wang Xinran looked at Wang Yu strangely. The next day, for the sake of this, Wang Xinran personally went to Li Dezai's house again to find Wang Yafeng. Originally wanted her to help persuade Li Dezai, but the result was that Wang Yafeng laughed helplessly. Dad Li Dezai was urging her to hurry up and leave the village to go to school. Just to the village work Wang Yafeng, suddenly at a loss. She lives in the village committee. Daily see Wang Chongwen and Li Dezai face to face from the morning scolding to the evening, while the progress of land acquisition is delayed again and again. Cannot see such a good project to the yellow bar. On this day, Wang Chongwen and Li Dezai, as always, cursed again. It was Li Dezai who first scolded Wang Chongwen. Your family's rich, right? You can bully others just because you're rich? Wang Chongwen is also not willing to show weakness. This is all together to make money business. My son said, after the completion of the mall, our village, whether it is to open a small store or go in shopping, are the cheapest. You still want what? Li Dezai sneered. Who doesn't know that your family earns the lion's share? You. Wang Chongwen was so angry that he didn't know what to curse. The surrounding bystanders couldn't look on, and they were anxious to see the expected large mall being stymied by Li Dezai alone. Wang Laoshi and his wife stood on Wang Chongwen's side this time, pointing at Li Dezai. Li Dezai, you're just recruited to be so horizontal in our Wangjia village. Don't think that we wouldn't dare to do anything if Wang Zuelian isn't in the village these days. Li Dezai was even angrier when he heard this. What he cared about most in his heart was the pain point of his son-in-law. What do you want? Do you want to beat people up in broad daylight? Humph, we won't do that illegal thing. Wang Laoshir's wife Hohat sneered and shouted at the villagers. Folks, this Li Dezai can delay for a week. This large shopping center is built one day later. We will make money one day later. We can't let everyone not make money because of him, right? Folks nodded their heads. The rationale is this. Li Dezai growled. Honest his daughter-in-law. What do you want? Hohat coldly snorted. Just like a village shrew's appearance. Not Yin and Yang smile. Folks, I have a method. We do not need to tickle him. From today onwards, if Li Dezai still does not agree, then we collectively do not go to buy his family's things. I would like to see him. Li Dezai can hold out until when? When the townspeople heard this, although it was a bit detrimental, there appeared to be no other way in front of them, and they urged, Li Dezai, you'd better sell the land quickly, otherwise we can only do this. Li Dezai looked at himself to have committed public anger, but for a while he could only harden his head. You guys love to come or not? I'm not begging you to buy. Leaving a scene, Li Dezai went back to the house with a gloomy face. Chapter 68 Premium Levy, 11 Shifts. Since that day, the villagers really did not go to Li Dezai's kiosk in order to intimidate him. Anyway, he is not the only store in the village, so they have switched to Wang Chongwen's Leapfrog supermarket. Wang Chongwen was naturally very happy to see that the business in the store was so good. Just looking at the opposite side of Li Dezai squatting on the ground smoking a cigarette, he was a little unsettled in his heart. This lasted for a week. Wang Chongwen's house is full of people, but the opposite side of the Li Dezai house is full of people. We thought that Li Dezai could not last for a few days, but unexpectedly Li Dezai simply closed the door and did not come to the village committee. This time, the bean can be tied up. Wang Yu also felt that this was a bit unethical. In the end, after all, they were all from the same village. Dad, I think the reason why Li Dezai is dead set on carrying on is entirely because you built a supermarket across the street from his house. That supermarket isn't making any money anyway, so why don't you stop opening it? Later on, when my shopping mall is completed, wouldn't it be better for you to specialize in getting a decent facade inside? Wang Yu advised. Wang Chongwen snorted coldly. According to Li Dezai's logic, he has the right to get a kiosk. I also have the right to get a supermarket. Everyone competes fairly. What's wrong with that? The reasoning is so reasonable. But our village is also such a big market. Why do you have to stare at this piece of meat? Wang Yu said bitterly. Wang Chongwen looked at his son with his old eyes. You say, if I close the supermarket, that Li Dezai can really agree to sell the land? 9 times out of 10, Wang Yu didn't dare to pack his bags. Wang Chongwen hesitated for 2 days, finally pulled down his face and personally ran to Li Dezai's house. Li Dekai, it's not that I'm making things difficult for you. The reason why I built that supermarket is not to fight for breath. You also know that I've been poor all my life. It's not easy for my son to earn some money. I have to show it off. Li Dezai snorted coldly and said with his neck stretched, "What do you care about me when you get your supermarket?" Wang Chongwen took a look at that expression of Li Dezai, knowing that Li Dezai's heart disease here. So he said, "So, my supermarket is not open, and do not let folks not to buy your things. You sell the land how?" Li Dazhou snorted coldly and smoked his cigarette without saying anything. "Your family's daughter my son doesn't miss anymore. I'm talking to him about other daughters-in-law." Wang Chongwen paused and said. Li Dezai glared at him. In fact, his heart also regretted it. Now looking at the Wang Yu day by day, whose daughter does not want to marry such a family, not to mention and their own in a village, after marrying can also have a care. But, the words have been said, what else can he do? Wang Chongwen carried his hand, walked out from Li Dezai's house, and just as he walked to the entrance of the village committee, he was bumped into by that girl Wang Xinran. "Uncle, how's your talk going?" Wang Xinran and Xu Fang were planning to buy some food when they met Wang Chongwen and asked in passing. Wang Chongwen sighed. "I closed the supermarket and he sold the land." Hearing this, Wang Xinran and Xu Fang were naturally happy. They were both university student village officials. If they could really take this project, it would undoubtedly be a great performance for them. It's just that, "Uncle, you're not opening a supermarket anymore, so wouldn't that be a loss?" Wang Xinran said with an apologetic face. After all, Wang Chongwen also made concessions because of the mall. Wang Chongwen waved his hand. "Hey, there's nothing to lose. When the mall is built, you still care about this small profit." When the people near the village committee heard this, they said to Wang Chongwen, "Chongwen, Li Dezai, is just bullying you for being nice? No matter what, we village people all have scales in our hearts." "Yes, Chongwen, we also know how you feel. Speaking of which, this mall was originally pulled in by your family's Wang Yu as well. We remember your kindness to the village." Wang Chongwen waved his hand. "Li Dezai family is not easy. Tomorrow my supermarket will be closed. There are still some stocks that need to be dealt with. You guys have to help me digest it tomorrow. All of them will be dealt with at 20% off. Hey, the village people couldn't bear to say, "Brother Chongwen, you made a sacrifice for the village. How could we not help? Don't discount 20%. We'll just follow the price." Yes. You haven't had a store long enough to lose money. The next day, Wang Chongwen fulfilled his promise, opened the door of the Yu-Ran supermarket, shouted in the loudspeaker, "Discount processing." The villagers got the news, all crowded in front of the supermarket. Wang Yu also brought Wang Xinran and Xu Fang came to help. Although it is good to be discounted, but the villagers are all in accordance with the price of the payment, which looked at the heart of the Wang Xinran and Xu Fang was touched for a while. The village people are still conscientious. Although the village's supermarket is not large, but to deal with this stuff, but also enough to use a day, until the sunset, only to be able to sell the things in the supermarket. However, when Wang Jinwu walked to Li Dezai's house with the contract, Li Dezai went back on his word and refused to sign the contract. As for the reason, it also made Wang Jinwu shocked. Li Dezai just got the news from Tianwai village, saying that Tianwai village is also going to engage in development, to build an amusement park near Tianwai village's mother river, the Tian River, which just happened, and the price of land acquisition on their side, on average, is $500 more per acre down the road than Wangjia village. As soon as Li Dezai heard the news, he thought that Wang Yu had joined forces with the developers to deliberately depress the price of the village land, and stalked his neck to refuse. Wang Jinwu had no choice but to call Wang Yu and the others to come. As soon as Wang Chongwen heard that Li Dezai unexpectedly did not agree, he was angry and directly smashed open the door of Li Dezai's house. "Li Dekai, you can't be so treacherous and go back on your word, right? My supermarket is closed and I have given you enough face. How can you not keep your words?" Wang Chongwen pointed at Li Dezai and scolded him angrily. Li Dezai also felt that he was at a disadvantage. "I didn't promise not to sell the land, it's just that the price you gave was too cheap. People in Tianwai village give more than $500 per acre. Don't you know that Tianwai village is deliberately trying to fix us?" Wang Chongwen said angrily. "The investment money for this project was originally given to Tianwai village. How can they be willing to let us go smoothly? It is likely that they do not want us to do it by taking advantage of the high price." "Li Dekai, are you obsessed? Did you just fall for their village's plan? Then I don't care. If I can make more money per acre, why should I sign?" Li Dezai grunted and barreled on again. Wang Xinran stroked his chin. For such a big thing, how did the heavenly outer village do it so quickly? Next to her, Xu Fang skimmed her lips. "Sister Xinran, don't forget, that high salary of yours is the son of the Gao group. So it's not just a matter of a word to get his family's company to invest some money? The village branch secretary Wang Jinwu listened in a daze. He only knew that this time the heavenly outer village would not have good intentions. He looked at Wang Yu and said, "Xiao Yu, look at the mess this has made. What can we do now? If word gets out, I'm afraid the villagers are going to come and make a scene as well." Chapter 69 Meeting in the Village, 12 Shifts. The news of the land acquisition in the Heavens Beyond village was still spreading widely. At first people did not take it seriously, thinking that Tianwai village was unconvinced and wanted to regain face. However, as the word spreads, the villagers of Wangjia village can't sit still, because the money for land acquisition in Tianwai village is $500 more per acre than that of Wangjia village. For a while, the village committee of Wangjia village was crowded with people. Brother Jinwu, tell me what's going on here. Why is Tianwai village giving so much money? Hey, folks, you still can't trust my Wang Jinwu's character? Wang Jinwu looked at the aggressive villagers, frankly said, "This price is part of the government's subsidies, part of the developers' subsidies. The price is already higher than the market price. What's going on in Tianwai village? We're not sure." Wang Xinran and Chu Fang felt that this was also their job, and hastened to appease. "Folks, everyone's mood is understandable, but what's going on in Tianwai village? We have to figure it out before jumping to conclusions. Anyway, no, if we are cheated on the price, we won't sell this land." People were screaming. As they were arguing, a car suddenly stopped in front of the Wangjia village committee. Gao Jianhua walked in gracefully. "Why are you here?" Wang Xinran couldn't help but frown when she saw the visitor. "Gu, what's going on here?" Gao Jianhua looked around and pretended to be surprised. Xu Fang grunted. "It's not because you, Tianwai village, messed up." Tianwai village? Gao Jianhua froze. "What's the relationship between the Outer Heaven village and the Wang family village?" Wang Xinran said. "Jianhua, don't play dumb with me. Is the matter of the premium land acquisition in Tianwai village something you messed up?" "Oh, this matter." Gao Jianhua suddenly realized and slapped his head. "Hey, I thought it was something else. I just have nothing to do in Tianwai village. It just so happens that my dad has a little bit of spare money recently. Anyway, it's idle, so he gave it to me to let me have a good time. And seeing that your Wang family village is busy, so I'm just going to play along." Looking at Gao Jianhua with a cynical look, Wang Xinran gritted her teeth in anger. "Can you stop fooling around? Hey, Xinran, I'm also someone with a career and pursuits, okay?" Gao Jianhua patted his chest. Seeing Wang Xinran angry, he couldn't help but feel secretly pleased in his heart. Alright, my classmate Xinran, don't worry about these unhappy things. Let's go. I'll take you for a ride?" Wang Xinran glared and said in a bad mood, "I'm not as idle as you are." Seeing that the person who came in was talking and laughing with Wang Xinran, and that he vaguely heard that it was about Tianwai village, the villagers of Wangjia village could not help but ask, "Kid, tell us, what's going on with the expropriation of land in Tianwai village?" "That's right, talk." Wang Xinran saw this and felt that Gao Jianhua was deliberately messing up. Ahem, Gao Jianhua coughed. "Hey, actually, I couldn't help but give an extra $500 to each family when I saw that it wasn't easy for the villagers of Tianwai village to live. It's entirely out of my good intentions." The villagers of Wangjia village looked at me and I looked at you, and then looked at Wang Jinwu, the village branch secretary. Wang Jinwu also glared at Gao Jianhua without any good reason. "You a rich second generation, eat your fill. Nothing to blindly miserable cry what? I've heard that Wang Yu has brought in $200 million of investment to Wangjia village. What? Could it be that he gave a lower price than mine?" Gao Jianhua added fuel to the fire. "Sure enough, so that, the villagers light fire. Before also heard of 200 million things, but also was a rumor when not true. After all, the villagers have never heard of such a large astronomical figure in their lives. But by this rich second generation a challenge, cannot help but angry. Village branch secretary, you tell us, is it you and the Wang family boy embezzlement? No, we won't sell this land. Yes, the price is so low, it's not for sale." Wang Jinwu drooped his face and grunted. "Folks, but this contract has already been signed. We won't sell even if we sign it. What can you do to me?" The villagers were even angrier at this. "You, Wang Jinwu gas cannot speak. Folks, do people have to speak conscience? If because we do not sell the land, this project has no shadow, we Wangjia village later come to what investment, that do not know have to wait until the monkey years and months. This, villagers, you look at me and I look at you." Li Dezai but said, "Our 200 million, is not bad, so little money, cannot let the sky outside the village higher than our first class, is not it?" So saying, the townspeople sided with Li Dezai again. "Li Dekai, don't tell me, you didn't sign the contract before, were you waiting for this day? Being in business is really different. We are an afterthought. Son of a, they made all the money." Gao Jianhua looked at the townspeople. "You a word. my heart more and more happy. This Wang Yu, you think attracted investment even if successful? Compare money with me? You can't compete with me? Wang Xinran saw all of Gao Jianhua's performance in her eyes. She is smart. Even a fool can see that this is all because of Gao Jianhua. She also did not expect. Out of school Gao Jianhua even became so vindictive. Gao Jianhua, is it fun for you to do this? Wang Xinran said with a face full of displeasure. See Wang Xinran upset, Gao Jianhua hastened to curry favor. Xinran, you cannot blame me, but also that day outside the village really need to invest well. In this way, if you need money for land acquisition, then, buy me to come out. Yes, what Tianwai village Wangjia village, now to Gao Jianhua, are not as important as Wang Xinran. He wants as his own in Wang Xinran's heart than Wang Yu, that boy more powerful and more worthy of reliance. So he did such a thing. When the villagers heard this, their eyes couldn't help but look happy. Eunuch Gao, this is a matter for the Wang clan village, so there's no need for you, the village official of the heavens beyond village, to worry too much about it. But at that moment, a man walked in at the gate of the village council. The crowd looked in search of the sound, and the person who came was Wang Yu, only to see that he was dressed in a labor suit and walked towards the side without any hurry. Wang Yu, people in Tianwai village gave the villagers an extra $500 per household. Look at this matter, how are you going to explain it to us? Yeah, if you offer less than that, then we're not doing it. The villagers have turned the tables on Wang Yu, because they are also clear. The village branch secretary is only a representative. The real attraction of the project and responsible for the project is Wang Yu. Money matters, but also is say. Gao Jianhua also saw Wang Yu for the first time. Looking at the earthy look on Wang Yu, his heart became more and more disdainful. He even felt dissatisfied for Wang Xinran to look at such a person. Since everyone is here today, it saves me from shouting with a loudspeaker. Wang Yu raised his eyes to look at the chest and head up the unbeatable Gao Jianhua, and look at the crowd. Then today we will be in front of the whole village to open a meeting to make this matter completely clear. How? Chapter 70, Guaranteed Share, 13 Shifts. When the villagers heard that there was a show, they yelled, then open it. Gao Jianhua raised his eyebrows, curious about what Wang Yu will say at the meeting. Is it possible that he will also raise the price? Wang Yu, however, turned his head to look at Gao Jianhua, this grand official of the heavenly outer village. We are going to have a meeting in the Wang clan village with suspected confidential information. Shouldn't you recuse yourself? You, Gao Jianhua momentarily speech stagnation, is not just a price increase? What's so unseemly about it? Wang Xinran was afraid that Gao Jianhua would mess up again, and also urged, Jianhua, we have a meeting here, so you'd better go and play by yourself. We'll play again some other day when we're free. Then, say yes. Gao Jianhua lingeringly looked at Wang Xinran, thinking that this time was rejected. Next time I drive to invite you to play, you always bad intention to refuse again. Passing by Wang Yu's side, could not help but hum. Don't worry, you open a higher price. I will also add an extra $100. Oh. Then I thank you on behalf of the villagers of the heavens beyond village. Wang Yu laughed, but in his heart he did not think, you are rich again. There is ultimately a bottom line. The price can be as high as where? Watching Gao Jianhua drive away in his luxury car, Wang Yu looked at the villagers of his village and said, it makes sense that everyone wants to share more money. I don't blame everyone either. Wang Jinwu looked at Wang Yu. Xiao Yu, that money is not for nothing. You have to think about it. Don't worry, Uncle Jinwu, I know what's in my heart. Wang Yu laughed. The volume also increased. In fact, before you ask yourself with a conscience, the village gives everyone really quite a lot of money. But this time, Tianwai village specifically came to raise the price. In order to want to stop the construction of large shopping malls, or before our shopping malls are built, what playgrounds they first built. Of course, I don't blame everyone. After all, the Tianwai village does give a lot. Wang Yu, you don't have to talk nonsense. Just tell us, how much can we get? Li Dezai didn't give Wang Yu the slightest bit of face and opened the door. The others also chimed in. Yes, Wang Yu, we're not looking to be the same as Tianwai village, but we can't be too far off. Wang Xinran and Xu Fan looked at each other, and in their hearts, they were also curious as to what extent Wang Yu could raise the price. And if the price was raised, would Tianwai village then raise the price? In that case, the project just couldn't continue. However, he did not expect Wang Yu to make a shocking remark. Price? Good. If you agree to sell the land, I can guarantee that your income will be used for the rest of your life. The crowd froze, not understanding. Speak human, Li Dezai said without a trace of anger. Wang Yu also didn't mind and spoke out his plan. I plan to set up a company regarding this large shopping mall, and all the villagers of our entire village who are willing can become shareholders of this company. And when the company makes a profit, they can all enjoy the dividends. Of course, as for selling land to rent land, enjoy the share will be more than the general villagers by 10%. This, The villagers look at me. I look at you. Some still do not understand. Wang Xinran and Xu Feng, however, had a light in their eyes, not expecting Wang Yu to dare to use this method. Wang Yu looked around at the crowd and explained again. Of course, saying this, everyone may feel more false and far away. I also have another set of programs, that is, the price is the same as that of the Heavenly Outer Village, and I will give you an extra $500 per year. But as for the shares, there is no chance. The crowd frowned, all of them in deep thought. Wang Jinwu smoked a cigarette and didn't say a word. Although he wasn't very educated, he seemed to think that the program proposed by Wang Yu was good. Wang Xinran looked at the crowd and felt that as a village official, it was also necessary for her to explain to everyone. She said in a playful voice, "What Wang Yu said just now, perhaps you all haven't understood much. Let me give you all an example." When the crowd heard this, they all looked at Wang Xinran, wanting to see what this female doll thought. However, he saw Wang Xinran pull out a $1 bill from his pocket and shook it at the crowd. "Let me ask you all a question. How much could this $1 place 10 years ago buy?" Someone laughed. $1, if it were 20 years ago, would have bought several books, and if it were 10 years ago, it would have bought at least a small notebook, or several eggs. The crowd roared with laughter at the words. "Woman child, what are you asking for?" Wang Yu nodded slightly, understanding Wang Xinran's thoughts. In fact, the reasoning is very simple. If everyone is the same as Tianwai Village, the company gives everyone a fixed amount of money every year. When prices rise in the future, what seems like a lot of money now, when it's 10 or 20 years from now, it might not even be able to buy a bag of noodles. Wang Xinran smiled and said. The crowd looked at me. I looked at you, and frowned, reasoning as it was, but heard Wang Xinran continue. But, according to Wang Yu, to provide you with the law is different. Everyone, although each year than the Tianwai Village less than $500, but when the shopping mall is completed, the annual share of the dividends can be far more than $500, and even get tens of thousands of dollars each year is not a problem. You guys laugh too, Taishan, but there is no shortage of tourists every day. The villagers looked at me. I looked at you, and in their hearts they understood completely. Li Dezai was shocked, thinking that this girl really has some ink in her stomach, and then he looked at Wang Yu, secretly saying that this kid can come up with this solution, and it is really not simple. He also thought that he had gone back on his word before, and was also a bit of a disadvantage, so he was the first to speak. Well, if the contract is like this, then I'll sign it. The villagers naturally nodded their heads when they saw that the loud and greedy Li Dezai had decisively agreed. Wang Jinwu convinced towards Wang Yu, thumbs up. Really, the river and mountain generation has talent. The future of the Wang family village, if you can hand over to the hands of Wang Yu, is also very assured. But saw Wang Yu coughed. Of course, if you do not believe in the level of profitability of the mall, we can also set a deadline. If not profitable within 2 years, by then the contract can be automatically transformed to give you an additional $500 per year contract. We can not only guarantee the bottom without risk, but also rest assured that you can earn a greater profit. The reason why I sent that person away just now is also because this matter is of great importance and must be kept confidential. As the saying goes, if Heavens Beyond Village knows that our village has earned so many benefits, they will naturally be upset, and it would be bad if something bad happened at that time. Therefore, today everyone must also promise me, the public can only claim our original price. We must voice to make money is not better. Once the crowd heard this, their hearts were completely relieved, and they patted their chests and said, yes, since that day when the foreign villages knew about our sacred spring river, they have been thinking of buying it all day long. We have to be careful. Wang Yu, don't worry about it, we won't tell the public about this. Originally raging may evolve into a crowd trouble farce. Was Wang Yu 3 words to dissolve? Wang Xinran cannot help but her brother Wang Yu another eye. This guy seems to be quite a mind well. Chapter 71, The chestnuts are ripe. Although Wang Yu's few words were brief, they set up a short and effective reaching out dream for the villagers of Wangjia village. The villagers left the village committee with their own thoughts, and since then, the lot used for development by the Shangquan River in Wangjia village can be said to have been successfully expropriated. Lu Shuamin of Tianwai village originally thought that he could wait for the news that Wangjia village was up in arms over the issue of land price, but after waiting for 2 weeks in a row, he didn't hear any news about the villagers of Wangjia village causing a fuss in the village committee. On the contrary, Wangjia village had invited a construction team to start construction one after another. This makes him very surprised. He managed Tianwai village for many years, naturally clear that the villagers see profit and forget the catty problem. How the Wang family village heard the news of their Tianwai village price increases indifferent to it. On this day, Gao Jianhuo again drove his limousine and heard the entrance of the Wangjia village committee. Xinran, you refused me last time. You can't refuse me this time, can you? Gao Jianhuo brought some snacks bought from the city and gave them to Wang Xinran and Xu Feng. Wang Xinran bristled. Manhwa, you came to the village is not a short period of time. You see, our site are starting construction. I as a cadre, cannot do nothing, right? Gao Janwa sniffed a little unhappy. Not just build a large shopping mall. There's nothing for you to do. That won't do. Wang Xinran pouted. It's hard to take down the project. You can't take it lightly. While speaking, Wang Xinran looked at the time on her cell phone, and then looked at Gao Janwa's car parked in front of the door. The corner of her mouth hooked up in a smile. Don't you want to accompany me? Why don't you accompany me to the construction site? Gao Janwa froze, and seeing Wang Xinran's insistence, he had no choice but to nod his head in agreement. The two of them came to the construction site. The professional construction team was laying the foundation, while around them were the villagers from Wangjia village helping to do some groceries. The whole scene was dusty, and looking at it, Gao Janwa couldn't help but frown for a while, and balked a few times. Gu, Xinran, you'll get sick sooner or later if you just stay in such a terrible place every day. Wang Xinran teasingly glanced at Gao Janwa and waved her hand and hummed. Yes, this is our daily routine. If you, Duke Gao, can't stand it, don't come in the future, said the man, putting on his helmet and walking like deeper. Gao Janwa shook his head breathlessly, watching his beloved walk forward, or helplessly sighed and covered his nose to follow. However, hearing Xinran's voice in the middle of a dim darkness made his whole body bad. Brother Wang Yu, why are you free to come here today? He had worked so hard to come to Xinran to play, but he didn't expect Xinran to be shady to himself, but sweet to this kid. Gao Janwa gritted his teeth and looked at Wang Yu with eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Yo, isn't this our Grand Duke Gao? What? This is the one who came all the way to our Wang clan village to spy for information? Wang Yu had good eyesight and had long noticed Gao Janwa's presence. It's all public. There's no need to spy on any information. Gao Janwa snorted coldly. By the way, how did you buy this land? Wang Yu looked at Wang Xinran, who understood and bristled. It's not all your fault. After you left that day, we had a long meeting before we convinced the villagers to levy at the original price. What? Original price levy? Gao Janwa's eyes widened. How could that be possible? Wang Yu sighed. There's no way. Tianwai village is used to living a good life. Unlike our Wangjia village, they are all good citizens who are hardworking and simple. A simple ideological education will no longer be difficult. Hey, after the shopping mall is completed, it must not fail to live up to the hearts of the relatives. You, Gao Janwa looked at Wang Yu's pretentious look and clenched his fists tightly. Okay, Wang Yu, but this mall is not good for construction. Saying that, Gao Janwa coughed twice. He really couldn't stay on this high ground. And after saying a few words to Wang Xinran, he got up and left. From the Wang family village back, from a young brocade Gao Janwa will have a serious illness. Go to the hospital to check is a respiratory infection, which can be scared of his parents. Lu Shuamin called to teach a good lesson. Scared Lu Shuamin no longer dared to give this son of a match live, and even sent his nephew Lu Ermao to follow him specifically. Wang Yu, on the other hand, did not have time to take care of this rich second generation, daily in addition to the construction site to supervise the work, but also to take the time to go to the family's vegetable field around. Until the construction of the greenhouses in the vegetable field is almost done, he only slowed down his breath. On this day, he sat under a tree in the vegetable field and opened WeChat in boredom. It had been too busy for a while, and also because he had gotten a little upset with the dragon lady last time, so he hadn't dared to open WeChat, and he hadn't gone to the immortal realm for a long time to take a stroll. Black Bear and Scattergood have also left themselves dozens of voices. Immortal Wudong, it's been a long time, have you laughed? Great Immortal Wudong. I've practiced my barbecuing skills to perfection. It's just that the problem now is that Black Bear and I are out of ingredients. When will you come back to give us some more vegetables? When Wang Yu heard this, he smiled helplessly. Yes, with the arrival of the fall and winter seasons, there would be less and less for himself to offer in the future. A chestnut fell from the tree and hit Wang Yu's head. Wang Yu ate a painful sound, and then brightened up. But no, there is a product of the season. There is no fresh stuff in the vegetable field, but there are more than these things in this big mountain. He excitedly stood up and ran towards the hillside. Along the way oranges, apples and chestnuts all lowered their branches, looking at Wang Yu's heart both joyful and guilty. Joy is that he saw the fresh fruit. Sad is that his family was not contracted to come down the mountain, and did not plant these fruits. White missed this harvest season. With a long sigh, Wang Yu looked around, saw that no one was paying attention, and pretended to take pictures of the scenery as if he was taking pictures of oranges, apples, and other fruits, and sent them to Black Bear and Scattered Wealth Boy. Snap! Looking at the rain of fruits falling from the sky, Black Bear, the mountain guardian god, and Red Child, the child of scattering wealth, jumped up in surprise. I knew that Immortal Wudai hadn't left Luojia Mountain. I haven't seen him for many days, so it turns out that he has cultivated fresh fruits again. Although the immortal realm also has great immortals growing these in their orchards, none of them have been willing to disclose them to the public since the sealing of the realm. This is a treasure of great importance. Black Bear and Red Child looked at each other before they unceremoniously grabbed a random one and chewed on it. Delicious, delicious, although it doesn't do much for cultivation. This natural fruit can be a lot tastier than pills. Ah, Black Bear exclaimed. Great immortal. It's been a long time since I've eaten such delicious fruits. Ah, the Red Child, the image of a small child, was revealed, chewing on it with great gusto, and Wanyu casually dealt with a few sentences and also took a selfie and traveled to his immortal cave. Chapter 72 The Crone and the Canned Tomatoes. The sweet and rich odor fills the tip of the nose gently inhale, as if there is a kind of instant refreshing illusion. Wanyu looked around this immortal cave. After many days of not coming, the vines were already full of many fruits. However, he couldn't eat so many fruits by himself. After all, each fruit contained a huge amount of energy that he couldn't digest alone. Hey, it would be nice to have a refrigerator. Hey, if only the fairy world had electricity. Wanyu sighed. Although the immortal world could fly around, it was still too inconvenient compared to the mortal world. Now he is also in the Luojia mountain stealing quietly gets such a fart. If the commotion is too big, in case of alarmed Guanyin Daisher is not good. After all, this is the people's territory. These plans will be put behind the back of the mind. Wanyu looked at a brightly colored tomatoes. Thought at the moment to get a generator refrigerator is still a little bit not practical. It would be better to make tomatoes into cans first. Thinking of it and doing it, Wanyu immediately got a large steamer and dozens of canning jars from the mortal world. This method of storage is prevalent in the Western Mountain Province and is very simple. First, the tomatoes are peeled and crushed by hand into pieces with mixed juices and flesh, then put into canning jars and tighten the lids, and then steamed in a steamer. And then they are ready. Canned tomatoes can be stored for up to a year, and no matter when you open them, they taste just as fresh as when they were picked. Wang Yu, as he did, in front of his cave, made a clay stove with clay, set up a steamer, and made all the tomatoes on the vines into canned tomatoes. As for cucumbers and eggplants, they can only be stored in the mortal refrigerator. As the roaring fire burned, the water in the steamer pot boiled, and in no time at all, the aroma of the pot filled the air. Wang Yu took a breath and thought that the carefully processed canned tomatoes should not disappoint him. What the hell is this? Wang Yu, who was burying his head in the fire, suddenly heard a voice coming from behind, and his body was stunned. This voice is a female voice. Sounds rusty, not like the dragon lady. Just, this Luojia mountain he only knows the dragon lady, a female fairy. Ah, then this. Wang Yu immediately turned his head, only to see a stooped old crone leaning on her crutches, looking at the steaming earthen stove with a curious expression. Oh, this is a canned tomato specially made by this fairy. The flavor is especially fresh. Not knowing the other party's bottom line at the moment, Wang Yu could only introduce himself with a stiff upper lip. Oh, tomatoes? Still the first time I've heard of that. The crone frowned. May I taste one? Sure, it's just that it's not ready yet. It'll take some time. Wang Yu smiled. I don't know how to address the great immortal? The old woman's face changed as she sniffed and looked at Wang Yu suspiciously. Young man, how did you appear at the South Sea Luojia mountain? Oh, Wang Yu scratched his head. This immortal likes to travel the four seas, and by chance I stumbled into this place, and I wanted to see Goddess Guanyin, but I heard that Goddess Guanyin often goes out, and so far I can't get a glimpse of her. Oh, I wonder how to address you. The old woman frowned. The person in front of her was dressed oddly. She hadn't seen one like this in all her years in the immortal realm, and the person spoke a bit differently. This immortal's Dharma name is Wuji, a nameless loose immortal only, Wang Yu modestly said. In his heart, he was very vain. This old woman had asked herself so many questions and had not answered her own questions. It really felt like he was being interrogated. As we were talking, the lid of the pot flipped off with the top of the heat and the canned tomatoes were made. Wang Yu was busy changing the topic and used a hot cloth to pick up the bottle inside and put it in the water basin on the ground. This was just made. It will be better when it cools down. Wang Yu explained. Oh, that's not much of a problem, the crone said, and with a quick hook of her finger, a bottle of canned goods flew into her hand. Then, she mouthed something, and with her other hand, she simply tapped on the canning jar, and the steaming can cool down instantly. How do I open this? The crone took a look at the contraption in her hand. The first time she had ever seen this type of storage. The texture of the bottle was also the first time she had seen it, and it seemed to be similar to glaze, except that the cap at the mouth of the bottle seemed to become one with the bottle, unlike a wine urn that could be opened with a gentle tug on the stopper. So she was a bit confused. Oh, that. Wang Yu smiled and took the canned bottle from the crone's hands, first shaking the bottle up and down a few times. Then, his left hand held the bottom of the bottle while his right hand unscrewed the cap. At once, the scent of the inside dispersed thickly. Wang Yu handed the spoon to the crone, signaling her to taste it. The old crone eyes flashed a bright light. With a spoon to the mouth scooped a mouthful. The flesh of the fruit is fresh and elastic. The juice is sweet and refreshing. It is simply put the wine of the grapes well. Tastes good. 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 The old crone said 3 good things in a row. It was the first time she had eaten something so good in her many years in the immortal world. The great immortal is really powerful. To be able to make such delicious delicacies. The old woman was not polite, and soon finished the bottle of canned food, and her face seemed to have a bit of an unfulfilled look on it. Wan Yu heatedly smiled. This is also something I just figured out. If great immortal thinks it is delicious, you can bring a few more bottles back to slowly savor it. It's just that this stuff is also pitifully scarce for this immortal, so please forgive me. Things are as precious as they are rare. Immortal Wu Dai is truly broad-minded. The old woman nodded, and with a float of her sleeve, the 3 bottles of canned food disappeared in front of Wan Yu's eyes. Wan Yu thought that your old man is really not polite. I don't know how to address senior. Could it be that you are also idly passing through like me? Wan Yu sniffed tentatively. The old woman laughed. The old body is just an ordinary handyman on Luojia Mountain. How can I call myself a senior? You can call me Si Hang Daoist. However, if the young man wants to see Guanyin, the old body can introduce me when I have the chance. Oh, Wang Yu raised his eyebrows. Although he didn't know what kind of person this old crone was, he always felt that it was extraordinary. If I can meet Guanyin once, this immortal's wish will be over, Wang Yu said modestly. The old woman raised her eyes and surveyed the cave behind Wang Yu. The young man wouldn't have been living in this cave all this time, right? He. Wang Yu scratched his head awkwardly. This Luojia mountain has Guanyin's laid out prohibitions everywhere, and little immortal doesn't dare to do it at will, and it just so happened that he inadvertently found such a place. So he reluctantly stayed down. Oh, then can old me go in and take a look? The old woman's gaze was filled with doubt. Anyway, he was found out. Wan Yu simply went out on a limb. Senior is the master. Xiao Xian is the guest. Of course, senior please. With that, Wan Yu sidestepped out of the way. The crone wasn't polite, and bent straight down and walked in. Chapter 73, A Crutch for You. The old woman trembled as she stepped inside. Silver-green unknown objects hung from the stone walls on either side of the cave, connecting into a ray of light that illuminated the dark cave very brightly. The old woman looked more and more surprised as she pointed at the object on the wall. Little Taoist friend, what is this? Why does it emit such a glow? Oh, this is a fluorescent lamp, which is enriched with fluorescent powder, so it will glow in a dark environment, and Xiao Xian used it as a lamp. Wan Yu explained unhurriedly. After several industrial revolutions in China, the civilization was no longer comparable to that of the ancient times. It made sense that this Siihang Taoist would be strange to see. Not bad, not bad. This whimsical idea can fall into place again. Rare and rare. The old woman nodded, and pointed at the vines near the cave entrance, on which there were still some unripe tomatoes and cucumbers and other fruits and vegetables. Could it be that this is the same tomato from earlier? Exactly. It just hasn't matured yet, Wang Yu said. Strange to say, the soil on Luojia Mountain is very fertile. Xiao Xian was also bored to give it a small try. I didn't expect it to grow this natural. The old woman nodded. The rivers flowing in this Luojia Mountain all come from that lotus pond, and the real source of that lotus pond is the holy water in Guanyin's pure bottle, and with years and years of moisturizing, this soil is naturally extraordinary. It turned out that after being moisturized by Guanyin's sacred water, no wonder it had such a divine effect. Wang Yu was enlightened in his mind. The old woman continued to walk forward, and along the way, she encountered quite a number of daily necessities that Wang Yu had brought from the mortal world, and Wang Yu took great pains to explain their usefulness one by one. For example, seasoning packets and whatnot, which drew the old woman's continuous wonder. You are young, yet you have seen a wide range of things, and you even have so many fruit seeds. To be resigned to this dark and narrow cave entrance is an aggravation to your heavenly talent. The old crone narrowed her eyes and looked Wang Yu up and down. The essence in that gaze flickered, as if she had looked at Wang Yu inside and out. Young man, do you know that there is another cave at the top of this Luojia mountain? And the terrain around the cave is flat and very suitable for planting. I wonder if young Taoist friend would like to go where to experiment a bit. Daoist Sihong tried. When Wang Yu heard this, his heart naturally rejoiced. It's just that this is, after all, Guanyin's residence, and without Guanyin's permission, little immortal reclaimed the land without authorization, which is a bit of an overreach. No harm no foul. The old woman waved her hand. I'll be honest with you. I'm the gardener of Luojia Mountain who specializes in immortal grasses and flowers, and the top of Luojia Mountain is also under the jurisdiction of the old body, which is permitted by Guanyin. You can rest assured to do, just plant the fruit, score to the old body 1 or 2. This, Wang Yu from the first face to see the old woman began to observe her color. This person from the beginning to the end of a calm look, really can not see the depth. If it is really the gardener on Luojia Mountain who is responsible for planting immortal grasses and flowers, it would be a great opportunity for himself. Elder isn't joking with me, right? I know what the young man is worried about. Ha, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. The top of the mountain has plenty of daylight. The immortal chi is dense, and it's also ventilated. It's much more comfortable than if you were to sneak around in these nooks and crannies. Sihatoist with a kind face surveyed the young man in front of him. Then, Xiao Xian will be respectful. Wan Yu packed up his belongings. In fact, he didn't have much. After all, he hadn't stayed in the immortal world for a long time. He then followed Taoist Sihang and climbed all the way to the top of Luojia Mountain. The mountain path was winding all the way up, although it wasn't too steep. It wasn't good to walk, but this old woman on crutches, the pace but calm, suddenly far and near, floating, really immortal-style Taoist bones, unfathomable. Having just climbed the mountain to reach the last step at the top, a gust of mountain wind drifted by, and the silky scent of medicinal herbs hit his nose. When you look around, you can see that the top of the mountain is a straight path, and the flower beds are competing with each other. Beautiful purples and reds, and the beautiful flowers and flowers only see. At intervals planted some unknown herbs, with the breeze floating, around a layer of shallow white mist floating. This is the legendary fairy grass. Wan Yu for a time to see the dumbfounded, until the ears came Sihan Taoist voice. This immortal grass, immortal flowers daily absorb the essence of heaven and earth. In fact, as long as the buds from the soil, and not much need to take care of, so the old body will only be a week to come to this time. Over there is a grass hut built by the old body. Weekdays to drink tea or something. You can temporarily live there, and the open space over there will be yours from now on. Wan Yu viciously pinched himself to make sure he wasn't dreaming. Sihang Taoist pointed out that the open space is about 1,000 meters long and 500 meters wide. Although for the immortal who shrinks the ground into an inch is not big, but for the peasant origin of Wang Yu, it is not some expansion of the world of reach. This is true? Wang Yu's jaw dropped in surprise. Ha ha, young Taoist friend seems happy. Taoist Sihan laughed and handed the walking stick in her hand to Wang Yu. When we first met, we tasted your friend's tomato. I have nothing to give away, so I will give this purple bamboo dragon battle to young friend. Purple bamboo dragon battle? Wang Yu's eyes widened as he scrutinized this dragon-shaped walking stick, only to see that the five-clawed divine dragon carved on it was lifelike, especially the dragon's eyes, which carried an inexplicable murderous aura. What surprised him even more was that it was made from the purple bamboo on Lujia Mountain. According to what Black Bear had explained before, then wouldn't this walking stick in front of him be a legendary magic weapon? Senior, such an expensive gift. The little Taoist can't afford to accept it, although Wang Yu wanted it very much in his heart. But looking at the old Taoist's body, he still gritted his teeth and refused. There's no harm, no harm. At my current level of Taoism, I actually don't need this walking stick. Besides, Guanyin also gave me other walking sticks. There is no shortage. Taoist Sihang seemed to have seen what Wang Yu had in mind, only to see her hands holding the dragon head on that purple bamboo walking stick, and after annihilating the imprints gathered in it that belonged exclusively to her, she handed it to Wang Yu. Drop a drop of blood, and it will be little fellow Taoist's magic weapon from now on. This, Wang Yu's entire body was still immersed in the sea of happiness, so much so that he didn't even notice when the old crone disappeared in front of him. Magecraft, an immortal's magic weapon. Wang Yu stared at the purple bamboo dragon battle in his hand, his heart beating hard. He trembled with excitement as he slowly stroked this magic weapon made of purple bamboo, as if he was admiring a work of art, only that even with all the care he took, he still accidentally cut his hand as his palm brushed against the dragon head on that purple bamboo staff, and in a moment, blood extruded out of his skin and quickly invaded that dragon head at a speed visible to the naked eye, and as Wang Yu held the cane in his hand, it was as if a marvelous connection had occurred in the underworld, and the cane in his hand became lighter. Chapter 74, Tree Thief. When Wang Yu excitedly holding the purple bamboo dragon staff, standing on the top of Luojia Mountain, with the mountain wind teasing, happy hands of the dance of the time, there is no way to move too much, and cell phone on the WeChat, in the Ci Hang Taoist appeared, out of their own safety considerations, has been open ready to abscond at any time, so a shake, Wang Yu the whole person will be confused to go back to the hillside above. At this time, it was already dark, and the sound of birds chirping came from time to time from the mountain forest. And there were several missed calls on Wang Yu's cell phone, part of which were from Wang Xinran and the other part was from his dad, Wang Chongwen. The bright moonlight sprinkled. Wang Yu suddenly thought of something, looked down at the contraption in his hand, and then the whole person was bad. Originally in the immortal world looked at the carved and crafted extraordinary magic weapon dragon staff, at this time turned into a common purple bamboo, and above the carving of the three-dimensional body of the dragon has long since disappeared, turned into a painting on it. A closer look. Where there is the shape of the dragon, purely an earthworm well. That's a bit dodgy. Wang Yu looked at the bamboo pole in his hand. This is the first time he has seen this situation. He tried to shake the bamboo pole in his hand. It was light and flimsy, not much different from ordinary bamboo. Disappointed, he casually threw the bamboo and hit the fruit tree on the roadside. There was a click. The trunk of that fruit tree, which could only be held by both arms spread out, was actually touched so gently and fell to the ground with a bang. If it wasn't for Wang Yu's timely reaction, I'm afraid he would have been smashed in half. My goodness, this bamboo is so powerful? Wang Yu ran to the fallen fruit tree, re-picked up the purple bamboo dragon staff that turned into bamboo, and then touched the break in the trunk. Very smooth, more refreshing than that chainsaw cut. What kind of person are you? How dare you cut down my family's fruit trees? Just as Wang Yu was fuming, a voice suddenly came from behind him. The voice was gruff and simple, supposedly a young man with a simple mind and 4 limbs. Looking at the arrival of the fall and winter, and in recent years the price of coal is more and more expensive. Many farmers cannot afford to burn charcoal. Thanks to this is in the mountains. Many people will come out to start collecting material goods for the winter. Just some of the more unethical. Looking at some of the fruit trees dying, on the sneaky cut down to take home. So many orchard people will send their families to the orchard specifically to keep watch. One is the fruit is ripe. Cannot let people steal the results of a year of hard work. Secondly, it is to prevent people from cutting down the trees. Wang Xiaoqiang today after dinner was sent by his father to the orchard to watch. This period of time his family's fruit trees will always inexplicably disappear, which makes him very angry, and thought who was so unethical in the village. Just now waiting for a little bored, almost passed out when, suddenly heard the sound of tree trunks clicking and breaking, then carry an iron bar toward this side. In the moonlit night, he really bumped into a dark shadow, and thought that he had finally caught it today. Wang Yu slightly froze, also understand what's going on. At that moment, a hee smile, turned around, saw that it was the same village Wang Xiaoqiang, today you watch the night. Big brother Wang Yu, how come it's you? Wang Yu had done a lot for Wangjia village these days and could be considered a well-known person in Wangjia village, which Wang Xiaoqiang naturally recognized. Idly bored, passing by. Wang Yu smiled sarcastically. Big brother Wang Yu, you were so quiet, I thought you were a tree thief. Wang Xiaoqiang loosened up. Don't tell me. I was just walking forward when the tree in your house suddenly broke and almost didn't smash me to death. Wang Yu lied without a red face. Yeah, by the way, I rushed here just now because I heard this sound. Wang Xiaoqiang ran a few steps, and indeed saw his own fruits and vegetables being chopped off, and couldn't help but curse. Whose family's unethical thing is this? Now linking to a tree full of fruits and not letting it go? Amount. Wang Yu, who was the perpetrator, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed when he heard this. He was about to say a few words of comfort, when suddenly his ears twitched, as if he had heard a noise. Wang Yu concentrated, this time listening clearly. About 700 or 800 meters away from this place, came the noise of the chainsaw and the sound of motor vehicles. It seems that this is really someone is stealing trees. Xiao Chang, I remember this area is all your family's land, right? Wang Yu asked. Yeah, my family's orchard is right next to the highway. What bad luck, Wang Xiaoqiang complained. Don't make a sound. The tree cutter shouldn't have gone far, Wang Yu warned. Wang Xiaoqiang opened his mouth and whispered. No way? Wang Yu pointed to the front. Someone I felt just now ran over towards there. Damn, how dare you look at my family's tree. This time I will fight with you. Wang Xiaoqiang sniffed, and without saying anything, he huffed and ran towards that side with the iron rod. Wang Yu was afraid of this bare child accident. After all, he inadvertently also damaged a fruit tree. Then followed up, a piece of darkness. As the distance draws closer, a bright 5-march agricultural tricycle appeared in front of Wang Xiaoqiang's eyes, although the lights of the car did not open. But the engine sound he can hear it clearly. Damn, those sons of ES. When Wang Xiaoqiang saw this, he was furious and jumped up and down because he had already realized that there was a bright light faintly appearing in his orchard. Damn, where are the thieves? How dare they enter my family's orchard to cut down trees? The 2 men who were chopping down the tree heard this voice, first startled, then instinctively looking for the sound. The piercing light, see is a little kid, then cannot help but reckless up. Yo, little kid, you also have quite a lot of guts. The 2 young people stopped the action in their hands, and actually walked out slowly and leisurely toward the roadside. Distance closer, the face is clear. One of them is bald, face with a clear scar, body is not thin and not fat, long very sturdy. The other is a 1.89 m big tall fat man, body type is very tough. When Wang Xiaoqiang saw this, he said in his heart that it was bad. These 2 people were obviously not from the Wang clan village. He was a bit reckless just now. Little brat, I advise you to be honest and do what you need to do. If you yell again, don't blame us both for chopping you into pieces of meat and feeding them to the wild dogs. Scarface said as he shook the machete in his hand. You guys, Wang Xiaoqiang, after all, is underage. Looking at the machete in the hands of the two men, and then looking at the iron rod in his own hands, a little afraid, and at that moment, an unhurried voice came from behind him. Xiao Chang, you're just a pioneer. Why are you running so fast? The visitor was obviously a Wangyu student who had come to atone for his sins by chopping down the fruit trees. The two tree thieves couldn't help but spit on the ground when they saw another one coming. Damn, what's going on today? Another one has come to die. Fatty Gao said in a wicked voice. Brothers, it seems that tonight we two brothers are going to go on a killing spree. Chapter 75, Cooperating with the Investigation. Wang Xiaochang had been worried that he would hang tonight, because the two men in front of him had fierce faces and did not seem to be joking. When he heard Wang Yu's voice, he settled down a little. Brother Wang Yu, you can come. They have a machete in their hands. What do we do? Call the police? As soon as they heard the word alarm, Scarface and Tall Fatty instantly became furious, pointing the tip of their knives at Wang Xiaoqiang and threatening, if you damn dare to call the police, I'll chop you up right away. Wang Xiaoqiang was so scared that he didn't dare to squeak. Wang Yu walked over and patted Xiao Chang's shoulder. It's fine. It's just two hooligans? With your big brother Wang Yu, it's a piece of cake. Boy, you've got a mouth on you. Do you know who we are? Scarface was furious when he saw that Wang Yu was calm and relaxed, and that he was speaking out of turn. Fatty Gao said in a cold voice, our brothers have killed people. If you are not afraid, try calling the police. Wang Yu touched his nose, obediently took out his cell phone and quickly pressed 110. Hello, police station? This is Wangjia village. There are two tree thieves saying they are some kind of murderers. You guys come quickly. Scarface and Tall Fatty looked at each other, then became furious and manipulated their machetes to slash at Wang Yu. Brother Wang Yu, be careful, Wang Xiaochang exclaimed. It was the first time he had seen this kind of scene and he was very scared in his heart. Kung flashed to the side. Wang Yu reacted quickly and pushed Wang Xiaochang beside him away with one hand, while his body did not dodge or avoid. Instead of retreating, he actually ran towards Scarface and Tall Fatty. Damn, looking for death. Scarface gritted his teeth, not expecting that his threatening words would actually make this kid call the police. They were the most wanted criminals in Dongshan province. If the police really came, they would be in trouble. So he planned to make it a quick battle and slip away directly after chopping people. So he looked towards Wang Yu's face. Who would have thought that Wang Yu would not dodge and casually took out a bamboo pole to meet him, next to the high fat man who was preparing to attack. See the situation. Look at the fool like looking at Wang Yu. Thought this kid brain sick, right? Surprisingly, holding a bamboo pole against the machete. This is not a meatbag to beat the dog. Scarface was also delighted, thinking that since you kid is being stupid, don't blame me for not being polite. The machete collided with the bamboo pole in a flash. Expectedly, there was the familiar sound of breaking. Just this sound sounded a little strange to Scarface and Tall Fatty again, because they had been stealing trees for a while. It didn't sound like the sound of a tree snapping because it was too brittle, and with that the ping-pong sound coming from the ground and the feeling that his hands suddenly became lighter and faster made Scarface realize that something was wrong. Looking down, the machete in his hand has long been broken into two. Scarface and Tall Fatty looked at each other. Both saw the other's incredulity. Hey, it's really an immortal realm magic weapon. It's just not normal. After all, Wang Yu had seen the scene of putting down the fruit tree before, so he was somewhat psychologically prepared for this. He looked at the duo smugly, daring to learn how to steal a tree even with a broken copper. It seems you two are new drivers. Big brother, spare your life. Big brother, spare your life. The two of us are indeed the first time today. Scarface's brain is flexible, and he quickly went down the slope and said, damn, you think I believe it? Wang Yu swung out the bamboo pole in his hand, and with two gentle strokes, the machetes in the hands of Scarface and Tall Fatty were thrown uncontrollably into the distance. The two men completely died. Wang Xiaoqiang, who flashed to the side, came to his senses from the shock and hurriedly ran over, saying with a face of adoration, Big brother Wang Yu, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Generally average. Wang Yu waved his hand in a low tone, thinking that he had finally compensated for his earlier transgression. From time to time, received the alarm. Police station officers arrived in a police car. A simple survey of the scene. Wang Yu and Wang Xiaoqiang, after a brief inquiry, to determine that these two people steal the tree undoubtedly, then handcuffed the two people on the police car. Captain Night Linglong wrapped her hands around her chest and after comforting Wang Xiaoqiang, she exclusively left behind classmate Wang Yu. Wang Yu, right? Can you explain to me how their machetes broke? Or rather, how did you subdue both of them by yourself? After a simple search, Night Linglong found the blade that had fallen on the ground and shattered into two pieces. Who knows? It's probably an inferior product they bought. Wang Yu shrugged his shoulders, but his eyes went towards Night Linglong's chest, thinking that this chick is really fierce. Oh, is that so? Night Linglong hummed lightly. From time to time, a police officer ran over with small steps and whispered something in front of Night Linglong's ear, and Night Linglong immediately changed her face. Wang Yu's ears were flexible and he heard it very clearly. What that police officer said was, these two people are the murder fugitives of a crime in Dongshan province 5 years ago, and have been on the hunt, but I didn't expect that they would fall in the net today in this countryside. This officer, look, it's getting late. My mom is calling me home for dinner. Look, if there's nothing else, can I go now? Wang Yu felt that there was no need to continue to tangle with this beautiful police officer. It was better to go home. Night Linglong paused, nodded her head and smiled. Good, nothing more. Your name is Wang Yu and you live in Wang Clan village, right? And right, Wang Yu nodded, vaguely feeling that something bad was about to happen. You can leave. Night Linglong waved her hand, signaling that Wang Yu could leave. 2 days later, the villagers of Wangjia village, who were in full swing on the construction site doing odd jobs in the construction of the shopping mall, suddenly heard the sound of sirens coming from the entrance of the village. Then, a line of police cars was seen stopping in front of the village hall. The villagers have been curious, thinking that Wang's village style is simple. The road does not pick up. This is who has committed a crime. Who's the one who got into trouble? Li Dezai, who was guarding the kiosk in the gatehouse of the village committee, was also curious and walked out, only to see a pretty young policeman ask toward him, "Hello uncle, may I ask if Wang Yu is in this village?" "Wang Yu? How come it's that kid again? And he's got the police on his ass?" "That's right. I wonder what the officer is looking for him for." Li Dezai frowned. "Oh, it's like this. He is related to a murder case 5 years ago. We want to find him to the police station to ask a few questions," Night Linglong said with a smile on her face. 5 years ago? Homicide? Gosh, Li Dezai was so shocked that he couldn't speak, squeaked for half a day before saying, "Comrade officers, you guys are mistaken, right? Wang Yu is just a freshly graduated college student. How did he get involved in the murderer?" A recent college graduate. The corner of Night Linglong's mouth hooked up in a mesmerizing smile. "Uncle, you've misunderstood. The murderer has already been caught by us. We just have some questions we want to ask him. Can you take us to his house?" "Oh, he shouldn't be home right now." Li Dezai scratched his head. His head was still a bit clouded right now. Chapter 76, The Problem of the Constellations. Li Dezai led Night Linglong and his group towards Wang Yu's family's fish pond. Along the way, Li Dezai was puzzled, although he could not see the son of Wang Chongwen's family, but after all, a village, but also counted from childhood to grow up watching. Just, Wang Yu, how this kid is involved in the murder case? And then when you look at the officers next to you, all of them wearing police uniforms and shoulder patches, they don't look like they're cheating. Wang's village is not big. Basically, once something happens, the whole village knows in minutes. Seeing the police stopped in front of the fish pond of Wang Yu's family, they also gathered around. "What's going on here? Why did the police come to our village?" "I don't know. I just vaguely heard it was looking for Wang Yu." "I heard that too, that it might be connected to a murder." "Gosh, Wang Yu, this kid we all watched grow up. It's impossible. These days, nothing is impossible. I also strange it. This kid back to the village with a change of person like, this is only how long? The cause of such a big, I estimate that 80% of the use of what unseemly means. It can't be. If that happens, our land acquisition money will be null and void? Who knows?" The murmur of the townspeople. Night Linglong heard clearly, the heart of this Wang Yu more and more curious. "I did not expect that this kid just graduated to make so many things." The crowd vociferously walked to the fish pond, looked at it for half a day, and finally found the sleeping Wang Yu in a shady area. "Wang Yu, the police are looking for you," someone shouted. Wang Yu turned back, but saw a crowd of black pressure. In front of the crowd, a few wearing police uniforms are walking towards his side. His eyesight is very good. The person in the lead. It is the Night Linglong police officer who asked himself last night, "Didn't we get all the suspects? Why are they still looking for them? What's the point of making such a big scene?" Wang Yu patted the dust on his butt and walked to Officer Night Linglong. "Officer Knight, what's all this fuss about? Last night we were in the orchard." "Last night? The orchard?" As soon as the townspeople heard this, "You looked at me, I looked at you," and there was a sudden realization in their eyes. It can't be that Wang Yu, this kid is young and can't hold his fire. What happened with this female police officer in the middle of the night? And people came to settle the score with him, right? Ahem. Night Linglong coughed, listening to Wang Yu's inexplicable ambiguous words. Her pretty face couldn't help but redden. "Wang Yu, last night's tree thief has been caught by us, confirmed to be the suspect of the murder case 5 years ago. Is it convenient for you to go to the police station now to add a statement?" "Making a statement? What's the point of making such a big deal out of it?" Wang Yu raised his eyelids. "Officer Knight, didn't you ask what you should have asked last night? I'm a crop farmer. I'm busy." Night Linglong snorted coldly. "Who are you kidding? You are busy sleeping?" "Wang Yu, This matter is of great importance. Please cooperate. Knight Linglong said. Isn't there Wang Xiaoqiang? Wouldn't you just look for him? Wang Yu waved his hand. When he is needed to cooperate, he will naturally be summoned as well. Knight Linglong puffed out her chest and looked at Wang Yu in front of her. What? Is it hard to believe that you've done something wrong and are afraid of going to the station? Who's afraid of who? Just leave. Wang Yu grunted and got into Knight Linglong's police car under the watchful eyes of the townspeople. Only, before getting on the car, facing the puzzled eyes of the townspeople, Wang Yu smiled and explained. Folks, don't worry, there is nothing wrong. It's just that there was a little misunderstanding with this officer in the field last night. I will be back soon. Wang Xinran, who was supervising the construction site, suddenly heard that Wang Yu was taken away by the police, and immediately put down her hands and ran out. Just a step too late. Xinran, Wang Yu said that there was a bit of a misunderstanding last night. It shouldn't be a big deal. Wang Jinwu, the village branch secretary, consoled. They've all been called. How is it not a big deal? Wang Xinran pouted. No, I have to go to the police station in the township. Xinran, what kind of person is Wang Yu? You still don't know. Don't worry, it's fine. Wang Jinwu comforted again. Yeah, at most, something happened with that female officer. Nothing much. That's right. Just now I asked Wang Xiaoqiang. I heard that it was last night when he came across Wang Xiaoqiang being threatened by the tree thieves, so he acted heroically and caught those two thieves. It's said that the two thieves happened to be the murderers from 5 years ago, so the police still have to find out what's going on. The townspeople who did understand what was going on were also persuaded. Wang Xinran was still a little unsure in his heart, and was wandering around when a luxury car made its way into the Wang family village and stopped in front of the crowd. Hey Gu, what's going on with all these people gathered here? Gao Jianhua, dressed in a designer label and oiled up, licked his smiling face and walked to Wang Xinran. Xinran, are you free? Go out with me? Wang Xinran, who was anxious in her heart, sniffed and said angrily, where is there any empty? When her pretty eyes saw Gao Jianhua's car, she immediately turned her eyes and immediately changed her tone. Free? Then you accompany me out for a walk. Amount. This change in attitude startled Gao Jianhua. However, Wang Xinran had a hard time agreeing to him for a while, so he had to seize this opportunity. He immediately farted and invited Wang Xinran to the car. Xinran, where are we going to play? Gao Jianhua jumped at the chance. Township police station. Wang Xinran said in a deep voice. Xinran, you're not kidding me, are you? What's the point of going somewhere when there's nothing to do? Gao Jianhua was stunned. If I tell you to go, I'll go. If you don't take me, I'll get off. Wang Xinran frowned and gambled. Okay. Gao Jianhua saw that Wang Xinran's face didn't look a bit too good, so he hurriedly started the car and ran to the police station. Xinran, is something wrong? Gao Jianhua said cautiously. Nothing much. Going there to meet someone. Wang Xinran answered. At the township police station, Wang Yu was brought into a specialized interrogation room by Knight Linglong. Officer Knight, what exactly is your problem? Ask quickly. I'm still busy at the fish pond. What's your hurry? Knight Linglong took a look at Wang Yu in front of her, dressed in ordinary clothes and average looking. She shook her head. I specially asked someone to check it today. Those two machetes last night, but they were both open-edged, and the quality was so good that it couldn't be broken by holding a hammer. Can you explain to me how you subdued these two at that time? In fact, this kind of thing is not so troublesome. After all, the police station caught the murderer 5 years ago, which is considered a great merit. It's just that after Knight Linglong interrogated those two murderers, the content of the interrogation surprised her. The guy in front of him, who had broken their machete with a bamboo pole, was truly mind-boggling. Knight Linglong was a Virgo, which made her heart very itchy. That's why she specifically called Wang Yu over today, wanting to see what secrets this kid had. Chapter 77, Folk Heroes. Wang Yu was very helpless in his heart. He could not imagine that he would be so troublesome to do a good deed for a while. Last night, Xiao Chang and I were just chatting when we heard cutting sounds faintly in the distance. From the beginning to the end, Knight Linglong's eyes had been staring at Wang Yu's body. Only that after observing for half a day, she did not see Wang Yu's panicked expression, and she could not help but feel a little disappointed in her heart. Let me remind you, according to the suspects, they said it was you who broke the machete by using a bamboo. May I ask if this is true? There's no such thing. This is not nonsense. Machete chopping bamboo is more or less. Police officer, you can get into the police. Not a bachelor's degree. At least have to have a specialist it. I don't know if you studied well during your student days, but this is basic common sense. Suspects rumors you also believe? Wang Yu naturally would not admit it, and in his heart, he reminded himself that there are two sides to everything, and that the treasures brought from the immortal realm, although they can provide themselves with a lot of convenience, if they are used inappropriately they are too inviting. and at the same time, they will also bring trouble to themselves. Well, it didn't take long to interrogate, and Zhao Jigua, the deputy chief of the police station,